What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 10 Trillion Chapter 227. The Time Machine. Start, travel through time and space. The little green algae kicks the pavilion. After a while, Bai Yu chose the time machine. Although the resurrection coins are good, he doesn't need to use them this time, he likes to develop them by himself. Bai Yu was very interested in using the time machine for the first time. Bai Yu came to Kuina's tombstone and began to adjust the shape of the time machine. Who is it? At this time, a very gentle man with glasses rushed over with the Wano Kuni Shimotsuki logo on his clothes. Koshiro. Bai Yu glanced. In an instant, Koshiro felt a powerful pressure that made him freeze in place, and he could see Bai Yu's appearance clearly, and his heart was shocked for a while. Demon King Bai Yu. Why did he come to Shimotsuki village, still in front of Kuina's tombstone? Alright. Bai Yu ignored Koshiro, adjusted the specific time of the time machine, and stepped into the mysterious portal. A white light filled the air, enveloped Bai Yu, and disappeared with the door. After Bai Yu disappeared, Koshiro gasped and wiped away his cold sweat, alleviating the horror in his heart, and he was a little dazed. That gate, what a stalwart. Crash. After Bai Yu entered the time machine, he came to a splendid and endless passage of time and space. Like a bright aurora world. This is. Bai Yu looked around carefully and found that on both sides of the passage he was in, there were two rainbow-like rivers. The two rivers have no end in sight, downstream on the left, countercurrent on the right. When Bai Yu stared at the river on the right, he saw various fragments of past time and space scenes, such as high-speed accelerated reverse movies. Elbaf. Kaido joins. The death of the Green Bull. Pluton is here. Go to sea again. City in the sky. Summit war. 4 emperors Bai Yu. 11 Bai Yu goes to sea. Straw Hat goes to sea. Zephyr breaks his arm. Tom is executed. Sabo amnesia. Red hair and broken arm. Tiger is liberated. Robin is on the run. O'Hara destroyed. Roger execution. Rocks, 800 years ago. The scenes were like the time reversal, making Bai Yu murmur. This is the long river of time in the Qinghai world? 99. So far, it has been confirmed that only Paramecia time fruit can travel through time and space, but it cannot go to the past, only the future. At present, it has been eaten by Kazuki Hiyori, and Bai Yu can also go to the future on his own, but he has not yet experimented. Is it this time? Bai Yu saw a clip. Little Kuina climbed the ladder to get the whetstone and accidentally fell down and died. At the age of 11, 35 Bai Yu was speechless. Kuina, a genius who could defeat the adults in the gym at the age of 10, turned out to be this way of dying. Is it so fragile? Kaya, who was weak from a young age, had to call it impossible after seeing it. The genius little loli that the plot kills, then let me save her. Seeing that an extremely magnificent giant gate appeared in the reversed river ahead, Bai Yu stepped in again. Shimotsuki village. More than 10 years ago, Shimotsuki village was no different from the past, and it was still peaceful. Now, Ishin Dojo, training room. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Advertisement. More than a dozen children are wearing dark green training clothes, holding bamboo knives and waving them for training. In front of him stood a man in a gray uniform with a ponytail and glasses looking at the children. With a smile on his face, Koshiro, the owner of the gym. Anyone? Anyone? A little boy's voice came from outside the hall, full of momentum. I'm here to play the hall, all the powerful guys will come out for me, let's have a showdown with me, 35. It turned out to be here to kick the gym, it's really rare recently. Koshiro walked over and looked at the boy with a smile. A green hair, holding a leaf. Zoro, as a child. HMPH, don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Little Zoro raised his head and said arrogantly. I'm invincible in the next village, 5. Good vibes. Koshiro still had a gentle smile on his face. Okay, then let's accept your challenge. If I win, I will take your signboard, Little Zoro said loudly. What if you lose? Little Zoro was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, if you lose, then join your door. Speaking of the end, Little Zoro folded his arms and held the leaves in his mouth, his eyes full of unwillingness to admit defeat. It's settled, then. Koshiro chuckled softly, turned his head and shouted softly. Kuina, 39. Hey. Little Zoro froze. At this time, the peeping children in the gym retreated one after another, and walked out a little girl with short blue and black hair. Yes, my father. Kuina is very imposing. Little Zoro came back to his senses, and immediately clenched his neck and shouted. What, aren't you dueling me? 5. 2 Contempt for people. He was fighting with adults in the next village, and this little girl seemed to be at most 2 years older than him. Although Kuina is a girl, she is more powerful than adults in the gym. Koshiro still smiled. If you want to duel, please come with me. Understood. Little Zoro said fiercely. He followed the crowd into the gym and came to a bucket of bamboo knives. Looking at the bamboo knife, Little Zoro held the leaves in his mouth. Which one is fine? Up to you. Bah. After spitting out the leaves, Little Zoro grabbed a bunch of bamboo knives, making the others stunned. While the other children were stunned, Little Zoro had 3 left hands and 3 right hands, with 3 bamboo knives in his mouth. 9 bamboo knives? Koshiro didn't care either, and brought Little Zoro before he came to the altar. Salute to the altar. The duel was very formal. Koshiro brought Kuina and Little Zoro to salute, but when the children were speechless, Little Zoro dropped his bamboo sword. There are only 2 left in the mouth. What is he doing? Like an idiot, the children complained. Salute each other. Pat. When the 2 faced each other and saluted, the bamboo knife that the Little Zoro was holding dropped another. He didn't care about it, and immediately put on a fighting posture after the salute. There is only 1 left in his mouth, 3 in each of his left and right hands, a total of 7 bamboo knives. On the other hand, Kuina held a bamboo knife calmly. Because the girl developed early and was 2 years older than the Little Zoro, she was more than a head taller and looked down peacefully. Boom. 35 Kuina smashed the Little Zoro on the head with a knife, and picked it up again, directly flying the Little Zoro out. 7 bamboo knives were scattered. Little Zoro lay on the ground with cold sweat on his forehead, raised his head and stared at Kuina, full of unwillingness to admit defeat. But, damn. Little Zoro picked up 2 bamboo knives, stood up, and posed again. Kuina's expression was startled, and Koshiro was surprised for a moment. Because Xiao Zoro's second sword style is very standard and imposing. Kuina said calmly, have you studied the swordsmanship of the second sword style? No, today is my first time holding a knife, Little Zoro said fiercely and refused to admit defeat. Koshiro smiled. So, is this the first time today? Advertisement squinting strangely wondering what he was thinking. But, damn, I'm strong. Looking at Kuina's extremely flat expression, Little Zoro felt underestimated and gritted his teeth. How can I lose to a woman? What? Roar. Little Zoro, holding a pair of bamboo knives, shouted and ran towards Kuina. And Kuina held the knife in both hands calmly, raised it high, and slashed directly on the head of Little Zoro when he approached. Boom. Little Zoro lay on the ground, his whole forehead flushed red, and his eyes were absent. 1 point, so far. 99 Koshiro announces the results. Kuina smashed the bamboo knife on the ground, glanced at it and said plainly, this child is like a wild boar. Hey, Kuina. Koshiro couldn't help reminding him what to do if the child was knocked down. Kuina's voice was even calmer. You're obviously a layman and you're still 10 years too early. What? Little Zoro, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth. Seeing that the Little Zoro seemed dissatisfied, Kuina said, how is it? Would you like to compare it again? Damn. Losing is losing. Little Zoro yelled. Koshiro stepped forward and said with a smile, it's simple, not bad, then. I'll join you. Do you have any opinions? Little Zoro was super fierce. Koshiro smiled. It's rare to see a child with such a personality. Kuina turned and walked away, a voice behind her making her glance back. I will practice hard, and then I will definitely defeat you, you remember it for me. Little Zoro raised his swollen head very loudly. Kuina was silent for a moment. There won't be such a day. Recalling his daughter's silence just now, Koshiro couldn't help sighing. Is it a boy again? Going to Kuina outside the door, listening to the firm shout of the Little Zoro in the gym, he became more silent, holding his hands tightly. Because the female swordsman's physique is limited to 520, she will never become the number 1 in the world. This is what Koshiro once said to her, saying that women's strength plus physical strength, etc., cannot be compared with men, and the difference is even greater when they are adults, so Kuina cannot become the world's number 1. Maybe Koshiro is thinking that she can live a safe life and doesn't want her to go to sea. After all, the outside world is very dangerous. But this sentence made Kuina hit hard and often felt sad because of it. I won't lose, Kuina said firmly. Just as she was about to go to the training room, a voice rang in her ears. Do you want to be stronger? Who? Do you want to become stronger than any swordsman, surpass all swordsmen, and become the world's greatest swordsman? Come out. If you really think so, then I can only tell you the truth, you can't, because you can't surpass me. Who are you? However, as long as you work hard to catch up with me, it is still possible to become the second. Come on, little loli. Father, 66. Following Kuina's shouting, Koshiro rushed out of the room and was relieved to see that Kuina was okay, and quickly asked around, what's wrong? Just. Kuina, who was about to say something, found that Koshiro hadn't noticed the outsider and was full of shock. Is he stronger than his father? Congratulations, you got it right. The voice sounded again, and Kuina's heart shook again. Can you see through your heart? This voice? There are strong people, and Koshiro's squinting eyes suddenly widened, blocking Kuina directly, grabbing the bamboo knife in her hand, and shouting. I don't know which senior it is. Can you come out and see? As you wish. When a figure appeared out of thin air, Koshiro looked shocked. Because Kuina behind him also moved to the visitor's side out of thin air, which shocked Koshiro a little overwhelmed and worried. What happened? Kuina raised her head subconsciously and met Bai Yu's eyes. Hey, it's too fast. The Little Zoro who rushed out saw the whole process and immediately exclaimed, his eyes full of surprise and excitement. Can you teach me this trick? I can pay the tuition, 99. Koshiro. 6. Why don't you pay my tuition fees? Chapter 228. Famous craftsman katakana middle. Shimotsuki Kozaburo. Yan Mo. Take away 9-year-old Kuina. Hey, go back. Koshiro stood in front of Little Zoro and looked at Bai Yu solemnly. I'm not called hello, I have a name. Little Zoro is fierce. What's your name? At this time, Koshiro remembered that the Little Zoro kicked the hall as soon as he came, and was defeated by Kuina again, and he never said his name. Zoro. Little Zoro shouted. Roar Noah Zoro, remember my name. I will beat her sooner or later. Okay, I remember. Koshiro sighed secretly, a boy with firm will. Maybe Kuina won't be able to beat him in a few years, because men are really stronger than women. But now the most important thing is the daughter. Looking at Bai Yu in front of him, Koshiro worried about his daughter and said in a deep voice. This gentleman. Bai Yu glanced at him, and the extraordinary conqueror's coercion washed over him, instantly making him freeze in place. What kind of momentum is this? The terrifying momentum seems calm, but Koshiro feels like he is carrying a mountain and his soul is full of pressure. Tick. Tick. Under the consternation of little Zoro and Kuina, Koshiro's forehead was dripping with sweat and his body was shaking. Peeved. When Bai Yu took back the pressure, Koshiro couldn't hold it any longer and he felt slumped on the ground. Father, Kuina shouted worriedly, and at the same time was horrified. She could see clearly that the man in front of her just glanced at her father, which made him collapse. Are the outsiders so strong? Kuina immediately raised her head to look at Bai Yu and then bowed and begged. Please don't hurt my father. I didn't do anything to him. Bai Yu didn't say much, giving Koshiro a coercive experience. Be quiet. Hey, are you alright? Little Zoro recovered from his astonishment and helped him, hesitatingly said. I didn't want to go back on it, but you are so poor, can you really teach me to become stronger? If you are not bad, will you suddenly collapse on the ground in sweat? Little Zoro's thoughts are very simple and simple. Koshiro. It took less than 2 minutes to join the gym, and he began to dislike the master. Such an unruly apprentice must be well educated. And he is not weak, but the strange man in front of him is too terrifying. Unheard of horror. Strength aside, Koshiro is strong in swordsmanship. The boss of Wanakuna's underworld, Guro Hana no Bing once said the highest swordsmanship. If you don't want to cut, you can't cut even the paper. Koshiro can do it. Kuina. 39 Koshiro didn't dare to make any more moves, and knew that Bai Yu didn't want to talk to him at the moment, so he could only worry. Hello, my name is Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked down at little Kuina, crouched down and stretched out his hand with a smile. Ancient. Kuina. Glancing at his father and then at Bai Yu, Kuina suddenly became a little nervous, and reached out a small hand and landed it in the big one. Who is he? What is he going to do? He is so strong. Is it true that he wanted to teach me to become stronger, but he actually said that trying to catch up with him might become the second in the world, bragging. Are you number 1 in the world? And bragging, it was written very clearly in the newspaper, that person is definitely not you. 6699 Listening to the voices of outsiders, Bai Yu can't laugh or cry, this little loli with a cold appearance is so rich inside. Original track. Zoro joined after the defeat in the gym today, worked hard all day, challenged Kuina every day, and finally lost. 2001 times. After so many challenges, 2 years have passed in between. And the little Kuina died at the age of 11, and he was the adults who could beat the gym at the age of 10. So now, 7-year-old Zoro came to play the gym. 9-year-old Kuina is cute. Died at the age of 11. Backquote, .39. Looking at Kuina, who was only 9 years old in front of him, Bai Yu felt a pity every time she thought that she fell to her death because she climbed a ladder to get a whetstone. Advertisement in her trance, Bai Yu rubbed her little head lightly. I will teach you to become stronger and stronger in the future. Very strong? Kuina was not used to being rubbed on her head, and his father had never done that, which made her a little overwhelmed. He came here to teach Kuina? Koshiro was surprised. It's illogical that people who have never seen or heard of it come to see Kuina as soon as they come here. Could it be Dorag's friend? Koshiro knew Dorag. When you come to East Blue, Dorag will also replenish food for the Revolutionary Army here. Are you a great swordsman? Kuina asked subconsciously, but felt very strange, because the Bai Yu in front of him was too young, like a very gentle big brother next door. Can't see any edge. What is a great swordsman? Little Zoro asked in confusion. Koshiro said bluntly. This is not what you should understand now, the basics are the most important, and you will understand later. Shout, don't say it, don't say it. Little Zoro pouted very much. Koshiro suddenly smiled, and little Zoro suddenly felt a little bad, but he was a little confused. Bai Yu just nodded, saw Kuina's eyes brightening, and also smiled. You will be the same in the future, this knife will be given to you when we meet for the first time. A knife appeared out of nowhere. Kuina's eyes widened, she wanted to know where the knife came from. Little Loli was curious. This is. Seeing the purple scabbard and the special texture, Koshiro immediately exclaimed, no way, this knife is too dangerous. You recognize? After saying that, Bai Yu thought of something, nodded and said, that's right, after all, it's a famous sword made by your father. Grandpa made it. Kuina was startled. Yes, it's me. An old voice came, and everyone looked. An old man wearing a kimono, with white hair tied up, and holding a pipe walked slowly from not far away. Shimotsuki Kozaburo. Wanokuni master craftsman, Kazuki Sukiyaki old friend, from Shimotsuki family. Wanokuni, who left the country in isolation decades ago, came to East Blue. In the original track, Kozaburo explained, what is a knife? And, Shimingzi, to little Zoro, and gave him 2 knives. Father. Koshiro stood up and greeted. Kuina also said in a crisp, respectful voice, Grandpa, you are here. Well, don't mind me. Kozaburo looked at Bai Yu deeply. I have never seen a young man as strong as you, and the hidden breath makes me tremble. What's the history? Bai Yu didn't speak, and Kuina's heart shook again. Is this gentle big brother so powerful? Kosaburo took a deep breath and put his eyes on the knife. Yanmo, it's really been a long time. There are also Japanese characters written by Shimotsuki Kosaburo. Wrong. The more he looked at it, the more wrong it became. Kosaburo couldn't help but leaned over to check, but Bai Yu didn't care about throwing the knife over. After Kosaburo took it, he was full of consternation. Why does it get smaller? And, why doesn't it absorb haki? 35. Famous sword Enma. Suck and release haki, claiming that even hell can be destroyed. The latter is the Odin saber, but Odin is nearly 4 meters tall, so the length of the famous sword Yanmo is nearly 2 meters. To be precise, 1.9 meters, and now Yanmo is 1 meter long? Kosaburo said in surprise. I don't see any signs of reforging. 35. Bai Yu casually said. I made Yanmo smaller on purpose, and by the way, I sealed the characteristics, and in the future, it will become bigger and stronger as Kuina grows taller and stronger. 55. What? Kosaburo and Koshiro were shocked at the same time, and let a famous sword grow together with the child. This operation is too amazing. If it is possible, then Kuina who grows up will be incomparable with Yanmo, and even make Yanmo upgrade. So, why does Yanmo, who is nearly 2 meters long, become smaller when Zoro is 1.8 meters long? Bai Yu wondered about this. Are the details not important? He's really amazing. Kuina was shocked to see his grandfather for the first time, and his father was shocked many times. Based on this reasoning, the big brother in front of her will definitely make her stronger faster. But thinking of what her father said, Kuina was a little nervous. A female swordsman cannot compete with men because of her physical limitations, so she can't become the #1 in the world. Is this true? Advertisement. Hearing this, little Zoro said angrily, who said this? If I beat you in the future, will it be because I'm a man? This sentence makes me seem like I didn't win by my own strength, so I'm like an idiot who decides to practice hard. 95. Kosaburo. Koshiro. 66. They only lost to Kuina once, and suddenly they decided to practice hard. They were really unwilling to admit defeat. The two sighed with emotion. Bai Yu whispered. Your grandfather is from Wanokuni in New World, and your father was also influenced by him. Wanokuni has never had a strong woman, it is normal for them to think so. 39. Kosaburo and his son were silent. Wanokuni has a strict hierarchy, and most of the warriors are very feudal and traditional in their thinking, adhering to the idea of men being superior to women. Kinemon is the representative. So it's fake? Kuina said excitedly after returning to her senses. Not real. Seeing Kuina's expression solidifying, Bai Yu continued. Except for a very few, female swordsmen are indeed inferior to male swordsmen in terms of strength of the same level. But, this cannot deny that a woman cannot become the world's #1 swordsman. This sentence cheered Kuina up, only to hear Bai Yu say, swordsmanship is a combination of strength plus speed plus skill. Why should you be obsessed with strength? Speed and skill are in no way inferior to strength. And with your talent, you can study speed and skills while ensuring that your strength is not weak, and the future can be expected. Very well said. But it's too difficult. Kosaburo and Koshiro sighed in their hearts. They believed that strength is the foundation of all top swordsmanship. I got it. 35. But Kuina deeply remembered Bai Yu's words. She should not be obsessed with her weaknesses, she should find a way to use her strengths. The children can be taught. Looking at Kuina's bright eyes, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. A bunch of cheats, all arranged for Kuina. As long as she is willing to work hard, she can easily split Wanokuni with one knife. Thank you, teacher, for teaching. Kuina returned to her senses and immediately said respectfully, and bowed her body very seriously. Bai Yu nodded and said, Shimotsuki village is not suitable for you to grow up, come with me? 35. Kuina saw Koshiro's complex nodding and agreed immediately. Bai Yu is satisfied. Taking Kuina away does not affect the general trend, it is nothing more than one less body in the grave and one less soul in the yellow spring. Once leaves, some details are changed, the time will be automatically repaired and will not affect the future. Here, meet and greet. Bai Yu raised his hand and put the smaller Yanmo in Kuina's hand. This is your sister Tashigi's collection. If she sees you, she must be very happy. Sister Tashigi. Kuina hugged the knife tightly and was suddenly curious about her sister who had never been masked. I'll see her in a few days, Bai Yu said, holding little Kuina in his arms and saying, I'll take Kuina, and hold back if you have any opinions. Kosaburo and his son were speechless. You have become Kuina's teacher, how can we dare to have an opinion? Which force does he come from? It can be seen that Bai Yu is full of goodwill towards Kuina, and he really wants to teach him, so they are relieved. Teacher. Kuina's little face blushed. Although she is still a little girl, there are only boring trainings in her daily life, and she has never hugged her father since she was 2 years old, which is too close. Go and say goodbye to your family, I'll take you away in half an hour. Kuina jumped off Bai Yu and trotted over to Bai with Yanmo. Bai Yu sat down to meditate at will, and Koshiro dragged little Zoro away. After half an hour, Kuina came with a big bag and a small bag. Bai Yu smiled and helped her lift it up, and the package disappeared under her surprise and curiosity. At this moment, Koshiro couldn't hide his father's concern and asked, Mr. Bai Yu, where are you taking Kuina, if I want to find her? She will come back later. 35. Bai Yu didn't say much, picked up lowly Kuina, turned around and disappeared. Seeing from a distance, strange gates flashed in the sky and disappeared. Bai Yu went to see the correction of future time. Chapter 229. Correction of time details, Lolita's first battle, Millennium Dragon and Abyss. Ah. Where is this? When Bai Yu took Kuina into the time machine, the cold little Loli's eyes widened. The gorgeous passage is like a dream, with the river of time on both sides. Bai Yu chuckled. It's very simple, so. From the future? Kuina was in a trance. However, the 9-year-old little Loli was shattered by Bai Yu's words, and she never thought about it in her dreams. Her teacher. From the future to the past, just to take her away, there is no such dream in fairy tales, right? 14 years later, Kuina caught the key words and said with great anticipation, Teacher, have you heard my name? This. Bai Yu didn't know how to say it, it was very shocking. Yes, I understand, Kuina suddenly realized. I take the liberty to ask, how old are you? 20 years old. So, 14 years later, I'm even older than the teacher. Speaking of which, Kuina's eyes were strange. The teacher's 20-year-old strength shocked grandpa and father, so I'm not too weak. Kuina couldn't help but think, one thing is important. That is, Bai Yu came too suddenly, and the goal is very clear to find her, so there must be a reason? After all, I don't know, I haven't seen it. 1. In the future, she and the teacher are good friends. She had an accident and deliberately traveled through time and space to save her. Wow, so moving. 2. Could it be that the teacher couldn't beat her in the future, so she deliberately went back to the past to accept her as a disciple to satisfy her heart? Well, the teacher is so strange. Little Lolita only thinks of this. And Bai Yu didn't listen to his heart, but he could see something, and said with a dark face. What strange things are you thinking about? I have indeed heard of you. What's my name? Grave of 11-year-old Loli, 99. Tomb? 95. Kuina was stunned. 11 years old, Loli? Is it me? There is no need for Bai Yu to hide anything. Yes, when I was 11 years old, I climbed a ladder to get a whetstone, fell down, passed away. How come? Kuina couldn't understand how the whetstone was placed a few meters high, how could she fall to her death? Even if she is young, she is still much stronger than ordinary adults. Could it be that all her years of cultivation are fake? Anything is possible. I heard that there was a talented female swordsman who died at the age of 11 and deliberately traveled to find you. Seeing Kuina in a trance, Bai Yu whispered, I say this, just to tell you that life is the most important thing. 5. And if you want to live well in the strong world, you need strength, so, try to become stronger, girl. The teacher is right. Dreams are indeed important, but the premise is that you have to live, and there is hope in living. Even though she died 2 years later, she is still alive now. 520. Kuina quickly adjusted her mentality and reminded very seriously, Teacher, I'm not yet the age of a girl. Got it, Loli. 35. Bai Yu chuckled, not expecting Kuina to start caring about her age at such a young age, she is a girl after all. Teacher, how strong are you? Kuina couldn't help but ask. Bai Yu thought about it and said casually, the world's greatest swordsman is my subordinate, and he is learning swordsmanship with me. Oh, that's awesome. Kuina was stunned and puzzled. Then why are you not the world's greatest swordsman, teacher? I don't need, and, the world's strongest, understand? Bai Yu smiled while stroking Kuina's hair. The strongest in the world. These 4 words made the young Kuina yearn uncontrollably, and her big eyes flashed with bright light of worship. My teacher is invincible. Bai Yu observes the long river downstream in the future after taking Kuina away. Without the tombstone, other details in the time are automatically corrected. In fact, Bai Yu found out before that if the things he wants to change will affect the general trend of the future, then the opportunity of time will tremble and directly exclude him. For example, go back to Roger who slashed to death the unclaimed king a few decades ago. Another example, going back 800 years ago, forced someone to kneel down and call dad, causing a mental breakdown or something like that. If the things he wanted to change had little impact, the time machine would not respond. Shimotsuki Village. The original Kuina tombstone is located, but the tombstone is gone, and the birds and flowers are fragrant. The giant door opened. Bai Yu appeared with Kuina and returned to the time and place of departure. Ancient. Kuina. A voice trembled, and Kuina looked back in surprise, seeing Koshiro shouting not far away. Father. Teacher. Why are we back again? That's where I started, so it's here when I come back. Bai Yu said, directly listening to read Koshiro's heart and memory. Time correction, true details, because Koshiro and others have forgotten who took Kuina away. Advertisement after all, if you remember Bai Yu's words, Zoro will recognize him in Shirobu village, and after the newspaper is published, Koshiro will also come to him, which will affect him. Only at that point in time after Bai Yu's time travels back will he remember. That is now. The memory recovered, and Koshiro remembered that it was the daughter Kuina that Bai Yu took away. This, is it you? The devil took it away. At this moment, Zoro of Dressrosa, also thinking of Bai Yu 14 years ago, was extremely shocked at this moment. Isn't he a year younger than me? Why did he go to Shimotsuki village when I was young? No, could it be? How terrifying. Zoro was suddenly silent. Such a terrifying demon king would really shatter everyone's cognition, and Zoro subconsciously chose to hide it. No one will believe what they say, and those who believe may lead to the collapse of their beliefs, even if they are single strand, because such a demon king has absolutely no hope of winning. It's you. Looking at the young demon king, and looking at Kuina, who had not changed at all for more than 10 years, Koshiro was shocked. Koshiro understood something. This kind of thing is not something he should know. Throwing his thoughts away, Koshiro said respectfully. Lord Demon King, thank you for cultivating the little girl Kuina. Your father hasn't seen you for more than 10 years, go and talk to him. Bai Yu spoke, and the little loli suddenly realized that it was more than 10 years later. Father and daughter chat, Kosaburo is still alive, also joined the chat. Let's not draw for now. 55 Bai Yu put aside the lottery for the time being. After he decided to check the omissions and fill the vacancies of the beauties in the plot, he will draw a unified lottery. 10 consecutive draws of the Wenji lottery. Maybe there will be something good. Bai Yu continued to increase the range of perception, sensed the entire sea area of East Blue, looked for the next target within the range of East Blue, and sensed every place extremely finely. A certain sea area in East Blue. There was a small boat floating on the sea, and sitting on the boat was a girl who looked no more than 10 years old, with long brown hair in a white and red high hat, wearing a long khaki dress and little red shoes. The little girl looked flustered, because a warship was chasing her behind and wanted to catch her. Ha ha ha, run, why don't you run? A harsh laughter sounded, and the little girl trembled. The laughing man sat on a big red chair, covered in fat and almost burst the chair, with a gold chain, a blue top hat, and a white fan. Nelson Roy, East Blue Branch Aide Admiral, hey, are you sure she knows the location of the Millennium Dragon? The man beside Roy had purple hair standing up high and his face full of greed. Eric. Marine Mercenary. Scythe Fruit. It can turn the air into a wind blade, raising the hand and slashing with the wind. Roy sneered. Of course, I sent someone to catch her before, but she escaped, a bunch of trash. Hoo-hee, then leave it to me. Eric raised his hand. Scythe Whirlwind. Eric raised his hand and turned the air into a wind blade, turning it into a small whirlwind, which directly blew the little girl's boat up. Huh? What about people? Everyone looked, and the girl disappeared. At the moment, high on the sky island cloud, Kuina is marveling at the benefits of the ring, holy water, angel wings, beauty pill, dragon charm, rabbit charm and so on. Teacher, are you sure there are all those sisters on the spaceship? They are all too precious, and Kuina would not dare to ask for them if Bai Yu had not taken a firm attitude. Of course there are, and you are not the youngest. Xiao Yu is only 8 years old. Bai Yu pointed at Xiao Yu in the photo. I'll remember it all. Kuina digested various benefits, and also had a lot of profile photos in her hands. First get to know the teacher and those sisters clearly before practicing. You. Who are you? After the little girl recovered, she saw Bai Yu and Kuina in front of her. Are you Abis? Bai Yu let Kuina get used to his strength and came to the little girl and said. How do you know? Abis stunned, and then her eyes gradually widened. You are the Demon King. In recent years, the Demon King has been making waves in the world, and he was born in East Blue. Those who have read the newspapers in the past 2 years have been impressed, and of course Abis has also seen it. The Demon King will definitely be able to help Lord Long, Abis thought. The teacher's reputation is so big. Kuina came over, not expecting, Bibaj, this little girl knew Bai Yu, and the older ones must also know. Then, starting from today, you will also become famous. Bai Yu looked at Kuina. He had just received a lot of benefits, and his strength had soared, so he should also verify it. I won't worry about others because of your age, my teaching is very direct, the first step is to see blood. Bai Yu motioned Kuina to look. Did you see it? The warships below are full of marine scum. Kill them. Roy and Eric are looking for the Millennium Dragon. At this moment, the two were suspicious of each other. After all, it was very strange that Abis disappeared out of thin air. Admiral of East Blue Branch, 35. A tender and crisp sound suddenly sounded, and everyone was stunned when they looked up. A little girl wearing a white battlesuit, spreading angel wings and holding a long sword appeared in the sky. This is... Taking a look, Roy got up and the fat trembled violently, and his voice also trembled. White armor, white wings, you. From the New World Sky City? 5. What? The Marines were stunned. Don't look at this as East Blue, but how could Marine do without reading the newspaper? No one knows the city in the sky. That is the main city of the Demon King. The most important thing, the white armor and wings, is the symbol of the female crew members of the Demon King's main ship, and the Marines know it better. It's over. The female crew member is here, so the devil may also be here. Roy was horrified. Advertisement, teacher said. Don't talk nonsense. Kuina took a deep breath and lifted the shrunken Yan Mo, dragon's explosion flame. Cut the rain of fire. Slashed with a knife, the incomparably hot pillar of fire burst out, dyeing the sky red in an instant, and swooping down with considerable might. Scythe Windblade. The sickle fruit ability. Eric waved his hands repeatedly, turning the air into a windblade, trying to cut it open. But underestimated the power. Boom. The pillar of fire is an explosive flame that explodes the moment it touches the windblade, and the blasted flames drown the warship along with the wind and waves. The entire warship collapsed. Okay, it's amazing. Abis looked down on the island cloud and exclaimed. The momentum is good. Bai Yu commented. Kuina adapted quickly. Explosive flame, from the dragon spell. The specific effect is a combination of burning plus explosion, the hot flame of the explosion, and the consumption of Kuina's knife is very small. Holy water plus angel wings plus rabbit charm plus dragon charm, the combination of the four, the current Kuina strength is not weak. 9-year-old Kuina, aside from the individual, can fly sideways in East Blue. Die. Unfolding the angel's wings, and a rabbit spell increasing at an extreme speed, Kuina flew quickly and slashed Roy's neck with a knife. Peefed. A bloodline appeared from Roy's neck, stunned the Marines. This speed. Eric's eyes were horrified. He landed on the debris of the warship, waved his hand and cut out the wind blade, turning into a tornado that swept into the sky. Brush. Kuina dodged directly to the sky behind Eric and drew his sword. Crimson with a knife. Boom. The dragon talisman explosion flame column appeared again, covering Eric's place, blasting him and the entire warship with fragments. Are they all scum in Marine? Thinking of Bai Yu's words, Kuina looked at Marine who was struggling in the sea, hesitated and slashed. Hot hell. A large column of fire exploded on the sea surface, the entire warship was reduced to ashes, and many seafish were blown out. Kuina drew back the knife and took a deep breath. The first actual combat was a bloody slaughter, so adjust your mentality as soon as possible. Fly back to the island cloud between the wings. Teacher, mission accomplished, 35. The shot was clean and neat, and I did a good job just now. After Bai Yu praised him, he comforted Loli. Marine has good and bad, you kill all scum, don't be under psychological pressure. What about the other pirates? Kuina asked curiously. Bai Yu said bluntly. Any pirate is not a pure good person, but it is meaningless to talk about good or bad. Remember, as long as someone provokes you, no matter who the other party is, you will be killed directly. If you can't kill it, let me know and I'll cut it for you. Kuina. Remember the teacher's teaching. She also felt that a swordsman should be simple and direct, and cut straight ahead. A devil fruit appears in Bai Yu's hand, which is Eric's sickle fruit, which can turn the air into a wind blade. Abyss is also an ability person, a fruit of whispering, able to understand animal language and communicate with all animals. Putting away the fruit, Bai Yu looked at Abyss. I'll take you home, 35. Go home. Really? Abyss, who was naturally dumb, was pleasantly surprised that her home was on Warship Island. The next moment, Bai Yu brought the two girls to the cave in the mountains of Gunkanjima. This is 35. After entering the cave, Kuina saw a dragon's head with a white beard. The dragon's head didn't look big, but the green body was dozens of meters tall, like a hill lying in front of him. The old eyes of the dragon head slowly lifted, the eyes turned yellow, and the eyes were weak. Lord Dragon. Abyss ran over in surprise. It is said that the keel of a 1,000-year-old dragon can be made into an elixir of immortality, so the bad guys all want to get this legendary animal to achieve immortality. A few years ago, Abyss met this old 1,000-year-old dragon. Because of the ability of whispering fruit, she communicated with the 1,000-year-old dragon and became a good friend with it. A 1,000-year-old dragon? Bai Yu is not interested in this. The name Millennium Dragons is not derived from their longevity, but refers to the fact that they return to the Lost Island once every 1,000 years around the world. Send it back to the Lost Island, and take Abyss to find her grandfather to say goodbye and leave. East Blue, Logetown, the town of beginnings and ends. The birthplace of One Piece Gold D. Roger was also executed here. Is that the execution platform? High in the sky, a boat floated, and the two little loli above overlooked Logetown. The Logetown square is very dense with people. There are large buildings here, and the execution platform is at the forefront. Why didn't it get destroyed, but instead became a tourist attraction? Abyss asked while looking at the dense crowd. Kuina recalled. My father said that keeping the execution platform is also a deterrent. After all, the One Piece is dead, it is used to deter the new pirates. The new generation of pirates are not afraid of the sky and the earth, so it doesn't make much sense. Bai Yu also came to Logetown for the first time. First time in Logetown, Bai Yu would like to say, it's really good here. Because there are 5 beauties gathered in Logetown by chance, Bai Yu only remembered when he came to overlook it. Chapter 230. Bloodbath the Hive Island. Subordinates slaughtered Teach, the 5 women of Logetown. And this moment, the port of Logetown is located. The annual cooking competition is being held, and it is extremely lively at the moment. After 2 years of study, the title of East Blue's first chef must belong to me. A woman wearing a dark red robe and holding a feather fan with pink hair believed herself. Passionate daughter. Known as Flame Karuman. Yo, this woman is very confident and has a personality my mother likes. The woman who spoke was very bold, wearing a red high hat, short purple hair with bangs, sunglasses, a long tail skirt and red boots. There were 3 women beside her. A little girl with dark red hair and childishness, one with curly purple hair and the other with short blonde hair held a parasol. In the past, they were all killers until they met the beautiful army commander in front of them 2 years ago, and they joined the revolutionary cause since then. Military. Commander, that person. That man. The blonde girl opened her eyes wide and said in a trembling voice. What's wrong? The red-clothed army commander frowned slightly and followed his gaze. First, the 2 little loli were being held by a man with sunglasses, and secondly, very familiar. Not very familiar with, isn't he the Demon King? Don't think that if you wear sunglasses, the old lady won't recognize you. The abominable big pirate B********** D who stole koala. The red-clothed army commander whispered to himself, and then returned to his senses and was shocked. No, it's the Demon King. After regaining his senses, the commander in red immediately grabbed the 3 girls. Don't look at it. Run, we can't stop the Demon King. When the 4 girls ran into the alley, Kuina quickly chased after them. Clang. 35 Kuina blocked the way and drew the knife, The body of the knife was extremely hot. The teacher is interested in you, don't move. Teacher? The three girls were startled, and the red-clothed army commander scolded. Taking away koala. Don't tell me even the old lady wants to take it away, so I'm not afraid that the old lady will kick him directly with one kick. My what? Bai Yu appeared out of thin air with Abyss, looking at the woman in front of him with great interest. Come on, keep talking. You think the old lady doesn't dare to say it? Yes, the old lady just doesn't dare. The corners of the five girls' eyes twitched slightly. The first second was extremely stubborn, and he spoke rudely, and the next second he was directly cowardly, which was really too rational. Yes, in the face of the devil, you should be cowardly, this is the most correct way. Bai Yu smiled and said with emotion. Is it fate to meet you in this small log town? Fate is a ghost. The commander in red scolded inwardly, in this small log town you can meet the devil, this is really hell. I didn't expect all three of you to join the revolutionary army. Bai Yu looked at the three girls, the girl who had forgotten and ignored. Mikita, 24 years old, codename Ms. Valentine, paramecia light and heavy fruit, adjust his own weight. Sarah, 28 years old, codenamed Miss Two Fingers, paramecia fruit of thorns. Marianu, 18 years old, three no girls, codename Ms. Golden Week, is not a demon fruit power, but a realistic painter similar to hypnosis. The three daughters once belonged to the Baroque work club set up by Sand Crocodile behind the scenes, and unexpectedly joined the revolutionary army. The Demon King knows us. Mikita and Sarah were shocked, and the Golden Week of three no girls remained expressionless. After they joined the revolutionary army, their images have changed a lot in the past 2 years. But the Demon King recognized them at a glance, and he must have known them very well. It was amazing and a little flattered. Don't be fooled by his words and charms, he is not a good person, and he is the worst one. The commander in red reminded the three girls in a low voice. Bello Beatty, Revolutionary Army, Commander of the Eastern Army, Bounty, 457 million berry. Paramecia Inspirational Fruit. You can evoke the power hidden in people's hearts by waving the flag and shouting. It can make people who are oppressed but have no courage to resist, and can even make people who are inspired continue to flow out of power. Revolutionary Army? In short, let them join first. Bai Yu thought for a moment, looked at the three daughters of Sarah and said plainly. In a word, all join me. You don't want Bello Betty to die here tragically, right? 35. Please, Lord Demon, don't kill Captain Betty, we will join you. Sarah and Mikita shouted in trembling voices, and Golden Week, the three nun girl, remained expressionless and nodded immediately. Betty. Kuina and Abyss blinked, always feeling weird. Bai Yu looked at Betty again, and his voice was a little colder. Then, you don't want the revolutionary army to be wiped out by me, right? Don't want, Betty exclaimed, and then some doubts. Are you intimidating me? Does it matter? 99 Betty is silent. Yes, the important thing is that she can't control her life now, and it's impossible to escape from the clutches. You can resist, so I have more reason to destroy the revolutionary army. Abominable Demon King. Betty with a straight personality wanted to curse, and then rushed up to fight with the Demon King, but a word dispelled her arrogance. The current Demon King is very cold, and if he is provoked, he will hurt a lot of people. Betty took a deep breath. I'm in, but I'm talking to Koala. Advertisement, can. Bai Yu took the four daughters to the location of other revolutionary troops in Log Town, snatched the four daughters, and returned to the alley. By the way, and you. Bai Yu came to the chef competition, snatched Calumet, left the horrified melon eaters, and returned to the alley again. Do you know me? If you do, join me, otherwise. I'm joining, Karuman shouted immediately. Of course, she knew the Demon King from East Blue, and she was a little excited, and wanted to show the Demon King his cooking skills. Is it still possible? The little heads of Kuina and Abyss are full of question marks. Is it so casual for the teacher, Master Demon, to accept female crew members? When Bai Yu checked the omissions and filled the vacancies. New World. Honeycomb Island Hachinosu. This island with huge skeleton buildings, the former headquarters of Rock's Pirate, is now the headquarters of the Blackbeard Pirates, and at this moment, the pirates on the island are shivering, trembling with horror. Because there is a group of people standing on the coast of Beehive Island, the momentum is extremely terrifying. Whitebeard. 9. Gollum, Rayleigh, Zephyr, Shiryu, Jack, where's the captain? Could not be reached. Currently on the island. They are all the elite members and scoundrels of Blackbeard's ships, and the captains and other cadres of the ships left the Hive Island as early as a few days ago. Blackbeard teach. The world is so big, I want to go and see it, take a trip that says go. Aren't you? Shiryu of the Rain showed a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. It seems that Blackbeard is still a little brainy, and ran away with his cadres, leaving only a bunch of waste to be slaughtered. Looking around for a week, Cavendish became frustrated. There isn't a famous strong man here, I'm so disappointed by this young master. Someone wants to run. Jinbei looked at the other coast with sharp eyes, and could see many pirates boarding the ship. It's all to die for. Jack pulled out 2 shuttle knives and rushed over like a hill. Cracker spat softly. This guy Jack is still so reckless, 55. Everyone was in no hurry to take action. As Shiryu and Cavendish said, there is really no strong person on the island that can catch the eye. Whitebeard looked at the Beehive Island, the birthplace of the pirate game and known as the Pirate Paradise, with a flash of memory in his eyes. Gee la la la, I haven't been back here for many years. Decades ago, I didn't dare to get close to here, and Roger took us directly to Detour. Rayleigh sighed. Rocks. Zephyr murmured. Rock's pirate, who dominated the New World more than 40 years ago, Captain Rox D. Zebek has huge ambitions to become the king of the world. According to the comparison, the former Rock's pirate is not as powerful as the Bai Yu group, but its power is even better. Because they act extremely crazy, 90% of the cadres are real pirates. But Rock's pirate, the biggest problem is, people are not divided. 38 years ago, Rock's pirate was in the Valley of the Gods, intending to attack the world noble celestial dragons and slaves, but was blocked by the Marine Vice Admiral Garp at that time. After Monkey D. Garp and Gold D. Roger joined forces, Rox D. Zebek was defeated, the pirates were destroyed, and the Valley of the Gods disappeared from the map. 3 Ds fighting to the death. The 5 elders laughed without saying a word. D is a scourge, you can fight as much as you like. After the Valley of the Gods war, Garp has thus become a marine hero, and Roger has become a new generation of big pirates, but the world government still erased the traces of Rock's pirate. Except for the older generation, very few people in the new generation know about Rox. Just because you don't dare to provoke, so you team up with Marine to eliminate the threat? Whitebeard glanced at Rayleigh. That's just a small part of the reason. You are too powerful. If you don't fall, we have no room to survive. Rayleigh also recalled. The main reason is that Roger thinks that you attack the celestial dragons and you will make the world a mess. The world will be in chaos. 35. It's ridiculous that this sentence came out of Roger's mouth. Zephyr really didn't like Roger, the pioneer of the era of pirates. Rayleigh shrugged. In any case, if he hadn't teamed up with Marine to destroy the Rock's pirate, he might have died decades ago. Just like today. If the Blackbeard pirates do not unite with the world government, they are not far from death. Thinking of this, Rayleigh suddenly said, Blackbeard won't run to the Holy Land? What? Everyone was surprised for a moment, and immediately realized, yes, it is useless to run anywhere in the face of the devil, only the Holy Land is the safest. Anything south of North Blue, the first half of the Grand Line, is not safe. But this way. Their troops came here to destroy the entire Blackbeard pirates, they couldn't go all the way to the Holy Land, right? Small problem, we came to Hive Island to clear the pirates here. As for Blackbeard, 95 Rayleigh took out an exquisite jade piece. He is the captain's toolman, and the toolman cannot escape. Toolman? Whitebeard was also startled, and he also knew that Teach was so miserable now that the tool people had no human rights. But in other words, other people who want to be the toolman of Captain Demon King are not qualified, and Teach is not bad. Blackbeard has the space imprint left by the captain. Rayleigh explained with the jade piece. According to the captain's statement, crushing the jade piece opens the space portal, and you can reach him by passing through it. Since Shikai Bankai controlled space and time, Bai Yu made a special space symbol based on the space mark on Blackbeard Teach. Advertisement. Everyone was filled with emotion when they heard the words, and it was really hopeless to become the captain's opponent. Blue. At this time, the phone worm rang, and Rayleigh laughed after listening to the answer. Well, our people found the Blackbeard pirates in Subordinates Land, and he wants to go to the Holy Land. Let's talk for a few hours. 39. A couple of hours? Many people look at the Hive Island pirates. These time is enough to kill them all. There's no need to go all out. Zephyr is very strategic, and said calmly. The commanders of the divisions led the team members to stay and clean up the Hive Island, and the vice captain and above came with us to the Subordinates Land. 5. Everyone agreed. The chief officer plus team members clean up these pirates, and the vice captain and above will chase the main force of the Blackbeard regiment, and the efficiency will be higher. Now. Subordinates Archipelago. Port Coast. The Blackbeard pirates replenished their supplies and went back to the ship without stopping. They were always nervous. Most of the troops stayed on the Hive Island, and all the elite cadres on this ship, more than 20 people. At this moment, the ship was silent. Because, they're going to the Holy Land soon, this is the captain's decision, and everyone can't refuse, but there is a Holy Land, and it is easy to get into trouble. What if one of them accidentally provokes celestial dragons? No, what if the celestial dragons are interested in them? All cheer up, you must understand the captain's difficulties, the power of the devil is too strong, we must find a big force to join forces, Lafayette said. Lafayette was also helpless. As long as the Demon King's power is not so strong, they will not escape from the New World like bereaved dogs. Cooperate with world government? If they came to the Holy Land, they would not be able to help themselves and live humbly. But they don't want to die, because the devil is likely to destroy them. Ha ha ha, it's not a shame to flee without a fight in the face of the Demon King, and dignity is not as important as living. 520. Teach laughed in disapproval, but his eyes were full of unwillingness, and it was all because of the damn Demon King. When Bai Yu returned to the Demon King Sea, Teach realized that something was wrong, and immediately packed up and left the Hive Island. He was thinking of going to North Blue, but it didn't take a few days. The addition of Kaido, Golden Lion, Kuzan, Zephyr and others stuns Teach, while Whitebeard's resurrection joins. Teach is terrified. The first few people are strong, but they are enemies at most, but Whitebeard, it must be beaten to death when he sees him. The kind that never die. Therefore, Teach finally chose to cooperate deeply with the world government, united against the enemy, and ran to the Holy Land to hide. Even if he temporarily became a domestic dog, it was better than a tragic death, and there was hope in life. Damn the devil, why did you resurrect him? Why do you want to restore him to the peak? Why? Blackbeard roared inwardly. In other words, such a terrifying Demon King made Blackbeard's heart frightened, and God knows how many people the Demon King has resurrected. If I can do it all over again, I'll— Blackbeard felt a trace of remorse, but it was quickly washed away. Give him another chance. He still wants to take dark fruit from Thatch, but he can't kill Thatch, as long as he doesn't kill his companions. Just grab the fruit and run away. It doesn't violate the only iron law on the Whitebeard ship. Don't waste time. Suddenly feeling a sense of unease in his heart, Teach shouted. Let's go to the pilgrimage site immediately, hurry up and sail. As a navigator of the Black Regiment, Lafayette was about to obey the order, and when he looked up at the coast, he was stunned. What is that? Hum. A huge translucent space portal of tens of meters appeared in the port ahead, making everyone suspicious. Spacegate. Teach looked at the past and a word popped into his mind, and after thinking of something, he looked horrified. No, it's the devil. 35. Damn world government, the space imprint on my body has not been erased. You all be damned. Teach roared angrily. He was shrewd and forbearing, but he was still being played by the five elders, and his rage was soaring. When the black mist filled Teach's body, a voice came from the space door. Gu la la la, long time no see, Teach, you have become 4 emperors. Old. Hearing the familiar voice that seemed to be laughing but was extremely cold, Teach suddenly felt a chill rushing towards his tinling guy, and he couldn't hide his horror as he looked over. Brush, Whitebeard, Zephyr, Rayleigh. 3 Team 0 members, 5 team leaders, plus 5 vice captains, a total of 13 people walked out of the space door. At a glance, the cadres of the Blackbeard regiment felt their scalps numb, and their hearts were filled with despair. Hiss. It is clear that the Black Group will soon be taken away to increase the strength of the world government, but now, something has happened. On the sea in the distance, 2 CP-0s from the Blackbeard pirates came to pick up the ship belonging to the world government. What? Chapter 231. Blackbeard vs Whitebeard, the doomed ending. Shocking. Now, Holy Land. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. One side. Whitebeard plus Zephyr plus Rayleigh plus Shiryu plus Jack plus Cavendish plus Cracker plus Jinbei and other 13 people. One party. Teach a group of 24 elite cadres on a boat. The people at the port evacuated frantically without thinking, while the CPO on the ship in the distance contacted their superiors to leave silently. Farewell, Blackbeard. At the moment when Teach was besieged by Whitebeard and others, it also represented the termination of the cooperation, and the 5 elders could only sigh inwardly that Blackbeard almost boarded the Holy Land and became their son-in-law. There's no point in sending someone to rescue him. Ha, thief, it's an honor for me to be surrounded by you. Blackbeard. Teach suddenly burst into laughter in silence and fear. Go to the island. What? Lafayette and others were surprised. Immediately, they realized that they were on the boat. Many people, including Teach, were capable people. If they didn't land on the island, they would definitely crash into the sea. But, even if you fall into the sea, there is still some possibility of survival. Maybe you're lucky, you will die in battle when you land on the island. But seeing Teach jump first on the shore, everyone bites the bullet and keeps up. I didn't expect this guy to have a bit of courage. Shiryu of the Rain grinned, wiping the long knife lightly. Cavendish analysis. I think it is possible to live on the island and die on the boat because he's very good at kneeling, isn't he? Cracker took over, sneering. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Because they remembered the Summit War, Teach knelt down when he saw Captain Demon King. The one who knelt was a skilled one. Jack muffled. Why can't it be? He wants one person versus all of us. It's possible. People. Top-level understanding, God. They also didn't understand why Jack had such an idea. It was simply not something that ordinary people could think of. Teach, Whitebeard whispered. This year's Teach, 40 years old. As a child, Marshall D. Teach was accompanied by his mother and 2 younger sisters. At the age of 12, Teach cried and knelt begging to join the Whitebeard pirates. In a flash, 28 years. Teach, Whitebeard's voice suddenly became cold, and Blackbeard's body tightened. Before he could say anything, he saw Whitebeard raise his hand and a white circle of light appeared. Boom. Whitebeard threw a punch directly, shattering the atmosphere in front of him, and a circular oscillating aperture roared out. The terrifying shock force completely destroyed the place it passed, and immediately drowned everyone in the Blackbeard regiment. Boom. In a roar, the dust in the sky rolled up, and it fell into a dead silence again. I can't forget it after all. Whitebeard sighed inwardly. As someone who has died once and became Bai Yu's subordinate again, he thought that when he met Teach again, he would face it very calmly, neither happy nor angry. Results. The moment he saw Teach, the image of Sage's tragically dead body flooded into his mind, making Whitebeard furious. Life in Baitwan is very free, there are no restrictions, you can do whatever you want, even if you get into trouble, Whitebeard will take over all for his sons. The Whitebeard pirates have only one iron rule. They are not allowed to kill their companions. Advertisement. When the dust cleared, to many people's surprise, the members of the Black Group were unscathed, but Blackbeard was gone. Crack. The gravel was lifted, and Blackbeard climbed out of the ruins. It's really merciless. It's impossible to be merciful. 99. Things are in trouble. Teach's heart is heavy. This is not the peak of Whitebeard's blonde hair in front of him during Summit War. At his peak, the furious Whitebeard shot. Teach had only seen it once or twice, and it was a force that made him terrified. Teach. Old. Shut up. You're the only one who doesn't deserve to be my son, Teach. Whitebeard stood with a knife and his voice was indifferent. You violated the only iron rule on my ship, killing your companions. 99. With regards to the hatred of Sachi, I'm going to put an end to it today. Boom. The aura of dominating the world burst out. This is the top conqueror's aura that belongs to Whitebeard in the real peak period. Many people present were suffocated, and the ground where the port was located was widely cracked. Plop plop. More than half of the people on the black group fainted instantly, and the brains of Lafayette and the others roared in astonishment. Enough. Teach shouted angrily. Edward Newgate, even if you have the strength to punish Lao Su, but Lao Su refuses to accept it. 35. Thief, ha ha ha. Why did Lao Su work for the Demon King for 2 years? Why did he send you to kill Lao Su? Blackbeard grinned in anger and filled his body with black mist, gritted his teeth and said, even if you keep a dog for 2 years, why should you feed a few bones? And if he doesn't give anything, he has to slaughter the dog. The devil is so cruel. 99. The whole place was silent. Whitebeard's momentum was stagnant, and Shiryu and others also looked at each other. Why do they think it makes sense? Why? Rayleigh murmured, then said aloud. First, you are the 4 emperors, and you are an obstacle to the captain's unification of the new world. 5. Second, you are not a dog, but an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. Thirdly, you never need to sleep. You are a multi-fruiter, Vegapunk, they're interested in you. Speaking of this, Rayleigh shrugged. You should understand, nothing else matters, and the captain has never given an order to kill, but... Who made you have a special physique? Take away the disabled first, and use the waste. Yes, minced dissection. It will still die. Blackbeard is uncertain. He is not worthy of letting the Demon King specifically issue a kill order, but his physique is very important. Damn, he was careless. Not to mention being surrounded by everyone today, even if not, when he arrives at the Holy Land, there will still be only one result. Get on the operating table and dissect. Because there are countless people all over the world who are greedy for Teach's double fruit. 5 elders. You finally get it. What a pity. Slow the devil one step further. Ha ha ha, thief. I didn't expect this to be the reason why I was ignored by Lao Su. From the day I got the double fruit, it was destined to end. Blackbeard laughed hysterically, and the palpitating darkness swept out, his hands on the ground. Dark cave. The black smoke swept through like a tsunami, and the concussive force of the previous attack by Whitebeard disappeared in the black smoke. Ha ha ha. This is the fruit I got from killing Sachi. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. The strongest power, dark fruit. Try it's awesome. 35 so conceited? Zephyr gave him a cold look. Rayleigh waved his hand. Shiryu and the others ignored Blackbeard and rushed towards the rest of Lafayette and the others. Chi-Chi. 95 advertisement. The black smoke continued to sweep, causing everything around him to sink wherever he passed, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Whitebeard didn't say a word, letting the black smoke rush under his feet. I said, Daddy. The more black smoke was released, the more arrogant Blackbeard became. I used to respect and worship you from the bottom of my heart. Blackbeard was talking. When he saw Whitebeard raise his hand again, he sneered. It's useless. All fruit abilities are nothing in front of me. Bang. Blackbeard smashed the ground, rushed towards Whitebeard, and burst out when Whitebeard's fist burst into white light. The dark Uzumaki covered the white aperture, and the power of the shock disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Blackbeard couldn't hide his surprise. How is it, Dad, my darkness? Even the devil fruit's ability can absorb it, making it useless. In other words, you can no longer cause an earthquake. Blackbeard said, and in Whitebeard's incomparably cold eyes, another kind of power erupted from his body. The power of natural disaster fruit, volcanic eruptions. In an instant, the entire port, especially the ground where Whitebeard was located, suddenly burst, and terrifying magma rose into the sky. The large-scale volcanic ash set off by the volcanic eruption instantly turned the surrounding and even the sky dark, and Blackbeard immediately covered his entire body with armed colors and was blasted out by a large piece of magma. Tornado. The flying Blackbeard's eyes slammed, and a terrifying tornado was set off around him, sweeping him into the sky and leaving in the distance. Escape? Shiryu and the others were startled, but they didn't expect Teach to have this hand, attacking themselves with the natural disaster storm to escape. He thinks too much. Rayleigh shook his head. Zephyr glared. Boom. The force of the terrifying shock shook the magma away, and Whitebeard walked out of his arms unharmed, looking up. Breaking and shocking. Whitebeard held the Kong cloud cut, and the power of concussion and conquerors blessed it and slashed out fiercely. Boom. Lees. With a single slash, the large-scale atmosphere in front was instantly shattered, turning into a shockwave that pierced the sky and the ground. Not good. Blackbeard, who was being swept away by the tornado, sensed the crisis and broke out into darkness without thinking, turning himself into a grand black vortex. Devouring everything like a black hole. Boom. The shockwave quickly caught up with the collapse that would destroy the tornado, and the force of the shock was engulfed by the black vortex. However, the force of the tyrannical impact slammed into Blackbeard, instantly exceeding the upper limit of his absorption of damage, and the double pain left his mind blank. Boom. A black shadow slammed into the sky, and then fell down into the ruins. Wow. Blackbeard suddenly vomited blood in the ruins, and as soon as he looked up, he saw a shadow swaying down, and Whitebeard came with a knife. Old. Bang. Knock. Kong Yunki directly penetrated Blackbeard's left hand, his right foot stepped on Blackbeard's right hand, and his hands were fixed on the ground. Whitebeard looked down at the frightened Blackbeard indifferently. Pride, rashness, that's your weakness. Gollum. Lafayette et al. Suffocated. Why did it change so fast? 1 second they were surprised that Whitebeard's ability was disabled, and the next second they were desperate. Blackbeard abandoned them and ran away alone, and at this moment, they were directly suppressed by Whitebeard. Chapter 232. Ace Day, Sister Uda, be my brother's girlfriend. Beautiful sword, blue bird, Momo 100 times. Aoyu Wu Lagon. Wake up, Skeleton King, the 8 chi radiations are broken. When Blackbeard was fixed on the ground by Whitebeard, Lafayette and the others were horrified, and they were directly surrounded by everyone. Cavendish slash, Momo Shiryu slash more violently, Jinbei Waterpolo shock wave, Bonecracker awakened into a huge skeleton slash of hundreds of meters. And Jack is more brave, he is tall, after entering the form of the Phantom Beast, the 8-headed snake, the 8 giant snake heads spit out various colors to destroy the beam of light. The 5 vice captains including Hawkins and Peggy Wan also attacked. Boom. 35 attacks from all sides directly drowned Lafayette and the others, and a huge mushroom cloud erupted together. The entire port burst open and filled with dust. Blackbeard pirates, stop here. Rayleigh drew his knife. Breakdown. The shot is a big move, and the tyrannical slash cuts through the void and goes straight into the mushroom cloud. Crackling. You demons. Thunder Beast Zephyr's body flashes purple thunder, and his armed color bursts out. Thunder Black Arm Zephyr. The powerful armed color wrapped around his hands, that black like obsidian, is the origin of the title of Black Arm Zephyr. Zephyr directly blasted out a purple-black thunder shockwave, which burst out just as Rayleigh's slash broke out. Boom. This roar. Blackbeard Teach, who was still terrified at Whitebeard's feet at the moment, trembled in his heart, and the breath of Lafayette and the others completely disappeared in an instant. There were only a dozen or so cadres present, and more than half of them were stunned by Whitebeard. They were killed by his natural disaster. Do you have any last words? A shock wave bloomed from Whitebeard's right hand. No. No, Dad, 520 I'm your son. Teach struggled on the ground, his eyes full of viciousness. Boom. The ground trembled violently, cracked in a wide area like an earthquake, magma erupted, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the sea and tsunami churned. Tornadoes roared, sandstorms and blizzards raged. Fruit of natural disasters. Everyone looked sideways, all kinds of natural disasters erupted all around, the thunderclouds in the sky were swept away, and a meteorite with a diameter of several hundred meters swayed away from the clouds and fell from the sky. Bai Yu, who was far in the first half, looked sideways, and the meteorite with a size of several hundred meters was one of the meteors under his control. After being pinned down, Bai Yu felt it, but did not cut off the connection. The concept size increases the perception range, perceives the scene of the Subordinate land, and sees what happens in the port. It's just the last struggle, the fruits of natural disasters can't reverse the ending. When Bai Yu was in Summit War, he saw various natural disasters in Blackbeard and understood that natural disasters are suitable for destruction, but not suitable for fighting top powerhouses. The natural disaster that erupted was even more difficult to control and had no effect on Whitebeard. 7-star sword. At this moment, Bai Yu held a long sword with an emerald green light in his hand. Bai Yu is currently on Aska Island in the first half of the Grand Line. This 7-star sword, which absorbs countless resentments and blood, attracts slaughter and destruction, and becomes a cursed demon sword. If it appears at the same time as the red full moon, darkness will dominate the entire earth. Of course, this is just a legend. In fact, the 7-star sword can manipulate people's minds and become a lunatic who only knows how to kill and destroy. The sword is a demon sword, but it can only control people with weak willpower and strength. Boom. Not waiting for the natural disaster to strike, Whitebeard punched Blackbeard directly on the head, and blood spurted out in an instant. Ah! Advertisement. The skull collapsed. Bodge. The pain of choking Teach swept through the brain short circuit, and the natural disaster that appeared suddenly dissipated. Bang Kacha. 35 another punch, and Teach fainted. Whitebeard stopped at that, took a deep breath, and stared at Teach calmly. Gulu, will it be too fast? It's only a few minutes. The 2 CP-0s on the ship on the distant sea hadn't gone far, and at a glance, they found that the battle was over too fast. Fortunately, you didn't kill him directly, but he didn't have a few years to live. Rayleigh rushed over, took out extremely high-purity seastone handcuffs, and directly chained Blackbeard's limbs. No need to sleep plus double fruit, his physique is too special, he is the experimental subject named by Vegapunk. Whitebeard was speechless. He suddenly felt that Teach, the rebellious guy, was quite miserable, but Whitebeard quickly got rid of this thought and went to the laboratory to spend the rest of his life. Let's go. 35 Rayleigh threw a lens, and soon Bray opened the Mirror World channel, and everyone entered and disappeared. Now, Elegia, Music Island. The island is very lively at the moment, and various facilities and scenes are being arranged to prepare for the upcoming concert. In a living room, many people looked at the girl in front of them excitedly, like fans watching idols. The girl in front of her is a world-famous singer. On the sofa in front, a girl with red and light pink long hair was sitting, smiling sweetly with headphones on. Shall we start? A female reporter pressed her emotions down, adjusted her emotions and asked. Ken, your favorite food, creamy pancakes, what do you hate? Pirates, your interest, sing. 35, what do you like? Just be cute, just like my sister, she's really cute. Huh, sister? The female reporter was suddenly full of excitement and wanted to know about the singer's family, and the girl with the headset pointed at her with a chuckle. Now, she is 35. When everyone looked back, they saw a little girl with long ice blue hair, wearing an aqua blue dress, with a very delicate appearance, who looked like she was not around 10 years old walking over. Ah, so cute. Everyone roared in their hearts, but when the big eyes of the little girl Hyland looked flatly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Good. So high and cold. The other party seemed to be a high-ranking queen, full of majesty. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The little girl of the high cold queen fan spread a smile and trod towards the girl with the headset, hugged her and said crisply, "Sister Uda, I'm back. Where did you go this morning? It's very dangerous outside. Acids likes to play too much, and Uda is curious and worried. The recent new world is really messy. Although Ace Day is powerful, she is just a little girl after all." Ace Day said bluntly, "I went to the food island in the morning, and I'm going to bring you some delicious pancakes for my sister. But when I met a group of pirates, I was surprised that there was a girl of my strength in this world. I was curious and took a little shot, and it turned out that the red-headed guy Conquerors was strong, but he couldn't hit me." 95. Speaking of this, Ace Day smiled playfully. "Delayed me to buy pancakes, I ruined their boat when I left, and before I left, I heard the red-haired Ao cry, saying that there is no money to buy a boat. Okay, poor big pirate." Advertisement Uda. Country red-haired, poor big pirate? Journalists. Food Island. Just kidding. The Food Island is thousands of miles away from the Music Island. How to do it in the morning and back in the afternoon. "Hey, sister, are you giving an interview?" Ace Day said and stood up. "I'll go get the pancakes." Hot and hot little lowly, Uda smiled and motioned for the interview to continue. "May I ask when you started singing? I don't remember very clearly, but when I have memories, I always sing songs without knowing it." "Excuse me, Miss Uda, do you have any musicians you respect?" "Miss Karina and Ms. Maria Napoleon." "Hey." Hearing this, the female reporter was surprised. But Miss Karina is now the female crew member of the Demon King, so she is also the pirate you hate." Uda whispered. "She was just taken away by the devil. Miss Karina's singing talent deserves my respect." "Hate pirates? Not far away." Ace Day blinked. His brother is also a big pirate. "What are your dreams for the future?" "Thanks to the fans, I was able to hold a world-class concert for the first time. This time I want to use my singing voice to make people all over the world happy. I wish you great success for your concert in a week in advance." "Thanks." The interview was over and the reporter left. Ace Day came over with a sweet smile. "Sister Uda, here, your favorite pancake with a lot of cream. Here, your favorite rainbow candy." Uda also took out the candy. The girls, one big and one small, laughed and ate happily. "Sister Uda, do you know the Demon King?" Acids blinked. "There aren't many people in this world who don't know the Demon King." Uda said, looking at little Acids carefully. "How'd I feel that you were very concerned about the devil?" Uda didn't think much about this. She had seen many Demon King fans. And Uda didn't think that Acids knew the Demon King, because the Demon King would definitely take Acids away, let alone let her play outside. Because he's strong. Subconsciously wanting to say brother, Ace Day rolled his eyes and said, "Sister, how about I introduce you to a boyfriend?" "Male. Boyfriend?" Uda was surprised, and then chuckled. "You are so young, do you know what a boyfriend is?" "I don't even understand." 39. Ace Day thought for a while and said uncertainly, "In short, it is a man who can help you fulfill your dreams." 99. "My dreams are hard. No problem, there is nothing in this world that my brother can't do." Uda was dumbfounded. After talking for a long time, it turns out that Ace Day is promoting her brother. What a lovely idea, kissing and kissing. Looking at Acid's expectant eyes, Uda smiled. "Okay, take me to meet you another day." "That's great, my brother will be here in a few days, and you'll see each other then. He also likes to listen to music." Ace Day smiled and looked forward to the meeting between her brother and sister Uda. Brother? Uda thought deeply. What kind of man would that be? Ace Dessa's body is a huge ice blue whale, and also a deep sea devil whale that shocked the world. Because of her brother's help, she became a girl. Like a dreamy fairy tale, this also made Uda very curious. Wouldn't it be a huge sea kings with special abilities in the same shape? Chapter 233. 10,000 Realms Draw 15 Draws, Concept Limiter? The Devil's Eye of Death? 5 days later. Castle in the sky. In a spacious courtyard, 9-year-old Kuina practiced basic swordsmanship in front of the building, rising from the ground. It's about to start. After Bai Yu gave some pointers, he took a deep breath and prepared to start the lottery. These days, Bai Yu grabs people very fast because he wants to draw 10 times in a row. First of all, before the beauty of the plot is integrated into the big family, the biggest role is to draw a lottery, which is also my purpose of going overseas. Only. Bai Yu touched his handsome face. It's all my fault that I'm too attractive, and the girls have fallen one by one. I had no choice but to set up a warm and harmonious big family. Thinking of the big eyes of the girls who admire, Bai Yu sighed. My damn charm. Nami, Humph, Yuan, Hancock, husband. Kaya. Big brother Bai Yu is so nice. Vivi, brother Bai Yu is the best. Robin. There are just too many tricks. Shirahoshi. I love Bai Yu-sama. Bai Yu. Come to my room at night. So, the lottery is the premise, and feelings can be cultivated slowly. 99. Step 1. In the mental space, simulate all the plots that you have seen, and find the missing ones. Step 2. Concept: increase the size of the perception range, perceive the world, and accurately detect where all the beauties in the plot are. The third step: teleport within the perception range, and find someone to take it away efficiently. Step 4. Send the story beauties that have been snatched in the past few days to the spaceship, and let Stussy and the others teach them well. Abyss. The little girl who guards the Millennium Dragon, whispering fruit. Bello Betty. Commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, inspiring fruit. Valentine. Mikita plus Golden Week. Marianu plus Sarah, all 3 daughters belong to the original Baroque Work Club. Karuman. East Blue Chef, daughter of Passion, Flame Karuman. Maya. The blue-haired witch guards the cursed holy sword and the 7-star sword. Lackey. From Sky Island, he treats Aisha very well and treats her as her own sister. Margaret. Blonde, from 9 Snake Island, protector of the country. Pulky. From the Fokker West Blue Bandit, Bai Yu took away Foggy's slow fruit by the way, but didn't kill it. Iska. Marine beauty ensign, orange hair, nicknamed Nailhand. Charlotte Flamp, 15 years old, sister of Charlotte Pudding. Kami. From Mermaid Island, light green hair, very cute mermaid. Sweetheart Queen. Blonde, from Clockwork Island, who can paste fruit. There should be. Bai Yu couldn't remember, and immediately gave up. I don't remember, after all. I will travel around the world with girls in the future. Maybe one day I will meet suddenly. System. Draw a lottery. Ding. Detected host robbing Kuina, Abyss, Bello Betty, Mista, Marianu, Sarah, Karuman, Maya, Lackey, Marigod, Pulky, Iska. There are 15 members of Frampy, Kami, Sweet Queen, who have become crew members, subordinates, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding. Congratulations on the item in the draw. Cow Charm 100. The power is infinite, there are similar items, and they are automatically optimized. Ding. Congratulations on the item drawn. Horse Charm 100. Eliminates all negative effects and injuries caused by external forces. There are similar items, and they are automatically optimized. Advertisement. Ding. Congratulations on winning the item. Burning Duel, fighting the world. Ding. Congratulations on your winning item. Hobyoku, from the Shinigami world. Ding. Congratulations on the item drawn. If the phone booth can help the wisher create the parallel space he wants, from the world of Doraemon. Ding. Congratulations on the item in the draw. Ruhi Golden Hoop, from the world of Journey to the West TV series, Dingai Shenzhen. Ding. Congratulations on the items in the draw. The House of Time and Spirit, a special training place, from the world of Dragon Ball. Ding. Congratulations on the item drawn. Strengthening Stone * 10,000, strengthens all things. Ding. Congratulations on the energy draw. From the Ninja world, the Otsutsuki family planted the sacred tree chakra fruit. Ding. Congratulations on winning the energy. Daheiji Any entire realm comprehension card, from Sword Saint Lu Bai. I am invincible in the world, and I will not fight against the sky and anyone. 99. Ding. Congratulations on winning the information. Any information in the heavens, 1. Ding. Congratulations on the creature in the draw. A super husky, which can dismantle everything. Ding. Congratulations on the ability to draw. Concept reality, rewriting reality. Ding. Congratulations on winning the concept. Innate talent, the eye of immediate death. Even if it is a god, I will kill it for you. Ding. Congratulations on the concept of drawing. The limiter is lifted, heaven rewards diligence, you are self-disciplined, and your physique is infinitely strengthened. 15. Let me see. Bai Yu counted it again and carefully checked the specific information of each one. If the phone booth, this is a bit of a mystery, and I can't use it. Chakra fruit, 1 step into the 6 paths level, it's useless to me now, the blood is too mixed. The golden hoop rod in the TV series, what's the use of this iron rod? When Bai Yu saw that the creature in the draw was a super husky, he couldn't hold back. Airha? I can't afford it. And it's still super Airha. If Bai Yu releases it, he guarantees that the entire Sky City will be demolished the next day. Any information from the heavens, I don't have anything to know at the moment. Enhanced stone, can I force upgrade and optimize any item that I understand and can destroy? 10,000. Bai Yu checked carefully and determined that it was a total of 10,000. He couldn't help but admire that this strengthening stone was an absolute treasure. Because remarks. The vision and strength of the host are improved, and the strengthening stone is improved. For example, you can only split wood today, so you can only strengthen wood, and cutting diamonds tomorrow can strengthen diamonds. No matter how strong Bai Yu is in the future, the strengthening stone can keep up with the rhythm. The Eye of Death. 35 view profile of Bai Yu. 1 hit 1 kill concept ability of causality. All things come from the source, and if there is birth, there must be an end. The end of things is called death, and the magic eye sees the dead end. Seeing the dead line of all things, cutting along the dead line will cause irreversible and incurable damage to the object. If the intersection of the dead line is pierced, the object will be permanently and irreversibly destroyed, even the ability and even all concepts can be cut off and killed. Note. Death needs to be understood. It doesn't work for things whose death cannot be understood, and for things that have no concept of death. Bai Yu thought about it, no problem. The rest are good too. When I saw Hogyoku, I thought of Aizen, which finally evolved strangely. The famous Fenju seems impossible to practice, the last one is good. Concept level limiter, Saitama Sensei of One Punch Man. Thinking of a certain bald-headed demon king, Bai Yu was very emotional. He had used so many plugins but he did not reach the point of Starburst with one punch. However, the bald-headed Demon King still has many weaknesses except for his extremely strong physique, that is, ordinary people. Ding! There are 3 trigger optimization mechanisms. Please choose the host independently. There is no time limit, you can optimize at any time. Choose 3 optimizations. Advertisement Bai Yu was caught in the difficulty of choosing. There were only 3, but some items seemed inconspicuous, and it was possible to optimize beyond Bai Yu's imagination. For flowers. For example, chakra fruit. Although it is useless for the current Bai Yu, it is very important that it is a treasure in the ninja world that allows the descendants of Otsutsuki to ascend to the sky. One step at a time is the key. If the system chooses this direction to optimize, God knows what will happen. There is also Fenju. Bai Yu found that he couldn't practice, and he really couldn't understand it. Concept reality, law of karma, eye of immediate death, and concept limiter. If they are optimized, it will be more terrifying. Even a super husky can become a mythical roaring dog. Since there is no time limit, let's keep it for now. Bai Yu was in no hurry to choose. The system seals the husky and receives and comprehends the Dahei sword intent. 35. Erha. Bai Yu understood the Dahei sword intent from the beginning to the end, and the sword was not even a foot in front of him. The sword of the world, the sword of heaven, teacher. 35. Kuina, who was practicing swordsmanship, suddenly felt that an endless edge flashed away. When she turned around, she saw Bai Yu was practicing with her eyes closed, but she didn't see anything. This afternoon. Grand Line, Peach Island. From a distance, the whole island is composed of huge pink heart-shaped mountains, plus a bunch of pink heart-shaped hills, surrounded by gorgeous rainbows. The legendary Island of Dreams. The kingdom of Kamabaka is here, and this is the base camp of the new human monster paradise. The king is Emporio Ivankov, who is known as the man of miracles and the strongest monster king in history. 2 years ago, Bai Yu didn't go to the 5.5th floor of Impel Down because he didn't want to see a ladyboy, but he was very interested in one thing. That is, Ivankov has Crocodile's previously unknown secret in his hands, and it makes him extremely fearful, calling it hateful. What is the secret? That crocodile couldn't have been a woman before, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Yu directly denied. Because it's what Ivankov said, it's easy to think of gender. Teacher, what is impossible? Kuina was curious. People on this island, it's impossible to escape today. Bai Yu and Kuina are currently on the high sky island clouds. Kuina's eyes lit up. Teacher, are you going to take action? These days, she has learned a lot about Bai Yu, but the more she understands, the less she finds it. The teacher seems to have no limits, pulling all people's curiosity into it like a black hole. I'm not going to make a move. Bai Yu saw the disappointment on Kuina's face, and chuckled. I have to take it step by step, you can't see it clearly when I shoot it, let alone. So, I'll bring you here to see the showdown at the top of the world first, so that you can gain insight. The kingdom of Kamabaka, now the base camp of the Revolutionary Army, was evacuated from the island of White Earth, Baldigo, because he doubted that Bai Yu could find it. Just moved in 2 days ago. Top of the world? Kuina was refreshed and subconsciously asked, is there a great swordsman? Yes, and it's a top swordsman. Bai Yu said, gesturing for Kuina to look over, they're coming. Gollum. At this moment, blisters appeared on the sea not far from the coast of Kamabaka Kingdom, and it seemed that something was about to come out. Overlooking Kuina, saw the huge shadow under the sea. Chapter 234. Sabo, Ukromouth, the 5 squadrons are besieging the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army. Goal. Overthrow the unequal rule of celestial dragons who dominate the world government, and establish a new world full of dreams, harmony, freedom and equality. Former headquarters, Baldigo. Now the headquarters, E Kingdom. In a conference room, since it had just moved in 2 days ago, the commanders and cadres from various places had not yet left. Currently discussing the Demon King. It's not that the Revolutionary Army pays too much attention to the New World pirates, it's just that the battle efficiency of the Demon King's subordinates is too high. 4 Emperor's Blackbeard, Yu Sabadi was besieged. It only took a few minutes, the crew was killed, the captain was decommissioned, and they were taken away for nothing. Sabadi is mixed with dragons and snakes, and there are spies everywhere. Although it has not been published in the newspapers, the major forces already know about it. Really, too fast. Sabo didn't know what to say, it was a 4 Emperor's force anyway. His younger brother is still a little pirate in a boat, but he is in a chaotic new world, which worries him. The Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Deputy Commander Asilu, said in a low voice, Commander Betty, was taken away by the Demon King. As soon as the words came out, everyone's discussion came to an abrupt end, and they were more or less indignant. Taking away Koala is not necessarily a bad thing, this is what many people thought before, and it may be able to connect with the devil. But there are some things, one cannot have two, otherwise everyone will feel aggrieved. And Bello Betty's fruit ability is extremely important to the Revolutionary Army, it can arouse people's hidden strength, and it can even make people who are oppressed and lacking courage muster the courage to resist. Many middle and low-level members of the Revolutionary Army became, May 23rd, members. They were all oppressed people. Those who were awakened to resist are the backbone of the Revolutionary Army. Some people were indignant, while others were extremely calm. Shang said calmly, since we can't get it back, then there's no point in discussing this, and here's the chance. What chance? Many cadres were startled, but Ivankov grinned and said, Hip Hop, Kaido, Blackbeard. The next one is Redhead. If they are all taken down, naval headquarters will also withdraw from New World, and then the entire New World will be owned by the Demon King. 5. Although the 4 seas of East, West, North, South and 4 seas are large in area, they are not strong in strength. Then, shortly after, Ivankov pointed to the world map. The first half of the Grand Line belongs to the world government, and the second half of the New World belongs to the Demon King, half of each side. One side cannot tolerate it, and the other side has great ambitions, and it is bound to fight. No rocks? Ivankov spoke quickly, and after everyone digested it, they thought back to rocks. The Demon King's power is comparable to the previous Rocks pirate, but in terms of overall strength, it is far greater than the Rocks regiment. There were too many reasons for the former Rocks group to lose, and in the end, they never even saw the Holy Land. But the power of the Demon King is different. There is a high possibility of pushing it horizontally, rushing out of the New World, entering the first half, and directly attacking the Holy Land Mariejois. Marine can't stop it, CP organization can stop it, and will face the Celestial Dragons family. The Demon King has a 99% chance of facing the Celestial Dragons. Let's not talk about the winning rate, but if we add this, it will definitely improve the winning rate a lot. You mean cooperation? Crow, the commander of the Northern Army, frowned slightly. Ivankov nodded and shook his head. The devil may not like us, but he will definitely not refuse. After all, the more power, the more chance of winning. As long as we are willing to let us know when we attack the Holy Land, and attack the Holy Land Mariejois together, the result will definitely be better than fighting alone. Let's talk about winning. If we lose, the losses on both sides will be minimized. If you win, who will call the world up to you? Pirates? Some cadres in 99 have questioned their souls. Hearing this, Ivankov said very seriously, the goal of the Revolutionary Army has never been the world government, but the Celestial Dragons behind the scenes. 99. In other words, the other allied countries are regarded as ministers, and the Celestial Dragons are the royal family. The Revolutionary Army overthrows the royal family, and then changes the dynasty and establishes a new regime. Some cadres also said, the overthrow of Celestial Dragons is only half of the revolution. The most important thing is that we establish a new regime. Pirates will only destroy. I think it's better to let the world government and the Demon King fight. We wait for the opportunity, and win it in one fell swoop when both sides are sluggish. Well said. Many cadres nodded. Celestial Dragons and Pirates battle. They are the best to watch the show. No matter what the result is, there must be one party who suffers heavy losses, and even both sides suffer heavy losses. This is the opportunity. Approved by many cadres, the cadre who spoke was also in high spirits. Leader, what do you think? Huh? Not right. Drago frowned slightly. The wind was a little too calm today. Sabo said in a deep voice, don't you think about the possibility that the Demon King will take us before attacking the Holy Land? Impossible. 35 advertisement. A cadre retorted. We just moved the headquarters, no one found out along the way, and aren't all those who have been in close contact with the Demon King quarantined and checked, and no problems were found? Really didn't check out the problem. Dorag, Shang and others tried their best to check themselves, but they couldn't find any special medium. But it didn't mean it didn't check it out, so Drago suddenly got up and shouted, there are enemies, the whole army is on alert. With a gust of wind blowing, Dorag disappeared, and the bear was stunned for a moment, but also disappeared instantly. Not far from the coast. Gollum. Crash. A large number of air bubbles emerged from the sea surface, and then a behemoth burst out of the sea, setting off a sea of waves. This is, Drago, who had just rushed out to a high place, took a careful look at the front coast, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Ancient weapon. Pluton. The bear that appeared out of thin air spoke in a low voice. On the coast, there is a huge super battleship that is comparable to the entire Peach Island or even bigger. As soon as it appeared, countless birds flew away from the island in a panic, as if they would die if they didn't leave. Revolutionary troops from all over the island gathered, looking at the coast, their scalps tingling. Hush, Pluton. Gulu, I read that right, how did they find this? Damn Sabo, you crowmouth, they're here. 66. Sabo was speechless. What should come will eventually come. What does this have to do with him? A group of mentally retarded? No, the chief of staff must have the courage, and cannot fight with these people. All the cadres stared at the front. The shape and size of the super battleship were exactly the same as Pluton, the background board for the group photo of the Demon King in the newspaper. Wow, what a big boat. On the high sky island, the little girl Kuina exclaimed, curious. Teacher, it's the Pluton of one shot and one island? Are you going to shoot? Of course we will fire, but Bai Yu sat on the island cloud and whispered into Kuina's ear. At the same time that her pretty face blushed slightly, the words also made her wide-eyed in astonishment. Teacher, how are you? It's not bad, it's called strategy. Bai Yu stroked Lolita's hair. Like many people are afraid of me, if Khalifa uses Nine Tails Fox Fruit to become me, stop on the island, even if not the shot will also scare many people into paralysis. Because everyone knows that I'm strong, they can't stop me, and as long as the fake Khalifa doesn't shoot, not many people can see it. So does Pluton, even if it doesn't fire a shot, it's a deterrent when fired. 35. Kuina seems to understand but not understand. As soon as this giant ship was put out, many people in the Revolutionary Army on the island were terrified because it was so famous. Kuina was curious. Teacher, is this your strategy? Of course not, I don't need to play these little tricks yet. Bai Yu pointed to Pluton, and said, It's the bad taste of the people inside. 35. No yet? Bai Yu had just drawn 15 consecutive draws in the Wanji lottery in the morning, but now overlooking the island, there is no plot beauty. The happiness of 15 consecutive draws is something that the world probably won't be able to experience. Now, inside, Pluton, Kuzan said lazily. Allah, you really know how to play. I heard that you played with Marine when you caught Vegapunk, didn't you all learn from the captain? 5. I'm not good at learning. Bullet clenched his fist and said, let's start, immediately seal the island after the attack to prevent the leader from running away. Ha 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 ha, it's fun to let Lao Su start this cannon. Crocodile ran up and pressed a button in a state of excitement. Everyone is speechless, really can't play at the moment, play fake to satisfy the heart. No, it's firing. On the outer islands, the Revolutionary Army watched 10, Pluton, gun muzzles aimed at them, and they were immediately stunned. Fire punch. The storm hits. Advertisement Sabo slammed huge fire fists in a row, Drago raised his hand and stormed, the wind assisted the fire, and swept over in an instant. The bear is still compressing the air, preparing for a big move, and preparing to rebound and attack. Boom boom boom. At this moment, 10 cannons were fired in unison. A dozen shells with a size of several meters charged towards the island at high speed, and exploded when they touched the storm flames. Boom. The terrifying explosion directly destroyed the coast, setting off a huge mushroom cloud, and a large tsunami appeared, instantly lifting the entire Pluton hundreds of meters away. Bear shock. 35 Looking at the terrifying aftermath of the blast, the big bear shot out a huge shockwave and rushed towards it with all his strength. Boom. Another roar sounded, and as the whole island shook, everyone was in shock. Is this Pluton? It's not that the power is not great, the shells just shattered the coast directly, and the power is far greater than the rest of the shells. However, the power is not strong enough, and it was agreed that one cannon shot one island, but in the end it took 10 cannons to destroy the coast? We've been tricked. Drago spoke in a low voice, and the whole breath was a little relieved. Fortunately, I was tricked. 99. Amid everyone's suspicion, Shang calmly said. The one just now was an ordinary cannonball, but the cannonball contained explosive rocks, but because the number is too small, the power is not enough. So, it's a fake Pluton, and luckily it's a fake Pluton. 35. Everyone was in a trance. The next moment, a group of people jumped out of the huge battleship in the distance, and the Revolutionary Army couldn't help gasping when they looked at it. Ryder plus Kuzan plus Hawkeye plus Bullet, 4 members of Team 0. Lucci plus Sand Crocodile plus Perospero plus Moria plus Chin, 5 captains. The remaining vice captains plus officers plus team members, the 5 teams are participating. Ha ha ha, didn't you just frighten you to death? Crocodile said with a cigar in his mouth. I still don't need a real Pluton to deal with you. Sand Crocodile. Ivankov drinks high. Crocodile's face suddenly turned black. It's you? Damn. The current Pluton is still under repair and cannot be used specifically. And this one is a huge 0.9 battleship arranged by Bullet after understanding the basic structure, using other various materials plus fusion fruit, the appearance is the same. Cannonballs are filled with dynamite rocks. After the Pluton is completely repaired, Bullet will go to study all the structures of the Pluton and mass produce the real Pluton. No, stop him. 35 Dorag suddenly spoke in silence, and a terrible storm began to gather in his hands. Late. Hawkeye drew his sword and slashed, black knife cut. The terrifying slash fell like a crescent moon, and Shonda slashed hundreds of meters across the sea in an instant, heading straight to the peach-colored island. Ice Age. The cold air of Kuzan erupted like a torrent, rapidly freezing the sea. Awaken. Enchantment. One of the team members, a shimmer of light bloomed on his hand, and then suddenly became larger, turning around to create a huge pale red enchantment covering the entire peach-colored island and the surrounding small sea area. The Revolutionary Army condensed. It was during the Summit War that Michael, the deputy chief of CP0, led a team to besiege Bai Yu, and Bai Yu gave it to him. Live up to expectations, 2 years of awakening. This kind of enchantment, even if the space ability person can't escape for a short time, is like the absolute defense of the barrier fruit, mainly to prevent the bear from escaping. My lord, 2 hours. The enchantment person shouted, and he can only maintain his full strength for 2 hours at present. 2 hours. Enough. Bullet clenched his fist and said a little unhappy. The 3 tasks were drawn separately, and you were drawn. I originally wanted to play the redhead. Dorag, come to fight. Chapter 235. Female hormones? The audience looked at him. The sand crocodile was going crazy. Boom. The slash collided with the storm, and it exploded in the roar, and the scattered aftermath carried strong wind pressure and cut everywhere. At the same time, the sea around the Peach Island where the Kamabaka Kingdom is located was frozen, making the air of the entire island suddenly cold. Boom. The bear shoots out a pebble, but under everyone's gaze, the stone hit the barrier and shattered directly, and this scene also made the Revolutionary Army's heart sink. Bear fruit, fleshball fruit. The palm of the palm is like a bear's paw-like flesh pad, which can bounce off anything it touches, and can strike or slash. It can also shoot the target, shoot it to the predetermined location, and teleport across a large range of the world. Bears also develop popping pain and fatigue, which is transferred to others. But the enchantment covering the ice field and the island in front of him directly blocked the bear's plan to shoot other people away. Unless the enchantment is broken, Dragon, what should I do? The bear's voice was heavy. A completely closed island cannot break the barrier in a short period of time, But Bullet and the others jumped off the huge battleship and rushed over, and they would not give them time to break the barrier. How on earth did they find this place? The headquarters just moved. Drago threw away his thoughts, stared at the 4 members of Team Zero in front, and said solemnly, "All, surrender, 35. What? They surrendered without a fight, and everyone was shocked. Mori immediately said, "Boss, I can push out the underground passage, you block, give me some time." The sea is completely frozen, and the underground passage through the barrier is useless. Drago said in a condensed voice, "The bear and I will definitely be besieged, and we won't have a chance to take care of you. Even if the barrier is broken, how many will we be able to escape? Revolution requires sacrifice, but it does not require meaningless sacrifice." Well said. Ryder unfolded his vampire wings and flashed to look at Drago admiringly. "It's a wise choice, you're smarter than that old B**************** D Garp. 5. But, Ryder looked aside again coldly. "My knowledge tells me that many people's hearts are full of hatred at the moment, and this kind of hatred. It's really sad." 99. Furthermore, he even hated his own leader. Not good, legendary mind reading? Some cadres were horrified, and they lowered their heads quickly, their bodies trembling, and Drago also had the same expression. The Revolutionary Army was formed by Dorag, but if you want to develop a Revolutionary Army, the first problem to be solved: resources. Marine is troubled by the issue of military spending every day, and the 5 elders often find reasons to cut military spending and limit Marine's development. No stealing, no robbing, no exploitation, no open development. The Revolutionary Army, in addition to fighting the guerrilla war with the world government and supporting the war with war, also needed the support of many forces. There are too many forces all over the world who dislike celestial dragons, and the Revolutionary Army is their best secret support object. Core top layer. It must be controlled by Drago, and his thoughts are highly unified with him. As for the middle and high level people, there are many people, and there will always be people who are thirsting for power, just want to overthrow the celestial dragons and become those in power. Dorag's surrender directly shattered these people's dreams of rights, and after the dream was broken, unwilling and resentful. Ridiculous hatred. Bullet rushed to clench his fist and said, "Even if you successfully overthrow the celestial dragons and establish your own regime, you will still be the first batch of waste to be cleaned up. Allah, there are worms in any force, and they must be cleaned up." Kuzan breathed out a cold breath and told the truth. Thoughtful cadres face ashes. Celestial dragons are external troubles, and they are internal troubles. Will they all die in the end? "Why haven't you moved yet?" Hawkeye came and looked at Drago calmly. Task content: suppress the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, do not accept surrender. Cut. 35. The huge slash just appeared, and the bear blocked in front of many people like a teleportation, and lifted the bear's paw and shot it directly. Advertisement. Boom. The slash was shot flying, bounced directly into the distance, and cut through the distant mountains. Hawkeye's eyes lit up. "I wanted to fight you a long time ago to verify your bounce limit." Between the words, Hawkeye raised the sword power of a great swordsman. "Try to bounce all my slashes away." Chong. As soon as the knife was lifted, the Revolutionary Army felt a terrifying edge and immediately retreated, and the eagle-eyed knife fell rapidly. Boom. 35. When Hawkeye attacked, Bullet punched Dorag with a punch. Boom. Hawkeye and the bear's attack collided and exploded, and Drago disappeared. Ryder looked up. Flying to the sky, this ability. Yes, it's a very troublesome ability. Fortunately, the island is closed. Otherwise, if he wants to leave, he really can't stop it. Kuzan is full of solemnity, joining the first battle, absolutely cannot paddle. "Teacher, he can't see us." On the island cloud, Kuina looked at Drago not far away in surprise. "This is not your focus. Look carefully at Hawkeye's and Ryder's swordsmanship. They are both top swordsmen." Bai Yu's words made Kuina nodded seriously and observed carefully. Battlegrounds below. He, I didn't expect to meet the fur tribe here. Moria sneered and stopped someone. 1 m 5 Revolutionary Army. Confederate Commander, Lindbergh, 316 million bounty. What's so funny? You're not human either. Lindbergh felt Moria's demonic face laugh extremely harshly. Chong. Moria didn't use his ability to draw the knife. Although he was not a great swordsman, he also played with knives when he was young, and even collided with the Kaido mace. The now lean body rushed towards Lindbergh very quickly and slashed. Fire Dragon King. Jin did not wear a mask, and cut out an oriental dragon-shaped flame. The scalding flame was like lava. Quack quack. The crows disperse as a group of crows, and gather in the distance to form a bald man with a beak like megaphone on his beak and a black feather coat. Commander of the Union Army, Crow Callus, bounty 400 million berry. A bird zone. Jin's tone was flat. "It's your misfortune that the crow met me." 39. This is. The crow's voice was very low, and he solemnly watched Jin enter the human beast form, and his body was burning with flames that made his heart palpitate. You demons knew, belonging to the bird fruit, the race that controls the flames and the Jin's own flames combined to make it more fiery. Guard the fire dragon emperor. The larger fire dragon roared towards the crow, and before it arrived, the crow felt that its feathers were melting. Parasparrow vs 169-year-old giant, Western Army Commander Mori. Fire punch. Tempest kick storm. As soon as the huge flame fist appeared, it was cut open and scattered by the powerful storm, and it retreated directly. You demons, Kama Itachi. Do you control the power of the wind, Trouble? Looking at Lu Chi, who was ruthless in front of him, Sabo felt extremely troublesome. The wind helps the fire, and it is more powerful when it cooperates with each other, such as Sabo Drago. As for Sabo's flame, it is really difficult to destroy Lu Chi's wind from a distance, and he can only fight in close quarters. Sabo rushes towards Lu Chi very quickly, his arm color and flame burst out at the same time. Dragon Claw Fist, Flame Dragon King, armed, Storm 6 King's Spear. Lu Chi, who entered the strongest human and beast form, was surrounded by Storm Uzumaki, and raised his hand to Sabo to explode 6 styles. Advertisement boom. The wind and fire exploded, and the two of them took a step back together, and the fighting spirit was boiling in an instant. The rest of the vice captains and the officers and other members of the army besieged the Revolutionary Army one after another. Guhahaha, finally let me see you again. Crocodile stopped smoking cigars at this moment, stopped putting on his coat, and sneered fiercely in his eyes. Hip hop, it's been a long time, Croc boy, do you miss me so much? Ivankov said, still twisting the waist of the bucket in place. Bah, dead s asterisk. Crocodile spurned. Ivankov reminded. When you were a rookie. Hip hop, I knew a certain weakness in you. Crocodile angrily said. You dead s asterisk. Shut up. With your attitude, I suddenly want to reveal your past to the public. Ivankov changed his voice when he said this. Of course, if you tell me your specific mission, I can keep it a secret, hip hop. I just want to slaughter you now. Crocodile was full of killing intent, and he decided to kill him. Death Wink. Ivankov took the initiative to attack, and burst into an explosive storm in the blink of an eye at high speed. Desert Sword. Crocodile turned his hand into a sand blade and released it in a huge size, directly cutting the incoming explosion wind. I 5.23 million Kov dodged the slash and shouted loudly. Yes, tell the secret of Crocodile. What? Crocodile was startled, too worried about the secret, and immediately turned his head to probe the past. He must kill it. This stupid crocodile. Bai Yu couldn't help but help his forehead, it was obviously fake. But there is no need to remind, anyway. Ivankov cannot beat the current sand crocodile. Bai Yu continued to watch the game. Galaxy Wink. When Crocodile turned around, Ivankov directly opened up, which was dozens of times more powerful than the Death Wink. Boom. Crocodile was blown away, and Ivankov quickly caught up. Hateful. Sand Crocodile quickly got up to fight back, but to his astonishment, Ivankov's armed defense chose to resist hard, and he was constantly broken and splashed with blood, desperately approaching him. Female Hormones. Ivankov, who was desperately close to the Sand Crocodile, exploded with a lot of hormones. Sandstorm. A huge amount of sand erupted from Crocodile, blasting Ivankov out, and a roar was heard. Hooah! I must kill you. A dead s asterisk. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Eagle Eye stopped, Ryder looked sideways, Bullet closed his fist, Kuzan looked back, Bear Eye looked over, Dorag looked down. Because of Crocodile's roar, it was inexplicably full of femininity, so I was about to change my old man into an old lady. Huh. Kuina's eyes widened. Bai Yu was stunned, and immediately covered Kuina's eyes. Don't look at it, child. 99. It's really hot eyes. Bai Yu looked over and felt extremely hot eyes. Ivankov rushed over desperately and gave the Sand Crocodile, kill. Female hormones can turn men into women, men's nightmare. The hair grew rapidly, the tough face became soft, and the body was bulging with great evil, which was like a mother. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Moria was stunned. Is it been single for too long? Why'd I suddenly feel that Crocodile is beautiful? Crocodile. If it spreads out, my life will be over. Sand Crocodile is going crazy. Everyone. Chapter 236. Senior Working Boy, Dorag. The scene of the death of a large crocodile society. Now. The whole scene changed. It was obvious that the two sides were still fighting to the death for a second, but now they have all turned into melon eaters, strong onlookers. What should you do when your companion suddenly turns into a woman? Moria thought deeply, her eyes erratic. Tisk tisk. Bullet tutted nonstop. Ryder smirked. Are all young people now so good at playing? 35. The cold eagle eyes suddenly said, whoever brings a camera phone bug, the image phone bug is also fine, take a picture and send it. 35. Everyone's eyelids jumped, but they didn't expect Hawkeye to be the darkest one. Allah, he'll kill himself in shame. Kuzan said better not to, but took out a camera phone bug from his trouser pocket. Click. As we all know, photos in the Qinghai world cannot be posted, and this photo alone is enough to make the Sand Crocodile famous. Whoa. Crocodile roared to vent his grief and anger, but his voice was full of femininity, which made people who didn't know dream about it. From Crocodile, it suddenly became, Crocodile, she wanted to die. A woman's voice. Kuina, who was covering her eyes by Bai Yu, pricked up her ears and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. She really did not expect that there is such an incredible ability in this world, even a man can become a woman? Bai Yu coughed lightly. It's time to test you, don't be disturbed by foreign objects, immerse yourself in meditation. Is teacher. Kuina is obedient. Bai Yu whispered. As expected of the Revolutionary Army, in this desperate situation, they still haven't given up hope of escape. It's just that the method is a bit irritating. Quicksand waterfall. A tsunami-like sea of sand erupted from Crocodile and charged towards Ivankov in a huge range. You can't kill me, Ivankov shouted loudly. My ability is permanent, kill me unless you find another hormone fruit and let someone eat it to help you, otherwise. Just be a woman who calls herself Lao Su all your life, hip-hop. Damn, Crocodile's movements were stagnant, and then his eyes were fierce. Then I will destroy you first. Boom boom boom. When the Sand Sea charged, Ivankov kept blasting the Sand Sea with his Milky Way wink, but the sky and the ground were covered with thick sand seas in all directions. When he stopped, the Sand Sea completely covered and squeezed him. Desert prison. Crocodile rushed over and pressed against the sandy sea, absorbing the water. Dragon's breath. Suddenly, Dorag burst out Conquerors wrapped around his right hand, and attacked the barrier with a lightning-quick dive. Bear shock. A huge circular shockwave hundreds of meters in size erupted from the bear, also attacking the direction of Dorag's attack. Black knife slash. Blood tides, the strongest fist. Ice Age. Hawkeye slashed at Big Bear, Rider blocked Drago, Bullet attacked Drago, and Kuzan blocked the shockwave. Boom. The four had a fine division of labor, and various attacks exploded, causing huge waves, sending many people flying out. Failed. Drago regressed, secretly saying that it is a pity, what a good opportunity. Ivankov desperately tries to get close to the raging crocodile, turning him into a woman with estrogen in itself to attract attention. Just like just now. At the moment when Crocodile turned into a woman, everyone looked over, and Bai Yu became a melon eater. Here is an opportunity. Advertisement. It is also the fundamental purpose of Ivankov, otherwise there is no point in trying to make Crocodile a woman. This enchantment definitely has weaknesses, but the opportunity is fleeting. While everyone was distracted, Dorag and the Big Bear attacked the same location of the barrier together, trying to work together to break the barrier. Results. Hawkeye and the others still did not give them the opportunity to attack the barrier with all their strength. In fact, the attack is useless. The enchantment effect is space blockade plus absolute defense, but there is a time limit. There are a lot of fruits that can pass through, such as Menman plus Chuanshuan, etc. However, no one from the Revolutionary Army present can pass through, and even if they cut the fruit, they cannot cut the barrier. Those with the barrier ability can move freely, just far away from the barrier, unlike those with the barrier fruit ability who cannot move. Gee ha ha ha, so that's the case. Noticing the attack just now, Crocodile also understood something, and threw Ivankov, who had absorbed most of the water and was about to turn into a mummified corpse, on the ground. Desperately turning Lao Su into a woman and fighting for hope of escape for the Revolutionary Army is really naive. Crocodile stepped on the S*********** king. To tell you the truth, if you can't break the barrier, change Laozi back immediately, or you won't be left behind. Kill me, hip-hop. Crocodile jumped his feet angrily, causing people who looked sideways to be stunned. Good mother, no, now she is a woman, and mother should be. Boom boom boom. The war continued. Lu Chi and Sabo, the battle of wind and fire, turned into pure body art confrontation. Hawkeye continued to attack the bear. Rider plus Kuzan plus Bullet vs Revolutionary Army leader Dorag. Tornado. Drago floated high in the sky, raising his hand to burst into a tornado that carried through the heavens and the earth. Logia storm fruit, or wind, hurricane, etc., the real fruit that manipulates the power of wind. Is this why basically everyone in the Revolutionary Army has to wear goggles, because they want to block the wind? The Revolutionary Army Bai Yu encountered, basically all wore goggles. Earthquakes, volcanoes, typhoons, 3 natural disasters in a small island country. The 3 disaster forces are pirates, marines, and Revolutionary Army. It must be said that the power of the wind is really strong, and it can even control the airflow, thereby affecting the weather changes. The invisible wind, in most cases, can make Drago come and go as he wants and dissipate with the wind. Moreover, the wind is persistent, and it can sustain long-range storm attacks without any stagnation in the middle. Storms on the sea whip up tsunamis, storms on land lift everything, and tornadoes in the sky are stronger. Whether it is destructive power or the blessing of combat power, etc., it is very strong. And Logia's wind is not easy to play. Like now, Rider is fine because he has vampire wings and can fly freely, while Kuzan and Bullet suffer in mid-air combat, making it difficult to do a true 3-on-1 against Dorag. Drago was calm and not confrontational, and fought guerrilla warfare with the 3 of them. It has been turned into the wind and left the encirclement, weakening the siege. Although Drago will eventually be defeated, the time of this battle will be prolonged. In this way, in Logia, I still like Funliwang. Bai Yu thought of Nuoki Gao's oxygen fruit, the upper level, air fruit. The essence of wind is the flow of air, and the air fruit is absolutely top, even more comprehensive. Sandburst Stream. Shadowgun, 39, Fire Dragon King. Extreme Exclusion, as Sabo confronts Luigi, Crocodile, Moria, Jin, and Parasparrow come out. Lu Chi raised his eyebrows slightly and grabbed the head, but it didn't matter, the most important thing was efficiency, and he won Sabo first. So fast? Sabo was very shocked. He didn't expect the other commanders to be defeated so quickly, and he was also overwhelmed by the attack at the moment. Boom! Advertisement Sabo exploded. The 5 people did not stop, and kept attacking towards Sabo, and the attacks in the 5 directions continued to collide and explode. Hey! Hawkeye brushed past the bear in an instant, and a bloodline splashed on the bear's body. Your fighting spirit is too weak. I'm in a hurry today, I'll fight next time. Hawkeye turned around and jumped to join the siege of Drago. His legs were separated, Shang's tall body fell to the ground, his eyes dimmed, and the revolutionary army was about to die out. At the moment when he saw Hawkeye and the others coming, there was only bitterness in the inside of the bear's seemingly calm exterior. At the moment of being targeted by the Demon King, even if they all run away, the revolutionary army will fall apart, sooner or later. At a glance, Drago was also bitter, and after the wind dissipated, it fell directly to the ground and came to the bear's side. The fall of the bear is the beginning. This made Drago depressed. Seeing everyone chasing after him, Drago said, "Everyone, it really doesn't make sense to kill all the revolutionary troops here. There are too many revolutionary troops all over the world. If there is no headquarters, they will hide deeper. When the time comes, you will harder to clean up." Speaking of this, Drago saw that Bullet and others were indifferent, and the sound exploded with the wind, making the whole island silent. I, Drago, voluntarily disband all the revolutionary armies, submit to Lord Demon Lord, and serve Lord Demon Lord. Chief. Sabo, Mori, Crow, Lindbergh and other cadres in the ruins are also full of bitterness. This is a desperate situation. Ryder and the others paused slightly. The mission order was to suppress all the headquarters of the revolutionary army and not to accept surrender. The captain did not say that he would kill all the people here, nor did he say that he would not accept allegiance. There is a big difference between surrender and surrender, the former being a prisoner and the latter being one's own. Drago continued. Everyone, our goal is celestial dragons, and the more power you have, the more chance you have to win. The next words are a bit unpleasant, but if you kill me, you are only completing the task. If you let me surrender to serve the Lord, it will be considered a credit. 35. Ryder and the others looked at each other. Don't say anything else, Dorag is indeed a top talent. Judging from the fact that Captain Demon King often won top-level powerhouses in person, except for a few such as Blackbeard, the captain still welcomed top-level talents. Task content? Kuzan double-checked to avoid mistakes. Hawkeye calmly said, in the content of the task, there is no sure kill. Don't be so troublesome, put on the seastone handcuffs, and follow us back to the General, Lee Howe, department. Bullet threw out the handcuffs. Starting with a slightly cool, extremely high-purity seastone directly seals Drago's fruit ability, but Drago does not show a state of physical weakness. Drago looked everywhere. Them. Looking at the face you choose to serve, all the people who had hatred in their hearts were killed, and the rest were brought back to the headquarters for detention. Ryder interrupted and said flatly. Drago didn't say much. If you are not allowed to surrender, then surrender, and one will survive. If you don't want everyone in the headquarters to perish, Drago has no other choice. Submissive. Crocodile came over carrying Ivankov and said coldly. Let him change me back, I cannot kill him, and don't let me see him again in the future. 99. Crack. Suddenly hearing the sound of taking pictures, Sand Crocodile shouted. Who is taking pictures? When looking back, Crocodile was speechless and angry and wanted to die. Don't look at it, it's nothing more than an extra senior worker. Yes, world-class concert, Tashigi and the others are there too. Large-scale death scene. Concert? This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. On the island cloud, Bai Yu also took a few pictures, which will not be visible in the future. Hawkeye, Bullet, Ryder, and Kuzan are all taking pictures and videos, and the expressions of the four are sloppy. Teacher, it's over? Kuina exited the meditation and looked in doubt, and found that the movement in various places began to subside. Bai Yu was not surprised by the result, looked at Kuina and said, next, I'll take you to the concert. Chapter 237. The Demon King was suppressed by the girls? Uda's memories. Surprise discovery rubber fruit. After one day, nothing about the Revolutionary Army, including Blackbeard a few days ago, was widely reported. Because the 3 tasks assigned by Bai Yu have not yet been completed, wait for the Red Hair Pirates to be won and then inform the world in one fell swoop. And at this moment, on the spaceship. Ah, the singer is going to hold a concert, I didn't even know. Karina was excited, holding a newspaper and calculating. It turns out to be tomorrow, can we make it there? Of course we can, the direction we are going is the concert. Nami said and complained again. Who the hell are you fans, stupid fox? Of course I'm a true fan of Lord Demon King, I love everything about him. Karina shouted, and then said a little embarrassedly, but I'm also a singer, and I also admire the singer's musical talent. Oh, no, Karina came back to her senses. Aren't we going to find Lilith Seeds? But the concert is in the country of music. Yeah, just go there. Nami took out the map and checked that there was nothing wrong. The address sent by Lilith Seeds is in Elegia, and if there is no accident, it will arrive tomorrow. Can I see the real singer? Perona is also looking forward to it. Pudding was surprised. I didn't expect you to remember her songs too? Is it strange that countless people around the world have heard it and will not forget? Her singing came out 2 years ago, when everyone listened to it together. A sweet smile appeared on Perona's face. Every time I listen to her songs, there's a sense of happiness and satisfaction. Many girls nodded. This is the singer's first world-class concert. Before, it was basically an image. She used a special telephone bug to make the world receive special signals, and she was silent in her singing. Makes people feel happy and satisfied. This sense of happiness has caused countless suffering people around the world to regard the singer as their savior, and there are many fanatical fans. I really want to see her concert right away, the scene must be very lively. Robin came over and chuckled. Vivi nodded. Her singing seems to be in another dimension. 523 should be some kind of ability. Hancock said rationally, she would be intoxicated when she listened to the song of the singer. This thing is very strange. However, Hancock quickly threw his thoughts away, clasped his hands in thought and said, when will my husband be back? I have a hunch that Bai Yu-sama will be back today, Shirahoshi said, looking around with his little head. Then let's call. Kaya smiled, stood on the edge of the spaceship and shouted, Bai Yu is big. Who is calling me? 35 Before Kaya could finish shouting, Bai Yu's voice suddenly sounded, which surprised the girls and looked back. Bai Yu returns with Kuina. Husband. Seeing Bai Yu appearing, Hancock rushed over like a teleportation and plunged directly into Bai Yu's arms. Husband, my concubine is going crazy thinking about you. Come on together, surround him. Nami rolled his eyes, shouted, and rushed towards Bai Yu. It's time to get close to your idol. Karina also rushed over. I'm coming too, and I crush the big villain Bai Yu. Bonnie, Vivi, Perona, Sugar, Koala, Garat, Shirahoshi, Runti, Yamato, Gerd. These are either naughty, cheerful and playful, or all rushing to join in the fun. What kind of experience is it to be directly surrounded by 13 girls? Bai Yu said that this is the happiest trouble. Moved. Bai Yu didn't dare to move. Brother Bai Yu, come on, I believe you can't be overwhelmed. Kaya's big eyes turned into crescents with a smile. It's too messy, Makino said, smiling. Advertisement. My goodness, Betty, Maya, Abis, Iska and other 15 girls who came to the spaceship a few days ago were stunned. I really didn't expect that the terrifying Demon King, who was famous outside, would be directly suppressed as soon as he returned to the spaceship. Shocked. Demon King Bai Yu was suppressed by the 13 girls and dared not resist. Who are the 13 girls? Teacher. Kuina's eyes widened. Are these her mistresses? Hey, wow. Noticing Kuina, Xiao Yu asked curiously. Are you the disciple of Lord Bai Yu? The Abis said. You really look like Sister Tashigi. Gyo nodded. It does look like a smaller version of Tashigi. Hina wants to hug you. Can you, little sister? Hina was excited. Ah. But. Can. Kuina nodded in a trance, but the next moment, she was completely stunned. Because at the moment she nodded, Rebecca, Konas, Kazuki Hiyori, Black Maria, Reiju, and Noki senior girls all gathered around. Aren't you going? Ain looked at Tashigi who was in a cute state. Seeing 9-year-old Kuina, Tashigi began to think whether her future daughter was so cute. Tashigi turned back and said, no, I'll hold her to sleep at night. Good idea, I'll hug it tomorrow night. Robin also looked forward to it. After half an hour. Only then did Bai Yu free himself from the infinite tenderness. He looked at the girls on the spaceship with emotion in his heart. Have you formed such a big family before you know it? Before the departure to Wano-kuni, there were 36 women on board, and after the Wano-kuni War, the number of women on board increased to 41. In the 15 consecutive draws 2 days ago, it was another 15 new members. In total, 56 women, 56 flowers. Bai Yu thought of Ace Day who was playing outside, that was 57 flowers. If Bai Yu took away the lovely and charming villain, the singer, it would be 58 flowers. It seems that you have adjusted your mentality these days, so I can feel at ease. Bai Yu looked at Betty, Maya and other women, and chatted for a while. What's the current situation? Bai Yu looked at Stussie's secretaries. The world government still hasn't responded, and Marine hasn't taken any action. Monet also knew very well that in just a few days, it was difficult for the world government to respond. Khalifa said, Mr. Bai Yu, the red-haired trail was discovered a few days ago, and Kaido and others have chased after him. According to the route, the redhead will also pass through Regia, 35. Bai Yu nodded. The redhead went to look for his daughter, and naturally he would go to Elikia. After thinking of something, Stussie said gracefully, a few days ago, the red-haired boat was destroyed by a blue-haired little girl on the food island, and many people witnessed it. If you guessed correctly, that girl is little Ace Day. Robin's eyes were full of smiles. It must be her. Bai Yu also chuckled lightly. He hadn't seen him for a long time. He also missed him very much. Beboj, okay, warmly welcome Kuina to board the ship, let's have a banquet. Evening. Elegia, Music Island. Music is the magic to wake you up, you can see the future when you close your eyes, sing this song. On Alpine Meadow, 2 girls, one big and one small, were sitting, looking at the sea and the sunset. The big girl sings. The little girl listens immersingly. Endless music will pass through barriers. If you are confused, please believe me. This song is the most popular song in the world at present, which makes countless people full of hope and passion. Wow, it's so good. When Uda finished singing, Ace Day cheered. Sister Uda's song is so good, please believe me. Ace Day also began to sing, which made Uda laugh happily. Ace Day was curious. Sister Uda, you have been looking at the sea these days, are you waiting for someone? Advertisement, yes. Uda didn't hide it, her eyes were full of memories and some remorse, and she murmured. I misunderstood a person before and began to hate him, but after seeing the video, I realized that it was me who was wrong, 35. Who is he? That man was my first adoptive father, his name was, Shanks. Father, since there is a misunderstanding, it's fine, Ace Day didn't care about Shanks. Uda knew that Ace Day didn't know him, and reminded him with a strange expression. The red-haired, poor pirate you met on the food island a few days ago is Shanks. Huh? It's him. 9 Ace Day was surprised, and then his delicate little face flushed. I remember that I destroyed his ship. It's okay, it's the most important thing that you're not injured, he's very strong after all. Speaking of this, Uda's voice was extremely weak. This concert, I also hope that he can come. See. The last side. 35 The recalled Ace Day did not hear the last sentence and subconsciously said, Sister, I am also very strong. Yeah, the cutest and most powerful girl in the world is you. My sister feels very secure now. Seeing Ace Day smiling cutely, Uda also smiled unconsciously. In the last life, it is good to have this sister by his side. Uda fell into memory. She is not Shanks' biological daughter, she was found in a treasure chest by Shanks and adopted. Uda became a Red Hair Pirates musician, a group favorite on the ship, and brought joy to everyone with her singing every day. 9 years old. Red Hair Pirates attacked the world government ship where CP9, including Fuzifu, was located and stole the treasure. The redhead rummaged through various treasure chests and found a wooden box to open. Shanks. Uda even shouted several times, but the red hair didn't respond. He kept looking at the contents of the box and fell into deep thought. Until Uda came. Shanks, what are you doing? 35 Shanks closed the box casually. And Uda glanced at it and noticed what was in the box. It was a purple, devil fruit. Is that also for me? Uda asked curiously. No. Shanks put away the box and said seriously, although you are my daughter, I still can't give you this. 39. Fruit name. Rubber fruit. Mean. Uda pouted and turned around. Don't say that. Shanks came to coax Uda and changed the subject. Look, that's the Goa Kingdom, I'm going to use it as a stronghold for the time being. 9. Stronghold? Uda was puzzled and came to a high place to look. It's a good place, but there is nothing. In her field of vision, an ordinary small village appeared in front of her. After all, Windmill Village is just a border area for the Goa Kingdom. The redhead seemed to know this well, or figured it out before he came. When the ship docked, Shanks came over, looked at the 7-year-old boy who seemed to be very unwelcome to pirates, and said, We're not here to fight, but this village has a very troublesome sheriff. 35. After the little boy got a reply, he clenched his fist again. If you guys dare to do strange things, I won't let it go easily. What? Want to fight? 9-year-old Uda was imposing. Who are you? A 7-year-old boy shouted at the port. Are you pirates? The 7-year-old boy clenched his fist and said loudly, If it's a pirate, get out. Yeah, do you have an opinion? Uda sits on the bow. If you have something, say it and let the Captain Shanks' daughter, Ben Uda, come and listen. 5 Chapter 238. The Demon King of Songs. The truth about the redhead abandoning her daughter, the desperate Bai Yu. Hina. After boarding the Windmill Village, just a few adventure stories will dispel the little Straw Hat's alert to the red hair and turn to the pirates. And since being adopted, Uda has been on the boat all the time and has never been in contact with his peers. The same is true for the Straw Hat, he is beaten by his grandfather every day. And for unknown reasons, the red hair took the Goa Kingdom as a temporary stronghold and left the Windmill Village in no hurry. Then, 9-year-old Uda became friends with 7-year-old Straw Hat. Little Uda. I have a dream, that is to travel around the world, compose many songs, use the best stage in my singing to bring happiness to the world. I want to create a new era. Little Straw Hat. I want to go on an adventure all over the world, go to all kinds of places, meet all kinds of people, and eat a lot of food. A straw hat without a straw hat, the idea is very simple, and the dreams of the two are very different. Shortly after, Red Hair Pirates set sail again, leaving as Uda, the musician who made everyone happy with his singing on board. Another time passed. Since Goa Kingdom was a temporary stronghold for Red Hair Pirates has returned to Windmill Village again. But this time, Uda wasn't there. She just disembarked as a singer, that's all. Facing the question from the Straw Hat, the redhead spoke in a low voice. Beckman and others did not say a word and did not want to mention the sadness of the boss. At the same time, an amazing news spread around the world, and newspapers spread all over the world. Open black lens bracket Roger Pirates trainee red-haired Shanks, brutally destroying the country, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket red hair pirates slaughtered the country of music, Elikia destroyed, close black lens bracket. Shanks. Why, in the land of music, the ruins of Eligia are filled with the cries and cries of Lil Uda, she was abandoned? The most beloved country of music was destroyed, and the most revered adoptive father abandoned her. This caused an indescribable blow to Uda's heart and began to sink. Sengoku. Eligia was destroyed, it seems very tragic. Looks like it's dry red hair. Garp looked at the paper suspiciously. It has something to do with the Demon King of Songs. Sengoku recalled the analysis of the survey results. The Demon Lord of Songs. Overdone it. Garp's voice was sullen. Sengoku took out the red-haired latest reward order. Yeah, finally revealing his true nature, some of his inexplicable behaviors have been eye-catching recently. Traveled around the world with the crew, robbed the world government ship where CP9 was located, and lost the rubber fruit. Now it is brutally destroying a country, which makes Sengoku sigh. Roger will cry, redhead, but the truth of things is often not as simple as it seems. Go back some time ago. Leaving Windmill Village temporarily, the Red Hair Pirates, who set sail again, brought Little Uda to Erigia. Little Uda is very happy in the country of music, she can learn a lot, and people here know music very well, and everyone likes her singing. In this prosperous island of music, there is a forbidden song, the Devil's Movement, taught musica. When Uda, who is the fruit of Paramecia song, sang this song, it caused unrest across the country. Because little Uda unconsciously released a monster, the Demon King of Songs. Boom boom boom. The gigantic Demon Lord of Songs is extremely powerful, destroying everywhere while fighting against all the red hair pirates. But no matter how attacked, even if the red hair and others have been defeated many times, the Demon King of Songs can still regroup, killing and destroying non-stop. Elikia, thus destroying the country. In the end, it was because of the lack of physical strength of the 9-year-old little Uda that the Demon King of Songs dissipated after he passed out. Uda. Looking at the country destroyed by the Demon King of Songs, and at the comatose little Uda, Shanks fell into silence. Everyone on the island likes Uda. If Uda wakes up and knows the truth and knows that it is because he destroyed this place, how collapsed it will be. And the young little Uda will definitely become the target of the careerist. If he continues to follow him, it will be even more dangerous. The Marine fleet is here. Beckman looked out to sea. Shanks makes a decision. Hide the truth, bear the crime of destroying the country, and leave Uda here. Shanks entrusted 9-year-old Uda to the still-living King Eligia, Gordon. King Gordon, the second adoptive father of Uda, raised Uda. Please train Uda to be the best singer in the world. There is no sin in singing, even if you are not here, you are my daughter. Advertisement. Shanks left, and when he woke up, little Uda, who didn't know the truth, cried bitterly. Now, Eligia, Alpine Grassland, this is the truth. Uda reminisced murmured. She already knew the truth, because Uda accidentally picked up a telephony bug in Eligia. Uda saw the video of the Demon Lord of Song destroying Eligia, and then she understood all the truth. The cruel truth made Uda fall into self-blame and contradiction, and her thoughts also changed a lot. Finally, she decided to open a world-class concert and start planning. This plan is a bit extreme, and Uda is also ready to give his life. Sister Uda, you should go to rest too, you have to get up early tomorrow, little Acides reminded. Yes. Uda stood up and looked at the distant sea again. I will realize my dream tomorrow, a dream that I have never given up since I was a child. 99. No war, no poverty, only endless music, a world of eternal peace is about to begin. I'm going to start too. On the spaceship, Bai Yu heard Uda's murmur from a distance in the room, and he murmured the same. There are 9 brands on the table: Nami, Makino, Stussy, Boa Hancock, Robin, Vivi, Conus, Guion, Perona. These 9 girls are all girls who have had a pleasant experience with Bai Yu. I haven't seen you for a few days, and I miss you so much. How to do? After all, Bai Yu had been away for nearly 10 days before returning to the warm family. Although the girls were all happy that Bai Yu came home, Bai Yu still noticed a ray of unhappiness in Nami's children. If ordinary people's girlfriends are unhappy, the coaxing efficiency is too low, the best way is to spend money to buy and buy. But this method is useless in Bai Yu's opinion. The girls are now well informed, including Nami, who don't care about treasure now, and Bai Yu doesn't have any suitable gifts at present. So, Bai Yu decided to use the most primitive method, yes, the method of life continuation. Let's not talk about other girls, but these 9 girls can't comfort one a day, right? The day Lily is cold. Bai Yu perceives the past, and clearly perceives that Nami's 9 girls are not asleep yet, and seems to be waiting for something. After all, they have been missing for a few days, and they are also looking forward to it, but they also know the thoughts of other girls, so they are embarrassed to come over. How about, together? A beautiful picture popped up in Bai Yu's mind, subconsciously thinking so. But in the next second, another picture pops up. Nami throws a fist, Guion draws a sword, Perona gas explodes and so on. Tisk, the Demon King is so miserable. Bai Yu gave up immediately. Then if I should appease the 9 girls tonight? One night is not enough. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, there is. It must be appeased tonight and not delayed, and all 9 have to be appeased, so the time is definitely not enough. But since the time is not long enough, Bai Yu can extend the time. Bankai, time and space are only me. To this end, Bai Yu directs Bankai Zanpakuto, manipulating the power of time. Simple. Adjust the time flow rate in each girl's room to extend the time. Next moment, Bai Yu came to Nami's room and decided to come in the order of pleasure. Nami was the first to have pleasure with him. HMPH, count you through. Seeing Bai Yu appear, Nami raised her head arrogantly with a smile on her face. After thinking of something, Nami doubted. You won't have to rush? Then you better go, it's boring. No, I decided to stay with you for more than 8 hours. Bai Yu hugged Nami and said very gently. Real or fake? Nami was surprised. Now at 10:30 in the evening, after staying for more than 8 hours, they are all ready to eat breakfast. Do other girls care? Bai Yu said seriously. I have never lied to you, don't ask any more, I miss you so much, Nami. 39. Nami was moved and shy. Bai Yu said bluntly, is 8 hours enough? If not enough. Ah, stop talking. Nami covered her face, her pretty face was flushed, she saw Bai Yu come over and closed her eyes. For flowers 0. Bai Yu laughed lightly at this. You Kazuki, you rewind, I'm about to start. Due to the adjustment time flow rate, 8 hours after Nami's room, only 1 minute of outside time has passed. After Nami fell asleep, Bai Yu walked out of her room and counted the time. It's only a minute outside. Advertisement. After Bai Yu confirmed it again, he liked the power of time like crazy. Immediately after, Bai Yu came to Makino's room and saw that she was writing a sailing diary, so he came behind her and hugged her. It's late, let's rest. 99. Wait. Wait for me to finish writing. Bai Yu's directness made Makino blush, and he was also very happy that Bai Yu was here. Then you can write. Anyway, I want to stay with you for more than 8 hours, Bai Yu said casually. Real or fake? Makino had the same reaction, but Makino shook his head quickly and whispered softly. I'm very satisfied to see you, and I haven't come back for so many days, you still go. No. Bai Yu directly hugged Makino and walked towards the soft couch in her shyness. Stussy room. Seeing that Stussy was sorting out some documents, Bai Yu stepped forward and put the documents aside. Look at it tomorrow. Huh. This is. Stussy smells two familiar fragrances that seem to be. Before she could react, Bai Yu hugged her and thought to himself. Immediately fantasizing about wiping the perfume off his body, Bai Yu decided to add 2 hours to the savvy Stussy. Husband. Seeing Bai Yu appear, Hancock, who was dragging his cheeks and fantasizing about something, immediately rushed over excitedly. Husband, I miss you so much, I miss you too. Caressing Hancock's hair, Bai Yu said seriously. Words of miss are the weakest, I like to give actions. Hey. Hancock still wanted to tell his thoughts, but found himself being held up, and when he understood, he blushed. This action is inappropriate. Robin room. Feeling the undisguised footsteps behind him, Robin closed the book smoothly, turned around and smiled at Bai Yu. I thought. 35, think I'm not coming? No, I thought. Let's go to the couch and talk. Before Robin could finish speaking, Bai Yu took her to the couch. You start talking. 39. Do not move. Robin looked down at the devil's claw, with a blush on his face, and whispered. What else can I say if you were like this? Then let's talk about it tomorrow, let the thoughts melt into actions. Vivi, Conus. Guion, Perona, until Bai Yu returned to his room again, less than 10 minutes had passed because of the flow of time. Desperate. No. Bai Yu returned to his room and took a deep breath, then shook his head and said, how can this be considered desperate? I'm not tired at all, the fruit of recovery YYDS. After a total of nearly 80 hours of beautiful experience, Bai Yu was not tired at all, not even a drop of sweat. Still in high spirits. But I always have to choose one. After all, I have already gone home, so how can I sleep by myself? 35 At this moment, a space Uzumaki appeared in Bai Yu's room, and a tall pink long-haired beauty walked out. Right, no need to choose. You came? Yes, Hina is here. No, you shouldn't have come. Why shouldn't you come? I'm afraid you can't stand it. When Bai Yu chuckled and hugged Hina, Hina was suddenly a little nervous. The memory instantly pulled back to 2 years ago, when she jumped into the sea with the terrifying Demon King naively, and that day was also the beginning of her falling into the devil's claws. In the past 2 years, she has witnessed too many miracles and learned about the devil. The Demon King is bad, the Demon King is warm, and the corners of Hina's mouth twitched. When she saw Bai Yu lowered her head, Hina subconsciously said, You. Hina just came here, so direct. Cough, I'm used to it. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he lowered his head again. Yes, it's that direct. Well. Hina opened her eyes wide and stunned for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes again. The marine cape she put on purpose fell to the ground. Moonlight is shy again. 9. Chapter 239. Descendants of Celestial Dragons. The concert begins, all the great forces gather. The new era is the future, if everything in this world can be changed, if it can be changed. A beautiful singing sound resounded throughout the island of music, Elikia, and it was the moment when the concert started. Look into the eyes. The gorgeous and magnificent auditorium was full of people, all from all over the world, listening quietly. Marines, pirates, CP organizations, etc., all forces are there. The singing swept the whole island and continued to spread to the outside of the island. The birds that flew by and the fish that were swimming stopped one after another. This moment. It seems that the whole world only has the beautiful singing voice of the world singer. It sounds so good. The concert was just above the spacecraft, and the girls felt the atmosphere below and murmured while watching the broadcast of Athena. At present, it is only the stage of a cappella singing, and the accompaniment has not been started yet, which makes people feel a sense of ease in their hearts. Really nice. Bai Yu praised it. However, the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are, and such a beautiful voice is not only the reason for the voice, but also the blessing of Devil Fruit's ability. The next moment, the accompaniment sounded. When a figure appeared in the middle of the stage, the audience was boiling. Ooh, Uda. Ah, Uda. Everyone in the audience stood up one after another, waving their hands and shouting, extremely excited. Wow, it's the singer herself, May 27th. I finally saw her. The little fox Karina also shouted excitedly. The girls looked at the middle of the stage, with red hair on the right and light pink on the left, wearing headphones, wearing a short dress, and a red-pink jacket. Looks sweet and dresses stylishly. Diva. Uda, 21 years old. 2 years ago, singing appeared all over the world, attracting countless fans because it can make people who are suffering feel happy and passionate. Many suffering people who have hoped for life again because of Uda's singing call her, the savior. Red-haired adopted daughter, before 9 years old. Adopted daughter of King Gordon of Eregia, aged 9 to 21. Remove all the things that get in the way and hate, and change the world as much as possible. 35. Uda in the middle of the stage danced very attractively, and the singing made the audience continue to boil. Music is the magic you cause. 99 feet. Let me be in a dream. I long for freedom. I can see that a new era is on the other side of the world. The lights staggered and the effect exploded. The atmosphere of the concert at the moment reached a climax, which made the people who heard it unconsciously immersed in the beautiful singing. What's the name of this song? Konas asked curiously. New era. Bai Yu whispered. Uda wants to create a new era, using singing to make the world without war and oppression. Everyone is happy and peaceful. Wow, what a great dream. The girls couldn't help admiring that everyone has a dream, and Uda has already taken action. Her singing has indeed brought happiness to countless people around the world. But, why don't we go to the concert to listen? Perona questioned. Although the concert scene is directly below, there is no way to sit in the audience and participate in the immersive feeling. Because. It started. Bai Yu motioned Athena to switch the camera from the stage screen to the audience stage and even all over the island. When the screen switches momentarily, the girls were stunned. This is? What happened? Why is everyone in a coma? Is it conquerors? No, the concubine didn't feel it. At this moment, an extremely shocking picture was displayed all over the island. That is, whether it was the auditorium or the rest of the island, everyone fell into a deep sleep without knowing it, and began to fall asleep on the ground. Advertisement. This scene is horrific. Silently, the entire island was knocked unconscious, and if it spread out, it would definitely cause shocks all over the world. Now, Holy Land, Pan-Ancient City. The 5 elders are watching the live broadcast of Alekia's concert prepared by CP0. Many people from the CP organization have already entered Alekia. This is his daughter. After investigation, she completely denies this era, a whole new enemy. The blonde 5 elders said in a low voice. The trouble is, when people react to her abilities, it's too late. 5 elders, remember the reports of Alekia's destruction more than 10 years ago, and the appearance of the demon lord of songs. Especially, in the past 2 years, as Uda's singing spread all over the world, the special power contained in the singing attracted their attention. And this concert, 5 elders sent CP organization, and Marine Admiral Action, won Uda. And yes, Double Admiral. If this girl has the blood of the Figalen family, she must be dealt with, and the reappearance of the demon king of songs must be avoided. Bald 5 elders tune. The Figalen family, one of the celestial dragons family, is closely related to the Don Quixote family, and is also a rare sober among the celestial dragons. Decades ago, when the Figalen family went to the king's land, they were attacked by the Rocks pirate, and the Rocks wanted to kill the Figalen family, causing the world's turmoil. Beaten by Garp plus Roger, 2 Ds, teamed up to fight another D. When the Rocks disbanded, Roger and Rayleigh found the baby redhead in the treasure chest and wanted to give it to Garp to take away. Garp bluntly said that the child can no longer be allowed to become a rotten aristocratic garbage, so Roger took the baby away. Redhead's full name. Figaland Shanks, and the current red-haired Shanks is a big pirate with the same nature as the current Doflamingo, with the bloodline of celestial dragons, but not the identity of celestial dragons. Uda's ability is too terrifying and out of their control, and will naturally be destroyed. Now, on the sea dozens of miles away from Alegia, a large number of warships moved. On the main ship, Double Admiral. I didn't expect you to come too. Kizaru looked back lazily, and the warship came from a distance. It's weird. Fujitora was also surprised. On the warship that came, there were 2 white-haired but extremely burly veterans standing on the bow, Sengoku and Garp. Peeved ha ha ha. I also like to listen to music, is it okay to go and see? Garp laughed while eating the senbei. Sengoku scorned. I didn't think the reason you made up was really good. Garp was not embarrassed, and still smiled. Well, the old man tells the truth, according to the information. Kaido, the others, and the redhead are all rushing here. You two will be very dangerous, the old man is worried. Continue to make up, Sengoku sneered, quietly watching Garp make up. The redhead went to Alegia, which has now been confirmed, but Kaido and the others are unknown and have not been found. And Garp doesn't have the time to worry about Kizaru and Fujitora, so it's nonsense. Crack clap. Garp stopped talking, kept nibbling on the senbei in silence, and by the way reached out and snatched the senbei from Sengoku's hand. Alas, Garp. Sengoku sighed inwardly. Sengoku knew why Garp was here. Since Bai Yu took Kaido, the new world has been in turmoil, and many pirates have fled this big Uzumaki. However, Garp's grandson did not leave the new world, but continued to sail in the new world. Occasionally, in the newspaper news, he could see the defeat of some second-line pirates, and the bounty was continuously increased. In the era of the Demon King coercing the new world, Garp was really worried that his grandson would continue to sail in the new world. After investigating that the Straw Hat's route was also going to Alegia, Garp couldn't sit still. And Sengoku didn't worry about Garp alone, so he followed Garp. Result. Garp, Sengoku, Fujitora, Kizaru, the 4 marine tops gathered. The other side. Advertisement: a new ship zipping through the sea is the Red Hair Pirates. Uda. The red-haired look murmured. And on the sea more than 10 kilometers away from Alekia, there is also a ship. Oh, I'm finally going to see the singer's concert. Usopp looked over and shouted. Oh, you can see the real singer when you land on the island. Sanji spun around excitedly. What are you excited about? You be asterisk 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 D Cook. Zoro came over and said. That's another dimension of singing. Brook looked forward to. I really want to see the concert right away. I want to imprint it in my eyes, even though I don't have eyes, hee hee. Superfan odd. 35 Frankie also shouted excitedly. This is my greatest wish, hurry up to Elikia. Chopper holds the light stick and cheers with S*********** E Bentham. Concert. It was fun. Luffy grinned. Another 10 miles away. Above the sky, a small spaceship is flying, which is the motto of the arc. Enel, Doflamingo, Kid and others are on it. Followed by a small island, flying in the air, Kaido, Golden Lion, Ka-er, Lin and others are all there. Gia ha ha ha, so, the red-haired boy conquerors is very special. It seems that he has grown a lot. Hearing Ka-er's description, Golden Lion showed interest. Bah, no matter how special Conquerors is, it has the ability to hack me to death alone. Kaido expressed dissatisfaction. Are they all here? Over Elegia, Bai Yu sensed the approach of various forces. The arrival of the Straw Hat is not surprising. After all, many of the boats are Uda fans, and the Straw Hat also likes to join in the fun. But, when Enel plus Golden Lion plus Dover plus Kaido, when the four will also gather on an island with the Straw Hat. Bai Yu looked strange. In the original trajectory, these four people were all defeated by the Straw Hats, and it could be said that each one was worse than the other. If they meet 0.9, no, to be precise, what would the result be if Teacher Kai made a move? Gear 5 Luffy is here. Hope this endless music can reach farther. Uda's singing continued. The girls looked at each other after seeing the people on the island in a coma. Why is this happening? Nami was very puzzled and looked at Bai Yu. Ming Bai Yu said before that Uda wanted to bring happiness to the people of the world, but why did everyone fall into a coma? I didn't expect her to activate her ability directly, let her adoptive father say it. Red hair. No, Gordon. 35 When Bai Yu raised his hand, the old man on a high-rise building directly moved over and landed on the island cloud outside the spaceship. The old man was tall, with bald white hair and sunglasses. It was Uda's second adoptive father, Gordon. And, a good old man. Gordon on the island cloud came back to his senses, looked at the spaceship, his eyes involuntarily converged on Bai Yu, and his expression was horrified. Demon Lord. Lord Demon Lord, 5. Few could keep calm in front of Bai Yu, and Gordon was nervous. They're interested in Uda's past and abilities, you say? Bai Yu said and looked at the girls. Just ask if you don't understand, I'll go down and walk around. Knowing exactly what Bai Yu was going to do, Karina shouted. Lord Idol, you must bring Miss Uda back. Chapter 240. Paramecia Song Fruit. Uda, your brother is the devil? This guy. Looking at the bald white-haired old man standing on the cloud outside the spaceship, Perona muttered, he doesn't look like a good person. Like some sort of Frankenstein. Although you can't judge a person by appearance, Perona has a point. Hancock, Guion, Yamato and other women found out before that, except for Marine, CP and a few people from other forces, they basically all listened to Uda sing in an open and above-board manner. Only this King Gordon, who Bai Yu called Uda's second adoptive father, was sneaking around in the corner of a high-rise building and seemed to be planning something. The adopted daughter held a concert loved by so many fans, but there was no smile on Gordon's face, which was abnormal. Don't be nervous, we want to know about Uda, Robin said. Uda. Elegia's King Gordon thought of Bai Yu who had just left, and said emotionally, although it's not clear what Uda is going to do, please stop the Demon King and don't sing in Uda. Get close to her. Do you want to say that Bai Yu is also in a coma? After Nami finished speaking, he couldn't help reminding. Uda's aura is not strong enough to affect Bai Yu. No, it has nothing to do with strength, Uda's singing is very different. When Gordon said this, he couldn't help but sigh. Under the condition of ignorance and no defense, even if there are more and more strong people, they will be killed by Uda. 35. What? The girls were surprised for a moment, however, the girls quickly recovered and this was not too scary. For example, childlike Sugar, Ghost Perona, Regression Ain, the abilities of the three girls are also terrifying. 11 In the case of ignorance and no precautions, it can also be killed in seconds. It's just not as large as Uda's range. After all, the singing range is large, and any fruit ability has weaknesses, and there may be a nemesis. Hancock frowned. Don't talk nonsense, just be straight. I am Gordon, the king who ruled Elikia. 99 Gordon was silent for a while, and said in a low voice. Elegia is the country with the best music in the world, but one day, overnight, this country disappeared, it's a big pirate. Stop making it up, we all know the truth about Alekia's destruction. You know? Gordon was shocked. Except for the red-haired group, the truth about Alekia's destruction should be known only to the survivor. Vivi nodded. Yes, since the redhead chose to entrust Uda to you, we all know. Bai Yu told them. And now they are curious about Uda's 9-year-old and specific abilities. After the redhead Shanks left, Uda became very depressed. Gordon recalled. Every time she was alone, there was always an unforgettable song. Her singing has a magical power, I will try my best to train her, she will definitely become the best singer. Life was very simple, she practiced and sang every day, and she grew up without knowing the outside world. Especially about the new generation of pirates, Uda doesn't understand, except for the Demon King, it is also because of her sister's attention that she has some understanding. Don't know the outside world? Hadn't she left Elikia since she was 9 years old? Thinking of this, Karina couldn't help but said, how did Miss Uda's singing spread all over the world? That was 2 years ago. Gordon told why the singing spread. 2 years ago, Uda accidentally picked up a brand new phone bug. This phone bug is something of the special science class SSG. It can not only make phone calls, but also transmit images, take pictures, act as speakers and microphones, and so on. Whenever Uda sings with it, someone outside will receive the signal and be silent in the singing. Advertisement. Since that day, Uda has been able to link video communication with people from all over the world every day, telling her dreams. As more and more people like Uda's singing, she is even considered a savior by extreme fans, and the satisfaction of chasing her dream also makes Uda cheerful and smile. And from that day on, Uda knew the cruelty of the Great Pirate Age, and the world was suffering from war. Among her fans, there are too many people who have experienced hardships. Uda's singing brings happiness to suffering people all over the world and rekindles hope for life. 9. But Gordon's voice was low. I don't know why, Uda suddenly changed. When he doesn't sing, he will cry, sad, regret, all negative emotions. Pick up the special phone bug, sing for people all over the world with a smile, and put down the phone bug. Uda has no smile, as if they are two people. Because Uda picked up another video phone bug and saw the video of Alekia's destruction. The truth makes Uda collapse and blame herself, but she still has to sing for fans, and only when she sings for fans will she temporarily forget the cruel truth. When I don't sing, my mind is full of cruel pictures of truth, and my heart hurts. Until a few months ago, Uda encountered an extremely huge blue whale on the coast. Everyone dared not approach it. Every day I came to listen to Uda sing and became Uda's good friend. Gordon recalled. But also more than half a month ago, the whale didn't come back. Uda recognized another sister and smiled more. So, is that sister named as Seeds? Right, the women understand. After the ice blue whale turned into a Seeds, he went to find Uda to play. Uda's ability? I don't know very well, but Uda is emotionally unstable right now, and if it gets out of control, a lot of people will die. Sorry, I really didn't expect you to be such a nice guy. Perona was sorry for the thought. Gordon. He's always been a good guy. Now, Uda's singing had stopped, and she fell silent in the middle of the stage. The plan has begun. Uda watched everyone in the audience fall into a deep sleep and whispered softly. Can you tell me? Suddenly a voice sounded. Uda's pupils widened a bit, and when she turned around, she saw a familiar and unfamiliar man looking at her with a smile. Are you Bai Yu? Uda doesn't know much about the outside world, but Seeds is very concerned about Bai Yu, and has read several newspapers to recognize it. But she is not afraid of anyone. No, are you okay? Seeing that Bai Yu was not unconscious, Uda looked at Bai Yu's ear. I didn't wear soundproof equipment, so did you just come? I didn't expect that you activated the ability from the very beginning. Bai Yu whispered. The original trajectory, Uda did not activate the fruit ability from the beginning. There is a weakness in Uda's ability to be fine without hearing her songs, but she is able to work it out. This weakness does not exist when Uda unleashes the demon movement. Uda's pupils shrank. Because Bai Yu appeared in front of her out of thin air, raised his hand and tapped her forehead. Confused Uda, let me walk into your world. Advertisement in another world, the atmosphere of the concert is still warm. Ooh, Uda. Fans cheered excitedly. Ace Day waved a light sign from a high place. Sister Uda. Hey. The next moment, Seeds was surprised, because Uda flew up. The huge note dragged Uda, flying around the concert, waving his hands happily and saying, Thank you for coming, I have prepared your favorite food and gifts for each of you. Whoosh whoosh. Countless musical notes flew out from the sky, and under the surprise and shock of everyone, the musical notes turned into various gifts. Rainbow candy. Ace Day looked at the favorite candy in his hand, and quickly looked at the tens of thousands of people in the audience. Eat, drink, play, use, etc. Everything. Does Sister Uda still have the ability to create all things? Ace Day took a bite of the candy and said in surprise. Is it real food? This ability is too versatile. 5. However, why had she never seen Uda use it before? Crack. The next moment, Ace Day was shocked. The 527 audience was shocked, and Uda was even more shocked and incomprehensible. Uda, is this your world? It's a strange world, but it can't stop me. The sound swept the sky, and a huge hand like a true god completely tore the sky apart, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. Gollum, Demon King. Everyone looked at the figure that covered the sky and covered the sun in horror. After seeing the face clearly, many people suddenly trembled. How is this possible? Uda also exclaimed. This is her world, why can Bai Yu come indirectly, or in a way of tearing apart fantasy and reality? Paramecia's song fruit. She can lead other people's consciousness into the world controlled by her through singing, and can also control others to fight. Original track. Uda's singing brought all members of the Straw Hats plus Luo plus Charlotte family members plus CP members such as Marine plus Bluno plus all the audience plus everyone on the island into the world of Uda. When the flying squirrel waited for Marine to land on the island, he saw that everyone, including Luffy, who was already at the top, fell asleep. All in a coma. Especially when he saw the sleeping Straw Hats, the flying squirrel was shocked. The opportunity to arrest or even kill all the members of the Straw Hats was just around the corner, and the Marines finally chose to ignore it, yes, because a certain comic book protagonist who didn't allow anyone to move in a coma. And now the track. No Straw Hat took the stage to reveal that Uda was a red-haired adopted daughter, and Ace Day was watching. No one made trouble, so he activated his ability directly. In this fantasy virtual world, Uda is like an almighty god who can do anything with musical notes and singing. Ah, brother, suddenly, Ace Day cheered and flew directly to Bai Yu. Under the eyes of everyone, that delicate, cute and aloof little girl, when flying towards the Demon King, the Demon King's stature rapidly became smaller, and he opened his arms to hold the girl in his arms, smiling gently. Uda. Is your brother the devil? The Demon King is the boyfriend you found for my sister? It's so naughty? Chapter 241. Enel. God's natural enemy. Cute and charming villain. Demon King Bai Yu. The entire concert scene was silent for a moment, and the next moment became chaotic. Especially Marine, CP, and Pirate, recalling the power that just covered the sky, their scalps numb and start running. Elder brother. Little Ace Day cheered in Bai Yu's arms, and said with joy, I have always been here in Sister Uda. What? Little Ace Day was looking up and talking, noticing the sky torn apart by Bai Yu before, and looking towards the crack. She found that the world beyond the crack was also a concert, exactly the same, but the audience there fell asleep. Beyond the crack is the real world, and what you are in now is the virtual world controlled by Uda. Bai Yu whispered to Little Ace Day. Her singing pulls the consciousness of all of you into this world, and the body sleeps in the outside world. Just let you in for a while and she'll let you out. 35. Little Ace Day was in a trance for a moment, and probably understood what Bai Yu meant. Sister Uda's singing made everyone who heard it fall asleep, and consciousness entered another world under her control. It's such an amazing ability, I don't even feel it, Ace Day exclaimed. So I fell asleep too? Yes, you are in a separate private room. I went to see it, and your sleeping position is not good. Yeah. No, Ace Day was a little shy. That private room was specially prepared for her by Uda, and her sleeping position was nothing to be seen by her brother, but there were all kinds of food there. When my brother saw it, he wouldn't think she was a snacker, would he? Whoosh whoosh. 99 large pieces of musical notes flew at high speed, filling the sky full of cracks, and repairing the cracks in a blink of an eye. A figure stepped on a huge musical note and flew over to look at the two of them. Sister Uda. Ace Day turned his head and waved happily. My brother is here. How is it? Do you want me to introduce it? You were so naughty. Uda 527 said with a smile. She never asked who the Demon King is, or who your brother is. One didn't ask, one didn't say. Uda was just a little curious that Acides was very concerned about the Demon King, and subconsciously ruled out the fact that the Demon Lord was Acides' brother. She's so cute, why are you willing to leave her alone? Uda looked at Bai Yu. It seemed that Acides, who was about 10 years old, was out alone, reminding Uda of his childhood. Aren't you afraid of me? Bai Yu didn't answer, but looked at Uda, who was very calm. She wasn't even nervous. Why should I be afraid of you? Uda said seriously. You are Acides' brother, and this is the inner world that I control. Although you forced your way in, it's not that easy to get out. Well said. Bai Yu praised and continued. Your plan is good, but it's not worth it. You're not me. How do you know it's not worth it? Uda retorted, and was a little surprised. You seem to know me well, and even know my plan? Congratulations, you got it. Then congratulations too, stay in this world with me. Ace Day face full of question marks. How could it be such a development? In her imagination, when her sister saw her brother, she would be amazed that there was such a perfect man in this world, and when her brother saw her sister, she would be amazed that there was such a beautiful song in this world that made him fascinated. The two should appreciate each other, and now it feels like a fight. Go back all. Bai Yu raised his hand slightly. In an instant, Uda saw everyone dissipate and directly turned into a streamer and left this world. This shocked Uda again. She couldn't understand the scene in front of her. Advertisement. The world you control is really good, but a fake is a fake. Bai Yu said, came to Uda in an instant, tapped her, Beboj, forehead again. It's really not worth paying your life for a false piece. A brilliance bloomed, covering Uda. Uda subconsciously dodged but did not dodge, and also closed her eyes subconsciously. When the brilliance faded and Uda opened her eyes, she found that back in the real world, the audience was full of sleeping people. You. How did you do it? Uda looked in a trance. It's simple. Bai Yu was about to explain. When he saw Uda pricked up his ears, he suddenly chuckled. I think you are too stupid. I'm afraid you won't understand, so I won't say it. The stupid one is you. Uda stared. She is not a little coward, she is very imposing. Brother and sister Uda are the smartest people in the world. In the private room not far away, Ace Dess's body flew over to interject at the right time, and was very worried. Sister Uda, are you alright? Why does my brother say that you sacrificed your life? Your brother is joking. Uda didn't want her to know that. That was before. Uda is alright now. Bai Yu's words shocked Uda. Is she alright? Uda's dream. To create a new era of peace in which everyone is equal, there is no more suffering in wars, and is full of happiness. Uda Project. Bring everyone's consciousness into the Uda world with singing at the concert, which is regarded as entering a dream. Think of two ways out. 1. Let Uda awaken a distant monster that can connect two worlds, but the key is that the monster must be defeated from inside and outside the dream at the same time. It needs to be combined with the inside and outside, and it must be defeated at the same time, which is really difficult. 2. Let Uda fall asleep, otherwise they will be trapped in the dream world forever. However, Uda ate the insomnia mushroom that can make people sleepless. Final plan. To make everyone, including herself, trapped in this dream world forever by suicide. Because people who eat the mushrooms that don't sleep will eventually be poisoned to death. You really know. Uda looked complicated. Judging from Bai Yu's wave of hands and sending everyone out of the dream world, her plan failed. This was beyond expectations and beyond her understanding, making her a little confused. So, Sister Uda will die if she is poisoned, right? My brother is detoxified, right? After Ace Day came back to his senses, he immediately said happily. Great, Sister Uda, you are fine. See, you killed yourself for a false peace, and in the end it will only make Acids sad. Bai Yu said, and couldn't help but said, Infinite Tsukuyomi. You are very good at playing, but you are really stupid. You call me stupid again. Uda doesn't understand what Infinite Tsukuyomi is, but Bai Yu said twice in a row that she is too stupid, how stupid she is. Bai Yu raised his hand and transferred the basket full of insomnia mushrooms in the corner. I said you are stupid because you don't understand the specific function of insomnia mushrooms, so you eat them randomly, which will cause problems. I'll be poisoned eventually, so what else could be wrong? Uda counted in his heart. He said it again, 3 times in a row I was stupid. In addition to making people sleepless and poisonous. Bai Yu picked up a sleepless mushroom and smelled it. It also has mental toxins, and the sleepless mushroom will kill you before it kills you. You are completely insane and out of your mind. 5. You who lost your mind will make the demon lord of songs reappear, and then destroy the rebuilt Elegia. Can't? Uda subconsciously shouted. After knowing the truth, the accidental release of the demon king of songs at a young age to destroy Elegia was the greatest pain in her heart. Lovely and charming villain, let me save. Bai Yu's heart was full of emotion. The original trajectory, people from all forces in the dream world wanted to escape and fought everywhere, but the outside world was calm. Until Uda, who has begun to lose his mind, controls Marine and civilians to attack Marine and the red hair pirates. Then, Marine fired. When a civilian fell, Uda was completely insane. Advertisement using the devil's music, the terrifying demon king of songs was summoned. So far, the dream and the outside world were all chaotic. In the end, Redhead gave Uda another psychoactive hypnosis drug, which restored Uda to her senses, released everyone, and was taken away by Redhead. But Uda ate too many insomnia mushrooms and might eventually die. You are very confused now, and I said other things are useless. Bai Yu stepped forward and said, you just need to know that now that your plan has failed, the sleepless mushroom will no longer affect you. In other words, congratulations. I was arrested. In Uda's trance, Bai Yu took her hand, took out a sea-stone handcuff, and put it on her hand. Well, Uda felt a sense of powerlessness and snuggled up on Bai Yu. Waddled, Bai Yu said casually. To be honest, apart from the ability of Song Fruit, your strength is really weak. You. B***************** D. 35 Uda finally couldn't hold back. I don't mean I'm stupid, just say I'm weak. Do you want to fight? Let go of Ben Uda and try. 995. Sorry, don't let it go. Bai Yu smiled playfully. Guess what I would do if you fell into my arms so beautiful and powerless? Doing what? Uda was startled. Ace Day said in surprise. Brother, are you going to have a baby with Sister Uda? Great. Bai Yu. 35 Where did Acids learn this, Sea Kings? Uda. Little Acids, you are. Very good, sister, I remember you. Boom. Suddenly, there was a dazzling thunder in the distant coast sky. Perceiving the past, Bai Yu looked at the future with a strange expression, as expected of Mr. Kai, who is number 1 in the world. Thank you so much for the straw hat, a minute ago. Aregia Coast. Arc Proverbs plus Golden Lion's floating island came here first, because they knew that the red hair was going to land on the island, so Kaido and others did not chase, and directly blocked the coast and waited for the red hair. But the red hair still arrived. The straw hats who were originally closest to Elegia landed on the coast and encountered everyone. No entry. Kid stepped forward and said indifferently, we want this island, if you don't want to die, stay away. It's you. The straw hats recognized Kid. After all, they were supernovas of the same generation, but they still had to go to the concert, but seeing Kaido and others in the back, Usopp and others wanted to pull Luffy away. The original 4 emperors Kaido, the original 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, and the legendary pirate Golden Lion are simply frightening. From the sea more than a dozen miles away, red hair pirates looked out, and Beckman said, Luffy and the others have come. It seems that the situation is not good. Are you going to see him? This is not the time to see him. The redhead shook his head slightly, and, we have to trust Luffy. Another 10 miles away. Garp looked at the shore with a dark face. Luffy, you dare to come here, Redhead Shanks. Boiled, the new age pirate straw hat with the deepest background. Doflamingo smiled evilly, looked at Enel, who was eating the apple, and said, if you guessed correctly, he is your natural enemy, and thunder and lightning have no effect on him. God's punishment. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Ah, it's really scary. Kizaru's expression was exaggerated, and he glanced at Garp Sengoku without a trace. Yahahaha. What nonsense are you talking about this god? Enel was disdainful. This god has no natural enemies. Fujitora was silent. You're right, Kaido and the others are all here. Sengoku said solemnly, and things suddenly became more troublesome. Chapter 242. Rubber Fruit Zone. 7 Conquerors, Mr. Kai shot. Boom. Thunder exploded in the sky. A huge pillar of lightning descended from the sky, shining in the sky, and the pillar of lightning struck Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy. Enel suddenly shot. Zoro and others did not expect it. They were still shocked that Kaido and others were all on the coast, and now the thunder exploded. Lightning. Luffy wanted to dodge when he saw the attack, but he saw it was lightning, but his body instinct told him that you didn't need to dodge. Crackling. The huge thunder column drowned Luffy under the anger of Zoro and others, and rushed towards the sea behind him. Boom. 35 lightning blasted the seawater, and a huge hole appeared in the sea. Luffy. Looking at Luffy again, Sanji and the others were suddenly relieved, and a little surprised. Luffy was completely intact, and his hair was not messed up. Sure enough, he had grown a lot. Kid and others have different expressions, but they are also a little surprised by their expressions. Yahaha. Seeing that Luffy was fine, Enel laughed in disbelief. You hide very quickly. What to hide? Luffy wondered what this long-eared monster was talking about. Katakuri and the others looked wonderful. Did Enel really not care, or did he lie to himself? Yahahaha. You're pretending to be puzzled really makes me really angry, Enel said and raised his hand. Go back. Zoro shouted in surprise, picked up Chopper with one hand, dragged Bentham with the other, and the others backed away. It's the captain's fight, and they'll always trust Luffy. 200 million volts Thunder Dragon. Enel shot again, and the Thunder Light turned into a huge Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon was more than 100 meters huge and mighty. Boom. The Thunder Dragon submerged Luffy again, cracked the coast behind, and rushed to the sea again, blasting a huge wave. Enel's pupils narrowed. Because Luffy was still in place, he even looked back curiously and shouted at the big waves. Could it be that Luffy isn't afraid of lightning? Sanji asked in surprise. This time it was confirmed that Luffy really didn't hide or even defend. Chopper was pleasantly surprised. I understand, Luffy is a rubber man, and rubber is an insulator, so he is not afraid of thunder. Real or fake? Many people present couldn't understand. What about the high temperature of thunder and lightning? Ignore God? When Luffy turned around, Enel's eyes were sharp, and he came to Luffy in an instant, grabbed him and attacked. 500 million volts discharge. An extremely dense current erupted on Luffy's body, and the terrifying thunder spilled out, continuously blasting the surroundings. What a mighty thunder! Zoro and the others couldn't help but be dignified. This kind of thunder and lightning is difficult to defend, and must be fully armed to defend, and the strength of the armed color is very high. As long as the armed color does not cover the whole body and leaves a gap, and the armed color is not strong enough, then either it was destroyed by a 500 million volt thunderbolt, or it swept through the whole body by taking advantage of the gap of the weapon. Thunderfruit is really powerful in all directions, but unfortunately, Thunderfruit has natural enemies. Have you had enough? Overwhelmed by lightning again, Luffy let out a loud shout and punched out. Boom. Enel was blown away by a punch, and when he flew backwards, he was full of one sentence. Is he really not afraid of thunder? Ah, he was sent flying. Chopper was shocked. Such a powerful man. Why did Luffy blow with one punch? Zoro said solemnly. He was shocked. He probably never dreamed of it. Luffy is not afraid of lightning, right? Maybe Luffy is. This Thor's only natural enemy in this world. Sanji sighed with emotion. Advertisement Kid and many others twitched the corners of their eyes. Is there any top boss who can explain to them why? Not afraid of thunder. Yes. Then why is Luffy's clothes nothing at all? Was the high temperature of Thunderbolt also ignored by Luffy? The punch just now was useless, so why was it able to hit Enel himself? He was Logia. A natural enemy. Bai Yu on the concert stage murmured, Luffy is indeed Enel's natural enemy, but rubber is not afraid of lightning. This is the world setting. There is nothing to say, and it cannot be understood with some scientific theories. But, even 2 years ago, Enel was very strong and fast, and many Vice Admiral would not even want to encounter it. In the original trajectory, Luffy, who didn't even have second gear, hit it whenever he wanted, which is a bit exaggerated. It is a defeat to arrogance. Peeved ha ha ha, that little Thor, the old man is really laughing to death. Garp, who was on the warship in the distance, laughed and burst into tears at this moment. Sengoku said, I didn't know who was worried just now, so nervous that even Senbei fell to the ground, shouting. Who? Garp looked puzzled, and when he saw the Senbei on the ground, he immediately shouted, Good you Sengoku, you are wasting food, I look down on you, old man. Sengoku. 95 Huh, the old man is not angry. No, the old man was just angry, and Sengoku immediately punched and kicked a Garp, leaving Kizaru and Fujitora speechless. Boiled, I didn't expect that I guessed it right. Doflamingo looked at Luffy. His rubber is really not simple, otherwise the world government wouldn't have been looking for it for 800 years. Only, every time I find rubber fruit, it is lost due to various accidents. The most recent one was when CP9 escorted rubber fruit, but it was snatched by the red-haired Shanks. What did you say? Golden Lion frowned slightly. The world government wants his fruit. What is there to find for a piece of broken rubber? Well, that's not the point. Haven't you thought about why it was lost accidentally every time? Kaido's eyes brightened. I once heard Vegapunk say that Zone Devil Fruit has a will in it, and it will find a suitable owner by itself, and the stronger the zone, the stronger the will. Searching for 800 years, all were evaded by this fruit, it just didn't fall into the hands of the world government. 35. This is definitely not a so-called coincidence, why do you say? What's the meaning? Many people were stunned. They all understood what Kaido said, but everyone was talking about rubber fruit. What do you mean by zone fruit? Huh? Is there any animal called rubber? Simple Lin Lin asked curiously while eating the cake. What? Linlin's children's words instantly awakened everyone's thoughts. Combined with Kaido's words, only a powerful zone with a strong will can instinctively evade the forces of the world government again and again. And it is definitely not a common species or even an ancient species, it must be the top of the mythical beast species, otherwise it will be too underestimated by the world government. We can even say, only if it is stronger than Kaido's Eudemon's fruit, can it escape the search of the world government again and again. So, rubber fruit is not paramecia, it must be some kind of powerful phantom beast. Everyone looked at Luffy in unison, and Zoro, Sanji and others who understood everyone's words also looked at Luffy in astonishment. No way. We live together day and night, we live and die together, Luffy you. Wrong. Luffy doesn't lie and hide from them, so he doesn't know either? What do you see me doing? Luffy was a little puzzled, he really didn't understand what Kaido and the others said. The rubber fruit was brought by Shanks, although I don't know why Shanks had to bring an ordinary fruit when he went to a tavern, is he afraid of being robbed or lost on the boat? It's just an ordinary paramecia, there's no need to take it so seriously, right? These are the thoughts that Luffy has occasionally come up with over the years, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. Advertisement for flowers 0. When I was a child, I only thought it was a strange fruit, I took a bite, and Shanks yelled in a hurry, so funny. Boss, this. Usopp on another seaboat was stunned, only a dozen miles away, and they heard the conversation on the coast very clearly. The redhead said solemnly, it doesn't matter if rubber fruit is zone or not, they're very interested in Luffy. Of course, this predicament is also a rare grind for Luffy now, and we have to trust him. Beckman nodded, yeah, there's nowhere else in the new world for Luffy to grow. The crowd nodded. But the redhead was a little gloomy in his heart, because he felt that there might be an accident, which was the intuition that rose in his heart. Yaha, this god really has a natural enemy? Enel, who recovered from Luffy's shock that he was not afraid of thunder, stood up and said proudly, thunder and lightning are not only used to shock people, since you are not afraid of thunder, this god will deal with you in a different way. 35. Luffy said bluntly, it's useless, I'm not afraid of blows. Yeah, what do you mean, this god can't beat a mortal like you? Enel's face darkened. Who do you think you are? This god accompanies you to play, and you still. F#7. Hearing Enel's question, Usopp and the others felt bad in their hearts. Not to mention anything else, but since this Thor didn't bother to ask questions, their captain would definitely say that. And the big pirates present were stronger than each other, and they were simply drawing hatred. They suddenly wanted to stop Luffy. But, it's too late, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to surpass all of you and become One Piece. Luffy shouted very solemnly, One Piece, I'm sure. In an instant, the whole place was silent. Usopp and the others' expressions froze, and they immediately looked at Golden Lion and the others, and found that they were all staring sharply at Luffy. Boom boom boom. In the next instant, 1, 2. A total of 6 conquerors burst out in unison, sweeping towards Luffy. Kaido, Golden Lion, Katakuri, Doflamingo, Kid, and the curious Linlin joined in the fun. 6 conquerors erupted at the same time, which was a rare scene in history, and the sky instantly burst. Boom. Luffy conquerors burst out in an instant, and was instantly defeated by 6 conquerors, and the whole person was shaken back dozens of meters. I want, be, One Piece, Luffy said every word, boom. Conquerors burst out again. To everyone's surprise, Luffy's conquerors burst out again is much stronger than before, upgrade directly? This is a breakthrough. Mr. Kai, you are really a miracle. Bai Yu had seen this scene long ago, and had seen a farther future, the result was even more amazing. Uda wondered. What teacher Kai? What does he teach? 35. To be amazed by the Demon King must be an extremely amazing existence. Bai Yu said casually. Teaching people to become stronger, according to legend, as long as teacher Kai makes a move, lucky people will be forced to continuously upgrade their strength. There's still this ability? Uda was shocked, and she couldn't understand it again. This is Sister Uda's hometown, they can't be allowed to fight here. Ace Day rushed over angrily. Bai Yu smiled and squinted to look at Uda. Now there are only the 2 of us here, are you afraid? Boom. 9. HMPH. Ben Uda has never been afraid of anyone. Uda was full of momentum. Everyone looked at where Kaido was, and Kaido shouted, One Piece? Prove it to Lao Su. On the high-altitude spacecraft in the distance, Yamato was surprised. Is this his laughter? Bai Yu said with emotion. Mr. Kai finally can't hold back and wants to teach. Cluck cluck. The inexplicable laughter from Kaido resounded directly across the island and the sky. Chapter 243. What kind of king are you going to be? Immune to death? Kaido is numb. Boom. Looking at the huge Kaido approaching, Luffy burst out with aura, like a blood-red flame covering his body. Zoro and the others were solemn and did not intervene. This was Luffy's battle. And the pressure that Kaido gives them is far less than the pressure that the devil gives them, so they can fight. Enel's face is a little dark. Just now Luffy didn't even bother to turn on his arm color, and now he's starting to fight. The enemy is amazing. Gia ha ha ha, interesting kid. Golden Lion folded his arms and watched. Kaido. Garp on the sea in the distance, clenched his fists and stared at Kaido with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to fight. Sengoku said, Don't worry, the Straw Hat Boy is not weak now. On the other boat, Beckman blew smoke rings and said, How much is Luffy's current bounty? Currently 1.236 billion berry. Usopp took out a bounty order. Some time ago, Luffy defeated the Genos pirates. That guy is not easy. Genos? The red-haired thought of this second-tier pirate he had fought before reaching the summit, and it was really not easy to fight. Clone fruit. A clone that can separate 100% strength and can switch positions at will between the main body and the clone. Weakness. Double consumption. This fruit seems simple, but depending on who uses it, the siege power increases dramatically. The world only pays attention to the 4 emperors and the famous Shichibukai, but few people care about the big pirates in the second line. Only when these people are defeated will they report their strength in newspapers and, by the way, praise the winner. Are you going to fight? The spaceship did not fly over the coast. It was still at the height of the concert, and the girls were watching the broadcast on the coast. Athena scanned the broadcast and paused for a moment on the redhead, Garp, Kizaru and others. This made the girls understand. A melee more terrifying than Summit War is about to unfold. No, he's actually interested in a child? Yamato looked at the picture. Kaido walked towards a small man with a black head and 527 hair. His eyes were full of puzzlement. Huh, it's Luffy. Nami glanced at him and recognized it. How long has it been? I feel that his aura is much stronger than when he was in Subordinates. But if he wants to fight Kaido, he has to be fully upgraded. Kaido is strong in every way. Beating Kaido, defeating Kaido, and killing Kaido, these 3 results are completely different. The one who loses is called Big Brother. No, it's good Big Brother. If you lose again, you can only call it Dad. Ben Uda will not lose. Bai Yu is playing a game with Uda, because Uda can't beat Bai Yu, and he can't talk, so he plays a game. Now, where the coast is? Well, giggling, the momentum is good, let me prove it to me. 35. Holding a mace, Kaido walked towards Luffy unhurriedly. This guy. Luffy took a deep breath, and the Kaido who came over was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered since he went out to sea. Demon King. Not counting. Because the Demon King who just went to sea is also very immature, and the two have never fought against each other since then, so they can't be regarded as opponents. Huh. Who? Luffy took a deep breath and bit into the armed left arm, blowing air in and manipulating the muscle balloon. 4th gear, bouncing man. Luffy bounced on the ground, smashed the ground and rushed into the sky. Boom. Luffy stomped in the air with a sonic boom and dived towards Kaido, his right hand rapidly getting bigger halfway along the way. Rubber Ape King Gun. The huge fist hit Kaido directly in the face, and Kaido didn't take a step back, just tilted his head a bit. Boom. The fist wind broke out, directly blasting a huge deep pit behind Kaido and under his feet, and a large area of dust filled the air. Is that all you have? Kaido asked, squinting. Without saying a word, Luffy stepped back and punched Kaido in the head. Boom. Chi-Chi. Kaido slid back several meters with his entire body, still unscathed. Hockey is everything. Your armament is too weak. I can't move. I can't even hurt me. Mr. Kai taught in detail. The arm color is too weak? Luffy looked solemn. The Fishman Island was not found, and when he first entered the New World, the cheap dad suddenly appeared. Under the pressure of the devil, he handed him the more powerful hockey manual, which was recorded in great detail. Conqueror's hockey has all the more advanced and top-of-the-line uses. Some time ago, after defeating Genos, Luffy was much stronger. At present, the armed color is released, and the prediction of the future is nearing the door, and the tyranny is a bit vague, because I have never seen it before. Fighting with Kaido, in addition to trying to prove myself, I also want to hone and learn these top skills as soon as possible. Rubber. Luffy attacked again, his fists were like snakes, and he kept turning sharply in the middle of the road, making people confused. Double Orochi. Boom. Kaido raised his mace to block it. Well, it's a little stronger than before, but it's still not enough, kid. Whoosh. 35. The mace suddenly lifted, shaking his fist apart, carrying a powerful force that sent Luffy flying in the distance. Rubber. Luffy stabilized his body and made another move, his fists like a hail of bullets. Ape King Crow Cannon. Boom bang bang bang. Luffy's fist slammed violently all over Kaido's body, and every breath was an attack of hundreds of punches. Continue for 10 breaths. Advertisement. Kaido didn't resist, his body kept going backwards, and his fierce eyes gradually became excited. Come on, go on. 39. 39. Luffy roared abruptly. His fists increased suddenly and hit Kaido's head, and the armed color erupted in an instant. Boom boom. Boom. Kaido flew upside down, smashed the ground all the way and slid into the pit. What just broke out? Kid's tone was a little uncertain. Boiled, armed with top skills, internal destruction. Doflamingo laughed. It seems that he knows the principle and learns it under great pressure. 35. Just raising the stick and knocking back the fist, Luffy's level up? Bai Yu, who was playing a game with Uda, once again marveled at Teacher Kai. Of course, Luffy has already reached that level, and he knew the principle before he upgraded under the battle plus pressure. Well, that punch just now did a good job, kid. Kaido laughed and stood up, but his face quickly became indifferent. But you only have this level, you are really disappointing, lousy. Boom. 99. The terrifying momentum turned into a storm, and Luffy couldn't help raising his hand to block. The next moment, Kaido was covered in purple and black lightning, looking directly at Luffy with indifference. His aura became more and more terrifying. 35. Luffy roared and charged towards Kaido again, biting his arm halfway and continuing to pump gas into his muscles, causing his right arm to expand rapidly. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido raised his mace and swung it with lightning flashes at extreme speed. Noisy. At this moment, a little girl appeared out of thin air on a high platform not far from the battlefield, looking at Kaido and Luffy with her arms crossed. Boom. Kaido's eyes narrowed, the arrow had to be fired on the string, and it shot directly. The mace smashed Luffy's fist directly and smashed it in the face. Dare to fight here? With a bulging face, Ace Day appeared behind Luffy flying backward out of thin air, kicking Luffy back with one kick. Next moment, Ace Day appeared in front of Kaido out of thin air, which surprised Kaido. Don't destroy Sister Uda's hometown, you have to fight at sea. Ace Day appeared out of thin air again on Kaido's right and kicked out. This speed, Kaido's eyes narrowed, he subconsciously raised his hand to block, and he looked stunned at the moment of contact. This kind of power, 99. Boom. Under everyone's astonishment, Kaido was kicked out by the little girl as soon as he raised his hand, and flew backwards with Luffy towards the sea. Snapped. Ace Day snapped his fingers, once again surprising the audience. Crack clap. On the periphery of the Elegia coast, the entire sea, where everyone's eyes passed, instantly completely froze and turned into an ice field. The ice sheet is very wide and very thick, boom bang bang. Two figures, one large and one small, smashed into the ice field, blasting large pieces of ice. Hiss. Many people gasped. It was hard for them to imagine how the little girl with such a petite body could burst out with such terrifying power. Moreover, the sea was frozen in an instant, is her. The members of Red Hair Pirates turned black when they thought of something. Their ship, when they were on the food island, was destroyed by the little girl in front of them, and in an instant. That little girl, her strength is exaggerated, and her speed is not normal. Garp sensed that Luffy wasn't dead, and when he saw Zoro and the others running away, he said solemnly, "On her, I saw the shadow of the Demon King." The body of more than 5,000 meters is compressed into the body of 1 meter, and the strength is of course terrifying. If you only fight for strength and remove some strange giant creatures, Acid said that there is no one who can fight. They all go to the ice field for me to fight, who would dare to fight on the island, Ace Day waving a small fist, turned and disappeared. Gia haha, what a little girl from hockey. Golden Lion laughed loudly. She was definitely raised by the captain. Let's go find the redhead. Whoosh whoosh. Card 2, Lin, Dover, Kid, Enel and others rushed to the ice sheet. Ahem, that kick is really strong. Kaido stood up from the ice pit and looked at Luffy who fell not far away. I don't know if it's out of unyielding fighting spirit or just bluffing. Kaido glanced at Zoro and the others who were coming, and came to Luffy, and immediately saw that even though Luffy fainted, his eyes were still white and wide. Still staring at me. Kaido also stared at Luffy's white eyes staring at him, picked up the mace and inserted it beside Luffy. What kind of king did you just say you wanted to be, Kid, 99? Everyone's eyes twitched. The Straw Hat Boy has passed out, you still want to put a hand in front of him? Luffy. Sanji and others came. Chopper immediately rescued and checked, but Kaido ignored these little pirates and turned to leave. Step by step to where the red hair is. Luffy, are you awake? Not knowing what Chopper injected into Luffy, Luffy woke up faintly. Am I defeated? Luffy recalled just now, took the large piece of meat from Sanji, ate it quickly, and experienced the new power he just realized. Just as Kaido walked a few hundred meters, Luffy shouted from behind. You are the original 4 Emperors Kaido, right? One Piece, I'm sure. Everyone was surprised. Kaido turned to look and saw Luffy shouting while eating. Advertisement. When Luffy ate the last bite of meat, he rushed over at a very high speed. Are you really not afraid of death? Kid. I have decided to become the Pirate King, and I have to fight for it, even if I die, it doesn't matter. Luffy ran up and yelled, and got into 3rd gear halfway through. Rubber and industrial fire pistols. The fusion of the rubber elephant gun and the rubber fire fist, injected the armed color of internal destruction, and blasted it far away. Then go to death. Kaido let out a loud cry, and the conquerors burst, entwined in the mace. T#F. Seeing the tyrant, Garp couldn't sit still, and the redhead also subconsciously pressed on the handle of the knife. Golden Lion and the others did not rush to start, but looked over with great interest. Thunder 8 trigrams. The thundering 8 trigrams that entangle conquerors are stronger than the previous blow. Boom. A roar sounded, and Luffy flew out and smashed into the ice field, but quickly stood up from the ice pit, only bleeding from the head, not fainting. This kid. Garp looked complicated, and before he knew it, Sun Thief had become so strong. Katakuri said in a condensed voice, although he didn't completely escape, he also escaped a part of it, predicting the future. What? Kid's expression is the most exaggerated, and he even wants to scold his mother. Why is everyone a supernova, but you are the most beautiful? You are very good. Teacher Kai highly praised that Luffy did not faint again. Luffy's eyes made him seem to see the shadows of many strong men, but it was not enough. Boom bang bang. Mr. Kai rushed up and punched Luffy a few times. After feeling the growth, he suddenly jumped into the air. 3 worlds, Yinaluo. Kaido descended from the sky like the top of a mountain, the conqueror's twine broke out again, and the twine mace swooped down. Boom, 35 Luffy was hit hard and fainted again. You are too tender now. Teacher Kai turned around again, for now, red hair is more important. Luffy. Chopper and others came again. Sanji said in a low voice, listen to Luffy, this is his belief. Chopper accidentally found a medicine that can quickly recover all injuries, but the side effects are not small, but Luffy said after he woke up before that he would continue to use it if he fainted again. Demon King. Zoro murmured. He knew why Luffy had to fight again, because Luffy wanted to fight to grow. New World didn't have much chance, and the pressure brought by the Demon King was too great. When Kaido walked nearly 1,000 meters, Luffy shouted again from behind. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will surpass all of you and become One Piece. 95. The whole place was silent again. This Straw Hat is really not afraid of death. Is it still not satisfied after 2 levels? Little devil. Kaido's face was a little unsightly. If it was normal, he would be happy to play against the fast-growing Luffy. But now it's a task, and the main thing is to take down the red hair. If you interrupt him again and again, you will die. Boom. Boom. 2 strands of conquerors burst out at the same time, splitting the sky as they collided. King Kong Dysprosium. Kaido, the world's #1 stickman in the world at 0.9, swung a huge stick to attack. Rubber Giant Bazooka. 35. Luffy threw a huge punch, which collapsed in the air in Kaido's surprise. Conqueror's Twine. Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly felt that something was wrong with this kid. Why did he break through again? Everyone. But you're still going to die. Kaido stared fiercely, fighting Luffy. Boom boom boom. Kaido vs Luffy. The strongest creatures were full of firepower, completely fighting Luffy to the death. Luffy had just predicted the future and tyrannized. Unfortunately, Kaido was more skilled and powerful. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. The terrifying big move directly drove Luffy into the deep pit. Kaido's movements did not stop at all and continued to attack. Stop! Garp shouted and rushed forward, suddenly delivering a terrifying punch from a distance, and the red-haired conquerors punched from the air. If he doesn't do it, Luffy will die. Kaido chose to ignore the hard resistance, and blasted Zoro and the others who were rushing into the air, and fell again with a tyrannical blow. Jundali Longsheng Army. Boom. A terrifying roar sounded, the ice surface exploded in a large area, and the scene of the big move hitting Luffy's head, who rolled his eyes, made Zoro and the others completely sluggish. Because of perception, Luffy at this moment suddenly lost his breathing and heartbeat. Finally dead. Teacher Kai secretly said, although the opponent must grow up to be a good opponent, it is not important. Not only the two of them, but the audience looked sideways. Bai Yu's eyes were flat. Boom. 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 Just when Kaido and Garp were about to fight, they suddenly stopped. Turning around, Kaido met a furious Garp rushing in. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Not dead. This breath. Perceiving a rapidly increasing breath, everyone in Kaido went numb. This is the sound of war drums. Why hasn't he died yet? Captain Demon King, I reported it, and someone opened it. Chapter 244. Joey Bowie is back, the highest peak of the 5th gear. The devil is terrifying. Mu, a certain sea area in the New World. A gigantic elephant roared, its eyes full of dead silence suddenly brightened. Like the Lord is cheering. Brother, did you hear it? Ace Day flashed forward, looking at Uda who was sullen in surprise. Huh? What's wrong with Sister Uda? She lost the game. Bai Yu's perception spread, and he looked at the Elephant Lord. So happy? Mu, the elephant is very excited at the moment. I heard, 35. I really miss it. I heard the sound of the drum of liberation. After 800 years, I finally heard it again, no doubt. He's right there. The Elephant Master looked at the direction of the battlefield of the Icefield on the coast of Elegia, and looked at the direction of Luffy, and roared excitedly. Joey Boy, back. Bai Yu was speechless, he understood. Before he wore it, when he read the comics, he was very puzzled when he saw the Elephant Master say this, the theory of blood is not enough, the theory of fruit is not enough, and then forced to add fatalism? Can't you be hot-blooded, you have to fix some messy things. Then here comes the problem. Bai Yu has taken this world as his own, so what are Joey Boy, Nika warriors, etc., to him? Now, Holy Land, Pan-Ancient City, the 4-5 elders discuss. The live broadcast on Alekia's side was interrupted, everyone lost contact, and Kizaru's side didn't answer the phone. In the end what happened? The blonde 5 elders said solemnly, paying close attention to whether Uda died or not. And the next moment, with only 4-5 elders left, Chi-Chi suddenly felt bad. The 5 elders glanced at each other, and the bald-headed 5 elders said solemnly, this feeling of depression has never existed, not even 2 years ago. The Demon King broke into the Holy Land, 95. The rest of the 5 elders nodded. The bald-headed 5 elders said, world government tries to recycle rubber fruit in every era. But in the past 800 years, it has never fallen into the hands of the world government such as us. The bearded 5 elders said, it's like the devil fruit 11 is deliberately avoiding us. The zone devil fruit holds the will, let alone the fruit with the name of God. The voice of the curly-haired 5 elders became colder and colder. The blonde 5 elders said solemnly, zone Ren fruit U demon's form, also known as Nika form. It is said that the fruit will give stronger arm strength and freedom after awakening. I heard that it is in this world. The most ridiculous ability, legendary warrior, Nika. His body has the characteristics of rubber itself, can fight as he wants, and can make people smile, also known as the warrior of liberation. Thinking of Nika, the 5 elders' mood was even less good. Because, Nika is also a race of Lunaria and Fire Calamity Cinders, and this race has a blood feud with them. Secondly, 800 years ago, Nika liberated all slaves and established a huge kingdom, which was respected by the world as the sun god. Thinking of this, the bearded five elders said, "Send someone to hunt down the Straw Hat Boy immediately, and inform Akainu as well." Now, Icefield Battlefield. The audience was silent, and everyone looked at Luffy with different expressions. Obviously, he was beaten by Kaido and lost his breath and heartbeat. According to common sense, Luffy is dead. But what about now? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of battle drums sounded, and after everyone felt it, they realized that it was the sound of heartbeats. The redhead whispered, "The time has come, but it is not yet the time to meet." Garp wonders, "Why'd I suddenly feel strange? Kaido, can someone explain why he's not dead yet?" Just when everyone was surprised, Luffy's body moved. Under the gazes of everyone, Luffy's hand slowly raised and questioned, "What's wrong with me? Why does it feel like I'm still standing up? Obviously I lost, but I suddenly became happy." Ah ha 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 ha. Accompanied by bursts of uncontrollable laughter, a figure jumped directly into the sky. "I can do everything I want to do. It seems like I can fight for a while. The heartbeat is so funny. This is my highest peak." The figure in the sky clenched his fist. "This is fifth gear." Whoosh, 35 in the next instant. A huge hand that covered the sky and covered the sun grabbed towards Kaido, which was startling. Kaido was also stunned. Good guy, not only did he not die, but he became stronger? Ooh, at the moment of Kaido's trance, the huge giant hand grabbed Kaido directly, and the powerful wrist suddenly grasped, causing him to suffer. Really? Is he really a Straw Hat? Advertisement? Kid and others were stunned, and even if they grabbed Kaido, Kaido was in unbearable pain. How much force would it take? Roar. 35 Kaido roared, his entire body swelled and turned into a huge blue dragon. But that hand was also getting bigger, wrapping around his dragon body like a rope. Kaido threw his body wildly, and then the huge figure was thrown out. Hot breath. Kaido spit out a long column of flames. He. The figure flew out and quickly stood up, holding his stomach and laughing continuously. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah he. Ah ha ha ha. Everyone. What's so funny? We are embarrassed when you laugh. Zoro and others also looked forward in amazement. Is he Luffy? At this moment, Luffy's hair and clothes have turned white, his hair is like flames, steam streamers are wrapped around his neck and armpits, his eyebrows are curved, and his pupils have changed a lot. Fifth gear fruit awakening. Awakening will give Luffy a new level of arm strength and freedom, and he can make people smile wherever he goes. It can assimilate objects it touches into rubber, and it also has the tenacious vitality and resilience the zone awakens. But, in this state, the physical strength will be quickly exhausted, but the strength will be restored as soon as the heartbeat is heard. Heartbeat. Drums of liberation. Why is Luffy laughing? 35. Chopper was a little puzzled at the moment. Sanji and the others couldn't help frowning, the others were fine, but Luffy was serious when he fought. And now, Luffy can't stop laughing. It's a fight, it's a little too much. You said, how strong is the will contained in rubber fruit that can evade the world government for 800 years? On the spaceship, Nami couldn't help recalling what Bai Yu said about the Nika fruit and asked, does such a strong will really have no effect on Luffy? Perona also wondered, if nothing else, just say that his laughter is abnormal. Okay, why? Because the legendary warrior Nika loves to laugh, and will bring laughter wherever he goes. Stussy is not sure. This may be the characteristic of Nika fruit. The bigger the smile, the stronger the strength. Many girls twitched their eyes. Laughter can indeed make many people smile unconsciously, but it is definitely not the so-called laughing all the time. A normal person sees a person who has been laughing and taking drugs. How does it feel like an enhanced version of the artificial devil fruit failure? 9. Vivi questioned. The girls suddenly realized, yes, those who ate the failed products of the artificial devil fruit and failed to obtain the fruit's power would become warriors who only knew how to laugh. But Luffy laughed more thoroughly. I thought you were dead. Qinglong looked down at Luffy's surroundings. It can assimilate foreign objects into rubber, but this transformation, is it really zone? I thought I was dead too. Ah ha ha ha. Luffy said and laughed, holding his stomach and laughing until he couldn't straighten his waist. What are you laughing at? Ah ha 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 ha. It's not important, just make a break. Are you crazy? Qinglong Kaido was very angry, swooped over, and swallowed Luffy in one bite. Drink. Luffy supported Kaido's dragon teeth with both hands, glanced down his throat, and rushed in. Gollum. Kaido made a swallowing sound. Soon, everyone saw an astonishing scene. Something was scurrying around in the belly of the huge Qinglong. The next moment, the belly in the middle of the huge blue dragon rapidly swelled into a ball, turning the blue dragon into a fat dragon. Oh, damn kid. Get me out, Kaido exclaimed, feeling more painful than having a baby. Don't ask him how he knew. What are you trying to do? I'm not rubber. Kaido realized something was wrong with his eyeballs, a little uncomfortable. Rubber. Two hands stretched out from Qinglong's eyes respectively and quickly stretched out. Crowd, why are eyeballs okay? Can even living things be assimilated into rubber? Escape the balloons. The huge rubber balloon rushed out of Kaido's mouth and charged into the sky like a deflated balloon. What is this? Suddenly a huge shadow fell, and when everyone looked up, they realized that it was two legs, and then they looked up and realized that it was Luffy himself. Luffy became a giant, more than 100 meters in size. Under Kaido's stunned force, he grabbed the dragon's head with his left hand and the tail with his right, just like an ordinary person grabbing a small snake. Jump rope. Holding both ends of Shinglong, Luffy used Shinglong's slender body as a skipping rope and kept jumping up and down in midair. Au! Kaido roared, opened his mouth and spat out a huge pillar of flame, heat breath. Boom! The gigantic Luffy directly endured the heat and was blasted away on the spot, but quickly rushed back halfway. 3 worlds, Yinaluo. 35 The blue dragon shrank. Kaido directly entered the strongest human beast form, raised his mace with both hands and smashed it towards Luffy. Boom! Luffy's entire head was blown away, but his neck was still attached to his body, and his huge head smashed directly into the ice sheet. Advertisement, it hurts. Luffy screamed that his body was also smashed into the ice field, strangely shaped. It's almost like a character from a comic strip. Miss Kaya was surprised. The girls couldn't help nodding their heads, because Luffy's various forms were too outrageous, like a comic book character in a messy style. It hurts. Luffy stopped laughing, covering his head on the ground and screaming in pain. I have to admit that your performance is very good, but you have reached your limit, you can't beat me. Kaido recognizes Luffy's current strength, but he is the strongest creature. Unless he is stunned, disabled or killed, he is definitely not a defeat. Who are you calling the limit? Huh, Luffy gasped. Under the astonishment of everyone, Luffy's white hair quickly turned black, and he exited the 5th gear. He was extremely old and full of wrinkles. Aside from that black hair, Luffy now looks like an 80-year-old man, but this look feels familiar. Garp. Kizaru. Sengoku was suddenly shocked. Are you two relatives? Why does the old Luffy look like Kizaru? Kizaru. Where's the resemblance? The old man is very handsome. Luffy. Garp was worried because Luffy looked older than him now. I'm exhausted. Luffy slumped his neck. This move is really expensive, you said it, I'm going to die. Die with peace of mind, your story will be told by future generations. Kaido held a mace and walked towards Luffy. Who cares about that kind of thing, no matter who dies, there's only a pile of bones left, hee ha ha ha. Luffy got up again and entered 5th gear, it's not over yet. You're looking for your own death, Kaido sneered. 530 at this point, do you think I'm still afraid of death? Luffy's momentum surged again, play it, heartbeat. That's the voice. Although the 5th gear consumes extremely fast, but the heartbeat is the gas station, as long as it rings, it will recover. The drum of liberation, the source of strength, boom. Kaido smashed Luffy's head completely, but it didn't work, he recovered in an instant. The mace strike is useless. Whoosh, the rubber hand was like a rope, swung it around, and threw it directly at Kaido's head, instantly piercing Kaido's head. A hand through the head. Boom. Kaido suddenly felt a splitting headache and fell to the ground suddenly. When he raised his hand and touched his head, he found that there was no wound. Everyone was surprised. What happened? I miss it, that heartbeat, Joey boy. Bai Yu frowned, and he heard the roar of the elephant again, which kept going. It's like you're right there, it makes my heart skip a beat. I had to feel that I sensed destiny. With excitement, the elephant master continued to look at the direction of the icefield battlefield where Luffy was. I can't help but look forward to him, Joybo. To shut up. A cold drink sounded. The cold sound began to explode from Elegia, rapidly spreading out on the icefield battlefield, and spreading in a very distant direction. In an instant, the battlefield froze. Luffy's movements were stagnant, and his heartbeat suddenly stopped, making him feel an indescribable suffocation. The captain's voice. The Demon King is here. What happened to Bai Yu? Golden Lion, Kaido and others exclaimed. Sengoku, Redhead, Zoro and others were horrified, and Nami and other women were surprised. Scare me. Uda exhaled. Bai Yu's voice was too sudden. Uda quickly got into a little tangle and lost the game. Do you really want to call Bai Yu a good brother or father? Ace Dessa's little padded jacket leaned over and said with great concern, Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. 35 Bai Yu looked into the distance and said indifferently. What Joey boy, a loser buried in history, don't come out to build a sense of existence. 5. The old days are over, this is my time, boom. Bai Yu's voice shattered the sky with the momentum, and the terrifying momentum instantly washed the icefield battlefield. Everyone felt heart palpitations. A figure appeared out of thin air, standing in the sky, and at the moment of sitting down, a gorgeous throne emerged. Kneel down. Bang 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 bang. The incoming warships and pirate ships collapsed one after another, and Sengoku, Garp, Redhead, Beckman, Luffy and others all felt the oppression of their souls. The terrifying aura crushed them all to the ground, unable to kneel, causing them to sweat profusely. Demon King. Bai Yu, Chapter 245. The Determination of the Straw Hat. Hockey is everything? Double Admiral Backstab. Oh. Captain is immortal. When the scene was silent for a moment, Golden Lion, Dover, Kid, Enel, Kaido and others shouted uncontrollably. Shocked and excited. The figure sitting on the gorgeous heavenly throne in the sky made them seem to see a true god overlooking and coercing the whole world, unmatched. At this moment, Kaido and others inexplicably felt that all cells were cheering, and they were excited to follow Bai Yu. The Throne of Heaven. 99. So handsome. Nami, Hancock, Robin, Vivi, Shirahoshi, Yamato and other women were also cheering on the high-altitude spacecraft in the distance. Bai Yu on the throne of heaven, in their eyes at this moment, is more dazzling and mysterious than the Xing River, more dazzling than everything else, filling their hearts instantly. Is this him? On the high stage of the concert, Uda looked at the majestic Bai Yu on the throne of the sky high on the coast, and his heart was shaken. The image of a bad man who was very unremarkable just now, always trying to bully her, turned into a stalwart existence that she couldn't help admiring. The changes were so great that Uda couldn't help but want to know more about this demon king. Sister Uda, isn't my brother very different? Sister Uda, then you will be my brother's girlfriend from now on. 39. Not right. Uda was still in a trance, subconsciously nodded and regained his senses. His face flushed and looked at Ace Day, who was smirking. Why are you like this? Stay away from Bai Yu in the future, you will be damaged by him. No, I'll never leave my brother, and Sister Uda too. Ace Day smiled sweetly. Uda was suddenly silent. In her world, there is never forever, only all kinds of transient. Demon King. Garp and Sengoku were horrified. The moment I knelt down, I felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness in my heart. The feeling at the moment is like the redhead using conquerors to force the vice admiral to kneel. That is an absolute gap in the level, and there is absolutely no room for resistance. But what shocked Garp and Sengoku the most was that what the Demon Lord released was not conquerors, but a terrifying aura that burst out of pure spirit and body. It didn't make anyone coma at all, and they were all awake and kneeling to endure this terrible pressure. What a difference this is. It was the fourth time for both of them to see the Demon King himself, and each time was different. The first time, Summit War. The second time, World Government Conscription. The third time, robbing Momosagi Gion Vice Admiral. Why are they okay? Although shocked, Sengoku tries to keep himself calm and, with a glimpse, realizes that Kizaru Fujitora is fine. The two of them stood well, but their expressions were very exciting, so that Sengoku didn't understand it and didn't think much about it at the same time. Just thinking about how to get up and leave. What a horrible devil. The redhead, Beckman, Usopp and others struggled to stand up, but they couldn't stand up at all and could only kneel. Just kneeling like this, I also felt the terrifying pressure and couldn't help trembling. Why is he so strong? The red hair couldn't understand. No matter how strong a person is, there should be an upper limit. This kind of momentum completely broke his cognition. The first time I saw the Demon Lord was at the end of the Summit War, ignoring him. And this time, the red hair suddenly felt that it was better to ignore it, at least not to kneel down in such a powerless and humiliating manner. He's not human, no, he's no longer in the same dimension as us. Zoro's heart is very calm, since the memory suddenly recovered. Remembering that the devil took Kuina away, he realized. A person who can go across time and go to the past at will, and who can go to the future even more, is really still a human being. Such existence, no matter how powerful his strength is, he can accept it. Just. Luffy. Zoro was a little worried at the thought of Luffy. Because he knew that Luffy, who used to eat and sleep on the boat, worked as hard as he did after returning to the sea, because the Demon King was his target and the strongest competitor of the Straw Hats. Also from East Blue, in the same year as a pirate. But the Demon King reached the top at the fastest speed, and continued to expand his power, and now he is about to dominate the New World, which is too terrifying. Now the Demon King's people are trying to take down the Red Hair Pirates. If they take it down, what will the Straw Hats do? If you leave New World, then Luffy's dream will end, and Luffy will definitely not give up. White. Feather backquote. Under the enormous pressure, Luffy wanted to say something, but suddenly he exited the fifth gear, gasping for breath. I'm so tired, I feel like I'm going to die again. Luffy turned into a black-haired, but wrinkled, aged look. If you want to recover, you have to hear the heartbeat of the drum of liberation again. Have you reached your limit so soon? Kid, 99. Even if it recovers quickly? After all, it's just the fruit. Advertisement. Kaido also quit the human beast form, carrying a mace, and said, the world cannot be conquered by fruit power alone. Like Roger, who is not capable but can make a breakthrough in this world, listen to Lao Tzu. Only hockey, only above all, everyone was speechless. Is Mr. Kai teaching again? This Straw Hat Boy has been upgraded by you many times, do you want to upgrade him again? Remember the battle just now. Mr. Kai's first shot, playing armed color, internal destruction. Mr. Kai is the second best, showing his experience, predicting the future. Mr. K's third shot was Conqueror's airstrike. The fourth stick, it shatters the world view, and the fruit can be awakened by killing it, and it directly develops the most ridiculous fifth gear. At that time, everyone still didn't understand what Captain Demon King said in the past, Mr. Kai, means, and now they all understand. Kid, Enel, Yorobe and others recalled the teaching of Rayleigh in the past 2 years, and they were very emotional at this moment. Lao Lei, you are not worthy to carry Mr. Kai's shoes. 5. Rayleigh. I got it, well said, but not entirely true. Bai Yu was non-committal. The original track, hockey, the Straw Hat is not as good as Kaido, which is normal, after all, Kaido has been immersed in it for decades. But the awakened rubber fruit can make up for it, and even overtake in a corner. Original trajectory battle result. In fact, Kaido was not considered a defeat, because Kaido was not in a coma, was not disabled, and was not dead, but fell to the ground with the body of a blue dragon, and then fell into a volcano and disappeared. Kaido's strongest is resilience and vitality, which can quickly recover. In order to speed up the process, a certain person who drew comics did not give the strongest creature a chance to express, and ended it hastily. But The end of the manga is really too hasty, so what if it really goes to the end? Shopping to the death, who wins? Bai Yu had an answer in his heart. The top fruit ability can really break the balance, giving Garp a childish fruit. The scene is terrifying. 35 Bai Yu regained his momentum. In an instant, everyone had a feeling of the rest of their lives, panting heavily and adjusting their breathing. Why? 35 After Bai Yu's pressure was gone, Sengoku casually glanced at Kizaru and Fujitora who were still standing. Why did the Demon King ignore the two of them? This problem is very serious. Bai Yu. The Straw Hat suddenly shouted, making Usopp and the others agitated. No. The Demon King has already withdrawn his aura. It is important for everyone to flee for their lives. Luffy. The redhead who was still a dozen miles away, and Garp who was hundreds of meters away, all condensed. What to do? Boiled. Is this an unyielding fighting spirit or a bluff? He doesn't want to fight the captain, does he? Doflamingo said and shook his head. There shouldn't be such a fool. A fool can't be a captain. What if he's really that stupid? In Kid's eyes, the Straw Hat guy is a stubborn guy. Katakuri said calmly. If he knows he is invincible but wants to fight, then it can only be said that he is not suitable to be the captain, because this will kill the crew. And these crew members are still alive and well, which shows that he is not a random guy. It should be. Is that so? Many people always feel that something is not right. At this time, they should shut up and kneel down honestly, right? These are not important. Bai Yu's heart was not disturbed. Just now, the Elephant Master has been roaring and shouting that Joey Boy has made him in a bad mood, and the loser buried in history has to come out to brush his presence. It's like the king of the world. Do you still want to have a return of the king? The new world has come to an end, and the world control has entered the countdown. Then this world is Bai Yu's. Bai Yu's era, Bai Yu's world, doesn't need any Joey Boys, let alone uncontrolled people. My fruit has awakened, and the fifth gear is my highest peak. Under the gazes of everyone, Luffy said seriously, I can't think of any other way to make my strength soar. There is no time. 35. Such a rare serious Luffy made Zoro and the others silent. You will soon unify the new world. If I don't do anything, I can only wait for you to become the Pirate King and wait for my dream to be broken. Luffy raised his head with difficulty and looked at Bai Yu on the throne of heaven. If I give up, I will regret it for the rest of my life. 9. Everyone understands. The current Luffy is extremely rational, not fooling around, but he can't watch the dream shatter. The Demon King will soon unify the new world, and there will be no living space for other big pirates. There are only 3 choices. 1. Escape in embarrassment. Advertisement. 2. Surrender to the Demon King. 3. One word, die. The Straw Hat does not want to leave the new world. Surrender is to give up the dream of becoming the Pirate King. Then only the last choice is left. Zoro, Sanji, Brook, Chopper, Usopp, Frankie, Bentham, Luffy said. Last captain order, I order you to get out of here. Sorry, I can't continue sailing with you. I decided, now. Disband the Straw Hat Pirates. Huh? Everyone looked sideways. Golden Lion folded his arms and said, are you determined to die? You don't want to implicate your partners, so you just disband the pirate group. 5. The red hair was silent. During the time when the Demon King's power was gradually expanding, he had thought that such a day would come. I just didn't expect it so soon. Luffy is now under much more pressure than the Rock's pirate that Captain Roger was facing. Captain Roger chose to work with Marine to relieve the pressure, but Luffy couldn't and never would. Luffy don't. Shut up. Usopp trembled and wanted to say something, and Zoro was extremely serious. Even if this guy is an idiot, he is the captain after all, and if he doesn't even listen to the captain's words at critical moments, it's better not to let him be his partner. But, nothing but, the pirate group has been disbanded, we are no longer partners, you all go. Zoro looked sharply at Sanji who wanted to say something. You also hurry up, I don't want to see you again. Sanji looked at Zoro deeply, raised Chopper through gritted teeth, dragged Brook, and took everyone away decisively. Everyone ignored it, a few little pirates were not worth their attention. Zoro, if you can't even protect a captain, what ambition is there to talk about? 35. Zoro interrupted Luffy's words and said firmly, I don't care what people in this world say about me, I just want to do things according to my beliefs and never regret it, no matter what the present or the future will be. Is there anything you are dissatisfied with now? One Piece? No. Luffy smiled brightly, looked up at Bai Yu and shouted, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to surpass you and become the Pirate King. One Piece, I'm sure, is this the same sentence again? Kaido and others looked different, but they had to admire the courage of the Straw Hat and never laugh at other people's dreams, so everyone didn't speak. Captain. Beckman and others looked at Shanks. Shanks' voice, Lee How, was low. This is Luffy's own choice. Garp. Sengoku pressed Garp firmly. From the first day he went to sea, you have thought about this result. Even if he was rescued, he would regret it for the rest of his life. 99. That's better than dead. Garp clenched his fists and thought about countermeasures. What should he do? 5 gears. With the heartbeat of the drum of liberation, Luffy entered the 5th gear again, and the momentum reached the peak. Ghost. A strong momentum rose from Zoro's body, with lightning rushing all over his body. Zoro drew his sword. Thunder 8 trigrams. Super strike twist. Just when the two were about to shoot, Kaido and Doflamingo made people kill Luffy and Zoro respectively. Boom. The two who flew upside down in the roar were full of anger when they got up. Beibobo. What gave you the illusion that the captain would take action? Doflamingo sneered. You don't deserve to let the captain shoot, Kaido said the cold reality. How come? Luffy and Zoro were stunned, and then they remembered that the Demon King has not spoken since the coercion appeared. They've always been talking about Mai. Are they ignored again? Don't let anyone go. Everyone shoots, immediately. 39. Last time in Subordinates, the Demon King didn't show up, and then he appeared with a giant mermaid. He also ignored them, raised his hand to kill 2 CP0s and left. How can that be? When the people under the Demon King shouted in unison, the marine pirates were shocked and looked at this scene in disbelief. How could such a thing happen? You guys are too slow, Bai Yu said the first sentence. Because, Admiral Kizaru, as well as Admiral Fujitora, also chanted the captain. Garp stared, Sengoku stupefied. Chapter 246. Siege of Red Hair Pirates. The strongest lowly, old times Ochaku. Amazing. Not to mention Marine, even the Red Hair Pirates were all stunned. The 2 admirals calling the Demon King their captains are putting the bloody cruel truth in front of Marine that these 2 admiral are the Demon King's subordinates. Thought here. The redhead is also unbelievable. Both admirals are from the Demon King. What about the other vice-admirals, how many people there are, and the 5 elders know that they have to vomit blood? No, Akainu must not be crazy. Green Bull, smile, Paluzolino, I can't rest my eyes. Is the Demon King's goal really the Pirate King? Luffy was also in a trance, his power was too powerful. Hey giggling, do you still think that the captain's goal is the Pirate King? Kaido slammed it out and shouted. Why do you think the captain ignores you? Because your dream is only the Pirate King, and the captain is no longer the same level, you not enough. District One Piece? These 5 words are simply trampling on the Pirate King, and they are far more ferocious than the mere 4 emperors. Paluzolino. Garp drank angrily. Fujitora is a new Marine, Kuzan and Zephyr have already quit Marine, but Kizaru is currently Marine Admiral, and he has a responsibility on his back, how can he betray? Mr. Garp, you are so old, don't be mad at your body. Kizaru didn't explain anything, Kuzan was crippled by him, and he was used to it. And it has come to the point where there is nothing to explain. Now that the captain gave the order, and was watching from the throne of the sky, Kizaru didn't talk nonsense and shot directly. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Kizaru came to the sky, turned his hands into photons, attacked the red hair pirates, and swayed a large amount of bright light. Boom. 99 The red hair drew his knife, and the red light flashed, directly bouncing the incoming light bombs, scattered and exploded on the surrounding ice field. The next moment, the red hair jumped suddenly and came to the sky very fast, slashed directly with the knife, and bounced the light bullet fired by Kizaru again. Whoosh whoosh. Kizaru elementalized into photons and came to a red-haired crew member. Chong. When Kizaru lifted his foot, Photon was about to kick out, when a long knife touched Kizaru's neck, it was red hair. I just want to tell you that if you are Marine, then go and deal with Marine, our opponent is a pirate. The red-haired knife spoke very seriously. Kizaru raised his hands, his expression exaggerated. Use conquerors to control the breath and suddenly kill 530, and your speed is really terrifying. There are 3 things the redhead is best at: swordsmanship plus conquerors plus speed. The most prominent is Conquerors, and the red-haired Conquerors is special. Conqueror's knowledge kill. It can control its own breath, affect the perception of seeing, hearing, and color, and even affect the enemy's predictable future. But why should I listen to you? Kizaru looked solemn, and kicked out his raised photonized foot. Boom. 35 The red-haired knife collided with Kizaru's feet, and it exploded with a roar. Slash wave. Just when the red hair was about to continue to shoot, he suddenly sensed a crisis, and thought of quickly avoiding it. Hey. Boom. A huge golden slash slashed across the ice field, directly splitting a huge crack that spanned dozens of miles. However, Ace Day is extremely thick and wide, and can completely become a battlefield. Golden Lion. The red-haired complexion was slightly condensed. The current Golden Lion is not a half-crippled old man, but the peak Golden Lion more than 20 years ago, an existence on the same level as Roger and Whitebeard. He was also a member of the Rock's pirate like Whitebeard. Gia ha ha ha, the little brat on the Roger ship, you have grown a lot. Golden Lion held a knife in both hands, a cigar in the air, and laughed. Roger picked you up from the rubbish heap and raised you, let me see how much you have learned from him. Lion Majesty go show ice roll. Golden Lion had touched the ice field, and now he raised his hand to control a large area of ice cubes, turning them into huge ice cubes that were more than 100 meters in size and attacked. It wasn't found in the garbage dump, it was in the treasure chest. The red hair retorted, but noticing the disdain of the Golden Lion, he knew that the lion was intentional. Cut. The red-haired slash directly slashed all the ice lions, but the next moment, all the ice lions reunited. This gave the redhead some headaches. The number is large and the range is large, and the smashing immediately gathers, and the stream continues. So attacking these ice lions is pointless, and trying to fight the Golden Lion himself is tricky. Because the Golden Lion can fly, and he can fly at will, so he is extremely good at air combat, and those long-range attacks are difficult to hurt the Golden Lion. Then fight. Advertisement. The red hair glanced at the battlefield, and also at Bai Yu on the throne of the sky, and suddenly jumped into the sky. That's you. Kizaru glanced at him and rushed towards the fat man who was eating chicken thighs in Red Hair Pirates. Lackey Road, Chef. Fighting style. Hockey plus human bowling, like a chariot. I heard Shauka say, you are the smartest man on the pirate side? Lin Lin came to Beckman and simply asked, "Can you solve today's predicament?" In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is pale. Beckman spoke openly. Even if they really defeated these enemies, they still couldn't cross the absolute mode in the sky that belonged to the Demon King. "Oh, fire in the sky." Lin Lin nodded and threw Prometheus directly. Boom. Beckman raised his hand and fired. The strength is shoulder to shoulder red-haired, good at spear art plus hockey, is the strongest man in red hair pirates armament hockey. Boom. On the other side, Usopp shot. Sniper, title, chaser, extremely grandmaster gunsmanship, 100 hits, and the strongest man in red hair pirates observation hockey. Crack. The bullet turned into powder when it approached Katakuri. Smashing fruit, really dangerous ability, melee nemesis. Usopp recalled the information, the crushing fruit can smash everything, and it will shatter when you touch it. "I heard that you have a strong sense of sight," Katakuri said calmly. "Well enough." Usopp's eyes glowed. As the first crew member of the Red Hair Pirates, he did not hold back, and is also the third largest force of the Red Hair Pirates. Nice opponent. Katakuri charged quickly, smashing the incoming bullets all the way, and slammed into Usopp. Boom. Large-scale atmospheric smashing, the scene is extremely terrifying. Usopp quickly opened up the distance and attacked. 300 million volts Thunder Dragon, Enel blasts the Lightning Dragon. Boom. 99 Bank Punch, and the Monkey Mammoth join forces to smash the Brontosaurus. Although Mengshida is a monkey, he is also a Red Hair Pirates cadre, and Punch is a musician group. One person and one monkey are extremely tacit understanding, usually one clears the miscellaneous soldiers, and the other accumulates power, and together they enlarge and attack the enemy. Magnetic Tip Sharp Gun. Kid uses magnets to launch various weapons, with extremely high speed and additional arm colors. Crack Clap. The ship doctor, Deeg, collided with the incoming weapon with a wooden stick. To Kid's dismay, the weapon disintegrated. Although Dejay, B-Boj, is a ship doctor, he is also a weapon master, and is extremely good at breaking down various weapons and destroying them. Boom. 35-year-old, the deputy captain of the 5th Division, flew out and quickly got up. Because of his ability, his body swelled and his strength surged. Injured and stronger. Combatant Rem Jones' eyes narrowed slightly, he held a weapon wound with electricity in his hand, and he was also good at walking in the air. Electromagnetic Thrust. 9 electromagnetic Kira came from one side and rushed towards Rem Jones. A vice captain, an officer, really look up to me. Roaring Gabu, looking at Appu and Pika of the 2nd Division in front of him, opened his mouth directly, and his mouth condensed a dazzling light like a laser cannon. Special talent or ability? Appu thought so, raising his hand and turning into a musical instrument to burst into a sonic attack. Pika also became big and smashed. Except for Red Hair, Beckman, and Usopp, the members of the two teams also besieged them. The vice captains and chief officers of the other two teams led the team to besiege the Straw Hats. Smile. Why? Watching Fujitora charge towards the Red Hair Pirates, Sengoku gave a loud shout. Fujitora took a step and said solemnly, "I was a little confused before, but now the world situation is very clear. The new world will be unified, the Revolutionary Army will surrender, Marine will fall, and only the Holy Land will remain. This is the best chance to attack the Holy Land in 800 years, 35. Marines or pirates, only celestial dragons, must be killed." Advertisement, Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora drew his knife and attacked. Bendix Snake. Navigator, good at kicking and 2-knife style. The best chance? Sengoku murmured, this is indeed the best chance, the Demon King's power is too strong. If anyone knows the wickedness of celestial dragons best, it's the top Marines. People who have never been to the Holy Land have no idea how prosperous it is, and how dark it is under the shadow of prosperity. The Revolutionary Army surrendered? Garp was taken aback. With such a big event, Marine has not received any news, and it is not even clear when it happened. Sengoku, move your brain, what do? Garp felt like his brain was going to explode now. The world is about to start a war, and I have nothing to do. Sengoku looked at the battlefield. The Demon King said that no one should be spared, not only the Redheads, but also the Straw Hats, including all of us. And now there is no shot at us, the outcome is already doomed. Garp Mingwu was silent. Only 1/3 of the Demon King's subordinates came, and it was very troublesome to take down the 3 forces at one time, and the troops were not enough. Golden Lion plus Linlin plus Katu plus Kizaru plus Fujitora plus Enel plus Kid plus 2 teams vs Red Hair Elite. Kaido plus Doflamingo plus vice captain of the 2 teams led the team vs Straw Hats. So far, Kaido and other strategy is to take down 2 pirates first and then besiege Marine. We can't wait to die, let's do it, Garp said solemnly. It is good. Sengoku took a deep breath and glanced at the sky subconsciously. When he met Bai Yu's eyes, his heart was shocked. Not good. Seeing Bai Yu suddenly raise his hand, Sengoku felt his hair explode, and Garp looked up and was also on guard. But Bai Yu didn't make a move. After raising his hand and falling, a very delicate and lovely little girl appeared in his arms. Brother, Ace Day froze for a moment, and after feeling the familiar warm embrace, she suddenly made a crisp and sweet voice. Bai Yu whispered, I haven't seen you make a move with all your strength, go ahead, block the 2 of them, and wait for someone to make a move before you go and play with Uda. Just blocking. Ace Day clenched his small fist and said, why don't I help my brother take them down, I'm very strong. 35 Bai Yu suddenly ignored a question, that is her strength. Conqueror's Haki, because of his physique and arm color, has reached the top level. He has been in the sea for 2 years and has received a lot of younger brothers. Conqueror's is currently senior, and he is an intermediate level. In terms of speed, teleportation, ability, recovery. These 3 are given by Bai Yu. Haki needs to practice, and the ability is synchronized with Bai Yu 2 years ago, and then developed again. In terms of strength, the body of more than 5,000 meters is concentrated, far exceeding everyone. There are also natural masters of water plus elves of natural beasts. So, the strongest under my command is a little lowly? 39. After doing this, Bai Yu suddenly understood that Ace Day was really strong. Not to mention, recovery plus teleportation, and then wrapping the top-level arm color with the terrifying power far surpassing everyone, it is like a child with one punch. Go, come on. Brother, I'm going. Ace Day smiled and disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he came to Garp and Sengoku, and suddenly became cold. Garp and Sengoku's expressions were slightly condensed, and they kicked Kaido and Luffy at extreme speed before, but they were amazing. It's him? Bai Yu looked into the distance. On the edge of the ice sheet, 2 pirate ships are coming and confronting each other. One side, the owner of the world's strongest lucky color Haki, Buggy. 1. The great pirate Ochaku, also a member of the former Rocks pirate, Ochaku. In the era of the 3 legends, the era of the 4 emperors, Ochaku did not keep pace and became the second-tier pirate of the New World. After occupying Hive Island, the original trajectory, the Blackbeard pirates stole the Hive Island from Ochaku, and Marine Kebi also got involved. A powerful bereaved dog. Chapter 247. Garp, Sengoku Fiasco. Anti-Demon King Alliance. The Fist of the End. Edge of Ice Sheet. The 2 pirates face off. I didn't pay attention to you along the way, but you have been following here. Ochaku looked indifferently at the pirate ship ahead. Do you want to die so much, the little devil on the Roger ship? Ha 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 ha, did you hear? He still wants to kill me. Buggy sat on the chair and laughed. His face sank soon. You are also worthy of killing me who have been eliminated by the times. Tell me the location of John's treasure. John, Silver Axe, and Ochaku, all 3 were members of the Rocks pirate. After the destruction of Rocks pirate, the whereabouts of the money accumulated by a large number of pirates is unknown, and Buggy suspects that it is with John, and has been looking for it. Many years ago, John wanted to take the treasure for himself, but was killed by his subordinates, and was resurrected by Moria into a zombie. Silver Axe and Ochaku also became famous after the Rocks era. Especially Ochaku. Although there are no legends, the second-line pirates are also very happy. Occupied the Beehive Island and lived a life of robbing and robbing houses. Ochaku didn't set sail again until Blackbeard took Hive Island. John. That trash is already dead. Ochaku stared at Buggy coldly. No, you didn't come for the treasure. 39. Have you been found? Buggy got up and said seriously. The captain is about to dominate the New World, and it would be a disaster to keep a big pirate like you. I'm here to kill you, make a contribution to Captain Demon King. Old-fashioned pirates like Ochaku have lived in a new era, so there are really a lot of second and third-tier pirates under the 4 emperors. The devil is under pressure. Some big pirates escaped from the New World, and some big pirates are unwilling to unite to form the Anti-Demon King Alliance. There is also the shadow of the world government behind the alliance against the Demon King, promising to destroy the Demon King in one fell swoop and split the New World. Although few pirates believe in world government, most pirates are greedy, conceited and ambitious. Blackbeard is one of the members, but he was beaten and taken away by the Demon King before he could show his ambition. Captain. You are from the Demon King, Ochaku said disdainfully. Little Shichibukai, what if you have a background? But do you have strength? How can you look down on this uncle? You are just a bereaved dog who was kicked out of the territory by Blackbeard. Buggy scolded. You want to die. Hearing the name Blackbeard, Ochaku was furious and wanted to kill. He had a good life on Beehive Island, but it was a shame to be kicked out of the territory by the younger generation of Blackbeard. The original trajectory was mixed with Marine Kebi and others, but the current trajectory does not. After leaving Hive Island, Ochaku wandered on the sea and joined the Anti-Demon King Alliance, mainly because he wanted to smack Blackbeard, who was also a member of the Alliance, and was unhappy with the Demon King. What's more important is the unwillingness to remain silent in the power of the dread Demon King. In this era, there are even more terrifying pirate forces than the Rocks pirate I once joined. Ochaku wanted to destroy in fear, otherwise New World would have absolutely no living space for a powerful pirate like him. Roger teamed up with Marine to win Rocks, then he and others could team up with the world government to win the Demon King. I didn't think about the word surrender, after all, I didn't want to kneel after a lot of age. Because Ochaku was already nearby, he came curiously after hearing all kinds of roars, and also conceded that he could leave under any circumstances, and Buggy followed. Give me the list of other members of the Anti-Demon King Alliance. A special wave of energy washed away from Buggy. In this case, this uncle can leave you a whole body. Die. Ochaku swung his giant sword in anger and slashed out a terrifying slash. Wake up. Buggy was not afraid at all, his whole body flew up, and he shot out brazenly. A world torn apart. Boom. 35 The slash was split by the air, and Buggy flew over at a very fast speed, raising his fist and slamming into the angry Ochaku. Super split fist. What? Ochaku picked up the giant sword and chopped it, but when he got to Buggy's hand, he didn't cut Buggy, but split the giant sword. Boom. One punch sent Ochaku flying, and his armor and clothes were all torn apart. Crack it for this uncle. Buggy did not stagnate, and directly split the entire pirate ship completely. At this moment, Buggy's strength was a mess. Shoot them all out, kill them all, Buggy shouted loudly. Ooh, Green Pepper, Mr. 3 and others shouted in unison, and they all attacked the sea with all their strength, and everyone beat the underdogs together. Buggy, Ochaku, the red-haired and the golden lion fought fiercely in the sky, watching the battle on the edge of the ice sheet dozens of miles away, and at the same time being surprised. They have all stayed on the same boat, and they still recognize each other after not seeing each other for many years. You're getting stronger too. The redhead looked a little complicated. Hockey didn't find out that Buggy was the Devil's Man because of Buggy's lucky color, but Beckman found out. This piece of shit isn't dead yet. The Golden Lion is very disdainful. For him, during the Rocks era, only Whitebeard and Rocks are worth watching. Charlotte Linlin is too wild, Kaido is too young, Silver Axe, John, Ochaku are garbage. Anti-Demon King Pirate Alliance, it's really a good alliance. Stussy reported it, and it was a surprise for Bai Yu. Because, after Bai Yu won Kaido, he decided not to recruit any big pirates below the top. Advertisement it's pointless, recruiting too many little pirates will only make a mess. So, those second and third tier pirates were all Bai Yu's cleanup targets, but they were too scattered to deal with. As soon as the Anti-Demon King Alliance came out, although not all the big pirates joined, it was really convenient for Bai Yu to clean up when they gathered together. Sengoku be careful. Seeing something, Garp's pupils shrank, and he immediately reminded him with a high drink. Fistbone Meteorite. Garp took the lead, and the terrifying armed color erupted, and the punch was as powerful as a meteorite impact. Sengoku immediately entered the giant Buddha form. The golden Buddha was dazzling. Well done. Seeing Garp attacking ahead of time, Ace Dess's eyes were bright, his arm color burst into a small fist, and he came to Garp in an instant, and threw a punch directly. Destruction Fist. Boom. 35 The moment the big and small fists collided, there was a scene that shocked Sengoku. There wasn't even a momentary stalemate, Garp was blasted out directly, and there was a sound of bone cracking in the roar. This power. Sengoku's scalp felt numb for a moment, he didn't have time to think about it, he raised his hand and patted it out. Big Buddha impact. The grand and fierce shockwave completely drowned Ace Day. Wrong. No one was hit. Sengoku let go of his senses, and immediately turned around when he found someone behind him, shooting a huge shockwave again. The Demon King's teleportation. As soon as Sengoku turned to attack, he found that the little girl was still behind him, indicating that he came behind him when he turned around. Turn around again, still behind. No matter how fast Sengoku turned, Ace Day was behind him, which made Sengoku sink in, unable to fight back. Why does she also, likewise without consumption and restrictions? Sengoku thought for a moment, and the body of the golden Buddha swelled again, several times huge. The Buddha's light shines. The dazzling Buddha light burst out from Sengoku in all directions, and burst out with the top arm color. Boom boom boom. The surrounding ice field shattered in a large area, and after a moment of silence, Sengoku sensed the past, turned around and looked at him with stunned eyes. Garp. Ace Day teased Sengoku for a while and ignored him. He learned from the Sea Kings. If there are more than two enemies, grab one and bite it to death, so as to deter the other, and then bite. Catch one and beat it to death, deal with it, then deal with the rest. Garp was blasted for more than 10 miles, and when he landed, Ace Day flashed and came to Garp. Consecutive destruction punch. Garp raised his hand to block with all his might, but after blocking the first punch, he was overwhelmed by Aceed's stormy punch. Boom 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 boom. The roar of terror caught the eye. Kaido, Kizaru, and others all looked over, and many of them widened their eyes. That incomparably delicate and lovely little loli, wielding a small fist to beat marine hero, is completely beating to death. Every punch was terrifying. That's Aceed's? She's beating Garp, am I right? She's so strong? Just think of her body, her power is terrifying. 35. On the spaceship, the girls also exclaimed when they saw the broadcast of Athena. Amazing. Uda on the high platform tried her best to look into the distance, and the power of Ace Dess's small fist refreshed her worldview. The 30-meter-long blue whale weighs 180 tons, and the Gaoka, which has grown to more than 5,000 meters long, also weighs hundreds of thousands of tons because the density of flesh and blood is much higher than that of the blue whale. You can reach 10,000 meters as an adult. Bai Yu murmured, a certain Godzilla with a height of tens of meters weighs 10,000 tons, because of the density of flesh and blood. The burst of power, because of all kinds of skills, so far exceeds the weight. Ordinary people can exert power far exceeding their body weight after exercise, and even the powerhouses in the powerhouse world can do so. So, Ace Dess's all-out punch is extremely terrifying. If the enemy has no armed defense, it will usually explode directly. Boom. The moment Garp's armament was shattered, Ace Day slammed another punch, and a cloud of blood splattered instantly. The whole place was suddenly silent. People with good eyesight felt heart palpitations when they saw it, and they subconsciously distanced themselves from her. Garp was now bloody, completely devoid of human appearance, and was like a gossamer. Grandpa. Grandpa. Luffy froze. This little girl, I can't afford to offend. Kaido thought seriously. I felt that terrifying power when I was kicked by Ace Day before, but now I look at it, it is definitely non-human, and it is absolutely impossible to resist her fist. The hard-fighting Garp ended badly, the resourceful General Sengoku or many hold out for two. It's your turn. When Ace Day turned around, his voice was cold and his delicate face was cold. For Flowers 0. Although she looks petite at about 10 years old, she has the style of a queen. If those Sea King's brothers were there, they would be screaming with excitement. Boom. Sengoku burst out Conquerors in his rage, black and red lightning washed his body, and charged towards Ace Day at high speed. Advertisement when approaching the kilometer, Sengoku jumped up, and the dazzling Buddha light made the whole sky become golden. Awakening, 10,000 Buddhas come to the world, 35. At this moment, everyone saw the golden Buddhas appearing one by one in the sky. The huge Buddha palms all over the sky even wrapped around Conquerors, smashing all over the sky. Boom. The island-destroying attack directly blasted the ice sheet out of the huge abyss, and the terrifying cracks spread for dozens of miles. Buggy and others on the edge were also shaken back by the strong aftermath. Do you only have this level? A childish and cold voice sounded. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, the cracks in the abyss were closed again by the cold air, and the entire ice field seemed to have not been destroyed. It didn't hit again. The moment Sengoku thought about it, he felt a fatal crisis approaching, and he was full of armed color without even thinking about it. Click. The cold air broke out in the air, directly using Sengoku as the source to freeze him, and then collapsed by Sengoku's armed color. Boom. At the moment of freezing, Ace Day teleported over, ignoring the weaponry displayed outside, and punched out directly. The terrifying power was released, and without the slightest stalemate, Sengoku flew out backwards. Infinite flash. Ace Day teleported to keep up with the flying Sengoku. A large phantom surrounded Sengoku, and every time he flickered, he threw a punch. Boom bang bang bang. Point 0. The audience held their breaths again. Not surprisingly, Sengoku, like Garp, ended badly. Gollum. The redheads plus straw hats plus marines were horrified. Such a cute, cruel and powerful little loli was unprecedented in 800 years. No wonder the Demon King didn't take action, because the Demon King really didn't need to take action. Boom bang. The two bloodied figures were thrown to the ground. Sengoku and Garp were strong but also full of energy. Ace Day teleported into Bai Yu's arms, and his high cold appearance suddenly became sweet and cute. He raised his lil head and said crisply, "Well, my mission is completed." Well done. With a complimenting smile, Bai Yu took out an item and handed it to Ace Day. This is very interesting. Ace Day took it and asked curiously, "What is this?" An ordinary tablecloth. Gourmet tablecloths, food that you have eaten and drank. As long as you say it, you can appear out of thin air and provide unlimited. It's so interesting, brother. I went to see Sister Uda to play. Ace Day's eyes were bright and he left with a sweet smile. Bai Yu smiled and looked at the battlefield. The three forces had withdrawn from one side, leaving only the redheads and the straw hats. Grandfather. Luffy yelled. Kaido snorted coldly. What do you mean? If you can't beat him, call him Grandpa? 39? I'm going to hit you. Ah ha ha ha. Luffy didn't explain anything, but the feature of fifth gear made him laugh. Stop laughing. Kaido burst into a drink, and the human beast form opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of thunder. Crackling. Kaido forgot about Enel attacking Luffy with thunder before, and attacking Luffy with lightning was completely ineffective. How is that possible? 99 hearing the thunder, Enel gave a startled glance, and his face turned black to the extreme. This is the natural enemy. The mortal enemy. Do you hold the thunderbolt in your hand? This scene is really ridiculous. Kaido was also startled, because Luffy raised his hand and grabbed Raiden in his hand. Raiden was held by Luffy like a physical weapon. You can play around with your abilities, but only Haki can be above everything. Kaido recovered and drank again, raised his mace and slammed it out. Boom. Luffy was hit high in the air, but he grabbed Kaido with his left hand, stretched his left hand to the limit, and dragged Kaido tightly. Let go, daddy. Kaido grabbed Luffy's hand, and smashed the mace to Luffy's elongated left hand, but the stick strike had little effect on Luffy in fifth gear, and his hand recovered instantly. Your weakness is still slashing, it shouldn't have changed, right? The blow was ineffective. Kaido directly turned into a huge blue dragon, and he opened his mouth to breathe. Tornado. The extremely strong storm turned into huge wind blades rushing towards Luffy high in the sky, and wind blades swept across Luffy. Wow. Luffy vomited blood, but his left hand was still stretched to the limit and grasped at Qinglong, but he didn't let go. Let go. The giant blue dragon shouted angrily. Come down to Lao Su, Straw Hat Boy. A huge column of heat-breathing flames rushed into the sky, submerging Luffy again, and breaking the clouds in the sky. When Qinglong looked up again, his pupils condensed. A huge fist appeared, and everyone on the battlefield looked sideways. Bai Yu whispered softly, "Fist of the end. It's over." 9. Chapter 248. Kaido recalls. Tetsulo steals the head. Akainu feels bad. Have you become a giant again? No, it's just that the fist has turned into a giant fist. This punch is really not small. No one except the captain can beat Kaido of the beasts with one punch. Looking around on the battlefield, Luffy, who was hit by Kaido into the sky, stretched his left hand to the limit and held Kaido, while his right hand became huge. At this moment, above the sky, conquerors wrapped around the huge fist, armed color, black and red lightning washed away, and the breath reached the top. If compared, the giant fist is smaller than the Island of Ghosts, pressing horizontally above the huge blue dragon, breaking through the clouds. This is Luffy's most powerful punch so far since he entered 5th gear. Gia ha ha ha, this punch looks very strong. How old is this kid this year? Golden Lion looked sideways. 19 years old, the redhead said calmly, at this age. Golden Lion was a little surprised. The power of this punch had obviously reached the peak of the world, which was not easy. However, Golden Lion has seen too many talented people, and most of them died on the road of growth. Luffy went to sea at the age of 17, arrived at Subordinates in a few months, practiced for 2 years and went to sea again, and a few months passed. It's been less than 3 years since I went to sea, and Luffy is not yet 20 years old. Speaking of this, the red-haired tone is complicated. Luffy has grown very fast, reaching the peak in more than 2 years, but now is a new era belonging to the devil. It took less than 3 years to draw a plot for more than 20 years. Bai Yu expressed his admiration for this. It took 4 years for a certain community next door to go out of the village to fight the big boss, and it took more than 10 years to draw, all of which were Water Emperor. Luffy. 5:30, Zoro looked up and muttered. Boyle, this kid can't even pass Kaido. Doflamingo opened his hands and said, no, even if you pass the Kaido level, there are still top pirates like Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Red Lonely, and the Devil's Descendant. Do you understand? 9. Unless the captain is suddenly interested, anyone who wants to challenge the captain is just delusional, and he can't even walk up to the captain. Zoro held his breath. Every time Doflamingo says a name, it's stressful. Even if Luffy really surpasses all of the above, he still can't get in front of the devil. Because, as long as the Demon King is not interested, they will never allow anyone to approach, and they will be besieged and killed. Very good, next, I will catch your attack head on. The huge blue dragon looked up at the mighty giant fist in the sky, and his words were full of fighting intent. Did you hear that? Straw Hat? 20 years ago, the so-called hero of New World Wano Kuni was burned alive by me with fire. Between the words, a fiery flame burned on the huge blue dragon. It's so hot, it doesn't matter, even if you let go, I won't run away. Luffy's left hand gripping Kaido suddenly loosened, it was too hot. Even if the straw hat was thrown away, he still held Kaido with his left hand, in order to fix the direction so that Kaido would not dodge, and then hit the strongest punch with his right hand. Whoosh! Luffy looked at his red-hot left hand and kept blowing air to try to dissipate it. The Sun God is not the god who controls the sun, but an honorary title for the warrior Nika 800 years ago. Your right hand won't fall off, because next, I'll make it disappear. At this moment, Kaido's dragon Kakuzu was burning with extremely hot flames. The entire body of the dragon is crimson red, and the whole body is like a huge fire dragon composed of magma plus flame, and its power is stronger. Speaking of Wano Kuni, Kaido couldn't help but fall into memory. Memories. Seeing the light of memories in the giant fire dragon's eyes, Bai Yu's eyes twitched. Fire dragon torch. Wano Kuni recalled only an instant. Conquerors was wrapped around the dragon's horn, and the huge fire dragon rushed into the sky. Rubber rubber. Luffy also finished charging up, and slammed down with a huge right fist like an island. Ape Shinso. Thang long flame 8 trigrams. Boom. The huge fire dragon lifted off and fell with the huge fist. The collision between the two directly produced a big explosion. The terrifying airwave completely shattered the clouds, and the momentum was terrifying. At this moment, the two sides were deadlocked. The dragon head and the giant fist have no choice but to continue to collide. Advertisement, ahahaha. Gear 5 Luffy was still laughing, constantly bursting into force trying to hold it down. Well done. Fire Dragon Kaido said, it's good that you can fight so far, but, you can't change the world, only the Demon King Captain can. Kaido fell into memory again. Decades ago, the Vorka Kingdom. The 10-year-old Kaido is already the strongest warrior in the Vorka Kingdom. At the age of 13, he was extremely strong, already 3 or 4 meters tall. Marine arrives, and the palace talks. The king said bitterly to Kaido, our country cannot stop the war, because we have to win and then take the money to pay the heavenly gold. Otherwise, we will lose our human rights in this world. The 13-year-old Kaido carried a mace and was full of resentment. Why should everyone obey those guys called celestial dragons? Stop talking about Kaido. The king interrupted and continued to persuade. After the conscription, you will become a marine soldier. For our country, it is really too extravagant of you. Why do you want me to be the lackey of the world government? Kaido growled, only to be chained by a group of marines. Marine said, as long as you hand over you, starting from the next edition, the country will be granted the right to participate in the World Summit. 5. Don't make political deals with me, Kaido yelled angrily. He made deeds for the country and shed blood for the country, but in exchange for such a cold transaction, it broke his heart. Like the boy Bullet, he was betrayed by his country of allegiance. Kaido he escaped, he ran back. It seems that as long as he is hungry, he will let us catch him, and he even uses the prison ship as a canteen. Escape for the last time. 13-year-old Kaido has a bounty of 70 million. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. So strong, who is this guy? Is he really only 15 years old? Many pirates watched in horror as the 15-year-old Kaido slaughtered all over Beehive Island. Until Whitebeard strode over. Hey, stinky brat, do you have any idea of being a pirate? Rocks. He wants to see you, how are you going to respond? Kaido glanced. Well, confirmed, this blonde man with a white crescent beard is a guy he can't beat. If you can't beat it, join in. 6 years later, the rocks disintegrated, and another 10 years later, Kaido's men have gathered Jin and Quinn, and Kurozumi Higurashi has come to the door. It's been 10 years since that incident. You're the embodiment of force, Kaido. Kurozumi Higurashi said, in the history of human beings, force has solved all problems. Humans are also animals, and the law of the weak is the most natural phenomenon. It's true, Kaido, 31, agrees with this view. Next, the remnants of the rocks will rise up. Kurozumi Higurashi said, in this world that speaks with weapons, I have a good proposal here. Since then, the layout Wanokuni. A few years later. Kaido approached Jin and asked, where did you hear about it? From Yamato. You've been talking about Joey Boy's name lately. Kazuki Oden wanted Wanokuni to start his country as if to welcome Joey Boy. Jin was a little surprised to hear that. Kaido continued, if he was the same man you were waiting for, Jin, then I know who would be Joey Boy. Who is it? It's the man who can defeat me from now on. Kaido's memories ended in a hurry. If it wasn't for Bai Yu, who usually only reads his memories and voices to outsiders, he would definitely hear the name Joey Boy again. The man who beat me will never be you, only the Demon King captain. The dragon Kaido shouted, but Joey Boy is not worthy of the captain, and the captain will create a new era. I'm not a Demon King, I don't understand the new era, I only need one. The fifth gear Luffy shouted with explosive strength, friends, you can eat with an open stomach, and you will be full. World. The ultimate power erupted, and the giant fist smashed the fire dragon Kaido down, and directly knocked Kaido back from the blue dragon form, and smashed directly into the ice field in the human form. Boom. Rumble. The humanoid Kaido smashed the ice sheet directly, smashed a huge abyss crack, passed through the ice layer, and fell into the deep sea. Wrist strength and freedom. Bai Yu watched calmly. Advertisement the original trajectory, since the fifth gear awakened, the two have not collided much. It was this punch that knocked the fire dragon Kaido back into human form, then fell into the underground magma chamber, and then disappeared in the eruption of the volcano with Big Mom. Then, go straight to the banquet. Kaido. Too sloppy, a mere volcanic eruption is nothing, let me out, I can fight again. Etienne. Your resilience is too strong, you can't make it any longer, so leave the stage quickly. On the spaceship, the women discussed. Perona curiously said, according to common sense, Kaido has already lost, after all, as a person of ability, he fell into the sea. No, Kaido is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, even if Bai Yu doesn't remove the side effects of his ability, he can still swim in the sea. Runti explained, fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form, can be played in the sky, underground and deep sea. Combined with strong resilience and vitality, he will quickly fly out of the sea and continue to fight. 99. Every time I hear this name, many girls feel weird because it goes against the common sense of devil fruit. Boom clap. After flying Kaido, Luffy also dropped out of fifth gear and fell weakly from the sky, hitting the ice field. Luffy. Several people shouted, golden binding, 99. Before the sound could be heard, Tetsolo of the 2nd Division threw out a large piece of gold to wrap Luffy lying on the ground. Boom. Luffy burst out conquers, and the armed color also went out to shake the gold away. You. So tired. Luffy's eyes widened. A burst of weakness made him a little weak, and he quickly regained some strength to stand up. Stand up so quickly? It seems that you have a certain resistance to sea stone. Tetsolo didn't care. But the most important feature of extremely high purity sea stone is the ability to seal. Just a gold bondage, with sea stone handcuffs, hands and feet are chained. Also, don't look at me with this incredible look. Tetsolo said coldly. This is war, not sparring, let alone playing a family, understand? And you have been constantly upgrading and becoming stronger before, which is really abnormal. To avoid accidents. 35 Golden Tide. A massive wave of gold overwhelms Luffy, who has had his abilities blocked and has little strength, after Tetsolo continues to sell. Golden Strangulation. The armed color covered a large area of gold and turned into sharp thorns, piercing Luffy's entire body, and in an instant, blood filled the air. Seeing Luffy dying in a coma, Doflamingo kicked Zoro back and said, TTT, as expected of my good subordinate, you did a good job, I will give you credit. Tetsolo was speechless. 0.9 If he is a squad leader now, Dover will definitely show his face, because robbing people is immoral. But he is only a member of the second team, and he has made 10 contributions, at least 5 of them belong to Captain Dover. Roar. The dragon roar sounded. The huge blue dragon jumped out of the sea, passed through the ice at high speed, and quickly flew back to the ice sheet with great power. Was taken? Kaido glanced at Luffy and didn't care, he was Team Zero, and he didn't even care about the smaller players taking the lead. What Captain Demon King wanted was efficiency and results. It was really a waste of time to fight normally. The Golden Emperor did a good job. Redhead, it's your turn. Kaido was quite brave, and without taking a break, slayed the red-haired Shanks, besieging him with the Golden Lion. Instantly break the balance. This made the redhead's heart sink. Now it is 2 against 1, and it will soon be 3 against 1, or even 5 against 1. After the tragic ending of Garp and Sengoku, the Straw Hats immediately left the stage, leaving only the redheads. Crack. Bai Yu repairs ice fields, Joy Boy, and Nika fruits. Sengoku, Garp. 35 Bai Yu looked at the 2 people lying in a pool of blood again. At present, most of his subordinates are pirates who have never read a book. They're good at killing people and setting fires. So, Bai Yu fell into his thoughts, naval headquarters inside the office. Akainu paced back and forth with a bad feeling in his heart and murmured solemnly. I can't get in touch with all of them. What happened to make my heart so depressed? Chapter 249. It's over, the 4 Marine top undercover agents. Bai Yu wants to watch a play. Boom boom boom. The ice field still roared, after a few minutes. The vice-captains of the 2 major divisions led the team to suppress the other members of the Straw Hat, and then besieged Zoro with Dover plus Tetsolo. Gravity Knife Tiger. After taking out the Navigator Snake, Fujitora swung the huge horizontal gravity wave towards Usopp. Boom. 35 Usopp, who was fighting against Katakuri with all his strength, was directly blasted away by a huge range of lateral gravity waves. Golden Tide. Time and space are annihilated. Tetsolo made a large golden wave to block Usopp from flying backwards, and Doflamingo even killed halfway. Chi-Chi. Boom. Usopp, who fell into the golden wave, directly suffered the distortion of space, and the raised sniper rifle was twisted on the spot. Smashing Thrust. In the other direction, Katakuri held a trident to cleanse the power of smashing, directly penetrating Usopp's abdomen. Attacks from 4 directions hit Usopp hard, vomiting blood and a crack in his abdomen. Peefed. Katakuri did not stagnate, the trident slid across Usopp's legs, was directly abolished, and threw it to the team to win. Golden Binding. 99 Tetsolo turned around and released a large piece of gold, which bound Lelouki for an instant. Light Speed Kick. 39 Kizaru came in a flash and kicked Lelouki out, and Dover jumped up and kicked the flying Lelouki. The twisting force burst out, Lelouki's stomach twisted like a twist, and Kizaru stepped forward and kicked again. Boom. Lelouki, who fell to the ground, was bleeding profusely from his abdomen, and a large piece of Tetsolo's gold turned into a sharp blade, taking the opportunity to run through his body. Usopp, Lelouki. Beckman's pupils condensed at a glance. Domination Powerful Country. Lin swung the giant slashing shockwave, and the range was extremely large. Bang bang bang. Beckman fired several shots in a row to destroy the huge shockwave, and his body sank immediately. Gravity Knife. Hell Brigade. Fujitora's full burst of lateral gravity slammed down from top to bottom, making Beckman's action and attack sluggish. Golden Fire. Super Strike Twist. Unparalleled Crush. Judgment Gun. Tetsolo awakened. The huge golden giant burst out with Laser 11, Dover and Ka came to kill 2, Kazalu condensed the Spear of Light, and threw it with great power. Light Cannon. 35 A combination of thunder and fire, Lin launches a high-density energy laser cannon. Boom. Beckman stagnates for a moment, all 5 attacking parties attack, bursting with a bang, and a huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky. Boom. 99 The 6 people did not stagnate, the roar has not stopped, and once again launched long-range attacks from all directions, the collision exploded. Deputy Captain, Dejay, who was still fighting, exclaimed, because after just a few breaths, Beckman's breath took a turn for the worse. So, if the level is not much different, siege is the kingly way. Bai Yu watched calmly. The power of the collision and explosion of the ultimate move is far greater than that of a single ultimate move. Beckman did not die immediately because of his strength. But that's all. Strong strength does not mean strong defense and resilience. The 3-round continuous attack directly broke the armed defense and knelt on the spot. Fujitora and the others once again attacked the rest of the elites of the red-haired regiment for a quick victory. God Avoid. The redhead dodged Kaido, swung the griffin at high speed, and slashed at the golden lion. Gia ha ha ha, did you learn the moves from Roger? The golden lion burst out with Conquerors, slashing with both hands. Slash Wave. As the representative swordsmanship of Roger, the biggest feature of God Avoidance is that the attack will avoid the enemy's weapon and hit the body directly. And Tyrant's large-scale air-to-air strike is enough to evade the gods. Gundali Longsheng Army. Kaido pounced again, swinging his mace very quickly to attack the redhead. Brush. The red hair dodged faster, and kept pulling away, looking at other battlefields with a solemn look. Usopp, Lelouki, and Beckman were defeated, and the rest were all under siege and were about to be defeated. The redhead continued to distance himself, raised his head and shouted loudly, don't tell me that you want to surrender too? Kaido is quite disdainful. Why did you go earlier? To tell you the truth, the captain only has orders to suppress the revolutionary army, but for any pirates, no matter what they say, the premise must be crippled. If you die accidentally, then die, it is worthless to die. Advertisement. The redhead was silent. What he wanted to say was that he knew many secrets of the world government, and wanted to exchange for the chance to let the redheads leave. But Kaido's words suddenly woke him up, saying it was useless. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion swung the knife in both hands, and the extremely dense and condensed golden slashing waves slashed towards the red-haired Shanks. David Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido held the mace in both hands and slammed into the redhead from the other side. The redhead was ready to dodge without even thinking about it. He used Conqueror's knowledge killing to control his aura and affect the detection of the perception and color. In addition, the speed was extremely fast. As long as he didn't fight recklessly, the redhead could drag on for a lot of time. Gravity, Chaos. Just as the redhead was about to dodge, Fujitora burst into full force, completely confusing the gravity around him. F#7. The sudden gravitational chaos made the red-haired body froze, and the top battlefield changed greatly in an instant. Light Cannon, Electromagnetic Gun, Golden Punishment. Smash blast. Twisted blast, 8 feet Joan Tomo, 5. Boom. At the moment when the red hair stopped, all the attacks from all sides hit the red hair, and a more terrifying explosion broke out. The ice field recreated by Bai Yu was extremely solid, and the cracks still continued, and the red hair at the center of the explosion was completely covered. Boom boom boom. The crowd did not stop attacking, and continued to attack the red hair in all directions, constantly colliding and exploding. Linlin, Kaido shouted, looked at Linlin, turned his head in confusion, and explained, it's a rare opportunity, it's time for us to reunite. What the hell? Golden Lion and the others were sluggish in their movements, and their expressions were wonderful. What are you thinking? Seeing a lot of people looking at him with strange eyes, Kaido said angrily, I said that I would attack with Linlin and use top-level combo skills. Shout, that's it. Golden Lion is disdainful. Combining skills is just a combination of skills. What kind of combination? Let lousy look forward to a game in vain. The crowd laughed, Kaido glared. A group of guys who are full of stubbornness, Lao Su, as the strongest man in the world, is ashamed to be in the company of you. That's the trick you and Katakuri joined forces to hit me a while ago. Noticing that Linlin didn't understand it yet, Kaido couldn't help but explain it in detail. Oh, I see. Linlin nodded and rushed over to stand with Kaido. Eldest sister, although you are no longer who you used to be, I can finally fight side by side with you again. Kaido murmured inwardly, raised his mace, and Linlin raised his knife. Boom. 2 strands of conquerors burst out at the same time, and at this time, because the crowd stagnated, a red-haired figure half knelt with blood appeared and looked up. Redhead, it's over. Kaido burst into harmony and broke out top combo skills with Linlin. Bahai. The huge shockwave is full of power, pushing the ice field all the way, and attacking the red-haired coverage in a huge range. God cut. The redhead who was already injured did not choose to dodge anymore, and exploded all the armed colors and cut out the strongest blow with conquerors. Boom. Slash and Bahai stalemate, collapsed the next moment, drowned the red hair, directly charged dozens of miles away, and fell to a pool of blood along with the collapsed griffin. Everyone separated to make up for the knife. After a few minutes, it's over. The red hair pirates, the straw hat pirates, Sengoku, Garp, and more were all thrown together. Wait, and me. Buggy ran from a distance and threw a stump on the ground, laughing. Ha 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 ha, long time no see everyone, this uncle is back. Eh. Before Buggy could finish speaking, he saw Shiki draw his knife, and his head shrank. Master Shiki, I was wrong, 99. Is that the kid on Roger's boat again? Impressed by Buggy's red nose, Shiki turned to look at Ochaku, an old acquaintance who had thrown Buggy on the ground. Boyle, Ochaku, who was kicked out of Hive Island by Blackbeard. Doflamingo recalled, I was lucky not to die, and later became a cadre of the Anti-Demon King Alliance. A piece of trash. Kaido looked scornfully. All the members of the original Rocks Pirate basically disliked each other, so Sister Linlin took good care of him. My fault. Seeing everyone's meaning, Buggy's eyes widened, and he directly pierced Ochaku's head with a throwing knife, and died on the spot. Anyway, the purpose is achieved, and the captain sees that he has defeated Ochaku and is delighted. Well done. Advertisement, meet the captain. Bai Yu appeared out of thin air, waved his hands slightly to everyone, and looked at the prisoners of war. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Sengoku and Garp suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood and woke up faintly. Redhead. Straw Hat. The two of them raised their eyes slightly, and they first saw the people laying dead not far away. When they looked up, they noticed that Kaido and the others were standing up and looking at them coldly. And the terrifying Demon King was not far away, causing their brains to be a little confused. How long did they stay in a coma? The inexorable charisma makes the enemy greatly admire. This is how I conquer the strong, understand? Bai Yu said calmly. People. Yes, the captain is right. Garp and Sengoku returned to their senses. They understood the meaning of the Demon King. And the Demon King conquering the strong is not what they thought about using special abilities to change their wills and thoughts. I also understand that now it is the two of them's turn to start choosing. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The impatient Kaido snorted coldly. Captain subduing you is to look down on you, don't be ashamed. 3 seconds, if you don't surrender, all will die. Kill all Marines, absolutely not one. Demon King, what are you doing? Garp suddenly shouted, trying to get up from the ground, his eyes were scarlet. Everyone looks. I saw Bai Yu walked up to Luffy who was in a coma and raised his hand. Could it be that he wanted to use his life and death to force his grandson, which made Garp chill? Stop, I surrender, 99. I surrender too. Sengoku spoke in a deep voice. Kaido's threat to hit the soul made him shudder, not to mention the Marines in the headquarters, there are many Marines here. For him, coercion is the fastest way, and he doesn't dare to disagree. What a fuss. Bai Yu spoke flatly, and a shimmer of light shone on his hands, covering Luffy, the Straw Hat. Huh? Can't come out. Bai Yu is peeling off the fruit. He wants to see what the will of devil fruit, which can escape the world government for 800 years, is like. However, he found that the first peeling was unsuccessful, and after a little thought, he drew the knife directly. Time pours 530 streams. Under the eyes of everyone, Luffy's body shrank rapidly, and Garp watched in astonishment. Luffy turned into a child. The next moment, an undetectable energy escaped extremely quickly. Bai Yu raised his hand to grab the energy and stuffed it into an apple. A purple grapefruit-shaped fruit with a special pattern appeared in his hand, shocking those who had never seen this method. Zone, human fruit, phantom species, Nika form, Buzz. Nika fruit trembled slightly. Golden Lion noticed this and said in surprise, "This is. Fruit wants to break free? Such a strong will. Even if the will contained in it is strong, it is still a dead thing. Why is it like this?" Ka-er wondered. Because the will is afraid. Kaido's eyes flashed. Even if a grass has a will, it will struggle with fear before facing death. What? Many people looked at the captain in surprise, but Bai Yu's eyes turned cold. Destroy it. Bai Yu directly squeezed the fruit and slashed towards the place where the energy escaped, completely destroying the fruit's energy and will. The magic eye of death, the concept kills everything, and the fruit has completely disappeared since then. This is a space imprint. Bai Yu hit Garp and Sengoku with 2 space marks and by the way recovered some of their injuries. What else do you want to say? 5. Boom. Bai Yu stunned the other marines directly and deleted the relevant memories. It's not yet time for Kizaru and the others to be exposed. There are currently 4 marine top undercover agents, and Bai Yu wants to watch the show. Naval headquarters is empty, Akainu is a bear commander, and if you try harder, the 5 elders will be P*********. Garp was in a trance. Sengoku said solemnly, "Smile is right, marine or pirate, this is the only chance to kill celestial dragons, but world government is not easy, we still need to take a long-term plan." Jia ha ha ha, Sengoku, your thinking is outdated, it's ridiculous. Golden Lion seized the opportunity to ridicule Sengoku. With the captain's strength, coupled with the power, the mere world government is nothing more than a plan. What do you know? World government has 800 years of history. Bullshit. What else is there besides devil fruit? Oh, there are a lot of old yin ratios like you. Sengoku couldn't be mad. Bai Yu finds it interesting. Pirates and marine don't get along well, but it's a balance that Bai Yu wants. The World Summit will be a while away, don't argue for now. Bai Yu looked at everyone and said, "Kizaru, you take marine away, Kaido, you repair it, and return to Mercury Island for a meeting tomorrow." Yes, Captain. Chapter 250. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Bai Yu bullies Uda? The concert ended perfectly? Marine leaves, pirates trim. Akainu, you have to be strong. Bai Yu looked at Kizaru, Fujitora, Garp, and Sengoku as they left. At this moment, the people who had been pulled into a coma by their consciousness because of Uda's singing were also awakened. Some of the familiar faces, such as Kebi and Bai Yu, took one more look. After all, in just 2 years, he has been upgraded from the speed of light to the dragon, and he can be regarded as the representative of marine who was opened by a certain field. Kirby, a handyman for a small pirate group, was trained by Garp for a few months, and not only was able to use shave, but the summit war awakened. You must know that Kebi, who just appeared, is not as good as ordinary little girls. Shaving belongs to the 6th style, and marine 6 styles is a physical art that goes beyond the limit of human physical ability. But in just a few months, not only did he lift up his body, he even learned how to shave, whether it was Marine's good food or Garp's teacher who surpassed Rayleigh. Rayleigh? Just Garp? Anyone can step on my feet now? The original trajectory, in the Rocky Harbor incident that Luo participated in, became a hero to protect civilians, helped Blackbeard defeat Ochaku, took Hive Island from his hands, and participated in the siege of Nine Snake Island, and was finally kidnapped by Blackbeard. The little colonel is so handsome. No idea, thought Kirby was a Marine Admiral alternate. Kirby was 18 this year, Zephyr was a corporal when he was 28, and Smoker was still at East Blue when he was 34. Sure enough, it's all about the background. If you don't follow Garp, it will be difficult to become a colonel in 10 years. 35. Bai Yu quickly retracted his gaze. He is a pirate and cannot understand some of Kabi's behaviors and thoughts. Who makes Bai Yu not a good person? Amnestic. 99 Bai Yu directly deleted all the people who had been in a coma all over the island. Uda, go ahead. Continue what? Uda was a little puzzled. Bai Yu tapped Uda's forehead. Of course, continue to hold the concert. You charge so much for the entrance fee, you won't only sing one song, right? My heart is really dark. I didn't charge the ticket fee, don't wrong Ben Uda. After Uda finished speaking, he was sad and remorseful. The plan failed, and I realized that my thoughts were too dark. I'm sorry for the fans. In the comics, am I considered a big annoying villain? It is really naive to pull everyone into the illusory dream world and use the ability to create false peace and happiness. You are right, according to common sense, you are indeed the villain. Bai Yu's words made Uda a bit decadent, but what made Uda stunned was that Bai Yu put his hands on her shoulders, and his voice at this moment was extraordinarily gentle. Uda, I will always believe in you. Also, I like cute and charming villains the most. Cute. Charming. Looking at Bai Yu's serious, yes, it's you, eyes, Uda instantly blushed and kicked away. Before you said I was stupid and flicked my forehead, the ghosts believed you. 99. Bai Yu raised his hand and grabbed Uda's leg and said, don't worry, I have deleted all their memories, you can just treat it as if the concert hasn't even started yet. Although some people who watch the live broadcast such as 5 elders know it, but it does not matter. Let Uda come to the most perfect concert for the fans. Thank you. Thank you. Uda was silent for a moment and whispered. Bai Yu had a puzzled face. What did you say? Sorry, my hearing is not good. 99. I said, thank you. Uda stared. She didn't believe that Bai Yu couldn't hear. Anyway, He teased her whenever he had the chance, which was completely different from the Demon King who sat on the throne of the sky before. Not enough backquote. What's not enough? You lost the game before, you definitely won't be fooled, right? 35. $7. Uda gritted her teeth. She lost 2 games and wanted to call Bai Yu a good brother and father. Ben Uda was willing to admit defeat. Subconsciously moving towards the surroundings, after realizing that no one was nearby, Uda took a deep breath, approached Bai Yu very quickly, stood on tiptoe and prepared to speak in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu suddenly lowered his head, and Uda kissed him just as he approached. "Ah you." Advertisement. Uda's brain was short-circuited for a moment, and after regaining his senses, he immediately stepped back, only to find that his legs were still in Bai Yu's hands, and his body slanted into Bai Yu's arms. "You took the initiative to throw your arms around, I'm a normal man," Bai Yu said, bowing his head again. Uda blushed again. How could Bai Yu be so bad? You are the real villain. And at this moment, on the spaceship. Wow. Many girls also opened their eyes wide and watched the live broadcast with different expressions. They were watching Uda, who would have been harmed by a certain Demon King in the blink of an eye. Don't look at it, kid. Perona covered Xiao Yu's eyes. Robin also covered Abi's eyes, smiled and said, Our Lord Demon King, it's really quick to start. 99. Vivi covered Aisha's eyes and smiled. Uda is stunned. Bai Yu said that thin-skinned men only deserve to eat dirt. Nami also covered Kuina's eyes and complained. And his current skin, I don't think the Pluton battleship can beat him. No, you are wrong. Hancock covered Shirahoshi's eyes and said seriously, Husband's physique is extremely strong, and Pluton can't be beaten by 100 times stronger, that's right. Girls. Crystal. Although the Empress was telling the truth, she always felt strange. I'm back. Ace Day appeared out of thin air and greeted the girls with a sweet smile. Sister Kaya, Sister Makino, Sister Stussy, Sister Ain, Sister Yamato, Sister Uda's concert is about to start again. Sisters, come in. .39. Long time no see, Ace Day. The girls showed their favorite expressions when they saw the sweet little loli. 9-year-old Kuina was stunned. You, what do you call my sister? Ace Day looks about 10 years old, but he beat Gar plus Sengoku before, should he be older than her? Sister Kuina, I'm only 2 years old, Ace Day said playfully. 2 years old? The new girls such as Kuina, Betty, and Maya were stunned. Such a cute and powerful Ace Day is only 2 years old, it's really so good. The girls gathered around them one after another. Now, the concert resumes. CP, Marine, the rest of the pirates, etc. all quietly retreated and the fans stayed. High on the left, Golden Lion, Kaido, Dover, Enel and others. On the high side on the right, Bai Yu led a group of girls to cheer with a light sign. The new era is the future, everything in the world, change everything, change everything. Endless music, don't dream, you once said, trust me. Perfect stage, perfect singing, Uda, like the king of the music world, directly ignites the atmosphere to a climax. Oh, Uda, ooh, new age, oh, Diva Uda, we will always trust you. 35. There were more than tens of thousands of people in the entire audience, standing up and shouting excitedly, and fans all over the world were cheering. Jia ha ha ha, what a magical singing voice, who kicked Lao Su? Golden Lion, who loves to dance, is also twisting his body, but his eyes are too hot, and he is kicked away by Kaido and Linlin. The girls waved the lights. Thank you, everyone, thank you for coming to my concert. After the song ended, Uda thanked him, glanced at Bai Yu without a trace, and said happily, next is a new song. Dream. I hope everyone can fulfill their dreams and be happy. 99. Maybe this is consummation, because now Uda's smile is very real, Bai Yu said softly. Uda's most basic dream is to become the best singer first, and then to create the most perfect stage singing. And what Uda really expects? A peaceful world where everyone is happy and without suffering, Bai Yu said. It is difficult. But after all, it is her own woman's dream, and Bai Yu will try her best to help. Anyway, better than the original trajectory that ended bleak, Bai Yu really likes cute and charming villains. System, lottery. Before Bai Yu suddenly took Uda to the second adoptive father Gordon, Uda, who was stunned, thought Bai Yu was going to cut the mess with a quick knife. Advertisement. As a result, you robbed Ben Uda. Ding, it has been detected that the host has robbed Uda to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery in the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on the ability to draw. Infinite Tsukuyomi. This. Bai Yu subconsciously glanced at Uda, who was full of charm on the stage. The original plan of this young lady was also an alternative version of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Trapped in an imaginary world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. From the world of Hokage Ninja, the ultimate illusion of the world. It can make people all over the world enter the world of illusion and dream, and suck up chakra. If it is not unlocked in time, it will become white Zetsu, which will lead to the end of the world. Ding! The trigger optimization mechanism is detected, whether to optimize. Optimization. More, ding, the optimization is complete, Infinite Tsukuyomi optimization. Make it real. Turn fakes into reality. Concept level innate ability to turn all the falsehoods that are not far beyond the host's tolerance range into reality. I won the lottery again, but there are strength restrictions, not unlimited. Bai Yu has talent. Reality, rewriting reality, and fantasy fruit, fantasy creation, which are somewhat similar. The latter is defined by a custom devil fruit card, which belongs to the category of devil fruit after all, and the upper limit is not high. In other words, the upper limit of devil fruit is not high. After all, if there was no upper limit, the world government would have led the army out of the Qinghai world and swept the universe. This concept level talent is definitely far stronger than devil fruit. Although there is a certain strength limit, there is no upper limit in terms of development, and it is said that it is far beyond tolerance. Bai Yu does not care about far beyond. I can't find anyone who can let me draw the lottery, Bai Yu thought. In addition to Uda, there are 58 girls in total, and Bai Yu has drawn too many good things. For example, many people shouted, "I am inseparable with gambling and drugs." The word huang is not mentioned at all, and I love it. Bai Yu also loves the lottery. But Bai Yu can't think of anyone else at the moment, but what he can think of are some people who have long since died. Well, let's give up for now. Bai Yu listened to Uda singing, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the world of singing. The concert ended perfectly. Night. World Economic News. Big news, Li Hao. It's all really big news recently. Morgans is working overtime to sort out the news and is very excited. The World Singers concert ended perfectly, and many fans fell into a coma with excitement. Oh, what a perfect singing voice. Crocodile women's photos. No, transgender photos. Gollum, 99. Morgan stared intently at the photos from the likes of Hawkeye and Kuzan, of the wild, alluring female crocodile, blinding him. If I send it out, I will definitely be hacked to death by him, right? Thinking for a moment, Morgan said quite firmly, "As a journalist, how can you be afraid of death? Lord Demon Lord, please bless me." Sand Crocodile. You are doomed, mother. Bah, I remember you. Blackbeard ends miserably. Buggy belongs to the Demon Lord, kills Ochaku. The fall of the Revolutionary Army headquarters and the surrender of the leader are all big news. The Redheads, the Straw Hats were defeated, the Marine Double Admiral, the Marine Hero, the Marine Chief Inspector, fled, 35. The King of the New World. Whether it is the King of the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, or the King of the New World, depends on how everyone understands it, and it can be regarded as a foreshadowing. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Morgans looked at the date. There are 44 days left until World Summit, only about a month and a half left, 44 days, very auspicious number. Mike. After a while, this new word will no longer exist. Prepare in advance so that people all over the world are prepared. Very ambiguous title. After Morgan sorted it out, thought about it, and wrote the title carefully. 11 trillion chapter 251. The world shakes. The Bureau of Investigation, Dark Horse. The huge straw hat in the Holy Land. The next day. It will take time for the newspaper to be released to the world, but many places have already received the newspaper. Compared with the news of Kaido and others 10 days ago, the content of today's newspapers also exploded, shocking countless people. Open black lens bracket end of 4 Emperors Blackbeard close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 4 Emperors Shanks end close black lens bracket. Former Shichibukai Buggy, subordinate to the Demon King, killed the great pirate Ochaku. Demon King's generation, the last supernova Straw Hat group ends, close black lens bracket. Shocked. The Revolutionary Army was disbanded, and the leader Drago surrendered to the Demon King, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock. Marine Double Admiral, Hero, Chief Inspector flee, close black lens bracket. The World Singer concert ended perfectly. Uda joined the devil. The Demon King oppresses New World, and the Anti-Demon King alliance is unsightly. Gollum, it's horrible. 2 more 4 emperors fell, and the New World became the back garden of the Demon King. Hey, who can compete with the Demon King for the position of the second generation Pirate King? Roger. It's just finding an island, kind of crippling Whitebeard. It's far worse than the Demon King. There is another Demon Lord in Shichibukai. Why was no one found out before, you say in Marine? Oh, the singer has joined the Demon King. That's great. What about the pirates? Only the Demon King can protect her. Shocked discussions all over the world. With the fall of the last 2 4 emperors, no other great pirate can be as famous as the Demon King, becoming the only legendary great pirate in the new era. Some of the older generation think of the Horror Rocks decades ago, and he's just as proud. But such a comparison. The older generation couldn't help but sigh. The new generation of Demon Kings is even more terrifying, even making people dare not guess the future. Now. Naval Headquarters, inside the office. Holding the newspaper in his hand, Akainu watched with a sullen face and said nothing. Akainu, we must not allow the Demon King to act recklessly. A man wearing a marine cape and sunglasses walked in and said, look at the headline in this newspaper, the land of the gods has been furious, 99. What about rage? Akainu's tone was flat. 2 years ago, the devil Bai Yu broke into the land of the gods 530, and you know it. The man in sunglasses is silent. More than just breaking in, even the 5 elders have killed one, yet to no avail. He's under Marine, director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, codename, Dark Horse. The original track, after World Summit, was in charge of investigating the attack on Elros and the invasion of the Revolutionary Army in the Holy Land. The land of the gods' patience with the Demon King has reached its limit, and the Knights of the Gods have also moved, and things have become more complicated, the Dark Horse said condensely. The land of the gods is the Holy Land where the Mariejois celestial dragons live. The Knights of the Gods? Oh, Let them handle it themselves. Akainu chose not to be out of sight or out of mind. He didn't have time to care about celestial dragons shit. The Dark Horse continued. I think Kizaru they have a problem too. What is the problem? Akainu frowned slightly. The Dark Horse pointed to the newspaper and said, since it is certain that the Demon King is there, why didn't you take them down? To be precise, why all of them fled and not a single one was left behind? This is totally unreasonable. Boom. Akainu immediately smashed the table and said coldly, what do you mean? The Dark Horse looked directly at Akainu and did not give in at all. At least one of them is killed, it is in line with common sense. As the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, the Dark Horse's professional instinct is suspicious, because he can't find the reason why the devil did not kill Kizaru and others. The people of the Crime Investigation Bureau are very suspicious, especially the director Dark Horse. Advertisement, let Kizaru say it. Akainu threw the phone bug directly and continued to look at the newspaper and think deeply. The Dark Horse quickly dialed Kizaru's phone bug and said bluntly, Kizaru, I want to know what happened yesterday and how did you escape? Are you a Dark Horse? In the conference room on the warship, Kizaru heard the voice of the Dark Horse, glanced at the three of Sengoku, and said slowly, I don't like your tone, don't say it. The Dark Horse was obviously stunned. Are you, Beboj, sure it's Paluzolino? Ah, didn't the phone bug imitate the handsome face and magnetic voice of this old man? Peefed ha ha ha. Hearing the loud laughter, the Dark Horse's face sank. Garp. As a marine hero facing pirates fleeing, how dare you laugh? You were right about your. It's not your turn to teach me, kid, Garp burst out. Sengoku took the phone bug and said solemnly, Dark Horse, what's the matter? Seeing it was Sengoku, the Dark Horse frowned again. Shouldn't you guys be recovering? Why are you all together? 35. What's the matter? Sengoku's tone was heavy. The Dark Horse said solemnly, since the Demon King is here, why didn't he take you all? Judging from his previous record, at least one can be taken down, right? He wasn't there. But the newspapers. When did you trust the newspapers so much? And Morgans is the devil's man. You also believe what he says? Sengoku interrupted the Dark Horse and continued. Kaido and their mission are obvious. Take down the red hair. Our appearance is an accident for them. Seeing the red-haired defeat, in order to prevent them from taking action, and to prevent the appearance of the devil, we left directly. Bai Yu recovered everyone's injuries, restored the warship, and deleted and modified the memories of the Marines who followed. What Sengoku said was following what the Marines saw, no problem. Although it is not a flight, it is a fact that we retreat without a fight, and we will write a detailed report. 99. Sengoku hangs up the phone bug. Dark Horse's expression changed, and his suspicions were not dissipated. I will read when Sengoku and their report are finished. Whatever. Akainu said without raising his head and continued to read the newspaper, analyzing the situation. The Dark Horse is too suspicious, there is no evidence, and to doubt the decades-old Marine will only be counterproductive, and Akainu believes in their beliefs. Akainu walked to the window and looked at the sea. In this situation, it seems that I am just in time for a. He wanted to say something. Just let the horses come over, I will clean up all of you one by one. Can think of the devil. Akainu just smoked cigars one after another, and finally, the Dark Horse choked and left the marshal's office. This era is incredible. Sengoku also spoke in a complicated tone in the conference room on the warship. Slippery. Fujitora took a mouthful of noodles and said, don't worry, this is the worst of times, and it's also the best of times. Is there really no need for a plan? Garp is also rarely serious. As Golden Lion said, the biggest background of world government on the bright side, except for the three major departments, is a large number of devil fruit. But this is all on the surface, who knows what else is in the back, such as the three ancient weapons, Uranus. It is better to have a plan than no plan to minimize casualties. Captain, isn't there a meeting today? Wait for the news. Kizaru trimmed his nails and said, besides, Sakazuki must be alone in the marshal's office, right? There is no one to use, it's really miserable, as the big brother, my heart, is very sad. Having said this, Kizaru's voice changed. Little brother is so miserable, big brother, I have to save him. 3. Kuzan was beaten and maimed by you, and I don't know how serious the psychological shadow was left. It is estimated that he will still scold you in his dreams, and you want to attack Akainu again? Sengoku despised Momo and said solemnly, before the war begins, we must hold the general power in our hands to avoid unnecessary casualties for Marine. Advertisement, as for how to do it, it must be determined before returning to headquarters. The three understand. Akainu is Marshal Marine, and the four of them don't have much power to deploy troops, so, the primary target is Akainu. 1. Pit kill, with Mr. Sengoku as Marine Marshal again. Fujidora's output was astonishing, and he continued, 2nd, become your own. The first point is too conspicuous, the Marshal cannot easily leave the headquarters. The second point, the three of Kizaru thought deeply. At the same time, Holy Land Mariejois, celestial dragons, who live in the land of the gods, are full of anger and horror after seeing the headlines of the newspapers. Open black lens bracket King of New World close black lens bracket ambiguous title. For many people, the moment they read the headline of the newspaper, they would think that the Demon King is already the king of the New World. And it's fine. But for celestial dragons, these 5 words together are completely trampling on their dignity. Who came up with this title? The King of the New World. Why did it have to be written as the King of the New World? Damn it. If those ignorant pariahs mistook the Demon King for the new King of the world, where would they put us? I can't take it anymore. I sent all the strongest shields and the Knights of God to encircle and suppress this Demon King. Go to Lord Five Elders, you must punish the Demon King with all your strength. One by one, the celestial dragons came to the outside of Panchung angrily, but were stopped. Before the celestial dragons were furious, a sentence came from the ancient city. No more trouble, die. For a time, many celestial dragons trembled in their hearts and quickly left Panchung. As the highest 5 elders of celestial dragons, they were still very dignified. In the discussion hall of Panchung, the blonde 5 elders said in a cold voice, "It will only make a lot of noise, a bunch of rubbish." 99. There's no need to be angry with them. The bearded 5 elders looked at the newspaper, also stabbed by the headline. This kind of ambiguous title will definitely mislead many people. Is it to pave the way for the ambition of the Demon King? The curly-haired 5 elders flipped through the paper. What about the red-haired kid with the blood of the Figolins? What about the straw hat of the rubber fruit? It wasn't written in the newspaper, but now the CP has returned to Elikia to investigate, the blonde 5 elders said. He also eagerly wanted to know the ending, especially the Nika fruit straw hat, which was what the adults paid attention to. Chong. The bald-headed 5 elders drew and retracted the knife, and then lightly wiped the long knife and got up. The Anti-Demon King alliance is really unsightly. The Demon King has unified the new world. The time has come, it's time. The rest of the 5 elders looked solemn. This situation is very dangerous, and the World Summit will be held soon, and it is indeed time to meet the adult. Now. Deep in the Holy Land. A slender figure with a crown on his head, holding several reward orders in his hand, walked up the corridor of the high platform that seemed to have no end in sight, and slowly came to a huge portal. Crack. 39 turned the gear and opened the door. At the moment of opening, the dust was washed away, and it seemed that no one had come for a long time. After entering, it is dark inside, the building is extremely grand and ancient, and it is like ancient ruins buried in history. Tap tap. The slender figure walked lightly, and after a while, he came to a secret room, which was also full of traces of time. The most striking thing is that there is a huge straw hat in front of it. The size of the huge straw hat is definitely not something that ordinary people can wear. The slender figure looked at the huge straw hat, and then looked down at the reward order in his hand. Without saying a word, his eyes did not waver, as if thinking of something. He turned and left with a few reward orders. Go, among the flowers. Chapter 252. I am, King of the Celestial Dragons. The High Throne, the 5 Elders. Holy Land, Pan-Ancient City, in luxuriously decorated hallways. World Summit. The curly-haired 5 elders said as they walked. There is only 1.5 months left, and Cobra of Alabasta is also coming, and he also asked to meet us at the World Summit. 99. The Neferutari family was the only family among the original 20 who chose to stay in the Nether 800 years ago. That's a traitor, the bearded 5 elders said flatly. Did he notice something? Hopefully it doesn't cause any trouble. The princess. The blonde 5 elders had a bad tone. Cobra's daughter, Nefertari Vivi, is now the female crew member of the Demon King, and I don't believe Cobra gave up his daughter. 99. 1. Cobra wants to ask us to take back our daughter, and 2. I suspect that Cobra is also connected to the Demon King. Either one is normal. The second one is more reasonable. The first one is meaningless even if it is taken back. If the Demon King is furious, Cobra can't bear it. The bearded 5 elders said, Cobra's business is not important, the new world unified by the Demon Lord is the problem. The balance of the world cannot be maintained forever. The bald 5 elders said the truth, and the tone was suddenly cold. Looks like there's going to be a big cleanup right away after World Summit. The 5 elders stopped talking, continued to the Void Throne. Pan-Ancient City, deep, it's called, between flowers. From a distance, it is full of greenery, flowers and plants everywhere, tall trees grow against the walls, and butterflies are flying. A fragrant garden. From a close distance, white flowers are in full bloom, and a slender figure is standing on the wide grass. There are thin circles outside the red pupils, wearing a crown with 4 towering spikes, wearing a cloak that reaches the ground, like a long skirt dragging the floor. What is even more eye-catching is that the slender figure raised his fingertips, touched the flying butterflies, and played with the butterflies. Excuse me. Tall, thin and slender plus a long skirt like cloak tail plus permanent garden plus teasing butterflies. Is it a man or a woman? Bai Yu. The one with the cloak like a long skirt and playing with butterflies must be a BCH, otherwise, it's either a fake BCH or a gay. Rustling. Butterflies fluttered at the fingertips, forming a landscape with the flowers. At this moment, a maid arrives and kneels on the ground very respectfully. Sir, I am. Everyone has arrived. Hearing this, I am no longer teasing the butterfly, turned around and walked slowly, the long skirt trailing traces on the grass. And not far away. A luxurious double-edged longsword was inserted into the grass, the straw hat and Blackbeard's bounty were shattered, and the blade was inserted into a photo belonging to Shirahoshi. And I am walking, holding a poster-like photo in his hand. The person in the photo is exactly Vivi. Pan-Ancient City, Pongal Castle. Among them is a very luxurious and magnificent hall. The high ladder is filled with various weapons in the middle, and further up, there are layers of ladders, and there are only 20 weapons inserted at the top. At the highest point, there is a luxurious throne, shaped like an inverted giant sword, the symbol of the world government, and there are lion-shaped things on both sides to guard it. This is the Void Throne. The 20 weapons that protect the Void Throne are rumored to have created this world, the first 20 people, the oath made 800 years ago. This is the center of the world, and no one is seated as a symbol of peace. Every king of the alliance countries will come here to take the oath. No one can be called the king of the world, like the five elders, the highest power in the world, among the celestial dragons, who have the highest status. The Void Throne promises that the kings of all countries will remain equal, and there is no swearing ceremony of dictatorship. These words are really nice. They were all told to the allied countries. Those kings who had sworn here all admired celestial dragons' equality on the surface, but most of them were contemptuous in their hearts, and they yearned for the Void Throne. Advertisement: if you sit on it, you will be the king of the world, right? The original trajectory, the new king of the Goa Kingdom, Staley, the younger brother of Sabo, came here to take the oath, and this sentence came out of his heart. Usually, there are many guards here, but at the moment it is very empty. Ta. I came slowly, and walked up the stairs step by step with calm eyes, dragging the tail of her long skirt on the stairs. A scene that was enough to shock all the kings of the allied countries happened. Did not stop at all, and dragged the tail of his skirt to the top step by step. Sit peacefully, Void Throne. Liar, it's all a lie. Fake, I don't believe it. If the kings of the allied countries saw this scene, they would definitely spurn what celestial dragons said, and it would be more shocking than ever. The Void Throne represents equality and the celestial dragons have no dictatorship. Doesn't it mean that none of the celestial dragons' highest-ranking 5 elders will sit on the Void Throne, and who is this person? Tap. A few footsteps sounded cautiously. It was the 5 elders. When they saw on the Void Throne, the 5 elders were extremely excited, full of anxiety and nervousness. They came to the bottom one after another, stood neatly and knelt down. 5 elders. See Lord 5 elders come to meet. This scene is more shocking than sitting on the Void Throne, and it is even enough to shake the world. The 5 elders are the highest-ranking celestial dragons, and those in power know this. But even as the highest-ranking celestial dragons, not all celestial dragons have to kneel and speak when they meet, and the patriarch of the celestial dragons family is also very high. But the 5 elders saw Yimu's glance and knelt down without hesitation, and they were incomparably revered, even higher than the top celestial dragons, enough to shock the world. Yim, king of celestial dragons, above the 5 elders, the mastermind behind world government, the master of the Void Throne. Commonly known as King of the World. Commands can be given to the 5 elders to erase any object or island from the flood of history. Tick. Drops of sweat fell from the foreheads of the 5 elders in the silence of If it's nothing in normal times, but under their management, the Demon King entered the Holy Land 2 years ago, killed one of the 5 elders, and now it's dominating the New World. Even though Lord Yimu said that you don't need to pay attention to the Demon King, it is still their fault for letting the Demon King grow up to this point and become more and more out of control. 5 elders. Up to now, it has not been filled, and there are still 4 people, which is very embarrassing. Kizaru. Why are you all so proficient at kneeling? Blackbeard needs to learn from you. 39. Akainu. So, I am the boss of my boss's boss. So how old am I in the world government? Sengoku. Excuse me, can I scolding people? It's a dirty one. I want to see how the 5 elders are scolded as dogs, otherwise they will be unbalanced. 5 elders. Presumptuous, Lord Yim, can you bastards call your name? A group of *%*, 99. Said nothing. The 5 elders became more and more uneasy. If they were to blame, they would have to die, but no one wanted to die. The bearded 5 elders spoke first. Lord the lamp that should have been extinguished in history reappears. Have you decided yet? 33 curly hair 5 elders also took over? For flowers 0. If so, please tell us the name of that person. 35. Please clarify. The 5 elders said in unison. Advertisement, but still didn't say a word. The 5 elders were under a lot of pressure at the moment, and they couldn't help but think too much, and their thinking was messed up. Not good. When the bald-headed 5 elders looked up to say something, they were shocked to find that on the Void Throne disappeared. Coming here, the 5 elders did not dare to open their perceptions, which would be disrespectful to Lord Yimu. What? Where's Sama? Guru, it won't be. The rest of the 5 elders also raised their heads, and after seeing that was gone, they suddenly thought of something, and their scalps tingled. Everyone knows that the Demon King. Don't do it, you're going too far. Just when the 5 elders got up in a rage and were about to activate their perception of seeing, hearing, and color, an extremely cold voice came. What are you panicking about? Peeved. When the 5 elders heard the sound, they turned around and saw They were relieved and knelt on the ground again. Scared them to death, they just disappeared. They thought it was the devil. Fortunately, they just came behind them from the Void Throne in an instant. Wrong. What did Mr. Yimu suddenly come down to do? It made them very nervous and filled their hearts with a sense of oppression. You. 4. Looked at the 5 elders flatly. Why did you panic just now? Us. The bald-headed 5 elders, who had always been the most calm, were sweating profusely at the moment, but they were too hard to say anything. Do you want them to say that they just suspected the arrival of the Demon King and then, if they say it, they will definitely die? The bearded 5 elders bowed their heads and said, Lord Yimu, the Demon King dominates the New World, and there are only some unsightly anti-Demon King alliances left, and the Demon King is powerful. And, even Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants, has joined. Elbaf. Yim was indeed attracted by the giants. The giants have a lifespan of 350 years, rarely experience wars, and are well preserved, while the world government has only been established for 800 years. So, in addition to Raftel's record of 100 years of blankness, Elbaf also has many secrets. But, so what? Elbaf is indeed the world's most powerful country, but it is only a country, if you want, it is not indestructible. The bald-headed five elders also said, Doflamingo, a descendant of the Don Quixote family, is currently in the Demon King's power, and he knows some things about the sacred treasures. As of now, it doesn't matter if it's exposed. Yimu didn't care and continued to speak with deep meaning. Rights will eventually decay, Gollum. The five elders trembled. Is Lord Eym saying that they were intoxicated with the other celestial dragons and became rotten and disaffected? The lights that went out did appear again, but this time don't care. Years. What an unexpected person. Does the drum of liberation end in your hands? The five elders were relieved. As long as they didn't blame them, they would be happy in their hearts, and immediately fell to the ground and rolled away like a ball. The photo in his hand is Bai Yu himself, and Im seems to see this new era of demons, smiling. I am not very interested, but said, after the World Summit, you immediately dispatched all your strength to enter the new world and see his performance. Interesting. 9. Yes, Lord Im. Impressed by the constant flickering and extinguishing of the lamp that has always buried history, a new character finally emerges. Get out. Chapter 253, 58 Women, the Practice of the Time House, SSG dispatches Little Eagle Eyes. The second half of New World. The sky above Shui Shenxing Island is 1,000 meters above the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, and a magnificent giant city. Castle in the sky. After the concert ended, Bai Yu teleported back to the city of the sky with the girls. The world is about to be in chaos. After the war is over and stable, he will go on a journey. Where does this wind come from? And now, with the sound of Uda's singing, the whole city seems to have become a holy city of music, and birds are stopping. Uda sang, Karina danced, Gion danced the sword, Konas played the koto, Kazuki Hiyori played the shamisen. Shirahoshi, Perona, Ace Day, Sugar, Pudding, Garrod and other women formed a cheerleading team and cheered. When is a day like this? Bai Yu ate the grapes peeled by Hancock, drank the tea brewed by Vivi, and Baby 5 was giving him a massage. Wow, so dazzling. It's the direction of the Orange District. What happened there? There seems to be a sun rising there, golden. Just as the girls were listening to the singing and watching the performance of the singing and dancing troupe, the Orange District, which is the area where Nami, the city in the sky lived, suddenly lit up with a golden light. The golden light was extremely sacred and mysterious, and the girls narrowed their eyes when they saw it. Husband, is this pure gold light? Hancock looked carefully and recalled, this kind of light impressed her deeply. Yes, Nami is renovating her orange gold house, intending to change it to pure gold, Bai Yu said and smiled. 533. The idea is good, but unrealistic, not because there is not enough pure gold, on the contrary, Bai Yu's concept has become bigger and more pure gold can't be used up, but it's too dazzling. It feels dazzling from such a distance, and it is conceivable that Nami can't even open his eyes, which is inconvenient to live. But pure gold can be used as a decoration, and a small glow of light is placed all over the house, and it will still look very sacred. Anyway, the biggest role of pure gold in Bai Yu at the moment is lighting, and the world will be stabilized and then distributed to the younger brothers. Your respective regional rooms should be built as soon as possible, and then we will move directly there. Bai Yu looked at the newly joined women, Uda, Kuina and other women. Where to move? After Uda finished singing, she asked curiously. She had only joined for less than a day, and the outside world did not know much about many things. Red line, where the Holy Land is. Ace Day pointed into the distance. Brother means to shoot down. The little padded jacket is right. Bai Yu picked up the lovely Ace Day. It can be understood that the headquarters of the Mercury Island has moved to the Holy Land, and the Sky City is still above the headquarters, that is, the location has changed. 55. Bai Yu didn't want to live in the Holy Land, because the red line was not high enough, and when the time came, the push and reconstruction should be changed to the headquarters of his forces. The Sky City was originally located in the sky, so it would be fine to move it directly above the headquarters, and all the buildings would remain the same. Beat the Holy Land? Uda was a little surprised. Are you serious? Bai Yu said seriously. I've already come to my house, and I still don't know much about me. It seems that I have to find time to help you with your homework. I'll make it tonight. What kind of tutoring? Why is it at night? Aren't you very free now? Uda asked his soul 3 times. Robin, who was reading a book, couldn't help but smile. There is still a lot of homework for a certain Demon King's tutoring. Hina advises you to take it literally. The word, Demon King, is not a good person. Hina directly exposed the reality. The more and more Uda listened, the more confused it became. But not a good person. Uda thought of the Demon King bullying her yesterday, and her face turned red and glared at Bai Yu. You are indeed very bad, not serious at all. The girls laughed lightly. Perona even echoed and shouted, yes, Bai Yu is big. What's big? Bai Yu's squinting is dangerous. Perona said vigorously. Bai Yu, my house is going to be renovated, bye-bye. So cowardly, Runti, Shatang, and Koala said that Perona is not good enough, so I have to replace them with them. I'm sure they will run faster. Advertisement, I just made a mistake that a normal man would make. No, I'm not wrong. Bai Yu didn't think he was wrong, and changed his voice. And I call this a combination of work and rest, and I have to go to a meeting later. Men should focus on career, you should care about me. Then, I'll sing you a song and add the ability to soothe your mood. Uda turned his eyes and had an idea. What song is it? The new song I just composed, The Bad Guy Who Bullied the Diva. 6. The girls chuckled. Uda is talented and can do whatever he wants. Bai Yu is also smiling. How can he be considered a bad man by doing whatever he wants? Uda still knows too little about him. By the way, whoever wants to participate in the war in a month and a half can sign up now. Bai Yu looked at the girls and asked that the world-class war is rare in a century, and I don't want them to miss it, it's all growth. I'm going to hit 100. I want to fight too, and I won't have the chance to see the war in the future. All the girls started talking, and Bai Yu really realized, there are a lot of girls. He originally thought that selecting some girls and letting them go to the time house to cultivate and become stronger would not be enough points. Bai Yu counted again. 2 years ago, the order in which the girls joined: Kaya, Nami, New Okagawa, Makino, Toshigi, Vivi, Robin, Aisha, Konas, Khalifa, Perona, Hancock, Stussy, BABY5, Monet, Sugar, Vivi Olette, Pudding, Garrett, Bonnie, Shalulia, Sadie Chan, Domino, and Hina. A total of 24 women. 2 years later, the girls joined the order: Shirahoshi, Shirley, Karina, Gion, Baccarat, Mancheri, Rebecca, Gerd, Koala, Ain, Garrett, Reiju, Xiaoyu, Kazuki Hiyori, Runti, Black Maria, and Yamato. A total of 17 women. The order of recently added sisters: Kuina, Abby's, Betty, Valentine, Golden Week, Sarah, Karuman, Maya, Lackey, Mary Go, Pulky, Iska, Franpei, Kami, Sweetheart Queen. 15 women in total, as well as Yuta who joined yesterday, and the 2 girls Ace Day in the little padded jacket. 24 plus 17 plus 15 plus 2 equals 58, picture in the upper right corner. 58 girls. Bai Yu confirmed it again, waved his hand, and an ordinary room appeared in front of him. Huh, what is this? Nami flew in from a distance. The House of Time and Spirit. Bai Yu explained the function, the treasure drawn during the 15th draw, which is specially used for cultivation. Although it is not optimized, it is adaptive to this world, so it is still the original function. Area. As big as Qinghai. Features. Food, water and room are all available, the air is thin, the heat is abnormal, the will is weak and the mind is not concentrated and prone to hallucinations. Feature 1. 10 times the gravity. Feature 2. A year in the inside is only equivalent to a day in the outside world. Matters needing attention. Only 4 people can enter at one time, and there are no restrictions on others. Bulma modified version. Bai Yu praised it. Fortunately, the modified version was drawn. The original version has many restrictions. The original version can only enter 2 people at a time, and each person can only stay in it for 2 years in a lifetime, that is, 2 days outside. Bulma remodeled, more people entered, and there was no time limit. Then all participate in the war, it doesn't matter if the strength is weak. After the explanation, Bai Yu continued, cultivation is extremely boring, but it can also refine your xingxing. According to the order of joining, every 4 people enter to practice for 2 years. After they all come out, they will be repaired for a few days, just in time to participate in the war. 58 sisters, 4 for 2 days, 8 after 4 days, 12 after 6 days, and 16 after 8 days. A total of 28 days are required. The remaining half a month will be handed over to Kaido, Whitebeard, Kuzan and others to use, and finally start the unification war. There's progress on Vegapunk, do you want to take a look? Stussy walked gracefully with a document. Advertisement. New pacifist. Bai Yu nodded slightly at the title. He never ignores the power of science and technology, whether military or people's livelihood technology. The former is more important now, because there are too few backbone forces under Bai Yu. Attacking the Holy Land does not require a backbone, but maintaining the world requires it. Stussy whispered. Marine has a few too, but Vegapunk recently broke through. After the meeting, I'll go take a look. Bai Yu said and got up and greeted all the girls. Go, I'll take you to the House of Time and Spirit to get acquainted. At this moment, Sabayati land. Since naval headquarters entered the new world, it has become more and more chaotic, and there are many thieves, and today there is great turmoil. Hey, boom. A terrifying slash burst out, directly severing an entire area and rushing into the distance. The slashes cut through various buildings all the way, and finally cut off a tavern. As the tavern collapsed, dust filled the air. What a surprise, I didn't expect your target to be me. In the dust of the tavern, a female figure walked out, with short black hair, a pearl necklace, and a cigarette in her hand. It was Shaki. She is still running a blackmail bar in Sabayati, and hasn't gone to Mercury Island to find Rayleigh, but has connected with Stussy and Katakuri for intelligence work. I've been gathering information here. Before the Marine fleet landed on the island to surround the villainous pirates, Shaki didn't care until the slash just now. The slash was clearly aimed at her, and now it was even more surrounded. We have been investigating you for a long time, and your lord has an order to arrest you. The leader is CP0, but it brings the Marine unit, which is not well known, but very important. SSG, Special Science Class. A special unit developed by Vegapunk. Although Vegapunk was taken away by Rayleigh and others, this unit is still there and left a lot of good things. Blublu. The phone worm suddenly rang, and Colonel Marine of SSG glanced at it, then answered respectfully, Marshal. Who made your SSG dispatch without authorization? Come back immediately. Akainu's voice was a little sullen, he just knew about SSG's actions, and now they've all killed Sabayati. In this situation, what's the use of chasing Shaki, it will only be a mess. Marshal, Before the colonel could finish speaking, the CP0 team leader snatched it up and said coldly, I'm the CP0 Captain Reese, this is the order of the 5 elders, and it has nothing to do with your waste, Marine, that's all. Damn. Seeing that the phone bug was directly hung up, Akainu's eyes widened, the temperature in the office rose instantly, and he couldn't help pinching the pitiful phone bug. A mere CP0 team leader dared to speak to Marshal Marine like this. Akainu said, I'm used to it. Hateful. Getting used to it, Akainu is still angry, the 5 elders really disrespect him as Marshal Marine. 5 elders. Would you like to hear what you are saying? Shaki, a member of the intelligence department under the Demon King's command, and the former captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, let's capture it. 35. CPO Reese said coldly. Having just seen IM in the morning, the 5 elders couldn't wait to get their hands on it, clearing the first half of the Grand Line with Shaki within striking range. The former captain of the 9 Snakes. You checked it out very well. Shaki was not nervous, looking for the person who had just shot. Shaki is not only the former captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, but also the former emperor of his daughter island, that is, Hancock's previous emperor, and the next generation of his mother-in-law. Hunted by Garp 40 years ago, he retired to the Sabayati land. It's white hair, brown skin, black wings. Shaki felt dangerous and looked at the giant little boy who came not far away. The giant little boy is holding a huge long knife, extremely cold, and looks a bit like the eagle eye when he was a child. Chapter 254. The New Pacifist. Seraph. Return the gift from Bai Yu. White hair, brown skin, black wings. These characteristics are all the racial characteristics of the original Red Line residents, the Lunalia people, and the same is true for Jin. There are still survivors of the Lunaria clan. No, PX. Noticing the special PX logo on the giant little boy, Shaki looked startled. Pacifist. 35. If the slash just now was really cut by this giant little boy, it would be a bit incredible. Except for the transformed bear, the former pacifists are all mass-produced robots, and this little boy feels different. And, in the past, it was amazing enough to be able to fire Kizaru's lasers, but now, slashing like a great swordsman. These are completely two concepts. If it were spread out, wouldn't those swordsmen who could not even enter the swordsman in their entire lives have to commit suicide in shame? The advancement of technology is really a headache. Shaki said with some emotion. You're right, the CPO team leader Lays said coldly. It is undeniable that the Demon King is powerful, but it is delusional to want to fight against the world government. As long as you are happy. Shaki was noncommittal. A tiny phone bug appeared on his hand, pressed it, and threw a tiny lens. After pressing the phone bug, Shaki's voice was a little louder. You CP0 are really too powerful. I have hidden my identity for many years. Can you tell me how I found it? Otherwise I will not be reconciled to death. Okay. Then let you understand. Captain Reese was extremely proud. 40 years ago, you were hunted down by Garp, but no matter how anonymous you are, there are still traces. The former captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, daughter of the previous emperor in front of the island, was famous for a while. We Marines were speechless. 11 You really explained to her, the colonel couldn't help reminding. She is obviously stalling for time. You think I can't see it? CPO Captain Reese disdain. Don't talk about the previous emperor of the daughter island, even the current emperor Boa Hancock is not afraid, she can't run away. Abandon her first. Realizing that he was indeed stupid, Captain Reese immediately ordered. Hey! The giant little boy ruthlessly drew his sword, and an incomparably huge slash directly hit Shaki. Shaki's pupils froze, and he evaded to one side very quickly. Boom. The whole area was completely cut open, revealing a terrifying rift abyss, and the wind and waves slammed back Shaki, so strong. 35. Shaki ran into the distance, but the giant little boy appeared in front of Shaki in a flash, because the order was abolished, so after arriving, he replaced it with a fist. Boom. Boom. Shaki's armed color burst out and raised his hand to block, and suddenly felt a tyrannical force blasting her out directly. What's going on? With such incredible speed and power. Shaki got up and continued to flee, finding she couldn't beat the little boy. The headquarters can only attack with permission, and now that the CPO has directly overstepped his authority, the marshal will definitely be angry. Colonel Marine also had a headache, but this was the order of the 5 elders, and he couldn't help it. Turn on the recording camera and record Seraph data. The giant little boy is a new generation of pacifists developed by Vegapunk and left in SSG, Seraph. The original track was first used around World Summit, and the appearance of Seraph was also the fundamental reason for the abolition of Shichibukai. Fujitora. Leave the rest to SSG. This unit has the power to replace the 7 warlords of the sea, and the world situation will definitely change drastically. Replacing Shichibukai. You must know that the Shichibukai before the original track was abolished were not weak. For example, Hawkeye, Hancock, and Whitebeard too were all powerful people. Advertisement. At the same time, Shui Shenxing Island. Boom. The conquerors erupted suddenly, the will contained within it fury. What's wrong? Whitebeard, who was reading Marco's letter, was surprised when he saw Rayleigh's sudden rage. As soon as the phone bug on Rayleigh rang, he was furious the next moment. Golden Lion is also puzzled. I remember, I once called you little trash and you have never been so angry. 35. Is there something wrong with Ms. Shaki? Katakuri came over. He handed over Shaki's intelligence 2 years ago and became an intelligence officer. He still knows Shaki very well. Where's Bree? Rayleigh let go of his perception and said coldly. I sent Shaki a special phone bug and a lens before, and other phone bugs contacted, and that special phone bug is only called when there is a crisis of life and death. Now Shaki must be very dangerous. 5. Shaki's life card appeared in his hand. It is still in good condition, but the corners are a little damaged. Rayleigh is in a hurry. It seems that the world government has taken action. Zephyr didn't have to think to know that this was definitely not Marine's handwriting. Even Akainu will not be provoked without any preparation, meaningless. Lord Rayleigh, Sabayati Archipelago, the lens on Shaki's hand, please. Seeing Bray coming, Rayleigh spoke immediately, and Bray also hurriedly opened the mirror world passage, and Rayleigh entered the front. Tell the captain, I'll be back when I go, don't join in the fun. People really didn't go. After all, the goal is only Shaki, then there won't be many people, the peak Rayleigh is enough, they don't have the heart to abuse vegetables. How long until the meeting? Kaido asked, and he didn't know who said that drinking is not allowed before the meeting, so as not to get drunk and become addicted to alcohol. 2 hours, Kuzan said. Kaido was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Don't drink alcohol before the meeting, what kind of rule is this? Wow, it's too uncomfortable, so. Looking at Ryder, Hawkeye, Bullet and the others, Kaido shouted. Linlin plus Team 0, in 2 hours, you will kill me if you have a seed, immune to death, you are all trash. 5. Yo, so brave. Whitebeard put down the letter. Golden Lion grinned, they couldn't pretend they didn't hear such provocative words. Jack's eyes lit up and shouted, come on, boss Kaido. Jin, Dover and the others twitched their eyelids. Please listen to who Kaido is talking about. Kaido is looking for abuse. Whitebeard plus Golden Lion plus Hawkeye plus Bullet plus Ryder plus Zephyr plus Kuzan plus Crush Katakuri plus Linlin. No matter how strong the resilience is, it will take time. Teacher Kai will hit him with the head, and he will be bombarded by just raising his hand. Seraph. Because of Rayleigh Conquerors, Bai Yu sensed the reason behind the investigation, and also directly increased the perception range, covering the location of Sabayati in the first half. After thinking of something, Bai Yu whispered, Hancock, go, I'll take you to kill. Hey, husband. Before Hancock could regain his senses, he felt himself falling into a warm embrace, and Hancock was suddenly full of shy fantasies. Now, Rayleigh had already walked out of the mirror world passage, and immediately sensed where Shaki was, and rushed over immediately. Advertisement. Get away from me. Rayleigh slashed fiercely, directly blasting the little boy away, guarding Shaki. CPO and Marine were also shocked. Pluton Rayleigh. How could that be? Damn, careless. Recalling the mirror world channel that just appeared, CP0 Reese's face was extremely ugly. When they stole Vegapunk, it was the passage of the mirror world. As long as the mirrors touched by those with the ability of mirror fruit can come, they even forgot about this. The next moment, the collective was shocked. 2 figures of a man and a woman appeared out of thin air in front of them. All of them were world-famous people, the Demon King and the Empress. Guru. Demon King. How arrogant the CPO was before, and how frightened it is now. I thought it was a small task to take down Shaki, but it turned out that Pluton Rayleigh suddenly came, even if the devil came. Captain. 35. Rayleigh was surprised by Bai Yu's arrival, and Shaki stood up to say hello. Captain, long time no see, little Hancock. This is siege. Hancock also quickly figured out the situation. He glanced at CP0 and others extremely coldly, and immediately stepped forward and asked, Shaki, are you not injured? Shaki, as her former daughter, the emperor of the island, although she lived in seclusion very early, also helped her a lot. No, that's a new type of pacifist, very powerful. Shaki didn't say much, and looked at 533 to the little boy in the distance. Look, Lao Lei's blow didn't hurt him. Although I wasn't at full strength just now, I wasn't injured, and I'm definitely not weak. Rayleigh looked carefully, and the giant little boy stood up, unharmed. Not bad. Bai Yu praised, not the strength of this little boy who looked a bit like an eagle eye, but the scientific research results of Vegapunk. Original trajectory. It was this blazing angel who showed amazing combat power and slashed the main mountain of Nine Snake Island in half with one knife. It even crushed Blackbeard's subordinates, and then confronted Blackbeard, making Blackbeard exclaim that his strength was strong. To the end of the battle, Seraph was still unscathed, and there was not even a trace of scars on his body, which was astounding. The original track also has a little girl Seraph who looks very similar to Hancock. She is also very powerful. She also has white hair, brown skin and black wings. Only 2 Seraphs were dispatched to fight against the Daughters Island plus Blackbeard Regiment, and they all left unscathed. Do not have it. Bai Yu read the memory of the SSG unit and did not find the girl Seraph who looked like Hancock. Hancock quit Shichibukai 2 years earlier, and Seraph was only developed this year, so it's not normal. As for the eagle-eyed Seraph, it's not surprising. Although Hawkeye also quit 2 years earlier, the former, Marine Hunter, is not like Hancock who rarely goes out. 3. Rayleigh, Shaki, CPO, they are handed over to you. Hancock, you also take down that seraph. Watching the three of them start, Bai Yu looked in the direction of the Holy Land. There are so many subordinates, I don't need to do it yet, but since I'm here, how can I not return the salute? It's the first time I use it, I'm still a little rusty, feel it. Bai Yu slowly raised his hand. The Master of Truth is within range. Boom. An astonishing sound of breaking the air sounded, and countless people looked up, all stunned in place for a while. The world. Doomsday. 35 Chapter 255. I am Gaff. Kizaru is an undercover agent. Really, the fruit of time is in hand. Boom. With the roar of the weather, I don't know how many people looked and found that the sky was dim. Under the gazes of countless pairs of shocked and absent-minded, all the clouds in the sky were swept away by the incomparably powerful airflow. A huge meteorite with a diameter of thousands of meters fell from the sky. Chi chi chi. The huge meteorite quickly rubbed and burned into a fiery flame, carrying an indescribable shocking power, and a natural disaster like a flaming meteor came. Kilometers, can you add that? Bai Yu was also looking at the meteorite. 2 years ago, Bai Yu touched many huge meteorites in space and controlled them with the power of lion fruit. Intended to create a meteorite natural disaster. But so far, it has never been used once. The small ones are boring, the big ones are too scary, and if you are not careful, it will be a catastrophe. Is the kilometer meteorite strong? Even if it is cut halfway, shattered, and bounced, the power it carries will still bring about extremely terrifying destruction. However, it is still not strong enough. When I used lion fruit, I touched the meteorite, so Momo no longer needs to touch it, which is a bit surprising. Bai Yu doesn't want to use talent, concept size, and intends to use pure devil fruit, the power of Momo fruit. Momo, also known as multiplication. If it does not involve concept development, then Momo fruit. It can magnify the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of the objects it comes into contact with, up to 100 times. World Destroyer, Berndy Ward, gets special treatment after being locked in eternal hell, frozen. Once frozen, it is 30 years. It's not because of how strong he is, but because the real destructive power of Momo's fruit is too strong, freezing it to prolong the time of death, preventing Momo's fruit from leaking out too early. Momo is 100 times bigger. 35. Boom. The meteorite, which suddenly multiplied by 100 times, suddenly completely swayed the surrounding atmosphere, and the terrifying power distorted the atmosphere. It's the end of the world. 9. The people on the Sabayati archipelago were completely sluggish, and many people were paralyzed on the ground. The meteorites multiplied 100 times, and the meteorites that covered the sky dyed the whole sky red. Quote dot 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 question mark exclamation mark quote. Rayleigh was playing CP0, and Hancock was playing against Seraph, and was suddenly alarmed by the strong air pressure and roar. Captain, this is a big game. Rayleigh was speechless, and he also felt a little scalp tingling. That's. The Holy Land is located on the Red Line, the first half of the Grand Line on the left, the nearest island Sabayati, and the second half of the New World on the right, and the new naval headquarters is not far away. Across the Red Line, Sabayati could see it, and the meteorite that dyed the red sky was also seen at naval headquarters on the side very close to the Red Line. Meteor. Not good. Akainu immediately regarded it as an unexpected huge meteor, but after seeing the direction of the impact, he immediately realized that it was not good. It's a coincidence that hitting the Red Line is still in the direction of the Holy Land. But Akainu can't do anything, he looks very close, but it's really far away, and even if he is in the Holy Land, he can't solve it. Gollum. The celestial dragons who live in the Holy Land, the land of the gods, are completely speechless, and all kinds of shit, urine and farts are thrown around, which is disgusting. CPO's strongest shield, the Knights of God, are also incomparably astonished. Damn. Go all out. The 5 elders were extremely frightened, and they exploded their terrorist attacks one by one. The CP0s also shot in unison, and the attacks rushed to the sky and gathered together. Boom. Kacha backquote. There were cracks in the meteorite with a 100-fold increase, but it was useless. After all, it's not a real meteorite, because a real meteorite can destroy the world. Bai Yu whispered softly. The destructive power of meteorites is based on the volume, mass, and speed, and each increase in some power multiplies. Advertisement. For example, the meteorite pulled by Fujitora is too small, the speed is too slow, the power is not enough, and it is far from the real meteorite. Momo 100 times. I am. Perceiving the surprise of the 5 elders seeing the crack, Bai Yu shot again. This is the real perfection. The kilometer meteorite is multiplied by 100 times in size plus weight plus speed, and Bai Yu will not resist the terrifying power of it. Quick. Too soon. The huge meteorite after 100 times the speed was burning with flames, causing the 5 elders to only feel a flower in front of them, and before they had time to shoot again, they were instantly deaf. Boom. The terrifying heat wave and shock exploded in an instant, and the entire Holy Land collapsed, presenting a world-destroying scene. Boom. The terrifying roar continued to resound. Countless people on the islands on both sides of the Red Line near the Holy Land saw a shocking scene. At the top of the Red Line where the Holy Land is located, it cracked directly like a piece of tofu, shattered into pieces by the terrifying impact, and turned into meteor showers that spread from the top to all directions. Countless pieces of fireballs fell into the sea, setting off waves, and the startled sea kings rushed to flee. The huge roar resounded through the small half of the world, shocking countless people. Who? Husband. Hancock trotted over, his blue pupils asked in surprise, the Holy Land, gone. The scene just now was too amazing. Even if she controlled the cold air with all her strength and frozen everything, she could not stop the meteorite that was 100 times larger and accelerated 100 times. Too fast, and all is destroyed in an instant. Captain, Holy Land, Rayleigh sighed complicatedly. The Holy Land is where countless nobles crave, where countless marines surrender, and where countless pirates are greedy and fearful. It is the center of world power. And now, in the blink of an eye, it was destroyed in front of his eyes, making Rayleigh's heart extremely complicated. It's the first time I've used it, and I have to say that the 100-fold increase is really strong. Bai Yu said, seeing the complicated expressions of the crowd, and then changed his voice. Don't feel sorry, the Holy Land has not been destroyed. Returning the gift, Bai Yu only shot after seeing the future of the shot, and the girls and younger brothers are still looking forward to the war. Not destroyed. Hancock was stunned and looked at the top of the red line. But, it's been completely destroyed. Remember the fruit of time. Bai Yu continued to observe the future. The one that Kazuki Hiyori ate. 99 Hancock is very impressive, after all, it can travel through time and space to the future. But because they couldn't go back to the past, Hiyori and the girls didn't try it, although they were interested. No, that one is just called time fruit, it can't control time, it might as well be changed to time fruit, which is the lower rank of the real time fruit. Ain's fruit of regression is also a branch of the fruit of time. Bai Yu explained. And the real fruit that can perfectly control time is in the Holy Land Mariejois. The wisdom wheel has become a watch, the pointer is still turning, and the direction it points is in the Holy Land, true time fruit. And there are two possibilities for the pointer. One, the fruit is there, and the second, the person with the power of the fruit is there. There's a change there. Hancock noticed movement over the red line and everyone watched. A pale golden light shrouded the original Holy Land, and spread rapidly towards the surroundings, forming an extremely huge circular pale golden light shroud. The next moment, the fragments flew back and reorganized, and from a distance, everything that had collapsed was going backwards at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the incomplete part at the top of the red line was refilled, as if nothing had happened. Those who saw it lost their voices again. This is time. Rayleigh saw Bai Yu cast it, and immediately thought of the power of time. No, it's not purely the power of time. Bai Yu looked at someone at the moment. Accurately speaking, you are not the demon fruit power of time, but you have this ability, and that fruit is still in the Holy Land. Your strength is still working, and your success has aroused my interest. 99. I am not caring about the kilometer meteor before he sensed it, still teasing the butterfly, and then fell into some kind of memory. Advertisement. But just after I finished recalling, the meteorite increased by 100 times, and its speed also increased by 100 times, destroying the Holy Land in an instant. But you don't know me, if I make a move, I will never return empty-handed. Bai Yu slowly pulled out the knife. The power of time is really troublesome, and destruction will also reshape, then. Cut off the timeline. The magic eye of death, cut off all concepts, and the 3 optimizations obtained by the 15 consecutive draws were used once on the magic eye. After optimization, remove all side effects, Bai Yu's eyes will not change. Concept cut off everything concept. Chong. Bai Yu clearly saw the timeline formed by the power of time backtracking before, and he swung the knife and retracted it in an instant. Boom. 35. The Holy Land roared again, but it was not as terrifying as before. It was just at the center of the land of the gods, where the celestial dragons lived, exploded, and the mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A blood mist rose into the sky. I want to go back to this destroyed area, but I can't do it, and the power of time can't affect it. This gave the first gaffe. Just now. What power is that? Was surprised, and suddenly realized that he was careless. I wanted to sit on the highest throne and wait for interesting people to come, but suddenly I found, the devil is a bit scary. This made a gloomy heart. 5 elders. Lord Yimu, you finally understand. We reminded Bai Yu that it is different, but you don't listen. Captain, this. Rayleigh looked at the mushroom cloud and quickly regained his senses. Bai Yu waved his hand and said, I just killed some celestial dragons waste, the final war is still up to you. 5. You guys continue. Rayleigh and Shaki once again killed the sluggish CP0 and others, and Hancock also killed the new pacifist Seraph. For whom? Bai Yu directly transferred a devil fruit, true time fruit. Im's ability is not this one, but it contains or develops the power of time, and this fruit is too strong and has been sealed. Let's keep it for now, and change Li Hao Day to strengthen it with strengthening stones, maybe there will be surprises. Bai Yu put it away, the rule-based devil fruit should be strengthened. Boom boom boom. 9. Hancock's firepower is full, Conqueror's Twine kicks in a row, the little boy Seraph is retreating, and there is no chance to fight back. This Seraph's strength, speed, defense, and slash that rivals that of a great swordsman are all good, but they are too rigid. It's okay to fight against the strong for a short time, but it won't work soon. After all, it is essentially a weapon without much self-awareness. The lower limit is very high and can fight against many big pirates, but the upper limit is also there, and the attacks are all routines. Eternal Bingwa. For the sake of efficiency, Hancock directly turned it on, freezing everything, even the location of CP0. Boom. After kicking the ice-bound Seraph's little half-body, Hancock didn't stagnate, and kicked CP0 directly with another kick. The freeze is lifted. Every movement is beautiful, Bai Yu praised with a chuckle, and by the way threw the half-crippled Seraph into the undead prison. Husband, it's done. After finishing work, Hancock snuggled up, his bright face full of attachment. Hand over to Vegapunk to upgrade. Go back and tell Akainu that Pulsalino is my subordinate. Real or fake? Kizaru. Captain, please forgive me, I will never paddle again. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Bai Yu's bad taste led the three away, leaving Marines in a trance. It must be framed to cause civil unrest in Marine, but is it necessary for the Demon King to lie, or is he just trying to make fun of the Marshal? Marines are in a mess. Chapter 256. Kaido, down with the evil forces. The last road sign history text. Mercury Island. Inside the headquarters hall. After returning from Sabayati Land, Bai Yu continued to bring Hancock and other women skilled in the House of Time and Spirit. Just as he was about to enter the main hall, he heard Kaido laugh wildly. Giggles, a bunch of rubbish, I'm really laughing to death. Kaido's nose was bruised and his face was full of blood, and he was still smiling brightly. Those who didn't know thought that the strongest creature was fooled by someone, and Whitebeard and the others didn't look good at the moment. Dover, Enel, Shiryu, Cavendish and others also looked surprised and looked at Kaido with admiration. Only Jin and Jack nodded secretly, despite the fact that Boss Kaido was reckless on the surface, he was actually extremely shrewd. Fighting alone against the crowd. 2 hours ago, because alcohol was not allowed before the meeting, and because of alcohol addiction, Kaido declared war on the spot. When it comes to the meeting, killing him is considered a loss. If he doesn't kill him, it's all rubbish, and Kaido wins. At the start of the battle, Kaido turned into a huge blue dragon and rushed into the sky. Whitebeard and the others were not in a hurry. They teased Kaido first, and then left some time to kill him alive. Everyone didn't take it seriously at first, and Katakuri and others didn't predict the future, waiting for Kaido to make a move first. As a result, run away. When the huge blue dragon disappeared from the sky, Golden Lion scolded his mother angrily, not talking about martial arts at all. I'm the strongest creature, can't beat and run. 35 This was Kaido's first thought at the time. Yes, a strategic retreat. As long as he survives for 2 hours without dying, he will win, so happy. Chase. Fluttering Golden Lion, Vampire Rider, Soul Linlin, Thunder Beast Zephyr, the four chased after them. The rest of Kuzan and the others looked at each other, they couldn't fly, and their abilities like Moonwalk couldn't catch up with Kaido. Golden Lion and the others didn't catch up, they made a few long-range attacks. After all, Kaido took the first step, and he flew with all his strength, and even flew into outer space. In the end, Kaido was fine, and the 533 people who felt that they had been tricked beat Kaido into a pig's face. Well, cluck, trash, don't be quick to say that you're trash. Kaido smiled very proudly. Goo la la, Kaido kid, you better keep your mouth shut. Whitebeard said, clenching his fists the size of the casserole. Golden Lion smiled coldly. Gia ha ha ha, you are considered smart this time, but I advise you not to make further progress. It's so frustrating. Bullet didn't hide the anger on his face, but he was tricked by Kaido. Good strategy. Zephyr is neither happy nor angry, calmly analyzing Kaido is still very smart, as long as he is not a pure reckless man. Giggle. Kaido couldn't stop laughing with a swollen pig head face. No matter what you say, I won anyway, is it so hard to admit that I'm a waste? 5. Who are you talking about? Hawkeye looked coldly. Ryder had a wicked smile on his face. I can't pretend I didn't hear this, do you want to do it again? 35. Allah, it's really a headache. Kuzan scratched his hair and said lazily. How are you? Linlin ate the cake and simply stared at Kaido. Katakuri said solemnly. The battle just now is actually not counted. Can't you have fun? Hearing this, Kaido suddenly shouted. You didn't kill Lao Su, you are trash. 5. It really doesn't count. Rayleigh spoke suddenly. After he came back from Sabayati Land, all the powers were gone, and he besieged Kaido as soon as he came back, and now he understands what happened and found the loophole. Kaido stared at the copper bell. Why not count? Reason. 35. Advertisement. You're talking about Linlin plus Team Zero, I'm Team Zero, and so is the Pirate Empress. There's a lot of people out there, so what are you fighting for? Rayleigh laughed after saying that. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Kaido's eyes are bigger, is he playing word games with him? I didn't expect that all of you together would be 10,000 times more shameless than me. Kaido saw Whitebeard and the others laughing, and immediately burst into tears. I don't agree, woo woo woo. Everyone. Those who didn't know thought they did something to Kaido, wouldn't it hurt to spread it out, please don't cry. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Kaido is only a 9-year-old kid this year, you people are just mad, gone, heart, sick piao, crazy, Liang. Cough. Captain. With a light cough, everyone stood up straight, Kaido shouted and charged in court. Captain, I report it with my real name, they. At this moment, Whitebeard and the others all stared sharply at Kaido, and Kamui threatened. I'm not scared. Facing a group of evil forces, the vulnerable group Kaido is not afraid. The meeting will be held soon, and we will talk about it after the meeting. Quote quote. Quote question mark quote. Jack is confused. Boss Kaido, why did you confess at a critical moment? Kaido. It wasn't you who was beaten, they kept hitting the face. It's too much, the evil forces are too strong, real men have to learn to forbear. Are they all there? With the sound, Bai Yu appeared on the top throne and sat down. Congratulations, Captain. Everyone bowed in unison. Bai Yu nodded slightly and went straight to the topic. The first half of the Grand Line and all the members of the Four Seas will be withdrawn, there is no need to guard them now. Everyone nodded, and Shaki was hunted down as an example, gathering power. Also, you are welcome to join Team Zero, the last one. Bai Yu looked at a corner of the hall. It is my honor to be the captain's subordinate, and I am very happy to look forward to a bright future with you. Drago stepped forward and spoke calmly, and behind him was the tyrant bear. We, under the leadership of our captain, will surely usher in a new era and build an era greater than all history. Everyone's eyelids jumped, the Revolutionary Army leader's words were different, and he was an old revolution as soon as he opened his mouth. No word on celestial dragons, but every word is about destroying celestial dragons. Captain, this is all the secrets that I have sorted out. Drago was an actionist and took out the documents. Well, I have a heart. Bai Yu transferred the documents. Captain, please allow me to say a few more words about world government. Dorag saw Bai Yu nod, so he also looked at everyone and said, first of all, I want to remind everyone that we are powerful, and the captain is even more incompetent. Comparable, but must not underestimate any enemy, we. Can you tell me the point? Kaido couldn't help but said, he had no doubt that if he didn't interrupt, Drago would be able to talk for days. Drago's tone paused, but he didn't care to continue. First hollow out the foundation of the world government Voyage, then weaken the power of the world government, then prepare a strategy to deal with the trump card, and finally destroy all the enemies with the least casualties. 99. Well said, or don't say it, you said it means you didn't say it, bro. Enel, Kid, Jack and others looked at the bear. Does your boss always talk like this, so tired? Shang did not speak, and Drago said bluntly, more than 100 allied countries are the foundation of the world government. Before the meeting, we can win the king, which is good for the present and the future. On the marine side, Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Yishao can work together to counter Akainu and the various high-level officials. If marine completely falls to us, it will be weakened. World government's biggest trump card is a large number of even unknown devil fruits, and also pay attention to Uranus. After arresting the king of the allied countries, everyone could not help nodding, it was really good. Uranus. Ancient weapon. Bullet clenched his fist and said, if it's also a weapon, just leave it to me, just give me a chance to get close to it. After being wiped out by Bai Yu, even though Uranus is covered in sea stones, Bullet can still combine them, arranging and combining inorganic substances. Advertisement. Drago looked sideways. A fruit that has no side effects. But it still can't be careless, it depends on the specific situation. I will add that before, the captain increased the meteorite by 100 times to destroy the Holy Land. Rayleigh was shocked when he saw everyone, and continued, but it was repaired by the people of the Holy Land with the power like turning back time. Many years ago, Roger just suspected that there was someone on 5 elders, but it was mysterious. Boyle, you mean, the 5 elders are also Tool people? Doflamingo knew something about the Holy Land treasure, but it was insignificant to the current power, so he didn't say it. Anyone behind the scenes, Zephyr and Kuzan were the most shocking, and the 5 elders were the highest-ranking celestial dragons. I am 99. Bai Yu said. The world government is behind the scenes, so don't worry too much. Whitebeard couldn't help asking, Captain, is I am a boy or a girl? Everyone is also curious, and subconsciously they think it's a man, because if a woman is in charge of the world government, they don't mean to look down on women, but that would be amazing. If you see Yimu, just call out a little girl or something. Bai Yu said wickedly. Little girl. Everyone was stunned. That I am would definitely be P********* D off. If it is a man, the word, little girl, is extremely humiliating. If it is a woman, it is also contempt for the so-called king of the world. After all, the king cannot be humiliated. Therefore, whether it is a man or a woman, the 3 words of a little girl are simply hatred, and they will definitely be remembered by I am. Bai Yu looked outside the hall. Stop standing outside, come in. Yes, Captain. The man outside the hall hurriedly trotted in, and walked calmly halfway, kneeling on one knee very prudently. Buggy, I've seen the captain. Thanks to the captain's teaching, I have obtained some small achievements in the outside world, and I came here to present a gift to the captain. This is Buggy. Rayleigh wiped his eyes subconsciously, and Bullet was also stunned. Enel, Crocodile and others who had teased Buggy many times during the 2-year training period were also a little confused. Are they so mature and stable? I'm so nervous, my uncle. Bah, I'm so nervous. Is this the headquarters group meeting? It's all monsters. I'm still a lot worse. It's terrible. Boom, boom, boom. Buggy was nervous to death, and the surface was calm, but all of a sudden, heartbeat. What's the matter with your heartbeat, so loud? Kaido was surprised, such a strong heartbeat, it was about to explode. Buggy calmly said, Senior Kaido, don't need to pay attention, it's because your aura is too strong, which made me subconsciously activate the strongest combat mode, and when my fighting spirit subsides, it will naturally be gone. Battle mode. Hawkeye looked sharply. Yes, using the heart as the source of power to develop a unique powerful force, I named it, the King's Engine. 35. Buggy's voice was calm and powerful, which made many people admire him. As we all know, the technology level of each island is different, and there is a motorcycle named Smoker. Talent. 35. Bai Yu was a little emotional, and being able to speak nonsense in a serious manner is also a talent. I don't know if it's because of the influence of Buggy's lucky color hockey, and everyone has no doubts, because Buggy's breath is really much stronger than 2 years ago. The awakening of Chop Chop Fruit increased his combat power even more. Outside the hall, Green Pepper, Mr. 3 and others came with the gifts that Buggy said. When everyone looked back, they saw that it was a large crimson red stone with a mysterious character symbol. Red Road Sign History Text. The last piece. Bai Yu couldn't help but admire Buggy. No matter how Buggy found it, it was hockey, the strongest lucky color in the world, and no explanation was needed at all. 4 road signs have been assembled. Chapter 257. The 5 elders who were scolded. Pulsolino, did the opposite. Road signs. The eyes of everyone present couldn't help but focus on the last piece of the historical text of the red road sign brought by Buggy. Captain, this is the last piece of the historical text of the red road sign. I think you should have 3 pieces in your hand. Buggy's tone was a little excited. 4 pieces together, Raftel will appear again, there is a big secret there. Buggy was very sorry that he didn't go due to illness the day before landing on the island. Many people fell into memories, such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Rayleigh, and many people were equally excited. Kid, Sand Crocodile and so on were very excited. That is the final island of Raftel, a place that countless people have sought since the age of the great pirates. Thanks a lot. Bai Yu nodded slightly and changed his voice. Control your emotions, it's just a deserted island. Raftel has only been famous for more than 20 years, and the island of Mercury was once the final island, where all the routes of the Grand Line finally converged. The current Shui Shenxing Island is the headquarters of Bai Yu's forces. It can be seen that even if Kaido is looking forward to it, Bai Yu really realizes how attractive Raftel is to pirates. Especially the new generation, it's crazy to find Raftel. Thinking of this, Bai Yu said, after 1 month, set off for Raftel. Bai Yu thought of a solution and cut off all thoughts of pirates. Before this, under your activities, go and clean up all the famous forces in New World. Everyone's spirits are lifted. New World, as a pirate grave, has complicated forces. Currently, there are typical anti-demon king alliances, as well as new naval headquarters. Captain, do you want to take action on Marine? Kaido said, looking at Drago. He is right, taking Marine first will weaken the world government. Marine only has Akainu and Hama and other high-level executives. Bai Yu counted it and looked at Katakuri. Yes, Captain. Ka nodded, took out a special telephone bug to dial, and dialed after a while. It's Shauka, what's the matter with the old man? Kizaru's image and voice were vividly simulated by the phone bug. Go to naval headquarters immediately, but the old man is miserable. The captain directly exposed my identity. Akainu didn't say anything, but the Dark Horse called directly to suspect, and I also suspected that he was looking for 5 elders' small report. Please ask the captain, can I run away now? I will die. Everyone was surprised. When did the captain reveal Kizaru's identity? Rayleigh chuckled, before leaving Sabayade's land. Do you have any opinion? Bai Yu's words washed away. Cough cough. The voice of Kizaru on the opposite side stopped and coughed continuously, and immediately said, Captain, I have no opinion. Bai Yu continued. If you have any opinions or ideas, just say them, don't hold back. Opposite silence. The corners of Kuzan's mouth twitched slightly, making you a yellow monkey squeak, and making you a so-called big brother cheating people. You have no opinion, but I have an opinion on you. It is hard to forget that after Kizaru and others beat him up together, he said with compassion, Brother, I am doing it for your own good. This is an indelible psychological shadow for Kuzan, who wants to kick Kizaru both feet in his dreams at night. Captain, I got it. Under the surprise of everyone, Kizaru on the opposite side was suddenly very excited. In normal times, even if the captain said that I was your subordinate, even if Akainu and the 5 elders doubted, they would not do anything. But now is a critical period. I would rather kill by mistake than let it go. At the moment when I was exposed, maybe the 5 elders already thought about getting rid of me. But so what? What? Everyone was confused when they heard it, and Bai Yu was also taken aback. The more Kizaru said, the more excited he became. It was revealed later with Sengoku and others, and it was just a blow. If I expose it first, there will be many advantages. 1. Admiral is an undercover agent, and it will not be a small blow to the prestige of the world government. 2. My exposure can attract all the attention, and Fujitora and the others will be safer. 35. 3. I can take this opportunity to scold celestial dragons, incite the crowd, and wake up the grassroots marine. Compared to celestial dragons, following the captain is the right way. 4. Dark Horse is a stalwart celestial dragons faction, so get rid of him. 5. 18. 35. Kizaru said more than a dozen things in one breath, and finally said, Anyway, Pelusolino, directly reversed. I'm sorry Captain, I'm stupid, I only understand your deep meaning now, the captain is immortal. Quote. The main hall of the headquarters was extremely silent, and Golden Lion and the others were completely stunned. Zephyr murmured to himself. When did Kizaru's eloquence become so good? And he said more than a dozen lines without stopping. Advertisement. What a talent. Bai Yu really didn't think so much. Exposing Kizaru and Bai Yu is just a nasty idea. It doesn't matter if you doubt it or not. Anyway, the world government will have a good life in a few days, and it will be more chaotic. Who would have thought? Kizaru will make up for it. Go for action. Bai Yu didn't say much. Yes, Captain. After hanging up the phone, Kizaru also sighed with emotion. Fortunately, the old man's response was good, and he almost didn't understand the captain's deep meaning. This is the leader, every sentence and every behavior must be carefully analyzed, so as to understand. Garp, Sengoku, and Fujitora had strange expressions, and they always felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell. I'm going to start. 35. Kizaru stood up and said solemnly. The three were stunned for a moment. What did they start with? They haven't reached the naval headquarters yet. The four of us saw and heard so much that the Marines outside the conference room couldn't hear it, but I'm now the object of suspicion and can't stay with you any longer. As Kizaru said, golden rays of light bloomed on his feet. The special phone bug just now made you realize that I am the real undercover. You are angry, you want to attack, I directly resist. Do you understand? Lightspeed kick. Before the three of Garp could remember, Kizaru kicked him. Boom. The light exploded, opening a big hole. Seeing Garp flying upside down, Sengoku and Fujitora finally regained their senses. Kizaru has begun to be possessed. So what if it is discovered? Pelusilino, are the other way around. Kizaru let out a loud shout, turned into a golden light and rushed out of the warship, and flashed back and forth on each warship. With the sound of explosions, it rushed towards the naval headquarters at extreme speed. Quickly salvage Garp. Sengoku also burst out. Contact naval headquarters immediately, Kizaru is undercover. Report to the chief inspector. A vice admiral looked in disbelief and held up the fragments in his hand. Just now, Admiral. No, Pulsilino destroyed all the phone bugs. So careful. Thinking that Kizaru was flickering back and forth just now, it was destroying the phone bug, Sengoku said angrily. You salvage Garp, speed up and set off towards the headquarters, be sure to punish Pulsilino. Fujitora. 66. They are all actors. The old man really wanted to open his eyes to see the specific expressions. Meeting at the headquarters of Mercury Island. Naval headquarters is also meeting. All Vice Admiral gathered together. Akainu frowned slightly, analyzing the possibility. More than 2 hours ago, before the Demon King Bai Yu left the Sabayati land, he directly said that Kizaru was his subordinate. Why? What are you still thinking? The Demon King said that Kizaru is an undercover agent, and whether it is true or false, he must be taken away for investigation. The Dark Horse said quite coldly. As the head of Marine Crime Investigation Bureau, he will not tolerate undercover. If you really want to be innocent, just go with him. A Vice Admiral with short black hair and sunglasses said solemnly. Kizaru Admiral is a decades-old Marine after all, we can't just because of a pirate's one-sided words. Just what? The Dark Horse's eyes are sharp. Now is the critical period of the war, and there is absolutely no room for mistakes. What if the Demon King is just joking? The investigation will only break Kizaru Admiral's heart and turn him back. The dark-haired Vice Admiral wearing sunglasses also retorted sharply. His Vice Admiral has been famous at naval headquarters for the past 2 years. Vice Admiral, Virgo. 2 years ago, I accidentally ate Zone Dragon fruit ancient species golden pterosaur form, and his strength entered an explosive period, and he captured big pirates many times. Within a year, the branch Vice Admiral was promoted to Vice Admiral, and is currently the backbone of naval headquarters. The Dark Horse said coldly, I would rather kill by mistake than let it go. Virgo's voice was also a little colder. As expected of the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, you are too impersonal. 9. Now that you know, this is your attitude towards me. There are no rules. The Dark Horse has bad eyes. Hey, you're going too far, isn't Virgo Vice Admiral right? Smoker said suddenly. You can suspect Kizaru Admiral, but there is no need to directly take away the investigation. The critical period, Admiral power is very important. Katakana middle dot seeking flowers 0. Virgo Vice Admiral, I support you. Smoker gave Virgo a very sure look. Advertisement. The same as the Vice Admiral of the G5 branch, Virgo is the base commander, he is brought with him in every action, and many big pirates are caught, and Smoker also gains growth and credit. Promoted together to Vice Admiral, Smoker trusts Virgo. Virgo sighed secretly. The smoking man doesn't look very smart. There were many times when Virgo wanted to turn against Smoker, but Smoker seemed to have a lot of opinions on the Demon King, which was normal, but his will was too firm. Dover, Captain Demon King, thank you for the cultivation, I will definitely maintain Mr. Kizaru, and must not take away the investigation. Virgo thought so in his heart. Enough. Seeing what the Dark Horse wanted to say, Akainu snorted. Don't say it anymore, wait until he comes back. The office is silent. The Dark Horse had a cold face, the Vice Admirals looked at each other, and Akainu had a sullen face, no one knew what they were thinking. Blood. The phone worm rang, and seeing that it was from the 5 elders, Akainu's face darkened. As soon as the call was connected, the voice of the 5 elders came. Akainu, wait for Kizaru to come back, and immediately take him away for investigation. If he resists, he is undercover, not undercover. What qualifications does he have to resist? What is this keto theory? Akainu suddenly looked at the Dark Horse and found that he was smiling very darkly, and couldn't help frowning. Report to Marshal, Chief Inspector Sengoku has lost contact. At this moment, Marine entered the office and said urgently. What? Everyone was startled. Akainu stood up suddenly, and noticed that a golden light appeared in the sky outside the window and flew rapidly. Ah, it looks like everyone is here, it would be better. The light entered the office and converged into Kizaru's figure, grinning. Everyone was surprised. Mr. Sengoku suddenly lost contact, and why did Kizaru Admiral suddenly come back first? Pelusilino. 35. Dark Horse got up and said with a cold face, Bai Yu said that you are his subordinate, you don't need to explain, just come with me. I can explain. Kizaru spread his hands. Marine has been decades old, can you give me a chance? Akainu, I have something important to report to Lord Five Elders. 7. Akainu looked at Kizaru earnestly and threw the phone bug over. The five elders on the opposite side also understood the situation, and the bearded five elders said, go ahead, don't waste time. Kizaru disdained. Oh, why should I explain it to you? Idiot. Everyone was shocked, and Akainu was stunned. The expressions of the five elders froze, and the bearded five elders thought they had hallucinations. What did you just say? Are you deaf? Also the highest position in celestial dragons, I think it's the most brainless waste in the chops, ****at. Kizaru spit out fragrance and said countless amazingly fragrant words in a second. You, what are you, %***. The five elders were directly scolded, and they have never heard so many fragrant words when they grew up, and they have learned a lot. The entire office was completely silent, and Akainu stared blankly at Kizaru's mouth, and his heart was suddenly relieved. No, not good. Ooh, that's cool. Hearing the hang up, and realizing that five elders was so angry that he directly squeezed the phone bug, Kizaru felt extremely relieved. That's right, the sooner the exposure is made, the sooner you can scold it, it's so refreshing. How does it feel to scold five elders? Kizaru had been dreaming about it before, after all, it was only Admiral, several steps away from the five elders. Marshal Marine is often scolded by the five elders as a dog, and even the CP0 squad leader doesn't take the marshal in his eyes. It is conceivable how aggrieved Marine Admiral is. Kizaru feels spiritually sublimated. Palooza. Light speed kick. The Dark Horse was furious. Kizaru moved faster, and kicked him out of the office with a light speed kick. With Akainu's face turning black and the general sluggish, Kizaru tore off Marine Admiral's cape. Because of celestial dragons, Porsalino, turned it upside down today. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Kizaru's movements didn't stop at all, and he rushed out of the office to bombard the Dark Horse, and the generals came back to their senses. The dog bites the red lotus. 9. Chapter 258. Kizaru's speech. Dark Horse death. Sakazuki is so hard. Boom. The huge lava fist rushed into the sky, collided with the light bomb and exploded. And Kizaru ignored Akainu, and the photonization came down again in a flash. The Dark Horse was just about to stand up at this moment, and subconsciously, he was fully armed to defend. Serial kicks. Kizaru's feet were extremely fierce, and the shadowless glowing feet kicked the black horse again and again, sending it flying backwards with blood all the way. Radiation burst. Kizaru's entire body turned into an extremely dazzling light source, and then condensed into a semicircle, covering the Dark Horse. Radiation is not necessarily light, but visible light must be radiation. Don't know what radiation is? Go to Vegapunk. Recalling what Bai Yu said 2 years ago, Kizaru said. Vegapunk didn't understand it either, but that didn't stop Kizaru from developing unique moves. The previous light explosion was to gather all the light energy in the body and explode it all at once, which was difficult to control. And Kizaru's radiation burst can easily control the direction, range, and intensity, and hit the target several times as much as Tomo. More penetrating. The Dark Horse made a hysterical cry of pain. Under the astonished gaze of Naval Headquarters Marine and the General, the Dark Horse's skin fell along with the armed color, followed by the disappearance of flesh and blood, and the most frontal body instantly saw bones. Great eruption. Akainu attacked, his arm turned into a giant fist of lava, tyrannical impact. The strongest part of lava fruit is not the temperature, but the ability to simulate the impact of a volcanic eruption. Light speed kick. Kizaru retracted the radiation spectrum, turned around and kicked the magma fist. Boom. 99. 537. The light rock exploded in a large area, and the startled Marines kept retreating. Mr. Dark Horse. Virgo rushed over, guarded the Dark Horse, and looked at Kizaru with blood-red eyes. Pelusilino, why? Why hurt Mr. Dark Horse? Do you know how hard he works? Do you know how much he paid for Marine? 35. Virgo. Smoker was in a trance for a moment. Before the Dark Horse, the director of the Crime Bureau forced you to obey, but you didn't care, and you cared so much about a guy who didn't care about human feelings. What a broad heart. Recalling the first time we met at the G5 branch, as a thorn, even Sengoku dared to fight, and was assigned East Blue to sharpen his temperament, Smoker naturally refused to accept Virgo. And Virgo also looked very unremarkable, with leftover food scraps sticking to his face, but no matter how tough Smoker was, Virgo was amiable, personable, and approachable. This shamed Smoker. Every time he recalled the pain of being powerless in the face of the Demon King, Virgo would immediately comfort him. I can understand your pain. Instead of being decadent, it's better to become stronger with me. 5. And because he ate the ancient golden pterosaur fruit, his strength exploded. Every time he went on a mission, he would take him with him, grow together, obtain military merit together, and become a vice admiral who was promoted to the ministry together. Virgo, My best friend, your full of justice has deeply infected me and pointed the way for me. Smoker sighed inwardly. Many of the other vice admiral were also touched, and not everyone dared to question under the pressure of Admiral Kizaru. Ah, your expression is really scary. 35. Kizaru's expression is exaggerated, and his tone is even more exaggerated and complicated. If I remember correctly, this Virgo is from Doflamingo, and he is also a showman. But, Kizaru also understood what Virgo meant, and only in this case could he have a direct conversation with him. Virgo's intention was to ask, what's the situation? Why is it suddenly reversed? Is there any plan? The information on both sides is not equal. Kizaru made an impromptu decision to turn against celestial dragons and return to the headquarters. Doflamingo's side is still holding a meeting at the Mercury Island headquarters, and they don't know the specific actions of Kizaru, let alone inform Virgo. You deserve to question me too. Kizaru's tone became fierce. This dark horse, I will kill it. No one can save it, I said it. Got it. The dark horse must die. Virgo's heart suddenly became enlightened, and there was a ray of fierce light in his eyes, so he attacked and killed the dark horse, and then killed the headquarters together with Pulsolino. I'll help you. Advertisement. Smoker came to Virgo, also guarding the dark horse, and confronted Kizaru, with no fear in his eyes. Virgo. The exchange between the two was only fleeting, and Akainu, dripping with lava, walked step by step. Tell me, why did you betray Marine? 55. Yes, why? The generals and soldiers also looked at Kizaru in disbelief. You were Marine Admiral. Kuzan and Zephyr joined the Demon Lord, enough to collapse their beliefs, but after all, the two of them quit Marine long ago, no matter which faction they joined, they can still understand. But Kizaru is the incumbent admiral, the decades-old Marine, in office and resignation, these are two great differences. To be honest, Sakazuki, you were the first one who remained calm after knowing that I was a subordinate of the Demon King. Looking at Akainu's calm and unwavering face, Kizaru sighed with emotion. Kuzan scolded me to death, how ugly it was, but isn't it still serving the captain like me? But I'm also good for him, big brother, I'm very sad. Everyone's eyes twitched. They heard that Kuzan was beaten and taken away. If you don't scold you, do you want to praise you? And Garp, who was furious the first time he knew I was undercover, and Sengoku, eyes full of disappointment and sadness. Fujitora. Well, I forgot. Kizaru said, his expression became serious. I want to ask Marshal Sakazuki, I want to ask the generals and soldiers present, is Marine justice? Of course justice. I don't know who shouted, infected Marine, and got everyone's approval. That's right. Kizaru also agrees. Since Marine is justice, then I have not betrayed Marine, let alone justice. I just don't want to be a dog with celestial dragons' chops, am I wrong? If anyone in the room can name any good thing about celestial dragons, I, Pelusolino, kill myself on the spot. Quote. The audience was silent, speechless. The advantages of celestial dragons. Let's not say whether there are, even if there is, if you say it, you will be sorry for your conscience. As the Demon King said, the so-called celestial dragons are ugly, filthy, weak, and ridiculous bastards. I don't say all, but most of them are like this. At that time, I don't know how many Marines heard this sentence and resonated in their hearts. But Marine is only a department under the world government controlled by celestial dragons. Without military spending, there is no Marine. Cough cough. You are sophistry, confusing concepts, you are betrayal, damn. The dark horse vomited blood and shouted. Think about it, folks, how many nations have the celestial dragons destroyed, directly or indirectly, for 800 years? 35. Kizaru ignored the dark horse. Don't say that the captain is a big pirate, it really doesn't make sense. The country on the bridge. As soon as these 4 words came out, the Marines were immediately moved and filled with shame. The land of bridges, 700 years ago, celestial dragons ordered the construction of large bridges connecting the islands in East Blue. The laborers who work are the slaves of celestial dragons, not only the criminals distributed by various countries, but also the nationals of the countries who refused to join the world government. Up to now, for 700 years, there have been countless casualties and white bones. The opportunity is here. While the Marines were in a trance, Kizaru spoke loudly. Captain Demon King has united the New World, and his forces are strong enough to overthrow the celestial dragons, saying that the others are too far away and empty, at that time. There will be no big pirates in the world, and if we work together to clean up the pirates everywhere, that is a world without pirates. Is this enough? No. Pirates. These simple words paint a dreamlike world for the Marines, and they can't help but yearn in their hearts. No matter how evil the Demon King is, it is far less evil than the celestial dragons. If they can really do it, then they are. Enough. Akainu interrupted Kizaru's words, which also made Marines excited, but still couldn't help but imagine a beautiful world. Pelusolino, you've changed. Akainu's tone was a little complicated. Either excuses or nonsense. In short, what Kizaru said makes a lot of sense. Although he was the king of paddling, he became a speaker, and it really changed a lot. Kizaru earnestly. Yeah, I've changed. I've gone from a celestial dragon's dog to a real person. Marine Admiral betrayed. The 5 elders will be more alert to Marine, maybe even you will be monitored and investigated. Can you stand it? It doesn't make sense to say these words. Akainu's voice suddenly became cold. First a Marine, and you are a pirate, it's as simple as that, die. Compared to Kuzan, what I recognize most about you is a firm stand. Kizaru said to block Akainu's attack, and suddenly shouted. Do it now. 39. PFF'd. 35. Before he finished speaking, he had already entered zone, dragon fruit, ancient species, golden pterosaur, Virgo in the form of the strongest human and beast, directly piercing the heart of the dark horse. Advertisement. Quote. The dark horse's pupils shrank. Kizaru's attack was too sudden, and the successive attacks hit him hard, and he was relieved until he was guarded by Virgo. Akainu blocked Kizaru. The dark horse felt safe, no longer armed, and because of anger, he had no intention of guarding. Who would have thought that, without any precaution, Vice Admiral Virgo, who was ignored by him, would directly kill him? Shoot. The movement didn't stop at all, and the sharp claws of the pterosaur with the condensed armed color tugged fiercely, tearing the black horse's body apart. Director of Marine Crime Investigation Bureau. Dark Horse, die. At this moment, the audience was silent again, and Akainu was also absent-minded for a moment, and was kicked out by Kizaru. Mr. Pelusolino. 99. Virgo spread his wings and flew towards Kizaru. His expression became extremely cold. Ah, your strength is not bad. Kizaru praised with satisfaction. Virgo said calmly. He was seriously injured and defenseless, even if his vitality is strong, but he doesn't need to be armed, he is also crispy to the ancient species. 39. Kizaru agrees. The vitality of the strong is very strong, but it does not mean that every strong has a strong defense, mainly relying on the defense of the armed color. For example, Roger was hacked to death by the soldiers. Instead of Kaido, it's useless to lie down and let the soldiers hack. Virgo, Smoker was incoherent, unable to accept the scene in front of him. Why did Virgo, who was full of justice before, suddenly betray and kill the dark horse? This reversal is heartbreaking. I have never betrayed, I just don't want to be the dog of celestial dragons. Virgo also said Kizaru's words, and then changed his voice. What's more, I have always been pirates. What? The generals were shocked again, betrayed halfway, and always been a pirate. These are two different concepts. Akainu, being a marshal, what a life. He had already thought about how the five elders scold him as a dog. We should go. Kizaru came to naval headquarters specially. In addition to killing the dark horse, he mainly incited Marine and planted the seeds. The Marines were in a trance just now. Kizaru said that the effect was good. Yes, overthrowing celestial dragons is the right way. Sakazuki, as a big brother, I don't want you to go astray and be confused again. TN 0.9 dragon talent is the real source of trouble in this world. That's all. Kizaru turned into light and left. Smoker, bye. Virgo also spread his wings, and the golden pterosaur showed its entire body golden, and flew away from the naval headquarters with Kizaru. Quote. Exclamation mark. Quote. Akainu did not stop, and the generals did not stop, and they fell into a strange silence. Admiral's blatant betrayal. Celestial dragons, Vice Admiral has always been undercover, not to mention how bad the influence is, at least. The five elders must be furious. After all, Kizaru scolded the five elders very hard. Kizaru left, and the anger would be vented on Marine. To be precise, when the catharsis was on the marshal, the generals had different expressions. Marshal, you have suffered. Look at what I do. Akainu said with a sullen face. Collect the corpse of the dark horse, issue a bounty order to Pelusolino and Virgo, and report first, immediately. 35. Pelusolino. There was a loud shout in the distance. The generals heard the sound and looked over. It was the return of the warship to Elegia. Sengoku was shouting something angry on the bow, Garp was stern, and Fujitora was expressionless. We found evidence of Pelusolino's betrayal. He directly destroyed the phone bug and ran away. What about people? Sengoku and the others jumped on the shore and looked around. Except for the black horse's body, nothing was damaged. It did run. Akainu took a deep look at Sengoku, Garp, and Fujitora, whose expressions were also extremely complicated. When I think of five elders, my heart is full of exhaustion. Being a marshal is too hard. If you are tired, destroy it. Chapter 259. Teach, I have two younger sisters. Kaido is numb, fallen angel. When Kizaru and Virgo left, after the Mercury Island meeting ended, Bai Yu came to a nearby island. Punk Hazard. Once Marine's scientific research base, the site of the decisive battle between the two admiral, and the research site of Enel's younger brother Caesar, Bai Yu moved the island here. And at this moment on the island, I don't know when a stage was established. Queen. Tens of thousands of small robots brought back from the moon are cheering here like minions. A man with golden ponytail, white coat and sunglasses, chubby and fat as a ball stepped onto the stage step by step. Oh, Quinn raised her hands, and the accompaniment sounded. Let's start. There are also some small robots behind, and Quinn begins to dance together. Because losing weight will be sought after, so don't lose weight instead, this is my funk style. At the top of the high place, Bai Yu didn't know what to say when he saw this scene, and Kaido's face was also blackened into a piece of charcoal. This is the scientific research island. You actually gave Lao Su an atmosphere to dance here. Just jump and dance, and jump like a ball. It's just irritating. Being caught by the captain, Kaido wanted to go and grab Quinn and beat him. When he arrived, he kept complimenting Bai Yu on how talented Quinn was. It's very interesting. Bai Yu chuckled lightly and said nothing. Scientific research is a combination of work and rest. Quinn can guide the tens of thousands of robots to jump together, which is also a talent. Kaido was a little embarrassed. Captain, I made you laugh. Quinn's dance is worse than the Golden Lion. In addition, Kaido's expression was a little tangled. Can I not go to the lab? This guy Vegapunk has a problem. Are you afraid? How could I be afraid? 99. That's fine. Don't worry, I'm not bringing you here to be an experimental subject, but to test a weapon. Bai Yu understands Kaido psychology. Kaido was arrested many times. After one arrest, Dr. Vegapunk extracted the bloodline 11 factor from Kaido and created the first artificial devil fruit. The experimental subject is in the laboratory, but it is easy to leave a psychological shadow. Quote. Kaido felt relieved, and then shouted towards the stage below. Quinn, you idiot, stop dancing. It looks like a round body, but the body is full of muscles, Quinn was interrupted by the loud shout, and when she turned her head, she saw two figures appear out of thin air. Boss Kaido, Lord Demon King, Gollum. Quinn jumped up in a moment of shock, sweating profusely. See the Demon King. Tens of thousands of robots shouted in unison, and knelt down in one uniform. Kaido's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and the formation was so neat and uniform, it was easy to think of the regular Ace Army. Their intelligence has improved a lot. What did you do? Bai Yu saw the robot's eyes move a little bit. Yes, I did it. Seeing that Bai Yu was not angry, Quinn breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little excited. Lord Demon King, the mechanical fruit is really great, and it has made many of my ideas easy to realize. Perfect for me. 35. The mechanical fruit is Quinn's current fruit ability. After all, it is not helpful for a scientist to eat ancient seeds. The database is ready, and within a week at most, they can all be updated and upgraded, and the consciousness is flexible. Quinn took out a blueprint from nowhere, and said excitedly, electric shock, laser cannon, invisibility, etc., these are their most basic abilities. Aziel synthesized a special metal, which is extremely strong. After I use my ability to integrate it, they can be deformed and can be transformed into various forms. I named it Mechanical Legion. 35. Bai Yu praised this, because robots that can transform at will are more adaptable to various war environments. Why? They look like me. Kaido said darkly. The drawings that Quinn took out had nothing to do with him, but they were exactly the same. Boss Kaido, what's the problem? 35. Quinn was puzzled, and explained. This is just one of the forms of the mechanical army, and it is also the strongest form. It can scare off the enemy without taking a shot. Don't explain it. Kaido's face is darker, and it sounds like a mighty hockey, but if it sounds bad, looks too fierce and scary. Bai Yu chuckled. What about their combat power when they are in their strongest form? Elite Vice Admiral, advertisement. Quinn said these 4 words without hesitation, and became excited again. A week later, these robots are all Elite Vice Admiral combat power, tens of thousands. I am currently researching Pluton's weapon system, and I will continue to upgrade the metal characteristics and weapons in the future, not to mention combat power, at least the destructive power is super strong. Okay. Kaido suddenly forgot the little depression just now, and patted Quinn's shoulder fiercely. You did a good job, you finally showed the talent you should have, which makes me very happy. That's my job. Quinn wanted to cry but had no tears. Kaido slapped the shoulder and even used the arm color to destroy the interior. Is this revenge? It's really good, come on. Bai Yu praised, tens of thousands of elite Vice Admiral, filling the backbone. Subsequently, Quinn led the way, Bai Yu and Kaido came to a laboratory. Wow, let me out, you can't die, please let me out, As soon as they entered, there were screams. Sir Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu's arrival, Caesar, Judge, Assi, the scientist who made pure gold 200 years ago, and others immediately stopped and spoke respectfully. Assier has a deep research on metals, so he is now a munch fruit person who can synthesize all kinds of metals. You are busy with your. Bai Yu waved his hand slightly and looked at the operating table not far away, where the screams just now came from. Source, Blackbeard. And Vegapunk was completely focused, dissecting Blackbeard very seriously, just like Op fruit, so dissecting, still did not kill Blackbeard. Vegapunk. Kaido glanced at it and his memories surged up, all of them were bad memories. Keep yelling, why don't you stun him or give him anesthesia? Kaido felt Blackbeard screaming. Quinn explained. This guy's physique is a bit special. Stunning or anesthesia or even killing will affect the activity of his bloodline factor. Is there a result? Kaido is still interested in Teach's physique, because Teach is a real dual fruit ability, and everyone is curious. And no need to sleep. Yes, but it's too difficult to reform other people, and we don't recommend doing it. Quinn said, giving another plan. It can be used on new pacifists, such as eating 2 artificial fruit phantom species. 99. Eudemons can also be manufactured in batches. Kaido's eyes widened at Tong Ling. Quinn was full of emotion. Yes, it was possible many years ago, but he has been hiding it and did not report it to the world government. Pink Oriental Dragon. Bai Yu thought of this artificial phantom beast made by Vegapunk, a nominal failure, but actually very powerful. Run-T became more and more handy, and Bai Yu found no flaws. Caesar can only make common species, and the success rate is still low, so he plays the rest of Vegapunk. Sir Bai Yu. Vegapunk put down the scalpel, tidied up his clothes, turned around and said respectfully, a little excited. You are finally here. The information you gave is too comprehensive, and it opened the door to a new world for me. Vegapunk was also excited, and hurriedly ran to a place to bring a box and took out various documents. Sir Bai Yu, where did you find this? Although it's all basic, I haven't thought about many of the theories. Quote. Scientists such as Judge, Caesar, and Assy couldn't help but gather around. Those scientific and technological materials were really special. It seems that you have all read it. These are the follow-up. Be careful, there is a lot of information in it. Bai Yu took out a jade stone, which was a small storage stone he made with his space ability plus castle fruit ability. Inside is the Fox Demon Little Matchmaker World Fox Demon Calendar first year, such as the original Earth science and technology around 2014. All information on the technology of the whole industry. This is Paramesha Devil Fruit Ability Transmission Technology. Vegapunk couldn't help looking at the space stone. What he is currently researching is only the transmission of zone fruit to objects. For example, Spandam's weapon is to eat the fruit of the elephant and have self-awareness to obey the orders of Spandam. It's not really, it's mainly created by space ability. Bai Yu said, raising his hand slightly, and a person appeared. Giant little boy, Seraph. Looking at the little boy, Kaido's eyes lit up again. This is the new pacifist, Rayleigh said. It smells good. Yes, the Seraph I stayed in SSG. Vegapunk explained. This is Abel's bloodline factor plus Hawkeye bloodline factor plus human giant technology and so on. Strength, speed, defense all are good. Jin's bloodline factor. Kaido thought of the young Jin he met many years ago, who had also been a Vegapunk experimenter. Yes, and yours. Before waiting for Kaido to say anything, Vegapunk continued. This Seraph is outdated, or it doesn't play my original technology level, and I plan to upgrade it again. Kaido plus Linlin plus Whitebeard plus Rider plus Red Hair plus Eagle Eye, etc., to create top weapons such as recovery plus defense plus strength plus 3 hockey plus swordsmanship plus W demons. Advertisement. Everyone lost their voices. Vegapunk, how dare you think? Kaido wants to leave immediately, this guy is crazy. Bai Yu said bluntly. It is enough to upgrade the existing pacifists, there is no need to create bloodline factor warriors. Bai Yu is not interested in this kind of warriors who can be cloned, he has poor self-awareness, the upper limit is not high, and it is too complicated. It is enough to upgrade the mechanical army. Yes, Lord Bai Yu. Vegapunk's eyes are bright, no matter what Bai Yu thinks in his heart, but Bai Yu's words are also his thoughts. He really didn't want to keep making any weapons of war. His original dream, to improve the lives of the islanders, to build a large heating furnace, was forced to stop. He wanted to study technologies that would benefit both world development and civilian life. The technical information provided by Bai Yu, many of which are people's livelihood technologies, made Vegapunk very excited. In the future, I will study with peace of mind, I will never force my own people. Bai Yu said calmly, he knew Vegapunk's dream and wanted to contribute to society. Demon King. Teach on the operating table saw Bai Yu and rekindled hope. Please let me go, I have 2 younger sisters. Bai Yu. Everyone. What does this guy mean? When he was about to die, he suddenly remembered to send his sister. 537. Kaido looked coldly. UB asterisk 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 D still trying to deceive the captain, you. Quinn coughed lightly and whispered. He really has 2 younger sisters. Teach's information has been cleaned up long ago, and he had 2 younger sisters when he was young. Really? Kaido froze for a moment and then shook his head. Even if it did, Teach looked too abstract. Not every child will be genetically upgraded. For example, his daughter Yamato, fortunately, did not inherit his black face. Take me to other labs. Bai Yu raised his hand and put it down. Teach passed out on the spot and ignored it. Let's do experiment waste recycling. He came here mainly to take a look at his own laboratory and to send scientific research materials to Vegapunk and others. Finally, recycle devil fruit. Dark fruit plus scourge fruit. Not bad. Bai Yu threw the 2 fruits into the nativity ring. The Logia dark fruit characteristics are still good. Although the natural disaster fruit is called natural disaster, it depends on how it is used, and it can be used to improve the environment and so on. After a while, coming to a large laboratory, there are 5 8-meter-high soldiers standing in the center of the front. They are pacifists who were caught in the past 2 years, and were recently upgraded by Vegapunk. Kaido's whole body is numb. Why is it like me again? You are violating the right to portrait. Because you are very good. After Vegapunk finished speaking, he turned to Bai Yu and introduced. These 5 are the integration of all my current technologies. They are stronger than the Seraph who stayed in SSG. Although they are not as good as the top powerhouses, they have overwhelming power over others and can now be tested. Kaido. 35. Yes, Captain. Hearing Bai Yu's opening, Kaido stepped forward, charged directly at the 5 fighters, and threw a punch. Boom. The warrior in the middle was sent flying, and the other 4 warriors separated and surrounded Kaido with extremely fast speed. 2 laser cannons and 2 slashes attacked Kaido in unison. Boom boom boom. The ground was cracked and repaired, and everywhere was made of special memory metal. The defense is really not weak. Please, Lord Bai Yu, give me your name. Fallen Angel. Soon, the 5 warriors stood up again and were unhurt. Those who stay in SSG are called Seraphs, then. Bai Yu, who was given the name, said casually, just call them. Bai Yu nodded slightly. They can be the captains of the mechanical army for the time being, have you named them? It's really good to be able to beat Lao Su. Kaido increased his strength and knocked out the remaining 4. Seeing this, Kaido came to the spirit, such a durable sandbag is rare, and suddenly Conqueror's haki fully opened, took out his mace and fought fiercely. Chapter 260. The King of the World destroys the country remotely. Naval headquarters evacuates New World. Now, Void Throne. Yimu sat alone on the throne, his eyes were faint and he didn't know what he was thinking, but he held a map in his hand. It is the New World map. And incomparably detailed, you can clearly see the Isle of Thor, Dressrosa, Cake Island, Sphinx, Whitebeard's hometown, Wano-Kuni, Beehive Island, Elbaf Kingdom and more. And, Conqueror Island. Choose one of the 7 routes from the Grand Line, and then cross the Red Line to reach the New World, the island where all the waterways finally converge, once the final island, and now the headquarters of the devil. From the map, after Shui Shenxing Island, it seems that there are no more islands. Because Raftel is not on the map, it is even more popular among pirates. Bai Yu. Yimu looked at the map of Mercury Island with a pen and seemed to want to cross it out. This morning, Bai Yu's blow was still fresh in Yimu's memory, causing Yimu to lose his composure for the first time, but this did not mean fear, there was still some fear. Because of the unknown origin, cutting the timeline is somewhat beyond comprehension. Want to cross it out. But the Demon King is in the city of the sky behind Shui Shenxing Island, and the attack position is very inappropriate, so let's give it up for the time being. Kaido. Giggle, you row, don't tell me that after you crossed out the Water First Island, the Water First Star Island was destroyed. You managed to make Lao Su laugh. Bai Yu. Be careful. Crowd, if you see this scene, everyone will be shocked again. I am as the master behind the world government is naturally special, otherwise the 5 elders would not be so obedient. Ultra long range direct destruction of the country. I am can do it. Benchmark. The master of truth is within range. No matter whether it is with the help of Uranus, or some kind of special power, but I am can destroy the country and destroy the island with ultra long distance, after all, he is the king of the world behind the scenes. Original track. After the invasion of the Holy Land, Emperor Yan Sabo appeared in the kingdom of Lulusia and was contacting Drago. I saw a person on the Void Throne. At the same time, I am took a pen and crossed out the kingdom of Lulusia on the map, followed by countless attacks over the distant kingdom, destroying everything. The kingdom of Lulusia, the island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, the king, Guanji, the princess, Kimani. When Haraji participated in the World Summit, the pirates headed by Peachbeard attacked the kingdom of Lulusia while the king was away, and was finally stopped by the Revolutionary Army. After the World Summit, the kingdom of Lulusia was destroyed by IM. 46. IM finally put down the map without crossing it out or saying anything. Vivi's photo appeared again in his hand, left the Void Throne, went to the flowers, and played with butterflies to relax. And Pan Guchung conference room. The 5 elders finally recovered from Kizaru's abuse and adjusted their emotions. No, not well adjusted at all. It's a disgrace to be scolded by a marine for such filthy words. IM Sama has never scolded like that, Pulsolino, damn it. Marine's problem is getting worse, big cleanup now. 99. Advertisement. No, at a critical moment in the war, Marine still has some role to play. The 5 elders vented their anger every word, and Kizaru greeted them all from the inside to the outside, from the top to the bottom, from the parents to the ancestors. They wanted to destroy everything in anger, but in the end they kept their senses. During the critical period of the war, even if the marine needs to be cleaned up, it can still be used as a pawn, as a cannon fodder. Start venting. The 5 elders looked at each other, so, dialed Akainu's phone bug, and they usually scolded the marshal to live their lives. The phone bug you dialed is out of service, no, it's gone. 5 elders. Destroyed the phone bug on purpose, it's the other way around. Now, Naval Headquarters meeting room. Kizaru scolded them and then defected. They will definitely scold me, it's better to just destroy the phone bug. Wait 2 days to calm down. 35. Akainu also has a temper. Every time an incident occurs, no one can stand it. He casually retorts, and the result is no accident that he cuts Marine's military spending. It was destroyed by Kizaru before he left, Akainu decided to explain. Everyone calm down. Akainu spoke to the generals, and also shouted to the 5 elders from the air. Pelusolino defected, the impact is extremely bad. Sengoku said solemnly. We need to do something. Sengoku asked as usual. Garp was enjoying the senbei as usual, Fujitora was still wiping the staff and knife, and the two were still the same as usual. As Kizaru said, being an undercover agent is easy, so do what to do. Pelusolino. 35. The generals are very complicated. Porosolino. I didn't betray justice, I just didn't want to be a dog for celestial dragons anymore, and I was right. These words, until now, are still exploding in their minds, causing their thoughts to be in chaos. Don't think about Pelusolino anymore, we belong to the world government, and we have to work for it. It's a matter of position, and I've decided. Akainu looked at the generals and said his final decision solemnly. Total withdrawal from New World. 35. Wow. When Akainu spoke, there was an uproar. The generals lead you to look at me, I look at you, and I am a little overwhelmed, because, after the Summit War, it has only been 2 years since Naval Headquarters moved to the New World G1 branch. When he moved to New World, Marine held a conference to get a lot of reporters to openly fight the pirates to the end. And it's only been 2 years, and you're leaving. Someone just wanted to say something that is not allowed, but the word, Demon King, suddenly popped into his mind, and he lost his voice and stopped speaking. Sengoku's eyes gleamed, and he agreed. I agree with your point of view, the Demon King is powerful, if he doesn't withdraw, he will confront all the strong men under the Demon King's command head-on, maybe kill him today, maybe tomorrow, and it's unwise to continue to stay. The generals bowed their heads in silence. They will die if they don't evacuate, because the Demon King will not allow such a strong force as Marine to remain in the New World. They can die, but what about the soldiers of the headquarters? All here are elite soldiers. Advertisement. Without the need for the Demon King to take action, the 11 people in the Zero Squad can destroy the headquarters and destroy the island, leaving no one behind. Akainu took the general's expressions in his eyes, and said condensedly, temporarily evacuated to the Sabayati archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line, which is very close to the Holy Land Mariejois. During the big battle, we can support at any time, until then. One thing to watch out for. 99. Fujitora spoke suddenly, sensing that everyone was looking at him, and continued, it's okay to support the Holy Land during the decisive battle, but only the elite vice admiral can go up to support, and the rest of the generals cannot go. 99. The war is cruel. If the Demon King wins, he has no reason to kill the middle-level marines, but the 5 elders are different and will use them as cannon fodder. So I suggest that if it comes to the decisive battle, you can go to some of the support here, leave some such as Crane Vice Admiral, stay behind Sabayati and wait for the result. No Rear Admiral nodded. Surprisingly and plausibly, Akainu agrees. The middle and grassroots cannot influence the war situation, so there is no need to participate in this kind of war and sacrifice for it. 5. Time is not waiting for me, as Chief Inspector Sengoku said, the Demon King may bring people to kill today, efficiency is the first. From now on, immediately order the New World bases to evacuate New World as quickly as possible. Yes, Marshal. The generals dispersed, and only Akainu, Sengoku, Garp, and Fujitora were left to discuss. Sengoku sighed. 1. You didn't answer the call from 5 elders, and 2. You decided to evacuate New World and didn't report it, you would be scolded badly. Whatever they are, Akainu doesn't care. At this time, the war is about to start, the 5 elders can at most scold him, can he still be removed from his post? Now Marine's life and death pressure is all on Akainu, and he is also under a lot of pressure and a heavy responsibility. Evacuation from New World is the best way to preserve Marine's strength. If only high-level support is sent, no matter who wins, Marine will not suffer heavy casualties. Crack clap. Garp was eating the senbei, and suddenly said, we must evacuate New World at the end. If we evacuate Li Haojiao first, it will disturb the morale of the army. That is for sure. Akainu agrees. How long does it take the marshal to expect to be fully evacuated while being on alert for raids by the Demon King's forces at all times? Fujitora asked casually. Akainu pondered. There are a lot of bases in the New World. If the Demon King doesn't make a surprise attack, it will take a week at least. We have to stand for a week. A week. Sengoku counted the time and said seriously. Maybe the Demon King will suddenly attack and we won't be able to last for a week, so let's make an appointment first. What agreement? If the last of us can evacuate safely in a week, then have a meal together. The battle is about to begin, and it may be the last meeting. Akainu's surprise was not good, and he looked at the 3 of them, and then looked into the distance. It's this bad feeling again, has the Demon King sent someone to attack Marine? Akainu nodded slowly. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and Fujitora, the blind man, also looked at the 2 of them, and the 3 nodded slightly together. The whole army is on alert, and no one can relax until they leave. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Yes, Marshal. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Immediately picking up the megaphone bug, Akainu's voice washed over naval headquarters. Chapter 261. The various teams are dispatched, the plan of the world government, and gather on the Honeycomb Island. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the New World range, the marine bases were still calm, and they were not attacked by any pirates, so they evacuated safely. But Akainu did not relax at all, and continued to strengthen his vigilance until he was evacuated. The 5 elders scolded Akainu after hearing the news, and began to gather their strength, waiting for the World Summit. Also on this day, a golden yellow flashed in the sky and flew straight to Mercury Island. Sign up. Mercury Island was surrounded by skeleton warriors infused with souls, and when they saw the yellow flying shadow in the sky, they immediately shouted. Second Team Captain Doflamingo's team members, Virgo. Pelusalino. Virgo entered the golden pterosaur form and flew in the sky, while Kizaru stood on the pterosaur and looked out over the island. Shuixianxing Island is forbidden to be empty, please go to the port to land, and land on the island on foot. $7. Virgo flew toward the coast, and Pulsalino jumped off halfway. The scenery here is really good, the island that used to be the last. Kizaru overlooked the process of falling, and then looked at the distant sky, his expression became exaggerated. Oh, that is the city in the sky, it looks really better than the photo spectacular. Where is the Demon King? 99. Virgo couldn't help but look at it, but there were clouds and mists, and there were special ability barriers, so he could only see the outline of the building, but it was still extremely spectacular. Both of them were returning to the headquarters for the first time, and they were a little nervous for some reason. In other words, Virgo has never met Bai Yu, and has been working as an undercover agent at Marine, and Dover has not withdrawn after joining. As for Kizaru, When he thinks of the top pirates in the island, he feels strange, and immediately recalls whether he has ever had a revenge, otherwise it will be difficult to get along. Kizaru seriously recalled that he was born for 10 years, was smooth in life, and was good at paddling, so it seemed that he never had a deadly feud with the big pirates. However, why do I sense a danger? Kizaru looked around and let go of his senses. Feel the moment of letting go. Ice Age. 59. A terrifying cold air rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, directly attacking where Kizaru was, and Kizaru reacted very quickly, and immediately ducked to the right. Smash thunder. Kizaru hasn't stabilized his body yet, and another flash of lightning flashes towards him. Slash wave. What? 55. Kizaru was about to dodge upwards when he saw a golden slash falling from the sky, and immediately wanted to retreat to the rear. Empty shock. The strongest fist. The atmosphere in the rear suddenly cracked, and the front was also a fist of 537 weapons. The attack from 5 directions, front, back, left, right, and up, made Kizaru feel numb in his heart. Who did he offend? Boom. The 5 attacks collided and exploded under Kizaru's many stagnations. Since Kizaru hadn't completely landed, fireworks bloomed in the air, very bright. What happened? Virgo, who had just landed in the port, was suddenly blown away by a gust of wind, and he stood up in shock. Boyle, welcome back, Virgo. Doflamingo came over and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, that's a welcome ceremony for him. Dover. Virgo quickly adjusted his mood, and couldn't help but stunned. This is a welcome ceremony. Will it die? No, the headquarters island is not allowed to fight, and Kizaru hasn't landed on the island yet, so it's considered an attack outside the island. It looks gorgeous, but its attack power is not strong. Doflamingo explained. At this time, Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Ryder, Kaido, Kaji, Dorag, Linlin, Enel, Jin, Jack, Shiryu, Cavendish, Bear and others came from a distance. The arrival of the crowd made Virgo feel a little suffocated. Did they all come to welcome Mr. Pelusolino? Ugh, giggle, what joke are you talking about, kid? 9. Kaido glanced at Virgo and said with disdain, is that yellow monkey worthy of being greeted by Lao Su? 35. Yeah haha, abuse the 5 elders to defect again. Enel held a newspaper, it was Admiral who defected. The above not only describes the defection process of Kizaru in detail, but also clearly writes the content of Kizaru's speech and the lines of how to abuse the 5 elders. Kizaru is the past. Pelusolino is world famous. Bounty. 3.3 billion berry, directly breaking the record for the first reward. Advertisement. Morgan's guy, it's so quick to get the paper out. Crocodile gritted his teeth at the mention of Morgan's. Hawkeye said coldly. Morgan's newspapers are always based on factual descriptions, maybe sometimes exaggerated, but your photos are true. Rayleigh smiled. From that picture, if you are more famous than him, you are now more than him. Can you stop mentioning the photo thing? Sand Crocodile black face. Shiryu's curious face. What photo can you show me? B. Bodge, I heard there is a video. Lu Chi's stern face is also a puzzled face. You are enough. How many times have I watched each of them, and still performing here? Crocodile's eyes are fierce and he wants to cry. All of his wiseness in his life was planted in the photo of the transgender woman. I heard that there is also a Crocodile Fan Association. There are many people, don't let him Crocodile find out who is the leader, or it will definitely be chopped up. Buggy. Who is looking for me? Everyone is going to clean up the new world, let's return to the second team first. Doflamingo said, and Virgo immediately went over when he saw Pika's location. Doflamingo also joined in the fun. Hey Sai, what photo are you talking about? I want to see it too. Death to Lao Su. The island could not fight. Crocodile raised his fist and smashed it. Doflamingo's retreat was full of evil smiles. Bebobo, this little fist, I feel like a mother, are you a sequelae of transsexuality? I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's a pity. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The crocodile roared and the crowd laughed. Everyone is not a serious person, even if they used to be serious, they have become serious. Cough cough. I scared the old man to death, you guys are so scary. Kizaru fell on the port and coughed lightly, and glanced at the person who had just greeted him with an attack. Kuzan, Zephyr, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Bullet. And Kuzan is purely wanting to fight Kizaru. Zephyr is also taking advantage of the trend, and the 3 Golden Lion are just playing casually. Mr. Pelusolino, due to the approaching war, the captain will no longer add a new squadron, so. Katakuri came over. You are an ordinary member at present, which squadron should you join? Ah, little team. Kizaru glanced at the crowd and asked uncertainly, my strength, isn't it suitable? What, do you have a problem with the captain? Kuzan asked calmly. No, it's you who misunderstood me, my brother is very sad. Kizaru's face was full of pain at the moment. Brother, I heard you, but that's a task, so you have to understand me. You, forget it. Kuzan was speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Knowing that he was soft-hearted, he started playing emotional cards. Zephyr interrupted. Stop acting, line up immediately, work hard on the mission, and stop paddling. What the teacher taught is. Kizaru understood that as soon as he came to do the task, he should, no, it was just right. Excuse me, everyone, how are the tasks assigned? Kizaru asked actively. We'll talk about it after the other wars are over, but this time we're going to attack Hive Island. Katakuri spoke. Kizaru wondered. Hive Island. Wasn't it cleaned up by you when you attacked the Blackbeard regiment? Moreover, even if there are many more pirates on the island, there is no need to dispatch them collectively, they can't all be there. Ka-er continued. It is now the headquarters of the Anti-Demon King Alliance. Kizaru Mingwu. It turned out that they all went there. The world government started planning more than 2 months ago. Booming. The world government has indeed come up with a good countermeasure. Doflamingo said. The Raftel permanent pointer, the 4 historical text rubbings of the road signs, the immortal gold and other treasures have attracted pirates and strong men from all over the world to join them, and they are currently concentrated on the Hive Island. 99. After the Hive Island was cleaned up, it was not occupied, and it is currently the headquarters of the Alliance. As for the pointers, rubbings, pure gold, etc., they are all news from the world government, and the things are fake, because they are all in Bai Yu's hands. But it doesn't matter if it's true or not. After all, pirates are extremely greedy, and if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, most of them will risk their lives for it. And there is also news of pure gold. Those strong men who live in seclusion and are unwilling to die of old age are always unable to hold back. For the world government, based on human nature, a few fake news can be exchanged for a large force to quickly form in New World. Even if it is destroyed, it is not harmless, and it can even clear up a lot of hidden dangers. Even if the world government doesn't do this, Bai Yu will publicize the Raftel permanent pointer and pure gold, attracting the powerful to eliminate them in one fell swoop. There must be a lot of strong people. Kizaru was dignified for a moment, but seeing so many people, he immediately felt no problem. Every year, the strong retire. Some powerhouses can be traced back to the Rocks era, and some of them have retired for decades, plus the second and third tier pirates of the current era, there must be a lot of them. But Golden Lion and others are all at their peak, and no amount of quantity can make up for the quality gap. Go now. 99. Yes, Captain. Bai Yu's voice washed away, and the large army set off in a mighty manner. Advertisement. Start your show. Bai Yu looked in the direction of the Holy Land, and immediately withdrew his gaze. Anyway, the result was to clear up some hidden dangers. Time flies. Another 4 days later. Okay, I see. Akainu hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. The Demon King's army made no secret of their departure, thinking they were going to attack Marine, but they didn't expect to go all the way to Beehive Island. A week later, the Marines of the New World bases have evacuated New World, and the people of Naval Headquarters have also evacuated. There are only a few people left at the current Naval Headquarters, and the others are empty. And Akainu still didn't evacuate, he wanted to stay as a target to attract attention, and then evacuate here after the Marines had completely left New World. It's all gone. The first batch has arrived at Sabayati. Sengoku came over and looked into the distance with Sakazuki. I don't know the war on Hive Island, what's the result now? One side is the peak power of the Demon King, and the other side is the greedy pirates attracted by pointers and pure gold, and the powerhouses from all over the world, and they may not be able to fight. Fujitora also came from a distance, behind Garp still eating senbei. Akainu said solemnly, both sides are hidden dangers from all over the world. Okay, let's not talk about this, the nerves have been tense for a week, let's have a meal together. 35 Sengoku spoke slowly. Akainu glanced at the incomparably empty naval headquarters, nodded slowly, and really had a good meal. At this moment, Bai Yu has a feeling for this place, one of today's scenes. At the same time, Beehive Island is located. The former headquarters of the Rocks, later the Akoku headquarters, and later the Blackbeard headquarters, has now become the headquarters of the Anti-Magic Alliance. The Iron Beehive Island, the great power of flowing water, all vanished as a result. Hey, he's Shinigami Carl from 40 years ago, and he's still alive. Look at that, Jeff, who once narrowly lost to the peak of the Golden Lion. The Marine Hunter rockets are also alive. They disappeared after the battle with the Roger Regiment, and they are not dead. Zamath, the Beastmaster who survived from Kaido a few years ago. Quote, Honeycomb Island was full of people, and it seemed dark, and the port was full of ships. Since more than 2 months ago, the Anti-Magic Alliance was secretly formed, and the world government has secretly spread permanent pointers and pure gold all over the world to attract people to join. Until recently, the direct publicity in the newspapers caused the world to boil, more people came, and more powerful people came every day. After Blackbeard was taken down, the Alliance headquarters also moved to Hive Island. At present, there are many strong people with names and surnames, and the total strength of the entire Hive Island is no less than 200,000. At this moment, Panguchung conference room. The 5 elders were satisfied watching a live broadcast of a CP0 hiding in the crowd. There are quite a few. Greed for Raftel, greed for immortality, pathetic humanity. Longbearded 5 elders scorned. Those who promise are all empty words, and those who are not greedy will not come at all. There are many strong bases, even a part is enough, they only need to attract the devil's people. These people are enough, and then we will wait for the arrival of the people under the Demon King's command. The blonde 5 elders are looking forward to this. Finally, I will see that adult clean up the world again. What if the Demon King also came? The curly-haired 5 elders asked. After the curly-bearded 5 elders died, he had always been the person who feared Bai Yu the most. I always feel that the plan will fail, and sometimes I am awakened by a nightmare. A certain adult is crying at the feet of the devil. The bald-headed 5 elders said. He has no reason to come, Kaido et al. Are enough to get here, a reasonable idea. This time it is mainly aimed at his subordinate forces, even if he arrives, he won't be able to save many people, let's wait for the result. At the same time, among the flowers, I am looking at the flat map belonging to the Hive Island, his eyes are flat. And the people on the Hive Island suddenly felt a heart palpitation, unknown why. The devil's people are here, why aren't there still people from the world government? 39. Everyone looked at the distant sea, a big ship arrived, the flag was flying, and the atmosphere was dignified for a while. At this moment, the spaceship is hidden in the sky, and Bai Yu brought the girls to watch the show. Chapter 262, Playing and Fooling. I am shot. Just draw a picture, destroy the country and destroy the island. So many people. Nami looked at the Hive Island in surprise, where hundreds of thousands of people gathered. Many reclusive powerhouses plus second and third tier pirates vs all members of the Demon King. Clearly, another war even more brutal than the Summit War, with 200,000 dead at least today. Are they fools? Perona felt a sense of superiority in terms of IQ at the moment. The world government obviously lied to them, and they all came to die. Greed is the most uncontrollable human nature, and it is also the gate of hell. Robin turned the book and told the reason. Hancock snuggled up to Bai Yu and nodded. The pure gold of longevity is enough to drive more than 90% of people crazy. Although it's fake, they subconsciously ignore it. It's so complicated. Shirahoshi's little head is full of question marks. Pure gold. Isn't that what the city in the sky uses to decorate buildings, and what sisters and sisters use to decorate houses? There's too much to use up. Why are you still greedy? Island pirates. Too hard. War. Yuta murmured. This was the most terrifying war she had ever seen, and the atmosphere was depressed before it even started. Ace Day said crisply. Sister Yuta, my brother said that this is the penultimate war in the Qinghai world. If the world is cleaned up, there will be no more in the future. Well, I believe him. Yuta nodded subconsciously after hearing this. Seeing this, Ace Day quietly gave a thumbs up to Bai Yu. Trust is very good, give my brother a thumbs up. Bai Yu nodded slightly and chuckled. Come on, let's bet together. How long will this war take to end? You bet whatever you want, and the one closest to the time wins, and it takes all, and I'll reward you with a wish. Huh, the girl's eyes lit up. The end of the war is to completely destroy everyone on one side, because Bai Yu does not want to accept their surrender. With so many people on the island, even if Hawkeye and the others were to destroy the island with full firepower, they would not be able to kill all of them, and it would take a lot of time to clean up. So, a 2-hour guarantee. Bai Yu is noncommittal about this, because surprises always come suddenly. Kaya raised her little hand. Brother Bai Yu, you can wish for anything. It shouldn't be too exaggerated. Vivi also began to fantasize. Makino whispered, I'm simple and want a child. Many girls looked at Makino, and her pretty face was blushing and she was smiling. Bai Yu remembered it in his heart. Looking at the girls full of interest, he continued, as long as it's not like destroying the world, winning people, you say, I'll do it. 99. Great. Little rabbit girl Garrett jumped up and said excitedly, I want more radishes, the best radishes. All the girls laughed lightly. The little rabbit was really a simple and cute wish. Don't be in a hurry to be happy, even in probability, there is a 1 in 58 probability of winning. Bai Yu had to remind that it was not easy to win. Bonnie said directly, what if 2 or more guesses are the same and they both win? Are they all satisfied? I found a loophole. Sha Tang also raised his hand and said happily, we all guessed the same, so didn't we all win? Wow, you are so smart. Yamato exclaimed seriously. Bai Yu's face darkened. Why don't you say that you all lose? First of all, the bet can't be the same. No, many girls retorted. Koala smiled and said, why didn't you say it just now? You are a temporary change of the rules. Looks like you forgot about the house rules. My rules are rules. 35. Bai Yu suppressed all dissatisfaction on the spot, and all those who pouted and stared at him were caught and beaten. The sound of a pop resounded through the ship. Girls. Bad guys. Looking at the girls who were blushing and became well-behaved, Bai Yu expressed his satisfaction. That's right. Let's get started. Not just fulfilling the wish, but I'll reward the winner. Rewards. Sirius, Nami, Hancock, Hina, Gion, Stussy and other girls suddenly remembered Bai Yu's reward for tutoring at night. At this moment, Hive Island. The whole island held their breath as a huge ship approached the shore. On the bow, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Ryder, Kuzan, Zephyr, Kaido, etc. How come there are only these people? Something's wrong. This ship is full of top powerhouses, but the information says that the entire team of the Demon King is in action. Someone on the island spoke in a deep voice. Someone else said solemnly, it's all the same, these people are scary enough, why haven't the people from the world government come? Contact again. The strong man at the head looked forward and said loudly, Newgate, Shiki, Ryder, Rayleigh, Linlin, Zephyr, Kaido, haven't seen each other for decades. 5. Carlo, a retired strongman in the Rocks pirate era, aged 70 plus, is also unwilling to die of old age, and is attracted by the pure gold of longevity that the world government says. Kaido and others ignored it. Seeing this, Carlo couldn't help but face coldly, I didn't expect you to become so arrogant after not seeing each other for decades. If you really want to fight to the death, even if our side is defeated, you will not be better off. If the two sides fight, only the world government will benefit. Why not strike? 33. Advertisement. Carlo expressed the thoughts of most people on Hive Island. the people from the world government will arrive soon, we will share the Raftel permanent pointer, and then divide the treasures such as pure gold equally. If the world government does not agree, then don't blame us. Quote. How about we join you to attack the Holy Land temporarily? The Demon King has no reason to reject us. 9. When so many powerhouses gathered on Beehive Island, someone regained their composure and made a rational proposal, before waking up all the people on the island. That's right, why should we go all out for the things that come out of the world government's fingernails and the Demon King's people? Joining the Demon King to attack the world government, this is the kingly way. The world government will never stop us from joining forces with the Demon King, and waiting to take over the world, the bullshit One Piece. A bit of an idea, but ridiculous. The 5 elders who watched the live broadcast were very disdainful, and they still fantasized about defeating the world government and dividing the world when they were about to die. From the moment they landed on the Hive Island, they were doomed to death, and now they are waiting for the Devil's people to land on the island. But the 5 elders were also puzzled, and with the help of the live broadcast filmed by the CPO in the hidden crowd, they also saw the people on the boat clearly. There is indeed something wrong, such as the Golden Lion, who will definitely disdain and ridicule at the beginning, but until now he has not said a word. 99. This is a war, not a house, and it's normal to be serious. Could it be that the Demon King is watching in the dark and doesn't dare to talk nonsense? It doesn't matter, as long as you land on the island, few people will be alive. 39. The 5 elders are looking forward to it, but the doubts in their hearts have not been completely eliminated. They must be sure that Bullet and others are all right. Where are the other squads? The whole island was silent waiting for a reply. What makes hundreds of thousands of people on the island indignant is that Kizaru and the others are still silent and seem to disdain to speak. Too arrogant. Could it be that hundreds of thousands of us are just decorations? The grumpy big pirate shouted angrily. There are only a dozen people in the area, and a bunch of strong people are besieging them, and all the rest are looking for opportunities to sneak attacks. I don't believe it, an even more angry person suggested. Although most of them are second and third tier pirates, there are also many who have retired from various places for decades. More than a dozen powerhouses fight one, and the rest are all sneak attacks. The result is not necessarily that they will lose. Most people think so. Wrong. After Carlo and other powerhouses sensed the past, they found the problem. Why are their breaths so, what? There is obviously a problem with the perception of the breath, but the next scene makes everyone who perceives the problem suddenly feel that the previous perception is wrong. Ice Age. Kuzan shot directly, and the cold air burst out like a tsunami, freezing the sea area of Hive Island in an instant. Earthquake. Hot breath. Fire in the sky. Thunder lightning. Crush impact. 9. Whitebeard shattered the atmosphere. Kaido turned into a giant blue dragon breathing. Linlin threw skyfire. The thunder beast Zephyr released lightning, and Kaur shattered the atmosphere and burst into shock waves. Tornado. Blood tide. 8 feet Joan Tomo. 95. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. 95. Medium bullet pattern. Drago's shot is a storm. Rider swept a large blood wave. Kizaru released a light bomb. Golden Lion touched the ice surface to control the Ice Lion, and Bullet merged the ship into a huge robot attack. These are strong men who can attack from a distance with their fruit abilities. Hawkeye and Rayleigh were just holding their weapons and didn't shoot. Stop them. Many strong men shouted loudly, and they all burst out long-range attacks, and various abilities, slashes and shock waves appeared. Boom. 35. The terrifying attack exploded on the coast of Honeycomb Island, directly smashing the coast, and more than tens of thousands of people were blasted away. Ice Age. Kuzan froze the sea again and rushed towards the Hive Island. Brush brush brush. At the same time, Rayleigh, Hawkeye and the others also rushed towards the Hive Island, and suddenly the attacks from all sides exploded again. The battle is imminent. It is good. The live screen suddenly turned black, but the 5 elders said in unison, because before the black screen, Shiki and others landed on the island. The other squads are no longer important, because those who landed on the island were all top-level powerhouses under the Demon King. As long as something happens to them, the Demon King will become the bear commander, and the world situation will change drastically again, that's fine. Katakana middle dot please ask for flowers. The attack just now should be all tentative, and we need to start cleaning up. But the girls on the spaceship were surprised and saw it clearly. In other words, they saw the specific battle scene after the termination of the live broadcast at 5 elders, and it felt strange. Why did Kaido's strength suddenly become weaker? And he only used his ability to amplify his moves. Run-T was very puzzled about this. Advertisement. Tashigi and Kuina said in unison, Hawkeye is weak too. They, Khalifa, who is a nine-tails fox fruit person, understood why, but didn't say much. Bai Yu chuckled and said, you guys will soon know that since you've all placed your bets, let's watch a different war. It comes from the background of world government. Question, how far is Beehive Island from the Holy Land Mariejois? Hearing the geography, Nami said directly, the Holy Land is on the red line, and the Beehive Island is in the latter part of the New World, thousands of kilometers apart, the exact number, EH. The screen changed, and Nami was surprised. It's about to start. Bai Yu reminded the girls. The spaceship is hiding in the high altitude of the Hive Island, and Athena broadcasts the war on the Hive Island, splitting the screen, half of the Hive Island, the other half, the sea in the distance. Grumpy gurgle. A large number of bubbles appeared on the sea outside the ice sheet, and ships floated out of the sea, which surprised the girls. Whitebeard, Kaido. Each ship has members of Team Zero, and each team is also on board. Is the island fake? I see, they were transformed from that very magical Eudemons. Pudding's eyes were bright. 0. Bai Yu nodded. Yes. 35. What? They. On Beehive Island, some strong men saw Rayleigh and others on a distant sea ship with a glimpse, and many people were sluggish. The CPO live on that island even felt the scalp was numb and the cold was blowing. No, not all of them have landed on the island. CP0 came here to live broadcast, and was ready to die. It was also for the 5 elders to confirm that the Demon King landed on the island. Because the live broadcast was interrupted due to the attack just now, CP0 hurriedly ran to the rear, preparing to contact 5 elders. Of course, he is not the only CP on the island, and they are all ready to report. Electromagnetic shielding, Enel, Kid, and Kira shot at the same time, directly blocking all signals on Hive Island and the surrounding waters. Kaido and others also wondered, what did the captain mean by watching a play? At the same time, the live broadcast was interrupted, the 5 elders did not see the follow-up, and the CP members on the Hive Island were not contacted. So many people can't find a chance to connect. A bunch of rubbish. The 5 elders cursed and didn't think much of it when they were excited, and quickly came to the Void Throne Hall. See Lord I Am. The 5 elders knelt down to worship. I Am, who was already sitting on the Void Throne, was holding a map in his hand and closed his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Lord Yimu, more than a dozen top powerhouses under the Demon King's command, Whitebeard and others all landed on Hive Island. With such a war, no one will leave the island in a short period of time. 35. The 5 elders are excited, and they're about to see Lord Imam again, and this time it's bound to shake the world. You are fooled and you don't even know, what a bunch of rubbish. I Am opened his eyes calmly. What? The 5 elders were stunned. They were sure that Ryder and the others had already landed on the island. Could there be another accident? I Am ignored the 5 elders, but since he was ready to attack, let's start straight away, so he flattened the map, and the location of the Hive Island was clearly displayed. A pen appeared in Im's hand, looking at the map of Hive Island. Feel free to write and draw a cross. At this point, the collection is over. Just draw a picture, destroy the country and destroy the island, it's really yours. Bai Yu murmured. At the same time, Beehive Island is located. When I Am finished writing, everyone felt extremely depressed, like a prelude to the end. The battle came to an abrupt end, and they all looked up into the sky. What is that? Immediately after, the sky suddenly rolled with dark clouds, making the whole island dark. A huge object was hidden in the dark clouds, and everyone wanted to see what it was. Boom. 9. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But the next moment, without waiting for everyone to recover, countless attacks fell from the sky like laser cannons, covering the entire area of the Hive Island, turning into a huge spherical impact, and the whole island exploded with a bang. The light was extremely dazzling, and everyone could not help but close their eyes or block their sight, and could only try to perceive the past with the color of seeing and hearing. The sky was bright again. Chapter 263. Deformed Leaves, an obscure oracle, a panacea for wishing. Boom. The sound of explosions continued. The dazzling light still shines and washes the sky, and the light is full of destruction. There was a world-destroying catastrophe on the island, and the entire Hive Island exploded in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of breaths disappeared in an instant, setting off a terrifying tsunami. Question mark, exclamation mark. In the distant sea, the members of the various squadrons on dozens of ships were all shocked, and everyone was surprised by the attack. 1 second of war, the next second is all destruction. What happened? Ice Age. Kuzan shot and froze the tsunami that swept in, but the subsequent impact was still fierce and destroyed the ice. As a last resort, Kuzan was frozen several times in a row before the nearby tsunami was frozen, and the rest of the direction was still sweeping. It's really scary. Kizaru's expression exaggerated, his hands in his pockets. Gu la la la, could it be the ancient weapon Uranus? Whitebeard guessed the attack method just now. Boss Ryder, the metamorphic leaves are all destroyed, a Tanuki exclaimed on Ryderfield's shoulder. The civet cat's name is Padong, and Ryder met by chance some time ago, became good companions with each other, and joined the Bai Yu group. Fruits. Zone, dog and dog fruit, phantom beast, raccoon form. Specific abilities. Leaves create deformed leaves, turning the patterns written on them into real things. Whitebeard, Kaido, Kuzan and more than a dozen top powerhouses that appeared at the beginning were all created by morphing leaf. And, have their own abilities. All the abilities of Junjun, Piao Piao, Soul Soul, and Twinkle are all there. 540, was not himself after all, so he didn't open his mouth during the battle, and because he couldn't match the strength of his body, the girls were surprised that they had become weaker. The biggest feature of deformed leaf is that other people can use it. Original track, Ryder deceived Padong's deformed leaf and used observation hockey to read Straw Hat's memory. Then used the deformed leaves to conjure up Caesar, Sand Crocodile, Luki, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Enel, Ace, and 3 admirals, etc. to delay the battle, and then conjure up Robin to investigate the ruins documents and successfully find the vampire fruit. It can also be seen from this point that the person transformed from the deformed leaf not only possesses the ability of devil fruit, but even has memory. After all, Robin needs knowledge to investigate documents. It can be called an entity clone. Therefore, Padang first created a bunch of strong men and rushed to the Hive Island, and the large army sneaked over from the bottom of the coating. The unknown attack just now is really strong, and now. Ryder nodded and sensed the past, his voice slightly condensed. Only 2 people are left to survive, the rest are all destroyed. Hiss. Many members of each division took a deep breath. There are hundreds of thousands of people on the island. Destroying the island is easy, but killing all these people in an instant. It's really hard. Now they understand. Before leaving, Captain Demon King said, "Don't go to the island first, it's better to watch the play than to abuse the vegetables, and clean up the rest after watching the play." At that time, everyone didn't know why, but the abuse can understand. After all, the members of the Zero team and the full team will definitely be able to completely wipe out everyone on the Hive Island. But watching the play, I didn't understand it at the time. And the terrorist attack that just broke out, I'll understand, there is another strong person or thing intervening to destroy everything. The mysterious huge black shadow is approaching step by step, directly tearing apart the dark clouds in the sky, and welcoming all living beings as an incomparably bright light. Appalling and terrifying. In the stunned crowd, Rayleigh said something slowly. Humans look up to the gods like ants, and can only choose to bathe in the light of gods. Or, 35. Waiting for God's destruction. Everyone was in a trance, but Rayleigh continued to speak in a deep voice. The flickering streamer that broke the calamity is the silk thread and silver yarn that crossed the fingertips of the gods, woven into glowing hells, covering all things, and the heavens and the earth are gloomy. Gods deliver redemption, but they can also lead to destruction. The ray of light that penetrates the world is a thunderous punishment that penetrates every inch of the land. It depicts the next elegy, destroying the world and composing music, and all living beings are destroyed. Return to nothingness. Unconsciously, Rayleigh seems to be telling some important secrets that he has heard before, and everyone feels that the sense of picture is coming, just what they have just seen and heard. Dark clouds cover the sun, dark shadows in the sky, bright rays of light, 10,000 streams of light, shroud all things, and finally, all life is destroyed. Yeah, haha, what a goddamn god. Enel, who was most sensitive to the word, God, was quite disdainful, and became extremely reverent. If there is really a god in this world, only the captain. Advertisement. The captain is the king of the gods, and the god is a small god. The attack just now is just like this. If you give the god time, you can do it. Enel said proudly. The ultimate Lei Ying, understand. Kaido also snorted coldly. The attack was sent by the huge black shadow that suddenly appeared, and it ran fast. Whitebeard and others nodded. They were far apart, and they could see more clearly. A huge black shadow first appeared in the sky above Beehive Island, and then a dazzling light erupted to destroy everything. That shadow is definitely not a person, but more like some kind of terrifying weapon. To be precise, someone controlled the shadow from a long distance and destroyed the Hive Island. The answer is about to come out. The mastermind behind the scenes, I am. Gia ha ha ha, it has indeed disappeared, even the shadow has disappeared. Golden Lion flew over from the sky and said. Using the deformed leaves to land on the island, it was a wise choice for us not to land on the island. Zephyr said very seriously. No matter how it is done, it cannot be underestimated. Everyone nodded slightly. Hundreds of thousands of people with different strengths perished in an instant. If they all landed on the island, not many people would survive. The attack was too sudden, too fast, too large in scope, and too destructive. There are still a few lingering, let's go and give them a ride. The squads approached the past. Dorag reminded. I suggest letting the deformed leaf bring the remnant over, which is the safest. What if we get close to there and come again? People, I am. 66. Also, on the spaceship. The girls did not speak for a long time, and the Hive Island was destroyed in an instant. Now there are not even scum left, only a few strong people who escaped due to their special abilities, but they are still seriously injured and dying. This is the first time the girls have seen with their own eyes, the real power of destroying the island. It is not cut, cracked, smashed, etc., but a complete explosion and annihilation. Just now. What? Vivi recalled the dark shadow he had just seen. Although the spaceship is also high in the sky, it is not close to the Hive Island, and Athena's broadcast is also obscured by dark clouds. Yuta looked directly at Bai Yu. You must have seen it clearly, right? Yes. 35. Bai Yu nodded and waved slightly. Yuta couldn't help but approached curiously. Bai Yu leaned over and said 4 words. Don't tell you. Huh. Yuta's eyes widened, and she was immediately embarrassed. What time is it? You bullied Ben Yuta again. 95. Just get used to it. Bai Yu smiled, looked at the girls and said, this kind of attack is nothing to be surprised at, and it wastes too much land resources, which is obviously reducing the size of my territory. The girls couldn't help laughing. Before winning the world, Bai Yu regarded it as his own, which was very interesting. Robin pursed his lips and said, you asked how far the Holy Land was to Hive Island, and then it was destroyed, so it was the super remote destruction of I am from the Holy Land. Then the question arises, I am himself, male or female? The girls were also curious. After all, I am was the master of the Void Throne, and he was considered the king of the world behind the scenes. You can see for yourself. Bai Yu sensed the spread of the increase, and after landing on the Holy Land, raised his hand and shimmered. Build. Space channel. Hum. Under the eyes of the girls, a wave of ripples swayed in the void ahead, forming a circular space passage, like a portal, within which was a great hall. At the same time, In the hall where the Void Throne is located, a passage appears behind the 5 elders. Lord I am, be careful. The 5 elders sensed the anomaly and turned around in amazement. They were immediately alert and subconsciously stood up to guard. Is this the 5 elders? How come there are only 4 of them? Oh, yes, Bai Yu once killed one. That's the Void Throne. 39. Look, there's a person sitting at the top, that's I am. Advertisement. What? A series of pleasant and curious voices washed into the hall. The 5 elders looked carefully and felt a little dizzy. There is a wide deck in the circular passage, dozens of girls ignore it, and the one sitting in the middle is the devil. The sides are separated by a circle. A moment ago, Lord Yimu just destroyed the Hive Island from a long distance, and the next moment, the Demon King, killed. You step back. Yes, Lord I am. Just as the 5 elders made their move, Im's voice sounded cold. Under the eyes of the women, the 5 elders first knelt down with great respect, and then slowly dispersed, like loyal servants. This scene had a big impact on the 7 sisters Stussy, Gion, Hina, Tashigi, Khalifa, Ain, and Iska, who used to belong to the world government, and sighed that the world was changing too fast. Servant 5 elders, if someone said that before, they would definitely be laughed at, but the truth is in front of them. The devil of the new era. I am said calmly, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by an exclamation. Wow, I know if you are a man or a woman. Even if I don't look at you, I listen to your voice. Huh, what about people? Perona was amazed. Before she could finish speaking, I am on the Void Throne within the circle was gone. All right, Bai Yu erased the space channel. I am is not important, now you all know it, it's time to give you a lottery. Ended. The girls looked at the broadcast screen, and the last few remnants were also killed by Kaido and others directly. The war is over, and the stakes are drawn. All bets are covered, and the girls do not know the outcome. Ah, I bet for 3 hours, but the battle started in less than 10 minutes. Nami blushed. Shirahoshi. I'm 3.5. 35. Hancock. 2 hours. Kuina. 1 minute. Hearing Kuina's words, all the girls were surprised, isn't that right? If there is a war, even if Whitebeard and others blow up the island, it will be difficult to completely end the war within 2 hours, so the girls basically bet by the hour. Tashigi wondered, why are you betting for a minute? I thought the teacher was going to shoot too. Kuina smiled with a wink. It's a good idea, your bet is also one of the closest to the result. Bai Yu said, and also announced the answer. Congratulations Kaya. Uncover all the girls' bets, and the girls saw that Kaya bet 0.9 in 10 minutes. From the imminent battle, to the destruction of the island, to the cleaning up of the remnants, mainly Uzala, who destroyed the island, took a long time, a total of more than 9 minutes. So, Kaya wins. Congratulations to Sister Kaya. Congratulations to Sister Kaya. All the girls sent their blessings one after another. No matter who wins, it is the same. They are curious about what Kaya wishes. After all, Bai Yu can say anything, and Bai Yu is omnipotent in the hearts of the girls. Say your wish. Bai Yu was also looking forward to it, relaxed and stress-free. Talents. Reality plus fake reality, fantasy creation, and many other abilities, so as long as the wishes are not too exaggerated, Bai Yu can turn all illusions into real satisfaction. Kaya's first encounter with Bai Yu flashed through her mind. It was the saddest time in her life. Bai Yu's appearance was like the sun illuminating the darkness. She has also grown a lot from the age of 16 when she first met to the age of 20 now. I'm the ship doctor. My wish is also one of my dreams since I went to sea. The first dream is to wish brother Bai Yu and everyone to be healthy and happy forever. Make a panacea. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. In the blink of an eye, it's been almost 4 years. They have been with each other for a year, and more than 2 years have passed since they went to sea. Kaya looked at Bai Yu and smiled sweetly. Everyone's body has always been healthy, even if there is an injury, it can be cured, so my wish is. Chapter 264. Departing from the final island, at this moment, Sakazuki fell silent. Panacea. This word is the same in the Qinghai world, the medicine that heals all injuries. Proposed by Chopper's adoptive father, Dr. Kurha's close friend, Cerulean. The thief who Cerulean said was terminally ill but was cured by the miraculous cherry blossoms was actually himself in the past. That kind of miracle cherry blossoms also gave Cerulean the idea of a panacea. Did you hear it from Dr. Kurha? Bai Yu thought of the old lady, 141 years old this year. With superb medical skills, he bluntly said that there are only 2 situations in which the patient disappears from his eyes, the disease is cured or death. Want to know the secret to my eternal youth? Dr. Kurha's catchphrase is evocative and mysterious. The original track, the Blackbeard pirates once came to Drum Island, but not for Wapple's Munch Munch fruit, because Wapple was just driven away, even after 2 years, it was still alive and well, and it became the evil Black Iron Barrel again, king of the kingdom. Now, some time ago, when Bai Yu was checking for missing girls, he encountered Wapple and killed the peeled fruit. Munch Munch fruit is very special, but Bai Yu doesn't care and let Assi, a scientist who makes pure gold, eat it. Kaya nodded and said, I studied at Teacher Dahlia for half a year and heard about the panacea. It is also my dream to keep everyone in the world free from disease. Thumbs up for kind Kaya. Kaya and Bai Yu have known each other for the longest time. Bai Yu is not a good person, but he has never thought of rewriting the dreams of girls. As long as he is not a virgin, then a kind heart is a good thing. Bai Yu has a fairy bean making machine, which makes an optimized version of the fairy bean every 11 days, but it is impossible to popularize the public. Arzo has a similar special medicine that can quickly recover from serious injuries in a short period of time, but it has side effects, the little rabbit Garrett said suddenly. That one can really be a panacea. Bai Yu had this special medicine in his memory. Zoro, who was seriously injured and dying, quickly recovered from his injuries. Stronger than Ivankov's healing hormones, because of the loss of life. Straw Hat of the original trajectory, Impel down 1 stitch, Summit War 1 stitch, 2 stitches down. 20 years of life lost. Bai Yu said. I need to remind you that even if there is a panacea, don't think about spreading it all over the world directly. It is natural to be free from injury and disease. However, if people all over the world are free from injuries and diseases, it will not conform to the laws of world development. In the long run, the advantages and disadvantages will be difficult to determine. Kaya nodded obediently. I understand, big brother Bai Yu. 99. Then fulfill your wish. Bai Yu raised his hand under the eyes of the girls. The next moment, a box appeared in Bai Yu's hand and handed it to Kaya. In it is a panacea and various detailed medical information. It can quickly recover from various injuries and diseases without side effects. Wow, how did you do it? Many girls flashed their eyes and were extremely curious. Yamato, Perona, Runty and other girls all exclaimed, it was amazing. Shirahoshi said sweetly, it should not be the creation of fantasy fruits. 35. This kind of box looks like it was taken from the future world. History expert Robin, looking at the box at this moment, became a future expert and analyzed. Bai Yu didn't hide it. It's very simple, see the future, understand the future, and rewrite the future, that's all. The girls. Mermaid Charlie's eyes are bright. Can the fruit of prophecy be rewritten like this? The prophecy fruit made by the custom devil fruit card is somewhat similar to the omnipotence and omnipotence of Habak, the lord of the invisible empire, but because it is devil fruit, it is extremely restricted to be used by Charlie. That's the premise. Advertisement. Bai Yu's specific method is also very simple. The fruit of prophecy looks at the panacea in the future, and everything he sees will be understood by him. Even if you don't look at the future, it is not difficult to turn an idea into a reality by turning the fake into the real and the natural reality. Kaya wishes for items, and Bai Yu is best at creating items. Today, in addition to watching 2 plays, we have to go to Raftel to end our pirate career. 99. Bai Yu took out 4 pieces of red road sign historical text and put them on the deck. The first piece, Linlin's. The second piece, Zo's. The third piece, Wanokuni's. The fourth piece, Buggy's offering, was found with Haki, the world's strongest lucky color. Robin and Nami get up, translate the text and draw the map. The final island. The girls are also in high spirits, even if they were marine, they are also interested in Raftel, because it is unknown. Although Bai Yu scoffed at the idea that finding Raftel was One Piece, it always felt like a family game. But going to sea as a pirate always brings an end to the career of pirates, and Bai Yu also has to deal with Raftel well, and then draw an end to the era of pirates. Really, since ancient times, there has never been a real king of pirate power, because no one big pirate has suppressed all the other big pirates, conquered them, and ruled all the big pirates in the Grand Line. Rocks didn't do it, not to mention Roger, he couldn't even count his achievements, and he became One Piece when he found Raftel, which is inexplicable. Excuse me, how does the world know that Roger has found the final island? Bai Yu has seen this question and it has sparked a lot of discussion. The final island known to the world before, the island of Mercury, so why did the world know and believe it after Roger found the real final island and named it Raftel? A strange island with a strange name, who knows if it's true or not. The world government casually preached that Raftel was fake, and Roger, who couldn't prove it, could do nothing. Rolando, the big talker. Because the Golden Township has not been found again, and there is no evidence of the existence of the Golden Township, the name of the liar has been circulated for hundreds of years. Then you, Roger, cannot prove that you are also a liar, but the world government did not do this, and the world has no doubts. Hancock carefully memorized every sentence Bai Yu said, and wondered, husband, what else is there to play today? Naval headquarters. Didn't they all evacuate? Yes, but the marshal is still there. 55. At the same time, Kaido and the others, who had settled the remnants of the Hive Island, also returned to the boat, ready to set off for Raftel together. The end of the pirate career. After Kaido said a few words to Raftel, he clenched his fist and said, when does the naval headquarters start? Boyle, it should have started, just wait. Doflamingo motioned for Bree to get ready. Ah, you guys are so scary, won't Sakazuki be P******** D off? Kizaru looked forward inexplicably. Advertisement. Now, Naval Headquarters. Due to the large army's withdrawal from the New World, it seems very empty now, making Akainu's heart a little confused. At the highest point, the smoke is faint. Sengoku is grilling the fish, and is also swearing. Good you Garp, if I hadn't stopped you just now, did you want to grill the old man's sheep? PFF'd haha, the roast lamb is delicious. Garp laughed and was speechless. At this time, you still bring the lamb with you, aren't you afraid that it will die here? I don't understand you. I will protect it. Sengoku said that the sheep was his own son. Akainu cooks sake, Fujitora cooks noodles, and relaxes after days of tense nerves, the last meal before leaving New World. After a while, the four were seated. Being a marshal in this era is more tiring and hard work than I used to be. Sengoku raised his glass and opened his mouth. Akainu also raised his glass and took a sip, but didn't say anything. Fujitora said slowly, "Is there something on your mind? You can say it and let everyone find a solution together." "I don't know why, my heart is getting more and more depressed, as if something bad is going to happen." Akainu was silent for a long time, and finally said, "Intuition is so accurate," Garp muttered inexplicably. Akainu looked at Garp in disbelief. This old man has changed a lot since the Summit War, and he has changed a lot in recent days, because the intuition of the strong is of course correct. Let's eat yours. Sengoku stuffed the grilled meat into Garp's mouth, turned his head and said solemnly, "The Marine Army has already withdrawn. There is nothing to worry about, even if the Demon King brings people to kill. It is just a battle. Die. Also, Sakazuki, what do you think of the Demon King? Or, which side do you prefer?" Sengoku changed 3 topics in a few words, and Akainu was distracted. The world situation is clear. Marine's side can only be an embellishment, and the real thing depends on the strength of the Demon King versus the background of the world government. I'm Marshal Marine, I serve in the world government, and my position does not allow me to favor the Demon King. Akainu spoke slowly, gulps down again. Yes, one's position must be firm. Fujitora agreed. It's hard to say right or wrong, good and bad are hard to tell. For example, the generals of one's own country who slaughtered the people of the enemy country are demons to the enemy country, but to their own country, they are heroes of defending their homeland and defending the country. Only the position is the clearest. But, Fujitora continued, aside from my position, I am inclined towards the Demon Lord. The position must not be thrown away. Akainu was extremely serious and firm, but he also noticed some problems and looked at the 3 of Sengoku with sharp eyes. You have a problem. Where's the problem? Sengoku was surprised, looking at Garp and Fujitora. Where did Akainu see it? In order for Marine to evacuate safely, everyone was nervous for a week, and it was normal to eat together before leaving. Akainu was suddenly silent. The atmosphere also suddenly solidified. Chapter 265. Naval Headquarters equals the small branch of the Demon King. Akainu, you must be strong. The 5 elders suspected Fujitora, sent CP0 to investigate, and disappeared. Green Bull suspects that there are undercover agents at the top of Marine, maybe more than one, and so far no body has been found. The Dark Horse also became suspicious and was sent to the cemetery on the same day. Akainu suppressed his voice in silence and said, "What do you think I will think of the facts before you?" 5. Actually, Akainu glanced at Sengoku, Garp, and Fujitora. Even if Pelusilino defected, I never doubted you, because I trust my instincts, and you have no problem. And now, I trust my instincts as well, you have a problem. Intuitive. It's really amazing intuition, but Sakazuki didn't do it the first time, not because it was useless to resist, but, still thinking wrong. Garp was still eating yakiniku, Fujitora was silent, and Sengoku was thoughtful. Akainu took another sip of wine and said solemnly, "Now you guys, are all inclined to the Demon King Bai Yu, right? Elegia's trip, you must have seen something and concealed something, so that your thoughts will change. This meal started a week ago, and you want me to change, right? So tell me what you saw and why you were biased towards the devil." Just a little bit. Akainu still only came close to revealing the root cause, or in other words, he subconsciously did not believe that all 3 of Sengoku belonged to the Demon King. It's amazing to have one undercover Kizaru, and if the top floor is full of undercover agents, Akainu, get tired and destroy it. Sakazuki, your intuition is not wrong, we did hide something, and we do favor the Demon Lord, and we really want you to favor the Demon Lord. Sengoku got up and looked into the distance with a faint tone. I saw the figure of the Demon King, like a true god descending, sitting high on the throne of the sky. At that moment, we were like ants, and we couldn't even look up. Powerless to wait for God's redemption, or wait for God. Destruction. 35. I seem to have seen it too, all beings in the Holy Land, under the watchful eyes of the true God, suddenly, vanished. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Akainu was shocked. As expected, Sengoku and the others all met the Demon King during the trip to Elikia, but this description of strength is too exaggerated. The Demon King, shot. Akainu didn't notice, his voice trembled slightly. Not at all. Sengoku shook his head slightly. From the beginning to the end, the Demon King has been watching the battle, but the coercion when he appeared on the field is indescribable. From that moment, I understood that conquering the world is just a game to pass the time for the Demon King. Otherwise, the world government would have vanished and become history. Akainu held his breath and fell silent. Even without experiencing this coercion, Sengoku's description has shattered his worldview. Make him messy. That's why. Years. Sengoku stared at Akainu. I don't know what the details of celestial dragons are, but they can't resist the Demon King, and they can't even resist. They can only struggle and beg to live. 99. So, it's not wrong to be biased towards the Demon King to recognize the reality. Sengoku's voice was a little deeper. You said before that people must stand firm, and that's not wrong. We belong to the world government, and naturally we must consider the interests of the world government. This is the so-called position. But now you are Marshal Marine, you must recognize the reality and be responsible to Marine. Position vs. reality. Marine's position should first consider the interests of the world government, and then safeguard justice, because Marine is essentially one of the tools used by the world government to maintain the rule of celestial dragons. Not much autonomy. If you don't listen to the world government, don't maintain celestial dragons, and only want to maintain justice, you will be abandoned. The military expenditure controlled by the world government is one of the lifeblood of Marine. The land of the four seas, the Grand Line, the life and death of millions of Marines in the future, this is the reality you have to face. Backquote. Fujitora also said solemnly, as a marshal, in the face of this reality, your position needs to change. Akainu clenched his fists, the expression on his face changing and complicated. If Sengoku is right, the world government and celestial dragons are bound to perish, then it cannot be on the side of the world government because he is Marshal Marine. Marshal Marine can't be willful, choose the wrong one, it's the end of Marine. Hiccup. Advertisement. Garp also took this opportunity to eat up the barbecue, and after burping, he said casually, let's decide quickly, if you still want to stand on the side of the world government, it's fine, this old man has already wanted to beat you up. That kind of fight. Eat yours. Sengoku wanted to find a piece of yakiniku to stuff Garp's mouth, but suddenly found the table, empty. Garp. Sengoku's voice came out of his teeth, which he had cooked so hard that he took a bite. Yes, I ate them all, puff haha. Garp picked his nose and laughed. Fujitora's eyelids twitched, he didn't eat a single bite. Akainu asked in a condensed voice, what if we surrender to the Demon King? At this time, in the most critical early stage of the war, will he trust us? If he suspects that we are a fake surrender? It's pointless to think so much. It's enough to stand on a good team before the decisive battle, but it's even worse if you can't be a fool. After Sengoku finished speaking, he looked at Akainu seriously again. Have you made up your mind? Since the world government is destined to be destroyed, I am the marshal and I have no choice. After Akainu finished speaking, he felt that the depression in his heart suddenly relaxed a lot. The premise is that you didn't lie to me. Akainu also looked at the three seriously. The so-called coercion of the devil makes you think you are ants. Forgive me, I really can't understand it, it's hard to accept. It's true, the world government is destined to be destroyed, there will never be a mistake, and your choice is also right, but... Sengoku's only two words made Akainu's heart suddenly rise. Say it directly, don't turn around. It's just a meal, and the result is that his heart can't be lifted. We did lie to you. Gurgling. In an instant, magma began to emerge from Akainu's hand, and the temperature rose. No. Sengoku thought for a while and then said. To be precise, there is something hidden, but I didn't lie to you, because you didn't ask, so we didn't say. Akainu. Damn, there is no end to it. What the hell? Akainu controlled his emotions, trying to keep himself calm, he wanted to know everything. Sengoku said with emotion. First of all, thank you for your trust in us, you never doubted anything from the beginning to the end, this really makes the old man. Just say it. Okay. Akainu couldn't control it, the older Sengoku got, the more mother-in-law he was. You never questioned whether we were the Demon King's subordinates. What? Akainu was stunned, and Sengoku was suddenly very direct. He didn't react for a while, but his body shivered involuntarily. It's a blessing not to look at things, there are too many dirty people in the world. In Akainu's trance, an ordinary bean appeared in Fujitora's hand, threw it directly into his mouth, and said with emotion. The decisive battle is approaching, and the old man also wants to witness the beginning of a new era and see the rebirth of the old world with his own eyes. Under Akainu's stunned gaze, Fujitora's X-shaped scar that stretched from his forehead to his eyes disappeared very quickly, and those eyes that had been closed, slowly opened. Eyes, as bright as new. This is. Akainu couldn't help but wonder what Fujitora was eating. Years of scars and disabilities were repaired in an instant, but it was just because of a single bean. What a Pokemon. Fairy beans. Fujitora looked around with his eyes, looking at the world of Qinghai after years of self-mutilation. One of the benefits given to the elite crew by Captain Demon King is that he can quickly heal all injuries. Demon King. Captain. 99. Akainu murmured in a trance. The last time I heard the word was a week ago, on the day Pelusilino abused the 5 elders on the spot and defected. He seemed calm at the time, but his heart had already turned upside down, and no matter how Kizaru explained it, he couldn't accept it. And now, heartbreak. You, Fujitora, no, smile, you. Akainu was covered in lava, and his controlled emotions couldn't collapse. Now that you've made your choice, join us in following Captain Demon King, Sakazuki. Captain Demon King may be watching, this old man has to be serious. 39. Sengoku and Garp spoke at the same time, causing Akainu's expression to freeze. Pelusilino, Smile, Sengoku, Garp, 4 undercover agents. All the crew on the top floor of Marine went undercover, and only Marshal Marine was left. The reality seemed to laugh at his stupidity, which made Akainu want to die in the shock. All his subordinates are top actors. It turns out that Naval Headquarters is also known as the small branch of the Demon King's forces. Advertisement. I, Sakazuki, went deep into the small branch of the Demon King and worked hard to become the boss, does that mean? Then the world government really has to reward him Sakazuki well, and the Demon King has to say admiration to him. This marshal, Akainu screams. Great eruption. Akainu erupted in silence, all the depression and anger in his heart erupted like a volcanic eruption, and the magma fist exploded into a volcanic bomb halfway through the sky. Gravity blade katakana middle dot tiger. Fujitora slashed out a gravitational wave, sending the volcanic bomb flying out. Big Buddha impact. 9. Fist bone meteorite. Sengoku wa Buddha attacked from the left, and Garp punched from the right. Boom. The attack collided and roared, and the magma exploded like fireworks, but Sengoku and Garp and Fujitora did not make another move. Sakazuki, it doesn't matter whether we are undercover or not. Now that you have made a choice, calm down. 5. I made a choice, but how can you tell me to calm down? Can you calm down? Answer me. Akainu condensed his body, his eyes were scarlet, his fists blasted out, and countless magma charged like a meteor swarm. Meteor volcano. Fujitora broke out a horizontal gravity wave again, and said loudly, it is inevitable to be angry, then let him calm down as soon as possible, and everything will return to normal when he wakes up. 5. It is good. Sengoku and Garp also slapped and punched, one threw out a lens, and the other took out a phone bug to contact. Stinky boy, come here quickly. ... Drago hung up the phone bug, looked at everyone and said, it's done over there, but it seems that Akainu has not controlled his emotions and is venting there. This is also normal, who can withstand it? Thinking from another perspective, if the former Drago wakes up and suddenly finds that all high-level cadres have become undercover agents of the world government, then even if Drago is prudent, his liver will hurt. Ah, if he wasn't angry at all, it would be scary. Kizaru said, and he was about to move. Ms. Bray, please hurry up, I can't wait to see Sakazuki, you must be strong. Please wait a moment, right now. Ms. Bray quickly adjusted the mirror world. Hey giggle, so many strong men besiege a small marine, he can blow for a lifetime. Kaido said, and then said proudly, only Lao Su is the only one in the world who has been killed 5 times by the captain himself. The real men, you, can't do it. ... Crowd. What is there to be proud of after being tortured and killed many times? The mirror world channel opens. One of the lenses in the main part becomes larger. When the Zero Division plus the various divisions descended on naval headquarters, Akainu became extremely complicated and fell silent. You don't need it. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Redfield, Bullet, Kaido, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Zephyr, Kuzan, Katu, Dorag, Kizaru, Linlin, Dover, Luigi, Jin and many more. Some are for efficiency, some are for fun, and some really want to beat Sakazuki. See Circle Calendar in 1522, the first year of the new century, Sakazuki, the former marshal of naval headquarters, was besieged by dozens of strong men. Boom boom boom. The roar suddenly exploded. The girls looked at it and were surprised. I finished. Nami was pleasantly surprised. The exact location of Raftel has been drawn, but the location is weird. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The historical texts of the 4 road signs are all drawn on a chart, the 4 points are connected, and the one that emerges in the center is Raftel. Here, 35 the spaceship has come to the sky above the headquarters, and the girls have become the melon eaters. If they are replaced by any well-known powerhouse except Bai Yu, if they can survive the siege for 5 minutes without falling down, then they will lose. The physical strength is useless, and the damage is instantaneous. Bai Yu glanced at the altar. Chapter 266. Kaya. Big brother Bai Yu laughs badly. Arrival Raftel. Boom boom boom. With a roar, as naval headquarters, G1 Branch Island collapsed, Akainu also lay on the ground. He was covered in blood, and his limbs were crippled. Kaido, Sengoku, Rayleigh, Kuzan and others gathered around the dying marshal. After all, Sakazuki is definitely the first person ever to be besieged by so many strong men. It's enough to be included in some kind of unofficial history, because no one believes it when it spreads. Ho ho ho. 35 Akainu was so angry that he wanted to say something, but his voice made a ho ho sound like a zombie strangled by the neck, and the only remaining eye was still scarlet. Brother Sakazuki, are you alright? Kizaru, the eldest brother of the original 3 admiral, squatted down and cared at this moment. It's enough. Kuzan's eyes twitched. It's this scene again, after besieging the disabled and then caring about it, it's obviously out of hatred, so can't you keep silent? Kizaru. My care may be late, but it will never be absent. Ho 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 ho. Akainu endured a great deal of pain, holding on to his will not to let himself pass out, and the only scarlet right eye left was staring at Pulsolino. Don't look at me like this, I just put a laser light on it and hit it empty, I can't bear to hurt you. Kizaru said with emotion about the fact that he was paddling. Eat it, if you accidentally die suddenly too much trouble. Fairy bean entrance. Akainu's body trembled as his pupils shrank, his extremely sluggish aura surged in an instant, and he quickly recovered from his severe injuries. Death to me. In the instant of recovery, Akainu blasted a magma fist directly at Kizaru. Boom. The photon exploded, and the figure of Kizaru condensed in the distance, full of exaggerated expressions. It's my brother who saved you, you actually, almost killed me. 9. Shut up. Akainu ignored Kizaru, the showman, and just punched 543 casually when he was angry, and looked at everyone again. The attack just now was the most ferocious of Garp and Whitebeard, and Akainu understood why and didn't say anything. The sudden appearance of all the top undercover actors makes Akainu out of control. And now, a cathartic near-death has calmed down Akainu. It seems that you have calmed down, Sakazuki. Sengoku walked over and said slowly, it doesn't matter whether we are undercover or not, you have made a choice, then accept it calmly and face it. Reality. I see. Akainu is also very decisive, and it is meaningless to say other nonsense, it will only cause contempt and disdain from everyone. Buzz. At this moment, the shattered island was shrouded in brilliance, and the next moment, under the shock of Akainu, the island recovered. This is. You can't understand what I described as ants and true gods. Sengoku replied directly, with a tone of involuntary admiration. This is one of the great powers of Captain Demon King. What? Akainu exclaimed suddenly, because an invisible coercion appeared out of thin air and fell directly on him, feeling the oppression on his soul. Boom. 99 His indescribable terrifying aura overwhelmed him, and Akainu knelt down with a terrified expression on his face. Gollum. Garp and Sengoku, who had felt this kind of coercion during the trip to Elikia, also subconsciously felt their scalps numb again, and immediately retreated hundreds of meters, as if they could breathe well. At that moment, we were like ants, unable to even look up. Thinking back to what Sengoku said before, Akainu feels. Sengoku is wrong. Advertisement he couldn't even look up, he didn't even know where the aura came from, and the Demon King himself didn't know where he was, so he could only kneel and struggle. Like a mayfly, compared with the insignificance of the whole world, life is not under control and will be destroyed at any time. Haha. The coercion came and went quickly, and the moment the coercion disappeared, Akainu slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, his heart palpitations could not calm down for a long time. I really want to feel it myself, don't hold back, it's better to shock me directly, Kaido exclaimed excitedly. Bullet and Hawkeye have the same expectations, the coercion is terrifying, but it is not a kind of willpower. But they also know that the captain's physique naturally exudes coercion, and Kamui pressure is two concepts, the latter can really shatter the spirit. So just think about it, if you die suddenly in front of everyone, the impact will be bad. Peeved. As soon as Kaido's words fell, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a thud, kicking his legs with foaming at the mouth, and lost his breath. Everyone. No Zuo no die, no, Captain Demon King really cares about his subordinates too much, and directly fulfills your wishes without hesitation at all. For the 6th time, only you in this world Kaido was killed by me 6 times. Bai Yu smiled. After all, Mr. Kai, who had upgraded him, must fulfill his wish. Since you've decided to do this, then go ahead, Shiki, lead the team to the sky and head here in a hurry. 35. Yes, Captain. The first half of the sentence was addressed to Sengoku and the others, and when the second half ended, a chart appeared in Golden Lion's hand. Kaido also came back into a trance, muttering to himself that he wasn't ready. Go Raftel. Golden Lion glanced at the detailed chart, his spirit was shocked, and he shouted. Raftel. Sengoku shook his head slightly as he watched Ryder and the others enter the Mirror World channel and return to the ship. Continue what? Akainu quickly calmed down his heart palpitations, and when he got up, he felt the pressure just now, and the world government would definitely be destroyed. It was my suggestion. If he defected like Kizaru now, then the evacuated marine would not be able to be relocated, and the follow-up would be even more chaotic. Sengoku spoke with deep meaning. Just pretend that nothing happened, we belong to the world government, and naturally go to the Holy Land to support the war, of course, a few of us will do. Akainu. 99 This operation is inexplicably familiar. No, isn't this just about continuing to be an actor, cheating at a critical moment, just finished cheating him, and then cheating 5 elders again, are you still addicted? Especially seeing the wisps of anticipation on the faces of Sengoku, Fujitora, and Garp, Akainu was speechless. Thinking about it like this, I'm still a little excited. No, Akainu, is a cold and serious person, and I don't expect anything at all. Beboj, Fujitora, your scars and eyes have healed, it's a breach. Akainu immediately reminded. The more critical the moment, the more suspicious the 5 elders are. We are fine, but if we shoot Marine, it will be very troublesome. Is this okay? Fujitora put on a big blindfold. I'm just Admiral, no one will care too much, and I have long been suspicious of me, but if there is no evidence, I will not be pushed to the opposite side at a critical moment. The crowd nodded. Pack up the last things, adjust your mood, and leave the headquarters to wait for the battle. 5 days later, 6 in the morning. In Kaya's room, Bai Yu was hugging Kaya and whispering. It was you who helped me restore Nami and the others, thank you for your hard work. Bai Yu said softly, stroking Kaya's hair. The reason why Bai Yu didn't recover after the girl's first time was mainly because it was a bit too bad. Advertisement Kaya went to recover, just fine. Brother Bai Yu. Snuggling in Bai Yu's arms, Kaya blushed and said softly and curiously. I don't understand now, why should I recover? The first time, not really get hurt. 99. This. Bai Yu also doesn't know how to explain it, it will shatter Kaya's worldview. He can't always say that after recovery, the first time is still the first time, and it is still brand new. Ahem, this is also a taste that others can learn from the envy of others. Bai Yu didn't say why, Kaya didn't care, and couldn't hold back. If I didn't win the bet this time, would you come to my room? Thinking of the night before, Bai Yu suddenly appeared, and Kaya was full of joy after being stunned. Kaya never asks for anything, as long as everyone is happy and healthy, and the long-awaited appearance of Bai Yu, Kaya still feels very happy. After the warmth, Bai Yu expressed her understanding of the woman's inner unease. Of course. Bai Yu said seriously. I didn't come to your room because of reward. I only touch you now, because you have become the white moonlight in my heart. Speaking of this, Bai Yu's eyes became even softer. Kaya, You are the first person I have met since I came to this world, and the first person who cared and took care of me. I will never forget the first time I saw you. It was a sudden shock, heart. Brother Bai Yu. Kaya was a little enchanted. She couldn't forget the first time she saw Bai Yu. No, she found Bai Yu. That year my parents died, that year I was sick in bed, that year Kaya was very hard. You always say that I am the infinite light that suddenly arrived at your most painful dark time, warming your heart. Bai Yu caressed Kaya's little face and said warmly, but the same, strangers in a strange world, that was my most confused moment, your smile also warmed my heart. 35. Brother Bai Yu. Kaya murmured the memory. Bai Yu's smile suddenly turned into a smirk. It's been almost 4 years since we first met. The once simple cabbage has finally grown up in all directions. After eating it in one bite, it is full of sweetness. Brother Bai Yu, don't laugh like that. Kaya couldn't bear Bai Yu's smirk, and her cheeks were flushed. Then do you like it? At 6 o'clock in the morning, the plan of the day is in the morning, and it is time for us to practice in the morning. 95. When Bai Yu bowed his head, Kaya was full of shame, and it was about to dawn again. Both of them have the power to recover, so, there is no rest. Bai Yu finally meets a respectable opponent. Looking at the girls in Qinghai, only Kaya can fight him to the end. Indistinguishable, more than 8 in the morning. More than 2 hours passed without knowing it. Bai Yu and Kaya came to the restaurant for dinner. Resilient and full of energy. Bai Yu, with a loud shout, Nami turned into a cloud and flew from a distance, jumped on Bai Yu and cheered. Raftel is here, everyone is waiting for you. The world is now surging, and Bai Yu's side has a specific map, the spaceship and the flying island are all on their way, and they are currently near Raftel. Bai Yu gave Kaya's sister a dish and said it casually. So soon? Nami was powerless to complain. Since the night before yesterday, you haven't been seen, and it took a whole day and 2 nights to go out. Lord Demon King really worked hard. Quick. One Piece. The end. Cough cough. Kaya choked at the words, her pretty face flushed. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. It's indistinguishable, you have to understand. Seeing Nami's beautiful roll of eyes, Bai Yu changed the subject. Since the final island has been found, let's start a live broadcast all over the world, where Raftel is located in the whole picture of the island. From since Roger's death, the era of the Great Pirate has started for more than 20 years, and now it is time to end. 39. Chapter 267. One Piece. The end. The era of the Great Pirates is over. Want my treasure? If you want, I can give it to you. Go to the sea to find it, I put everything there. Roger's execution left his last words. The 2 soldiers directly stabbed Roger to death with knives, Kaido, called the expert. It also started on this day, sensations all over the world, the era of the Great Pirate began, and countless new generations set sails to the sea. Find the Roger treasure. One Piece, originally the collective name for all the treasures left by Gold D. Roger, the Pirate King, is also a big secret treasure. As the era of the Great Pirate kicked off, it is generally believed that the next person who gets a big secret treasure will inherit the title of One Piece and become the greatest pirate after Roger. So, gradually, One Piece equals One Piece. Raftel equals One Piece. Yes, if you find Raftel, you will find One Piece and you will have a big secret treasure, which is the new generation of One Piece. What? Finding the big secret treasure is One Piece. Chong chong chong. The world is in a pirate spree. In fact, Roger didn't put the treasure there, but found the real big treasure there. Joyboy left behind. Kazuki Oden's diary. On the day we arrived at the final island, we learned everything about the world, the so-called Void Century, the so-called D-Clan, and the so-called ancient weapon. Wano Kuni was also connected to the world. Roger couldn't stop laughing. Joey boy, I really want to, was born in the same era as you, that leaving behind such an amazing treasure is an incredible joke. What? Listen to everyone, for 800 years, this final island that no one has set foot on, why don't you give it a name like this? Raftel. At this point, Raftel was born. When returning to the voyage, Roger recalled that he asked the young Shiarly's prophecy on the Fishman Island, saying that the mermaid princess would be born in 10 years, and expressed emotion. That voice must be the truth. Someone who has not yet been born will surpass us in the future, but we came too early. Subsequently, the Roger regiment disbanded. On the floating island, Rayleigh recalled the past and continued. In the face of the huge treasure that did exist in front of him, Roger smiled. We laughed too, and tears came out. That was a terrible joke, we came too early. Question mark, exclamation mark. Ryder, Kizaru and others didn't know why. They said it was a huge treasure the first second, and the next second it was a joke. Why is it too early? Buggy wailed. Whoa, what did I miss? At that time, the Roger pirates had assembled 4 pieces of the historical text of the Red Road sign, which Kazuki Oden translated. Drawing drawings, everyone enthusiastically discussed the big adventure, and prepared to go to the real final island together. Also at that moment, I don't know if it was lucky or unfortunate, Buggy suddenly developed a high fever, his whole body was flushed red, and his red nose was glowing red. The sickness came like a mountain, and Buggy couldn't afford the bed, and finally gave up and stayed on a small island to be taken care of by the redhead. Did not go to the final island. As I said, there is no treasure of the kind you want, but a very special and huge treasure. Rayleigh soothed Buggy, and said to everyone, the special treasure left by Joey Boyle came too early, and it's true, because you need to wait for a special time, or a person. Could it be the Demon King Captain? I'm talking about a man, not a god. 66. Everyone's expressions were wonderful, which probably meant that Captain Demon King was not a human being. To be precise, the powerful one was not human. By the way, it's live right now. Rayleigh looked at Dover. Boyle, the live broadcast started before you started talking. Doflamingo gestured to the past. Tezzolo stood in front of the video phone worm and waved. Hello everyone, I'm Tezzolo, the richest man in the world, do you know? All around the world. Advertisement. What an amazing opening statement. But the eyes of countless people around the world were caught by what Rayleigh had to say, live Raftel and the great treasure. There are also countless people who heard the name Joyboy for the first time. At this moment, the world is shaking. The land of East, West, North, South and Four Seas, the paradise in the first half of the Grand Line, the New World in the second half, and the Holy Land are all watching the live broadcast. Welcome people from all over the world, from all countries and from all races. Next, let us take you to experience the beauty of Raftel. Uncover the great secret treasure. End the old times. Years. Following Tezzolo's speech, people all over the world listened attentively, countless people were excited, and there were also countless people scolding, and even more popular anger roared. The greedy hopes of pirates from all over the world for the big secret treasure were directly dashed. In the ancient city of the Holy Land, the 5 elders and others were even more indifferent. Longbeard said, "Is there any way to stop them from streaming?" No. The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong said bluntly. Also, this time it is a worldwide live broadcast, but also, there are not many people who can receive the live broadcast, most of them are in prosperous places. 35. Isn't this enough? What can those people in poor places watch the live broadcast? The blonde 5 elders were annoyed, but there was nothing they could do. Any Roger treasure was scum, but everything was recorded there. Damn Joey boy, why is your influence still there? And on the ship, Bai Yu and Kaya had finished breakfast and came to the deck. With all the girls present, Robin took the lead with a smile and waved. The live broadcast has started, and Raftel is about to start. Yes, everything is recorded there, especially the blank 100 years you want to know, fulfilling your wish. Bai Yu is not interested in the history of Qinghai, but is very interested in fulfilling the wishes of the girls. Yeah, my wish, Robin murmured, and couldn't help saying. Even if history is terrible, even if it is exposed, what can happen? Why is the world government so taboo? No matter how bad it is also history. It is impossible to overthrow the rule of celestial dragons with history alone. This is the world of the strong. Because they are too weak, if they are strong enough, they will not be afraid of all threats. Bai Yu said bluntly. History needs to be remembered, and I want to make history. Well, I see. Robin smiled and nodded, and she was in charge of translating the records. History will eventually be passed on, so there is no need to read it out to the world, just like some kind of routine. Live today and let the world know that finding Raftel is enough. Wow, is that? It's here. As this Raftel, what a magnificent island. When the spaceship and the floating island came to Raftel, and the instant the video phone worm broadcasted the Raftel screen live, countless people stared at it. This is an island of ancient ruins full of traces of the years, and the voices that sound from time to time seem to be composing a tragic battle song of the past. Zoom in. I don't know how many people are looking forward to it. It turned out to be a remote live broadcast, and the camera is not zoomed in at all. Countless people want to see the scenery inside the island, what treasures it is. But the picture is always around the Raftel aerial photography, not deep. Joy boy. Between the flowers, I am murmured. Joey Boyle left all the world's great secrets and special treasures on this island, but now it seems that since the confrontation with the devil several times, everything is not so important. Everything ends up being nothing. As you can see now, this is the final island that Roger once found, named Raftel. A sudden dull sound resounded, and accompanied the live broadcast to cleanse the world. I don't see him, just hear his voice. But in the same way, all the people who heard this sentence, a familiar name popped up in their hearts, Demon King Bai Yu. Katakana middle dot for flowers 0. The 5 elders raised their hearts and prayed that Bai Yu would not say shocking words, the world government would be unable to stand it. Oh, Lord Demon King. Advertisement. One Piece. One Piece. Many people all over the place were shouting, and their excitement was beyond words. Listening to the voice of the world, Bai Yu's words sounded again, One Piece. You have always misunderstood me. All the great secrets of the world are buried here, but it doesn't matter. My goal has never been the mere One Piece, and from this moment on. One Piece. Disappear. There is no more One Piece in the world. 35. The era of the great pirates, the end. Above. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Pirates everywhere are in a trance, the era of pirates is over. Many new generation pirates who have dreams and want to find Raftel also have dim eyes, and their dreams are over. Many good people who are preparing to go out to sea to become pirates are also confused. Without Raftel, what are they going to do in the new world? Be the little brother of the Demon King. The era of the great pirates is over. The 5 elders murmured. It sounds good, but why are they not happy at all? Boom. With a roar, countless people around the world held their breaths, and the entire Raftel island was uprooted and floated in the air. What is the Demon King going to do to Raftel? Is it to destroy it? The live broadcast stopped abruptly. Question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation mark. The expressions of people watching the live broadcast from all over the world are frozen, and they are gone before they can see what is inside. This makes countless people scratch their ears and cheeks anxiously. Why, is there no signal there or? Follow-up videos, please pay. Just look at the surrounding scenery. Why broadcast the internal live broadcast to you? Many tourist attractions prohibit taking pictures. Why? Because all of them leaked out. Not many people came. Bai Yu murmured with a chuckle. Listen, Raftel will add a prefix later. 5A level tourist attractions. 35. Bai Yu intends to fill in some things after Raftel has been explored, and move it to a lively place as an attraction. Everyone is not aware of it, and they always feel that this is a great business. Captain, I understand. Since he made a fortune because of Jack's destruction of buildings, Tezzolo, who understands the real estate management law, has been enlightened. Every place can be a scenic spot. Bai Yu is interested in it, and he has created an industrial chain that is the root of all evil. Okay, go to the island. Ooh, the mysterious final island, here we come. As Bai Yu's words fell, the members of each division boarded the island to uncover the mystery of the final island together. After a while, Bai Yu also brought the girls to the Raftel Center. There is no devil fruit tree here, bad review. Bai Yu was a little disappointed after scanning the whole island, so what's the point of this broken island? Joey boy, he can leave something that interests Bai Yu. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 800 years ago, the legendary warrior Nika, who liberated the enslaved people and established a huge kingdom. How could there be such a thing? Isn't devil fruit randomly appearing all over the place? Robin's mind flashed through the memories of the past, looked at the huge historical text, and opened his mouth slowly. Joey boy, the kingdom of giants, ancient weapon, Lunalia, one of the D, space moon. Well, I'm starting, maybe in the future, but not necessarily. Bai Yu smiled lightly, hugged a seed's padded jacket, and came to Robin's side. Since everyone is interested, let's start translating. 5. Listening to the history, Bai Yu looked towards the holy place of Mariejois and saw the figure on the grass among the flowers. Are you ready? 9. Chapter 268. The girls who are open are over 100 million points, and the beginning of a complete collapse. In general, in addition to the truth about 100 years blank, the ancient weapon, the D family, etc., what is recorded in the historical text is more of an inheritance of ideology and will. The huge kingdom that once prospered ceased to exist after being defeated by the coalition formed by 20 kings, but the huge kingdom was prepared for failure before the defeat. In order to leave the thinking to the future, all the truth was engraved on the stone, is the historical text. A month later, castle in the sky, in the most central area, a cubic space enchantment is set up here. From the outside, it is only hundreds of meters long, wide and high, but the interior extension space is huge. Boom boom boom. 9. Along with the roar, mushroom clouds rose into the sky one after another, and were overwhelmed by more violent impact. Come on, Sister Hancock. Let's take down the big bad guys. Years. Yamato, watch out behind you. Ace Day is so strong that he can fight Bai Yu directly. 99. Come on. Defeat the Demon King. On the audience stage, Perona, Runti, Yuta, Nami, Shatang and other women were shouting, cheering for the sisters. The House of Time and Spirit, all the girls experienced it 10 days ago, and everyone spent 2 years in it, and all the girls improved their strength. 2 days outside, 2 years inside. The 10 times the gravity inside and the sultry thin air can not only quickly strengthen the body, but also sharpen the will. If May 4th 3 inches is based on the standard of the top powerhouses of Team Zero, there are already quite a few girls in the City of the Sky. After all, there are too many plugins. Great perfume femur. Thunder 8 trigrams. Hancock rushed in like a streamer, raising his legs to wrap his attack, and Yamato swung his mace like lightning from the other side. Boom. The double tyrants collided in the air, and Bai Yu directly punched it. Boom. Boom. Bai Yu raised his left hand to grab Hancock's long leg, and his right hand grabbed Yamato's mace wrapped around Conqueror's. Sorrow of love. Fire of soul cinders. Time and space freeze. In an instant, Gion slashed from behind with a knife, Stussy released a large black flame, and a seeds directly froze everything to present a scene of time and space freezing. Eternal Bingwa. No waiter Bingya. At the same moment, Hancock, who was caught by his leg, also froze everything, and Yamato spit out a lot of cold air at close range. What's the result? The girls in the audience held their breath. This battle is mainly because Bai Yu wants to see all the strengths of Hancock's 5 sisters. After all, it's easy to accidentally get hurt and can't let go of each other's lessons. You don't need to worry about injuries when you fight with Bai Yu. And because Bai Yu's strength is too strong, there should be restrictions on learning from each other. Conqueror's Hockey plus Sword plus all abilities, Bai Yu is useless, only chooses to use the purest physique. The Hancock 5 women are currently the 5 women with the strongest overall strength. You have to win or lose, you beat them, or they beat. Before the fight, Yuta recalled always being bullied by Bai Yu, and he was very excited at the moment, and shook his head again. No, I heard you, it's not right, as long as it hits you, how about you lose? Okay. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. Yuta's cognition hasn't kept up with the pace, and if he wants to beat him, it's impossible. Hina immediately reminded. Yuta, your request is too simple. It should be said that if you get hit once, you will lose. 9. Advertisement. Without Conqueror's haki and all his abilities, Bai Yu's physique is still inconceivable, but... Robin looked at Bai Yu's clothes and smiled darkly. Your clothes can't defend. 99. You can't hide in battle. If your clothes are damaged, you lose the battle. Bai Yu. Robin, you found a blind spot. Anime clothes are basically not damaged, that is too lazy to draw, but in the real world, in the end of the war, theoretically speaking, the clothes will become fragments if less. Boom. The terrifying fist wind broke out, destroying all kinds of attacks like a world-destroying tornado. The 5 girls flew out backwards. Snapped. Bai Yu flickered in various places at high speed like phantoms, and all the phantoms converged into one, as if Bai Yu had never moved, and a crisp snap sounded on the battlefield. Quote. Hancock fell to the ground blushing. What? Screaming sounded. Yamato fell back to human form, covered his PP and opened his eyes wide. How can you fight here? Brother, how are you? Ace Day muttered with a blushing face. You're still not serious at all. Guillaume glared at a certain demon king. Stussy smiled gracefully. You're getting more and more skilled at starting. Kuina didn't see it clearly and asked, what just happened? I know that the idols gave Yamato and the others a slap, but because of the speed, they were all done in an instant. Karina explained. So it seems that the idol hasn't moved, and all the voices sounded at the same time, so there is only one. Leaving a pop sound. Playing PP in a flash, the experience is too rich, and many girls blushed with shame, really good or bad. Okay, so far, your strengths are pretty good. Of course Bai Yu can control his power very finely, but yeah. There is a saying. If you want to step over an ant without breaking it, this kind of force is very difficult to master. For example, if an ordinary person tries to pinch a small ant, if he is not careful, he will pinch it to death, and the gap between them is too large. Similarly, Bai Yu mainly uses resistance to feel the attack of the female. If he counterattacks, the pure physique is also very terrifying. After the physique concept level limiter is lifted, Bai Yu's physique will be the same day by day, specifically described. Today's Bai Yu can beat yesterday's Bai Yu physically. In terms of comprehensive strength, you have already stood at the top of the world. For this, I am very pleased. Bai Yu praised the 5 girls. Although most of them were promoted by plugins, it is undeniable that all the girls worked hard. Holy Water plus Angel Wings plus Optimized Rabbit Spell Speed plus Optimized Bull Spell Extreme plus Optimized Dragon Spell Explosion plus Haki True Solution Conquerors Haki Cultivation Method plus System Optimized Liuku Immortal Thief plus Gravity Space plus House of Time and Spirit, etc. Therefore, as long as they are willing to work hard, it is not difficult for the girls to reach the top of the Qinghai world. Women such as Tashigi, Khalifa, Hina, Koala, Ain, Garrett, Runti are all very powerful. Now he can also fight against the top powerhouses, and he does not lose in a short period of time, but he just lacks some background. The biggest improvement is Shirahoshi. A few months ago, the cute and delicate Poseidon who only cried, now has Fantasy Fruit plus various plugins, and has been practicing in the House of Time and Spirit for 2 years. Finally got the Poseidon style. But here in Bai Yu, she is still a cute little sister. It's time for them to set off, and give you a task. Bai Yu looked at Vivi and Shirahoshi. So, I will watch you, there will be no danger. I like this mission very much, brother Bai Yu. Vivi smiled sweetly, her big eyes full of anticipation. Shirahoshi also nodded with blinking eyes. I will definitely work hard to complete the task, Lord Bai Yu. I believe in you, but in no hurry, there are still a few days. Bai Yu said, and looked at the girls again. Everyone has been practicing in the time room for 2 years, it's time to relax, I'll take you to the spiritual space for entertainment. Advertisement. Spiritual space, virtual world. Bai Yu is the god there, and has created many strange and illusory spiritual worlds. Spiritual entry is spiritual entertainment. How did Big Brother Bai Yu come up with those worlds? Kaya's eyes were bright, and the world was amazing. Makino chuckled lightly. For example, in the ninja world, there are so many magical ninjutsu in it, which makes Xiao Yu, who is committed to becoming a ninja, dazzled. There are also spring and autumn Sengoku, Taoism, Confucianism and Monong, and 100 schools of thought contend. What a great era. Robin murmured. Tushan Fox Demon is so cute. There are many angels in Merlot heaven. I love Inhumans, where Inhumans and technology are fun. I want 7 Dragon Balls. As Soul Society Yellow Spring. It is clear that the fire is burning the sky and the earth. Why does Emperor Do want to fight gas into a horse? When it comes to the spiritual space, all the girls discuss with great interest. The world there is really too much and too wonderful. If only it were true. Pudding felt a little pity. Perona shook his head. Of course it's good, but it can't be true. It's all the fantasy of the big villain Bai Yu. There is a world outside the world, and there is a universe outside the universe. Maybe we can meet it in the future. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he saw the eyes of the girls glowing. Then it's decided, after winning the Qinghai world, rush to the universe. Nami shouted expectantly, I'm going to map the universe. Distance. A huge desert island. Boom boom boom. Hawkeye versus Rayleigh. One after another slashes crisscrossed each other, showing a terrifying edge, causing the island to be split in a large area and trembling constantly. It's a warm-up now. The two of them have improved so much. Kaido stared. An improved version of the House of Time and Spirit in a certain world. 4 people can enter each time, 1 day outside and 1 year inside. After the girls finished their cultivation, Bai Yu's request for the younger brothers was to practice for 2 years, in order. Hawkeye, Rayleigh and others were the first to enter, and they came out to learn from each other after training. At this moment, the 2 people's physique plus Ki has risen to another level, and a small step at the top is a big step. Gu la la la. 0.9. I didn't expect this old man to become stronger at this age. Whitebeard also looked forward to it. You are at the peak of your 50s now, don't talk to an old man one by one, I'm embarrassed to hear it. After Golden Lion finished speaking, he said proudly, when I come out of the time room, let's go together. Are you looking for a beating? Everyone said that the Golden Lion was going to become a dead lion, and there were too many strong people here. We should go. Chong. Hearing the sound, seeing Katakuri coming from a distance with a warrant, Hawkeye and Rayleigh stopped at the same time. It's still not enough, the realm of the Supreme Swordsman. Hawkeye recalled the battle just now, and there was always something missing. A fight to the death is needed. The Supreme Swordsman is indeed desirable, but I'm no weaker than that B************ D. Roger now, ha ha ha. Rayleigh is very open. It has been more than 2 years since he joined the Bai Yu group. He wants to surpass Roger's small goal. Currently flush, the rest of the time is all over and Rayleigh is in a good mood. As long as the captain of this operation is efficient, these are the goals. Katakuri distributed a stack of documents and photos. It has been more than 2 years, and preparations in all aspects have been comprehensive. If there is no accident, starting today, the world government will completely collapse. 99. Let's go. Chapter 269. Countries announce their separation from the world government. Black Dragon. Read more. World government. It refers to the League of Nations that is composed of more than half of the world and more than 170 countries. Dominate the entire world and guard the order that rules the judicial world. More than half, 107. It also means that there are about 300 countries in the world. But World Summit, not all the member countries come, but the 50 kings representing the countries from the member countries will gather in the Holy Land every 4 years to participate in major meetings together. Every 4 years, 50. For example, the Woka Kingdom, which Kaido played for before he was 13 years old, is an affiliation country, but is not eligible to participate in the meeting. In order to become the representative of the member countries and participate in the World Summit, he directly sold the boy Kaido to Marine. King Verka. This kid is a genius, with the appearance of a marshal, we are not entitled to him, so, it is not too much to change the right to participate in the meeting. Kaido. I thank you. Are the target countries. Bai Yu rarely plays corners, except for the occasional bad taste. I thought that as soon as the World Summit started, it was enough to declare war and start the fight. And Doflamingo, Rayleigh, Zephyr, Dorag and others are very knowledgeable and can't be idle. They must make the arrangements of the world government clearly. This time, everyone's goal is to win all the members of the royal family who join the royal family and directly inform them of leaving the world government. Before destruction, crush authority. After destroying the Holy Land, clear up the affairs of each kingdom in detail. Then do it. Since the subordinates have ideas and do not violate their own rules, Bai Yu said that you are free to do whatever you want. Roar. Grand Line. Verka Kingdom. A huge blue dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the sky and overlooking the palace. Smaka. Get out. 35. Grandfather. Grandfather passed away. Kaido was silent when a young man wearing a crown 11 walked out of the palace tremblingly, full of terrified answers. Grandfather. Grandpa. The king of the Verka Kingdom who sold him to Marine is now so old that his grandson is so old. It's been so many years. Kaido looked down at his former motherland, with decades of memories flashing in his eyes. 10 years old, the strongest warrior. 13. Sold to Marine. But Kaido hasn't come back here yet, didn't seek revenge for the king, slaughter the royal family, and destroy the country. As for why he didn't take revenge, Kaido had long forgotten that he had been a pirate for decades, and he almost forgot that he was a heroic warrior of the kingdom when he was young, working hard for the kingdom and shed blood and sweat. All the glory of his youth was destroyed in political transactions. You should know Lao Su. Xinglong Kaido's voice was thunderous. Recognize. No, the young king Woka said in a reverent tone. You are the strongest creature in the world, the great Lord Kaido. Every time Grandpa mentioned you, he shed tears and regretted extremely. Well, what you said is really interesting. Xinglong Kaido smiled, his voice suddenly indifferent. The thing I don't believe in my life is the words of politicians, which is 10,000 times more shameless than I. Fallen angel, kill him. Hey, a terrifying stick of air struck directly, blasting the young king of Woka Kingdom, and Yue directly swept across the palace, and rushed towards the mountain behind, and everything he passed was terrifying collapse. At this moment, the whole country shook. Let you kill him, not let you destroy the palace, stupider than Jack. Xinglong Kaido turned into a human form and landed on the ground, looking at the horn-strong fallen angel who was very similar to him not far away. The fallen angel was silent. It seems that Vegapunk will give you an upgrade of wisdom. 35. Kaido didn't need to come out, because he still had to queue up to enter the House of Time and Spirit to practice, and upgrade to a level before the war. Advertisement. It can be imagined that the Verka Kingdom is also within the scope of the mission. Kaido came here involuntarily, and also brought the fallen angel to test the effect of the weapon. Find out all the remaining members of the royal family and take them down, and notify the minister. Yes, Kaido-sama, several squad members replied. With less than a week left at World Summit, it would be too late to crush the Four Seas and Grand Line Royals in the normal way. So, what Doflamingo said about preparation is that in more than 2 years, the lenses that Bray has touched have been spread all over the island corners of various countries in the world, so as to facilitate the opening of the Mirror World Channel in the future. The members of each team only need to wait on an island for Bray to open the Mirror World Channel and go to the mirror. Transform, show me this country, there will be no Woka Kingdom. Kaido said, taking a sip of wine, his eyes recalled. Roar. The fallen angel turned into a huge black dragon, and Kaido jumped on the dragon's head. 5 elders. At the same time, East Blue, Goa Kingdom. The royal capital is spotless and is known as the most beautiful country in East Blue, a country that perfectly excludes unnecessary things and isolates society as a successful example. The remote suburb is the Windmill Village. The king left 2 months ago. It's really positive. Dorag is in the palace hall, and in front of him are the trembling ministers. Since it was participating in the World Summit, the 50 representatives of the king had set off early to avoid delays. Steli. Now the king of the Goa Kingdom is Steli, and Drago knows that he is Sabo's younger brother and the adopted son of his parents. As an adopted son of a nobleman, he became a king. The Goya Kingdom to which Windmill Village belongs will never exist again. Dorag has realized Bai Yu's idea and become the real and only king instead of forging a new alliance. Unify all countries in the world. Hearing it suddenly, it will be a world war full of blood-colored bones, but Drago is not a short-sighted person. If all countries are integrated into one, there will be no major wars in the future, and there will be no infighting. Because of the coercion of the devil, no one dares to fight infighting. Although everyone doesn't know that Bai Yu is dead, everyone knows op fruit and pure gold, so Bai Yu's lifespan will be extremely long, and the pressure will always be there. There will be no division and no war. The next 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 1000 years and beyond will be a peaceful era after reunification. Peace is enough. 99. New World, Sphinx. This is Whitebeard's hometown, and since he went to sea, he has been anonymously sending all his treasures to the Sphinx for the rest of his life. It doesn't matter if there are no friends in the Sphinx, it's always Whitebeard's hometown, where he was born and raised. Goo la la la. Marco, my sons, come out. Whitebeard didn't land on the island, just looked at the Sphinx, and didn't want to disturb the place because of his identity as a big pirate. Whoosh. The phoenix burning blue gold flames flew out from the island, with 2 people standing on their backs, flying from the island. Dad. Marco fell on the deck, and Jose and Beasta also fell, and when they saw Whitebeard's tall body, they couldn't help shedding tears. Gu la la la. I'm still alive and well, why are you crying? Seeing 3 good sons again, Whitebeard, as an old father, directly held back his tears. Dad, you're fine now, After Marco adjusted his mood, he hesitated. After seeing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, Marco immediately contacted Jose and Beasta, and was ready to continue to follow Dad no matter what. But after meeting with Jose, they found a problem. Advertisement. Baituan had already fallen apart, but the captain returned. If they were the only ones to go, what would the others do and what would they think? But if you take everyone to Whitebeard, that's even more of a problem, because Whitebeard has also become Bai Yu's subordinate. In order to prevent others from thinking too much, and in order not to embarrass Whitebeard, and to avoid the suspicion of the Demon King, the 3 of them gave up. Chose to stay in the Sphinx and just sent Whitebeard a letter. Reminiscing about the old things, we will have time in the future, now you all listen to me. Whitebeard looked at the 3 of Marco seriously. The world will definitely belong to Captain Demon King, but in the same way, I will do it for you. Future consideration. If you choose to be ordinary, then find an island to live a good life. If you are unwilling to be ordinary, then go to the Holy Land with me and win this world. The 3 of Marco directly chose the second one, not unwilling to be ordinary, but just wanted to continue to follow Whitebeard. But, the Demon King. Marco also understands a bit of politics, is this considered a gang? Goo la la la. Don't underestimate the power of Captain Demon King, to use my newly learned word, that is the universe that can accommodate the vastness. Whitebeard said, and patted Marco on the shoulder again. Don't always think about fighting in the future. Fight and kill, not many people let you fight, read more books. You're not daddy. Jose blurted out, and immediately said, I mean, how can you say such a thing, Dad, reading? You are too troublesome to read a newspaper. Beasta coughed lightly. Idiot, this must be said by the Demon King, if you don't read, you will definitely suffer. Don't talk about these headaches. Whitebeard directly listed reading as a sad thing. Let's go, don't waste time, and go on a mission with me. Other people. Jose couldn't help asking, there were still many people in Baituan. Whitebeard said calmly. For example, in a country, not all members of every family have to join the military. The 3 of Marco understood. In other words, although the Demon King doesn't care about recruiting more talents for his subordinates, at least they must be elite talents. Alabasta announces separation from world government. 543 inches. The country of West Blue Flowers announced to leave the world government. The kingdom of South Blue, Sorbet, announces its separation from the world government. Cherry blossoms. Enough. The ancient city of the Holy Land, the 5 elders listened to the reading of the commander of CP0, and immediately interrupted with an angry shout. In just 1 minute, they heard that more than a dozen countries had left. Obviously trampling on authority, they simply ignore them. Have you figured out why? Asked the bearded 5 elders. The CPO chief bowed his head and said, Samba Kingdom discovered Zephyr, Proton's Kingdom discovered Golden Lion, Verka Kingdom discovered Blue Dragon and Black Dragon. Are you saying that it's all the people of the Demon King who are forcing each kingdom to make a choice? It's really cruel. The blonde 5 elders gritted their teeth. It was clear that a decisive battle was about to take place, but as a result, the Demon King came to pull the salaries from the bottom of the pot, and the world government became an empty shell. In 2 days, the whole world will know that the Celestial Dragons are the only family left in the world government, and they are in an embarrassing situation. The 50 kings who participated in the World Summit basically came to the vicinity of the Holy Land, but their hometown was taken away. The bald-headed 5 elders frowned slightly. What are the Blue Dragon and the Black Dragon? Xinglong is Kaido, Black Dragon. I don't know. The chief of CP0 also wanted to know, but there was too little information. Trash. 35. The curly-haired 5 elders snorted coldly. No need to check anymore. Immediately recall all CP elites and prepare for the battle with all their might. Yes, my lord. 99. Chief CPO left, recalling that before, he always called him the 5 elders, but since he became 4, he couldn't say it anymore, alas. The bald-headed 5 elders didn't say more, because he said what to do in victory, he should also say what to do in defeat, but he couldn't say such words. Do I need to destroy a few kingdoms and warn other kingdoms before the news comes out? The blonde 5 elders suggested, with extremely fierce eyes. The 5 elders began to pray. Because the failure of either side represents complete destruction and complete burial in history. There are quite a few problems on the marine side, but when the war comes, it doesn't matter anymore. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Great Lord Yimu, forgive our incompetence, the devil will be solved by you, we will always believe in you. 99. It's unnecessary, the World Summit is held normally, and after the war is won, it will be cleaned up at one time. I am. 95 Chapter 270. Vivi Shirahoshi declares war on Pangu. The top war begins. Open black lens bracket 170 allied countries announced to leave the world government, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket counting celestial dragons 108,000 deadly sins, hell on earth, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Demon King Bai Yu, inventory of major events since he went to the top of the sea. Close black lens bracket. As the news was sent out, the world shook. Earthquakes sighed and talked a lot. What would be left of the world government without the allied countries? Marine and CP. Allied countries have to pay heavenly gold. Without the allied countries, only the celestial dragons are left, and the celestial dragons have no celestial gold provided by the allied countries, and the source of income is basically cut off by 90%. It is impossible to support the marine and CP departments. So, countless people are aware that when the world government loses its allied countries, it will enter a countdown to destruction. World government, only the celestial dragons family, has changed from a huge international organization to a powerful kingdom. Lose the capital that controls the world. In a mere kingdom, how to resist the Demon King who has ruled the new world? This topic swept the world with a bang. The premonition woke up, and the heated discussion continued. You are very capable. Looking at the newspaper, Bai Yu had an illusion that it was a topic he had read before. If you have 1,000,000 soldiers in hand, the prince rebels, the emperor orders you to escort you in Beijing, but the prince writes a letter to rebel against you, what do you want to do now? Bai Yu saw the divine comment. Hey, when I woke up, who put the yellow robe on me? All the generals and soldiers are doing me injustice. At this point, the people under you are more anxious about your future than you, paving the way for you to clear all obstacles. A man was born in the heaven and earth, how can he live in the world for a long time? General, please put on the yellow robe, and choose the day to ascend the throne. Now, the same. Bai Yu just wanted to destroy the Holy Land casually and unify the world and it was over, but his subordinates felt that they couldn't be hasty. Rayleigh proposed. We have to dig out the foundations of world government and establish the authority that belongs to the captain. Drago said. We have to prepare the world in advance for the captain to be crowned king of the world. Sengoku advises. The top management of Marine will enter the interior, and the inside and outside should be taken together in one fell swoop to avoid unnecessary casualties. 99. Kaido et al. I don't know what to do, listen to you, just do it. The younger brothers are so capable, Bai Yu just played with the girls in the City of the Sky for a few days, and the world has changed. Without the world government, the Marines can't afford to support them, how many people will go to maintain celestial dragons? Needless to say, the Demon Lord will surely destroy the celestial dragons. Hey, no wonder when Raftel appeared on the live broadcast, the Demon King said that his target was never One Piece. Shout, mere One Piece, the Demon King will definitely be the king of the world. 33. Anyway, it's definitely better for the Demon Lord to rule the world than the Holy Land, those celestial dragons are simply not human. Long live the Demon King. 66. Bai Yu listened to the voice of the world, and countless people from all over the island were discussing and shouting, and they were all having heated discussions. No comparison, no harm, when the countless crimes of celestial dragons are universal, all the evils of the big pirates have to stand aside. The devil replaces the Holy Land, isn't that 1,000 times better than celestial dragons? Captain, The public opinion is under control, that's not right. Morgans couldn't be more excited in the hall. I didn't make up, I just wrote all the facts, and countless people around the world wished they would kill all celestial dragons. Backquote. When the Holy Land was destroyed, you were the greatest existence that countless people had expected for 800 years. 35. Everywhere in the world is saying, you are the king of the world. Change is too fast. It's also a good thing that the younger brothers can't stop trying to pave the way for him. Bai Yu accepted it calmly. Now that the younger brothers have paved the way, Bai Yu also decided to end the game directly. Today is the last meeting of world government, and also the end of world government. I will lead you to start a new era together. Ahead of us. Invincible. Advertisement. At this moment, the Holy Land ancient city. In the conference hall, a round table was set up, and the kings of the 50 representative countries of the alliance countries took their seats in turn. Every 4 years, not only 50 representative nations are elected to participate in the conference, but a speaker is also selected from among the kings. The speaker is on a rotational basis. The meeting lasts for 7 days. Demon King Bai Yu, Vivi. Cobra murmured inwardly, then looked at the crowd and said, the speaker is a rotating system. Who is the speaker this time? It's me, please advise. Bollywood Kingdom, King John Fort, now clasped his fists and said. Then, this meeting also invites everyone to express their opinions and explore this beautiful world in depth, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. The king of the Lucia Kingdom, Shunda Lucas slapped the table angrily. What else is there to discuss? Without my knowledge, my country directly announced its departure from the world government. It's all because of this man. Demon King Bai Yu. Lucas pointed to the Bai Yu bounty in his hand and said, he is 10,000 times more dangerous than the former Dorag, and now forcing the royal family to announce their departure, he may directly destroy all countries tomorrow. It's not just persecution, they took all my clansmen away. Queen Meng Luolong from the Taji Kingdom cried. The devil's ambitions are so obvious, he wants to be the king of the world. That's right, we only need to pay the heavenly gold to become a member country, but the Demon King wants the whole country. No, world government is the best balance, and the existence of the king of the world is absolutely not allowed. Quote, Staley of the Goa Kingdom, Bill V of the Erosu Kingdom, etc., were filled with righteous indignation and lost their senses. Everyone set out very early in advance. Who would have thought that just a few days before arriving at the Holy Land, they suddenly received the news that their country had left the world government? Like a thunderbolt. After ascending to the Holy Land, the kings did not dare to speak much, because the Holy Land was full of troops, preparing for battle. When they came to the conference room, the kings couldn't help venting their anger, and they were bound to unite and protest together. The situation in the world is very obvious, but why didn't the green pepper notify it? The king of the land of flowers did not open his mouth in thought, but he also showed embarrassment. Green pepper is his own and also Buggy's younger brother, and Buggy is the devil's younger brother, so everyone is also his own. The former king of the Sobel Kingdom was the bear, the kingdom of Proteans of the King's Fist was the neighboring kingdom of Dressrosa, and the former King Dalton of the Sakura Kingdom of the Drum Island was because Dr. Kurha knew Kaya, Alabasta, not to mention, these the king did not speak. More or less, they are somewhat related and familiar with the Demon King's subordinates. King Cobra, I heard that your daughter is now the female crew member of the Demon King, right? Staley of the Goa Kingdom pointed the finger at Cobra. Yes, Cobra nodded calmly, he had expected this, but he didn't panic. Before the World Summit, Cobra contacted the world government to talk to the 5 elders during the conference. But the contact of Vivi a few days ago made him dismiss this idea, and there is nothing to say about the doomed. At the same time, the 5 elders were walking down the hallway, and the blonde 5 elders whispered, the World Summit seems to have begun. There's no point in what they're discussing now. The curly-haired 5 elders said with a sullen face. If it wasn't already decided, just based on the current tension, the World Summit would not be held, and now it's just a formality. Quote. I didn't expect that Neferutari Cobra would really dare to come, the descendant of the traitor, said the bearded 5 elders. Arrive. Shaved 5 elders reminder. When they came to the entrance of the Void Throne Hall, the 5 elders immediately shut up, tidied up their appearance, and knelt down after entering. See Lord I am. All troops have assembled in the square, please instruct. I am on the Void Throne without saying a word, looking at the meeting place. The 5 elders also felt something, and looked in the direction of the conference room. King Cobra, I now suspect that you have something to do with the Demon King. You are a traitor among us. Stelly said the more and more angry. You. How about a relationship? Just when the atmosphere of the meeting was tense, a cold voice suddenly washed away in the conference room, making the king startled. Advertisement. Vivi. 99. Cobra stood up immediately. Only then did everyone discover that there were ripples of space on the table with the world government logo printed in the middle of the round table. As the ripples swayed into a Uzumaki, 2 blue-haired and pink-haired beauties in white battle suits and angel wings flew out and landed on the table. Princess Vivi, Princess Shirahoshi. As soon as the 2 women appeared on the stage, the natural aura suffocated the Zanwu scum kings present. There are enemies. The outdoor CPs noticed the unfamiliar atmosphere and rushed into the conference room immediately. What king of Goya Kingdom, you are worthy of questioning my father. Vivi looked at Staley indifferently and raised his hand directly. Die. A ray of armed color was released like a bullet, pierced through Staley's forehead in an instant, and fell to the ground. The kings were all sluggish. The celestial dragons had never done anything to kill a king attending a meeting in front of the kings in the Holy Land. Vivi. Cobra was also in a trance, her daughter's aura was very strong. As that's so. Sneaking a glance at the indifferent Vivi, Shirahoshi also had a small face and raised his hand to look at the frightened CPs. Elemental tides. 9. In an instant, the power of various elements, such as gold, wood, water, fire, soil, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness, was realized by Shirahoshi's fantasy, condensing and attacking. Boom. The splendid elemental tides like rainbows directly blasted all the CPs who acted as guards, and the hall roared. You listen up. Vivi nodded slightly to Cobra, glanced at the kings, and a cold voice resounded in the conference room, cleaning, how is Li, wandering the ancient city. We are here on behalf of Lord Bai Yu to declare war on world government. Shirahoshi's voice was also suddenly cold and clear. Today, the world government will be destroyed, and the Holy Land celestial dragons will be destroyed. From now on, the Holy Land Mariejois becomes history. Before everyone could return to their senses, Shirahoshi raised his hand and imagined the transfer, sending Cobra and several other kings into space Uzumaki. A fiery flame appeared in the hands of the two women, Vivi and Shirahoshi, and quickly enlarged into a high-heat fireball. Not good. The five elders' expressions changed when they sensed the rising heat of the conference room. Break the darkness with blasting fire. The flames of Vivi and Shirahoshi instantly merged and threw them out. Double Lotus Kang Fire Pendant. Boom. 35. The terrifying explosive fireball burst into power in an instant, directly blowing up the conference room hall and sweeping the ancient city of Pan. Presumptuous. The bald five elders condensed. The two little girls declared war on the world government, took away several kings of Cobra, killed the rest, and attacked the ancient city of Pan. What a humiliation. Space ability. Gone. The long-bearded five elders also waved ripples in their hands, trying to grab anything but failed to catch anything, their faces extremely ugly. The five elders shouted in unison and came to destroy the blasting flames outside the Void Throne Hall, immediately sensing the two women. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. At the same time, where the Holy Land is located, CPs, the Knights of God, Akainu, Sengoku and others all looked at the high-altitude disturbance in the distance. They're coming. A large shadow cover came. The Top War, the opening. Chapter 271, the King of the True and False World. The Demon King is coming. The Holy Land of Coercion. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Holy place, the atmosphere is depressing. Vivi and Shirahoshi's attack directly started the prelude to the war. The high-speed shadows in the distance are approaching the Holy Land at a high speed, making all the strong people in the Holy Land look dignified, and the most terrifying storm in the past 800 years is approaching. Princess of Neferutari's descendant, and the mermaid princess Poseidon. Recalling the two girls just now, I signaled the five elders to get ready. The five elders bowed and left the Void Throne Hall, giving orders to inform. Prepare for war. 99. Yes, my lord. The various departments were running fast, lined up in turrets, and also escorted some of the remaining celestial dragons rubbish to evacuate. My lord, the powerful marines are here. Cronus, the commander of CP0, came over and whispered. How many? Mentioned marine, and the blonde five elders got angry. Even though they had already evacuated to the first half of the Sabayati archipelago, which was so close to the Holy Land, it was for various reasons that they did not come to guard the Holy Land in advance. Chief CP0 said. Sakazuki came with the 3 of Sengoku, but did not find the rest of Vice Admiral and the elite soldiers. Only a few here. Did Sakazuki take us seriously? What does he want to do? Rebellion. The blonde five elders were about to lose control of their emotions. There's no need to be angry. After the war, all the marine departments will be liquidated. The curly-haired five elders said, suppressing their anger. Everyone went to the square. What is that? The Holy Land is at the top of the red line. At this moment, seeing the huge projection of the sky in the distance, Sengoku and others are also startled. And at this moment, the world is shaking. Because of the north blue in the east, west, south, and the Grand Line, there are huge and clear screen projections in the sky. The projection scene is the Holy Land. All over the world, as long as you walk out of the room, you can look up to see it, which amazes countless people. How did you do that? But people from all over the world were quickly attracted by the scene of the Holy Land. Is this the Holy Land? Too busy, damn celestial dragons. That's Marine Marshal Akainu, Chief Inspector Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, and Admiral Fujitora. 35. Those with white 543 clothes are CP0, who is next to them. The one with white hair is Kong, everyone is here, the battle is coming. There. 5 elders. Why are there only 4 of them? Holy Land Square, wait with solemnity. In the front, there are rows of bear-shaped pacifists 2 years ago, as well as several new types of seraphs, surrounded by a new type of fort. In the middle, there are some strong men recruited by the world government in the first 2 months, as well as elite soldiers selected by each member country. The rear, on the left, was supposed to be occupied by marine generals and no less than 100,000 marine elite soldiers, but now there are only 4 people, Akainu, Sengoku, Garp, and Fujitora, so it looks very empty. In the rear, on the right, are the elites of the CP department, mainly CP0, and the strongest shields guarding each family. Large rear, middle side, amazing, Sengoku et al. Are also looking sideways. The Knights of the Gods of the Holy Land, guarding some celestial dragons. They're all celestial dragons elites? Fujitora asked. Doflamingo of the Don Quixote bloodline, red-haired Shanks of the Figulon family bloodline, and the 5 elders of the highest rank of celestial dragons. Sengoku whispered his name. The descendants of the celestial dragons cannot be all waste. 99. 20 kings led the coalition to defeat the huge kingdom, and even though most of their descendants were corrupted by power, there were still some elites. The last square, where the 5 elders are. Sir, they're here. Commander Kong looked at the army, and Commander CPO was also staring at the sky. Look, the live broadcast was zoomed out, and a large archipelago floated to the sky, making the entire Holy Land dark. People all over the world, after seeing it clearly, suddenly feel that it is hard to breathe. The first island. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Ryder, Bullet, Kaido, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Zephyr, Kuzan, Kadu, Dorag, Kizaru, Lin are very famous and powerful. Second island. Doflamingo, Enel, Crocodile, Shiryu, Lucci, Jin, Jack, Kid, Cracker, Jinbei, Moria, Puro, Boj, Sparrow, Cavendish and all other members of the squad. Third island. Giant soldier pirates plus Elbaf, hundreds of giant warriors plus Buggy, Green Pepper, Marco and others. Fourth island. The optimized and upgraded Vice Admiral class robot army brought back from the moon by Quinn and the weapons in the form of Kaido, fallen angels. Fifth island. Hancock, Nami, Robin, Shirahoshi, Yuta, Gion and other 58 women wearing white combat uniforms, angel wings. Sixth island. Huge battleship. Advertisement. Hiss. There are some formations in the Holy Land, many people around the world do not know it, but there are too many strong people on the Demon King's side, those giants, tens of thousands of tall robots, and the amazing Pluton. What can the Holy Land do? So many strong people. The pupils of the 5 elders also shriveled. They used to read the newspapers and didn't feel much, but now they were shocked when they saw the gathering of the strong men from all the islands. The aura of those captains in Doflamingo is not right. The blonde 5 elders stared, and many of them are top-level aura. Are they all on drugs? It seems that all of them have worked hard for 10 years, and their strength and intelligence do not match. Those women have a bigger problem. The bearded 5 elders couldn't understand, obviously most of the information was bases, but now the breath is all strong. What did you eat? Where's Bai Yu? The bald-headed 5 elders did not find Bai Yu, and immediately said loudly, in such a top-level war, the Demon King is not here, then you all stay here. Jia ha ha ha, Luo. Golden Lion's laughter resounded through the Holy Land. The master behind the world government, where is the king of celestial dragons? I am. Don't go to the captain to wash his feet. Presumptuous. The 5 elders drank. Humiliate their king in front of them, and if you don't do something, you have no face to pay homage to Lord I am. Huh, that is. The people on each island saw an object more than 10 meters high falling from the sky. Boom. 35. The object fell on the highest point of the square and stood upright, and the expressions of the 5 elders suddenly became excited. When everyone saw it clearly, they discovered that it was a gorgeous seat with 2 colors of red and gold. The whole was like an inverted double-edged long sword. There was a golden lion guard on the left and right sides, showing its solemnity. This is an oath to which all the allied nations must swear and promise that all kings will remain equal. Void throne. As soon as Zephyr's words came out, Whitebeard, Rayleigh and others who had never seen it looked sideways. This throne was proudly proclaimed by the kings of the allied countries and became famous all over the world. Not even the 5 elders at the top of the celestial dragons, that's the equality we want. Many kings of the allied countries have expressed emotion and advocated the equality of world government. Because this throne also represents the king of the world, celestial dragons do not sit on it. This is an example and makes all countries feel at ease. However, today, don't pretend, it's a showdown. When a figure suddenly appeared and sat firmly on the void throne, the entire Holy Land, including all parts of the world, fell silent. Congratulations, Lord I am. The 5 elders reacted the fastest, and immediately knelt down and shouted very respectfully. Whoops, this scene. Most of the teams in the Holy Land were stunned and confused, a little overwhelmed. It was too sudden. Did they kneel or not? This scene is a little embarrassing. What are you doing? Everyone, kneel down for me immediately. The bearded 5 elders also realized how embarrassed they were, and immediately gave a loud shout. And Sengoku also shouted loudly, why do you want to worship this person, the guy with the mask who hides his head and shows his tail? For some unknown reason, perhaps some time ago, after the Hive Island was destroyed by Yimu, Bai Yu suddenly brought the girls around to watch Yimu, and Yimu put on a mask to cover his face. Presumptuous. Would you like to hear what you're saying? The bald-headed 5 elders also shouted angrily, almost drawing a knife. PFF ha ha ha. Sengoku's meaning is obvious, this one named I am, is not worthy of our kneeling. 39 feet. Garp laughed loudly. Is it I am? Fujitora didn't bother to hide either, so he took off his blindfold, revealing his unscarred forehead, and opened his eyes to look. You. The curly-haired 5 elders were shocked. Fujitora's eyes recovered, and he said angrily, Sakazuki, how did you become a marshal? Marine is. They're right. Sakazuki said coldly, I am doesn't deserve us to kneel. What do you guys mean, Marine? Are you trying to rebel? The 35 5 elders were so excited that they didn't kneel, and they looked down upon their words. Waste. I am suddenly speaking. The 5 elders knelt down again in shock, and they were even more annoyed at Akainu and the others. You finally angered Lord I Am, wait to die. Waste. I Am said coldly again. Advertisement. In the eerie atmosphere, while the 5 elders were even more alarmed, another voice washed over the Holy Land. Why get angry with a bunch of trash, why don't you kneel on me together? When this voice sounded, the 5 elders trembled in their hearts, and instantly thought of a person, Demon King Bai Yu. A ray of golden light appeared in the sky, followed by a great ray of light, spreading out a magnificent golden light avenue in the sky. Sacred and noble, everyone couldn't help being in a trance, and I Am was also stunned. This sacred light seemed to welcome a great existence. The sacred light condensed and turned into the throne of the sky and appeared high in the sky. The special halo emitted made people want to worship the throne of the sky. Luxurious and majestic. Boom. When a figure appeared out of thin air and sat on the throne of that day, an extremely domineering aura instantly swept the audience, and time froze for an instant. The unspeakable momentum makes the void distort and scream. Boom bang bang bang. All of the Holy Land, all overwhelmed, fell to the ground in awe. This kind of scene of kneeling on the stage made the whole world lose their voices in an instant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 5 elders roared hysterically, looking terrified and kneeling on the ground in extreme embarrassment. But at this moment, no one in the Holy Land responded to the 5 elders, and they were all kneeling to endure the terrifying pressure. People all over the world did not laugh at the 5 elders, and the shocked expressions of countless people froze on their faces. I Am also lost his composure. The coercion did not come on him, but he was inexplicably chilling. I can't understand this kind of momentum that makes everyone kneel down just right, and every little bit of strength will directly shock them to death. Bai Yu looks down on I Am. Kneel down. 9. Boom. I Am just about to get up and do something, when the coercion overwhelms him in an instant, and the extremely domineering aura makes I Am on his knees and falls. How can that be? The terrified expressions of the 5 elders, now completely contorted, full of disbelief, felt like the sky was falling. Welcome to the King of the World. The islands of the sky, all members bow down. This title made everyone in the Holy Land look terrified and fell into a trance. Welcome to the King of the World. When Sengoku, Garp, Fujitora, and Sakazuki knelt down, the expressions of the 5 elders were twisted to the extreme. I finally understood why Lord Yimu called them trash twice. All undercover. Shame. At this moment, the 5 elders have the heart to kill Sengoku and others with self-destruction. Let's die together. Sengoku. Kong let out a loud drink. Big brother Kong, it doesn't matter whether we are undercover or not, the real king of the world has been born, let's accept the reality. Sengoku also shouted. Kong, why didn't you tell me earlier? And Garp, the old man Bai has trained you. Destroy the Holy Land. After Bai Yu regained his momentum, he casually spit out 4 words. The black dragon, the golden dragon, the purple dragon, the red dragon, and the blue dragon make 5 dragons. Hoo. It's finally starting. 99. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Seeing this scene, Runty almost turned into a pink oriental dragon. Led by Qinglong Kaido, they opened their mouths one after another, releasing terrifying heat. Kaido couldn't hold it any longer. The moment Bai Yu's words fell, his blood boiled with excitement. This is the top-level war that Lao Su wants. Let's see Lao Su's magic beast combination skills. The next moment, the sound of 5 dragons resounded in the Holy Land. Kaido turned into a huge blue dragon, and at the same time, the 4 fallen angels on the 4th island turned into dragons one after another. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Chapter 272, The Titans. The outbreak of a total war. The Demon King of Songs reappears. Chucky. 5 dragons appeared in the world, and the world was shocked. As people around the world look at the sky projection and hold their breath, the blue, black, purple, gold, and red 5 dragons spit out the heat breath intertwined, making the atmosphere neigh continuously. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Kaido and Fallen Angel combo, used for the opening of the top battle. The phantom species on the Fallen Angel is the artificial phantom species that was recreated based on Kaido's bloodline factor after Vegapunk joined the Bai Yu group. Similar to the pink oriental dragon. The fury of wind and thunder. When the terrifying 5 heat breaths condensed and swooped down, the commander of CP0 flashed storms and thunders, and punched the sky with great force. Boom. 99. The impact of purging the power of wind and thunder directly hit the 5 swirling dragons of destruction, and suddenly exploded in the sky, and the storm swept through the wind. This guy. Everyone looked at the commander of CP0, his muscles were sturdy, and he was nearly 10 meters tall, like a violent beast. Oh giggling, are you blocked? Report your name. Kaido didn't care that the combo was destroyed, the strength of those fallen angels couldn't keep up with his rhythm, instead he was interested in the CP0 chief who punched. Cronus. The total length of CPO said in a low voice. The 5 elders got up. The Demon King Bai Yu was so terrifying, and the pressure dissipated, but he still had lingering fears and looked in a trance. Sir I Am. The 5 elders did not dare to look at Yimu, because Yimu had just knelt down. If they saw the embarrassed appearance, they would be fighting in the nest if they were ashamed and angry. On the other hand, Yimu showed a performance that made Bai Yu look sideways, as if nothing had happened. He got up and sat on the void throne again. You too. Yes, Lord I Am. The 5 elders respected the order, and now there is no choice but to fight to the death. You're still holding back when you're so angry, aren't you afraid of holding back? Bai Yu looked down at Yimu from the throne of the sky. I don't understand what you're talking about. Im's expression under the mask was calm, and even his heartbeat was extremely steady. Only by being calm enough can we deal with the terrifying Demon King, provided that the Demon King does not take action, he also needs a chance. I saw the pride of the king that you hid in your calmness, then witness the destruction of the Holy Land with your own eyes. 5. Bai Yu is not in a hurry, there is time to watch this last war. Very good. After Kaido nodded, his eyes became fierce. Since I know your name, then go to hell. Tornado. The blue dragon roared and roared towards Kronos, and the dragon body also revolved at a high speed like a spinning top, releasing a huge tornado and madly cutting it. The strongest creature in the world. Kronos let out a loud shout, and his body exploded with a powerful aura, his entire body swelled dozens of times and turned into a giant. What kind of fruit power is this? The giant of several hundred meters was like a hill, which shocked the sand crocodile. Titan Fist. Kronos ripped apart the incoming bad wind, wrapped the storm and thunder on his body, and jumped up and blasted towards Qinglong Kaido. You are the second giant Lao Su has ever faced. Kaido recalls the 5th giant that he collided with some time ago. Fire Dragon Torch. The blue dragon turned into a huge fire dragon, and conquerors wrapped around his head and collided. Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. 9. Boom. The wind and thunder titan giant fist collided with the rising dragon tyrant and the fire-wrapped dragon collided to produce a violent explosion, and the terrifying impact washed away the clouds. Advertisement. Kronos was knocked flying, and the fire dragon was also blasted to a higher altitude, and the powerful aftermath swept through the square and tore the earth. Are they really human? People from all over the world, especially in the land of the 4 seas, watched in amazement, and their worldview was shattered many times in a short period of time. Boiled, although it was knocked out, it is really exaggerated to be able to knock the current Kaido away. Doflamingo looked at Kronos. Commanding the commander of the world's strongest newspaper agency CP0, he has the ability not even recorded in the fruit picture book. Zone, human fruit, phantom species, titan form. Devil fruit, who is in charge of storms and thunder, and greatly enhances strength and physique, is born for battle. Titans. Many people who heard this fruit's ability for the first time looked sideways, it was really a mythical beast species. How many devil fruit abilities are hidden in the world government? Thinking of this, Enel and others, excited. Ours is ours. Mechanical Legion. Go. 35. Quinn danced with his fat body and shouted with excitement. Target the large army, suppress the Holy Land. Crash. Tens of thousands of robots brought back from the moon and upgraded, showing the combined terror power, jumped down from the floating island like a black torrent. Electromagnetic gun. Laser cannon. Pressure cannon. Tens of thousands of robots released all kinds of artillery fire in midair, and 10,000 artillery fired in unison. The extremely sturdy special metal can make the robots change into various forms at will, and it is also loaded with the technological transformation of Quinn plus Judge plus Caesar plus Vegapunk and others, all elite vice admiral. Electric shock, electromagnetic, poisonous, flame, invisibility, air pressure, laser. Boom boom boom. The pacifists and various gun muzzles at the front of the square also fired, roaring continuously as the 10,000 guns collided. Below, the officers of the divisions of the second island, the giants of the third island and the affiliated regiments, attack the central area with all their strength. Zephyr's strength in the first island branch, the captains of the second island divisions and above lead the fallen angels to attack the location of the CP elite and the strongest shield. The Knights of God and the Celestial Dragons elite, hand it over to us. Nami shouted on the 5th island. The girls didn't come to watch the game. After years of hard work, the last top battle in the Qinghai world could not be missed. Good. 35. Zephyr looked at Kizaru, Dorag, Golden Lion and others. Efficiency comes first. Depending on the specific situation of the battle, we will first besiege and win the 5 elders. 99. Gia ha ha ha, I wanted to FK them decades ago. The Golden Lion flew over first. Gu la la la, besiege the 5 elders, I don't know how long they can last. Whitebeard jumped up and rushed from the island to the Holy Land Plaza extremely quickly. Watch out for the sky. With a reminder, Dorag turned into a gust of wind and came above the 5 elders. Mechanical Legion vs Pacifists and Seraphs. Team members plus hundreds of giant warriors plus Buggy plus Marco and others versus world government to recruit strong and elite soldiers. Captains such as Lu Chi, Shiryu, Jin plus Fallen Angel vs CP Division Elite and the strongest shield of each family. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Kuzan and other strong vs 5 elders 4. 58 women vs Knights of God plus Celestial Dragons Elite. Sengoku, Garp. Kong came back to his senses and rushed towards Sengoku and Garp. Boom. Suddenly a blood-colored figure flashed and collided with Kong, making Kong startled, and looked solemnly. Barorik Redfield. Long time no see, Sora. Advertisement. Ryder always had a wicked smile on his face. Leave it to me, the 3 of you are going to besiege the 5 elders. Katakana middle dot seeking flowers 0. Big brother Kong, take care. Sengoku and Garp didn't say anything, and it was pointless to say anything at this time, and rushed to the 5 elders with a Kainu. Isn't it bad to be honest with your legend? Ryder. Kong looked at Ryder in his prime, as if he had returned to decades ago. I haven't seen you for decades, but your momentum is still the same. Ryder's words were a little surprised. He is a great pirate of the same era as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others, and they are only a few years apart in age. 2 years after Summit War, Whitebeard is 74, Zephyr is 74, Rayleigh is 78, Garp is 78, Sengoku is 79 and Ryder is in his 70s. And the commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, was the Marine Marshal before Sengoku, and he was said to be 10 years older than Sengoku. Sengoku is 79 years old, looks very strong. Kong, age 90 plus. It is also the oldest top-level powerhouse alive today who is on the bright side and is known to the world. Marine vs Pirates, it seems that the pirates are completely defeated. Bai Yu also cast his eyes on Kong. When Bai Yu said complete failure, he refers to his physical state after getting older. Roger was incurably ill at the age of 49, the elderly Whitebeard was injured, the Golden Lion was disabled, and contemporaries Marine, with the exception of Zephyr's broken arm, Garp and Sengoku, were uninjured. Kong, the older generation, is even more fragrant and has a great body. In this comparison, the difference is obvious. Kong, this is a war, let you witness me who is stronger than I was at my peak. Ryder said no more, turning into a blood shadow and slaughtering towards Kong. Boom boom boom. The holy place roared constantly. As the battle of the mechanical army at the forefront started, the battle area quickly spread from the square to the entire Holy Land. All petrified. Seeing the girls kill, a female celestial dragon's elite turned into a gorgon and stared sharply at the girls. Boom. 39. Hancock lifted his foot and kicked the petrified power from the air, his blue eyes brightened a bit. It can petrify and transform, it's the one. Zone katakana middle dot renren fruit katakana middle dot udemons katakana middle dot medusa form. Darkness invades. Song of the Fall. Another 2 female celestial dragons transformed, one was completely dark, the other half human, half fish and half human and half bird. Zone human fruit udemons night elf form. Zone, human fruit, phantom species, siren form. Ace Day smashed the incoming darkness with a punch. A night elves, they are of the same type as my natural elves, but yours are not good looking. Singing attack. Yuta ignored the half human, half fish and half human, half bird singing. The legendary siren used songs to deceive people, but Ben Yuta is best at attacking with songs. Listen to a forbidden song. A huge monster appeared from the void, and its roar resounded through the Holy Land. All over the place because of the Demon King of Songs, all the strong people are looking at each other, and they are also looking at each and every one of the top devil fruit. Roar. The Demon King of Songs. Yuta can now perfectly control the Demon King of Songs. Kill them. After this battle, a new era. When the girls looked sideways at the Demon King of Songs, the Knights of God and Celestial Dragons elites also showed their top fruits. Roar. When the devil music, top musica sounded, the atmosphere of the whole holy place became extremely depressed. Chapter 273. The background of devil fruit. The 5 elders are crazy. Im's age is revealed. So many fruits. It's all fed to the dog. Sengoku, Sakazuki, Garp, Pelusalino, Kuzan, Zephyr and others got a glimpse and were in a bad mood. Because Yuta summoned the Demon King of Songs, the audience looked at him, and everyone saw the essence of world government, many top devil fruits. Celestial Dragons has the most elites and the Knights of God, and if you count the devil fruit of the CP powerhouses, it will be even more. Paramesha. Direction fruit, vector fruit, atomic fruit, broken fruit, realization fruit, radiation fruit, virus fruit, phantom fruit, mind fruit, gene fruit, cell fruit, emotional fruit, decomposition fruit, hollow fruit, reversal fruit, weather fruit, air pressure fruit, acceleration fruit, shock, life, enhancement, cursed fruit, etc. There are also branches of time and space abilities. Logia. Air fruit, earth fruit, rainbow fruit, nitrogen fruit, steam, crude fruit, etc. Eudemon species. Titans, various elves, Medusa, Siren, Cyclops, Beeman, Hell 3-headed dog, Demon wolf Fenrir, Tengu, Garuda, Ape-Tatar crow, Hydra, Thunderbird, Giant bird Sits, Leviathan, Unicorn, Pegasus, Griffin, Dragon, Nightmare, Gyuki, Yaksha, Anubis, etc. I'm going crazy. I don't know who murmured, but there are too many devil fruits here. And the people watching the live broadcast all over the world looked even more sluggish. Devil fruit, which is a rare sight in the world, is just like free money. Some parameshes are really good. May 4-7. Bai Yu expressed his satisfaction. He accepted these devil fruits with a smile. Although devil fruits didn't help him, he was in a good mood to collect so many fruits at one time. Some girls' fruits should also be changed. Bai Yu looked at it in detail. For example, Nuoki's high oxygen and oxygen fruit is the lower rank of air fruit. Makino's Logia rain fruit, Aisha's frost fruit, Black Maria's ancient seed, Abis whisper fruit, etc. are all too weak. It is also a drag on staying on the body, and it needs to be replaced with a better one after the war. All kinds of strange and unpredictable paramesha and the mighty Logia. At this moment, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on the phantom beasts. The Frost Dragon, Flame Dragon, Storm Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Dark Dragon. 5 giant western dragons roared and spread out their wings to breathe out cold air, flames, storms, thunder and black light. No wonder Lao Tzu's 5 swirling dragons of destruction combo just now, you guys didn't have much reaction. Kaido knocked back the chief CP0 of the Titans, glanced at him and said disdainly, it's just 5 lizards, also worthy of being called a dragon. Lao Tzu is a dragon. 95. It seems that the Western Dragon, which is only a few dozen meters in size, compares it with the Qinglong, which is more than 100 meters long. Kaido means one bite. Fantasy boundary. Shirahoshi fantasized about creating a space enchantment that temporarily imprisoned the Celestial Dragon's elite and the Knights of God in an area. Status is restored. Mind power cage. Holy light imprisoned. Gravity chains. Kaya recovered the attack state. Garrett's psychic power. Conus holy light. Rebecca's gravity, and a large-scale release ordered everyone in the enchantment to stagnate. Eternal fragrance. Time and space freeze. Hancock and Acids directly freeze everything below, and the area within the enchantment unfolds as if time stood still. At this moment, the Celestial Dragon's elite plus the Knights of God cannot move. Even if there are powerful top-level existences, the girls only need a momentary stagnation to be enough. In an instant, it is destruction. Ice slash. Aurora slash. 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds. Soul fire. Kamikaze ghost. Sorrow of love. Thousands of thunders are coming. Super electromagnetic cannon. Advertisement. At the moment when the Celestial Dragon's elite and the Knights of God were stagnant, dozens of girls including Yamato, Tashigi, Robin, Stussy, Perona, Gion, Nami, and Baby 5 attacked together. The girls were wearing white battle uniforms, unfolding the wings of angels to fly high in the barrier, bombarding them wildly. Boom. 39. A huge explosion broke out in the barrier, and the terrifying power of the joint siege raged wildly within it. The Celestial Dragon's elite and the Knights of God, who were restored plus imprisoned plus frozen, will die 90% in an instant. Boom. 35. The girls also closed their angel wings to form an absolute defense against the aftermath, and the barrier was shattered at this moment. Hot breath. Kamui. 5. Full moon tide. Frozen lightwave. Blazing fire. Before the aftermath of the explosion, Runti, Hina, Garrett, Vivi, Koala and other women attacked again. Bai Yu said, to make up for the knife. Boom. In the second round, Kaya, Hancock, Acids and other women who had been imprisoned before released their attacks, which was more terrifying than the first round of attacks. The huge mushroom cloud smashed the sky, and the Holy Land showed a wide range of cracks. A few more times. Are you coming? Seeing the girls continue to attack several times, many of the powerhouses also felt their scalps go numb. Is this to make up for the knife? This is to sink the Holy Land. Gia ha ha ha, I didn't expect them to become so much stronger. Golden Lion's laughter was filled with undisguised astonishment, he was the only one who was besieged by the girls. It's just that there were less than 20 girls besieging him at that time, and in addition to their good abilities, they were all weak. If you put aside the ability, the strongest support at the time was at the level of Vice Admiral. But the past was unbearable, and the Golden Lion was defeated because the unremovable rudder on its head was broken. And now, only from the perception of breath, there is no weak one, even some children are eye-catching. Ah, too strong. All over the world, the most exciting scene at this moment is the girls and young women. The girls are like angels punishing everything, which makes the girls and young women yearn for it. I want to join the Sky City, even if it's a sweeper. 99. Thinking too much, Sky City does not allow others to approach. No, you can, the women's team guarding the Sky City needs people, but only beautiful and strong people. I am a city flower, I will work hard to become stronger and guard the city in the sky. I'm still the national flower, it would be great if I could meet the Demon Lord himself, Lord Demon Lord. After girls and young women all over the world were excited about the girls, they still set their sights on Bai Yu. What is good in a woman? It is better to see the demeanor of the Demon King. When Bai Yu descended and coerced the Holy Land, the stalwart style was imprinted in the hearts of countless people and the souls of countless girls and young women. Alas, my damn charm that has nowhere to go. Bai Yu happened to be listening to the voice of the world, full of emotion. There is a famous saying, you can't meet two amazing people when you are young, otherwise you will not be able to spend the rest of your life in peace. This is the reason why he doesn't want to show up more, the charm is too great, and countless girls will die alone. I also happened to peek at you, but I heard this damn emotion. You are such a devil. He is still too young, too long for the meaningless so-called beauty in this world, and this is his biggest weakness. Yimu murmured inwardly. No, even after 10,000 years, I will still be nostalgic for beauty, because a man is a teenager until he dies, you don't understand. Bai Yu's voice cleared up. Quote. Im's third gaffe. The first time I couldn't repair the destroyed land of the gods with the power of time, the second time I knelt down helplessly, and this time, Bai Yu actually read his heart directly. There are 10 minutes left. If you don't take action, it will be too late. Advertisement. Bai Yu ignored Yimu and continued to listen to the voices of girls and young women in the world, so as to enrich the young mind. Meteor volcano. Radiation burst. Ice age. 95. Gravity knife. Tiger. Akainu. Kizaru. Kuzan. Fujitora. The four besieged the curly five elders, completely beat to death. 5 elders, everyone has scars more or less, and the bald 5 elders are always holding long knives. It proves that the 5 elders have experienced unforgettable battles. Especially the curly hair and dead curly beard 5 elders, the scars are printed on the head and face, but not removed. As the highest ranking celestial dragons on the bright side, why do they need to take action and fight and leave scars? Maybe there is an amazing past, but at this moment, it is no longer important. Boom. 35. The curly-haired five elders were blasted out in the explosion, and he stood up quickly, covered in blood. His eyes were extremely indifferent. The four marine powerhouses are besieging me, and the four of you were once the highest combat power of the world government. It is good. Just when the old man was blind before, you all deserve to die. Ah, you still want to kill us at this time, your strength is really scary. Kizaru's tone was frivolous, but he didn't paddle, and was on guard. Knowing this is a life and death battle, the five elders must be prepared. Even if you haven't eaten devil fruit before, you will choose one to eat to enhance your strength. After all, you need to survive. Curly five elders have been fighting conquerors hockey with taijutsu and are very strong, but have not yet used devil fruit. Be careful. Fujitora let out a loud roar, and stared at the curly-haired five elders with her bright eyes that had recovered, and gravity exploded. Gravity? What? Just about to mess with gravity, the rhythm of five elders, but Fujitora just waved the knife and realized that there was no gravity. The fruit disappeared. A circle of light appeared at the feet of the curly-haired five elders, and the four of Akainu realized that there were circles of light flickering around them. The moment you approached me, you entered my domain. This fruit has been sealed for hundreds of years, and I deliberately ate it prepared for the Demon King. 99. It should be said that the fruits eaten by the four of us were specially prepared for the Demon King, but it's a pity. 9. Curly-haired five elders' words were astonishing. There are too many accidents, but you four marine traitors. What? The four of Kizaru were stunned, and the people from the battlefields in the distance looked sideways again. The devil fruit prepared by the remaining four of the five elders for the captain must be the top fruit that can cooperate with each other. Everyone is not shocked, but curious. The other three five elders have yet to show their fruit abilities. Do not use it. Longbeard drink reminder. The four of them carefully selected the sealed devil fruit, used their abilities to join forces to attack the devil king, and then Master Yimu would kill them. This was the previous plan. He 0.9 now needs a chance to attack the demon king. If he uses beware now, the success rate will plummet. Gu la la la, you want to beat the captain by relying on the fruit ability. Who gave you confidence? Whitebeard seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Have you forgotten the pressure just now? From the moment the coercion came, I knew we were defeated, and it was useless for Lord Yimu to take action. After the death of Curly Beard, the curly-haired five elders have always been the most fearful of the Demon Lord, and are often awakened by nightmares. Every time they mention the Demon Lord, they are a little nervous. The coercion just now shattered all his psychological defenses, leaving only the lingering fear in his heart. Faced with such an existence like a true god, what plan, what fruit, what national treasure, it's useless. The more curly-haired five elders spoke, the more their emotions got out of control. For 800 years, countless mortals have been as powerless as ants to wait for the punishment of Lord I Am, and we are now waiting like ants to die. That kind of panic, really drives me crazy. Hiss. The world was shocked and in an uproar. With a mad roar, he subconsciously exposed the age of I Am, who was sitting on the void throne without saying a word. 800-year-old lady. Or, an 800-year-old old man. Interesting, in such a desperate situation, still thinking. Intentionally diverting attention from madness. Bai Yu saw it thoroughly. Panic is true. Madness is false. The more desperate it is, the more calm it is. It is not in vain that five elders have been in high positions for many years. Chapter 274, The Lore Plan. Bai Yu's desperation. I am. The king cannot be humiliated. 800 years. Eternal life surgery. Listening to the words of the curly-haired five elders who seemed to be out of control and shouted in a frenzy, Golden Lion and the others were surprised for a moment, and they didn't think much about it during the war. I Am himself was not within their scope of resolution. Before he came, he heard from the captain that there would be someone close to his strength who would take action, and everyone speculated again and again. Who was close to the captain's strength? Why haven't I heard of it? To be evaluated like this by the captain, it must be a powerful existence far beyond all of us, unheard of. Is it the little girl by Yuta's side? A seeds who crushed Sengoku and Garp? She is indeed powerful, but, still far from the captain. 5. It's intriguing. Before the decisive battle, on the way, Bai Yu said casually, there will be people close to his strength to suppress I Am. Until the battle at this moment, Whitebeard and others have been sensing the limit and looking forward to that person's appearance. The person the captain secretly cultivated. Or, Vegapunk's ultimate humanoid weapon built with the captain's blood factor. The captain didn't say much, and Rayleigh and the others could only guess secretly. Bai Yu. My blood will not flow out, it will only be given to girls. Hey, 800 years. And people all over the world were stunned. Since the live broadcast, the expressions of countless people have changed back and forth, and the worldview has been shattered again and again. It's now. 99. The moment of surprise for Whitebeard and the others was enough, and the five elders took advantage of this gap to start their real plan. Before the decisive battle, the five elders thought that Bai Yu, as the eldest, and the younger brothers would not let them approach. How could they easily disturb their king? Expectation. With so many younger brothers, there is no need for the boss to take the initiative to take the lead. Then, as soon as the war begins, the five elders will be besieged by the powerhouses. Since they will be besieged, they should all distance themselves and spread out all the strong men, so that Miho 11 grams and the others will not have time to protect their king. 99. After dispersing the crowd, then use something to attract attention, directly attack with all your strength, and besiege the Demon King together. This is the five elders pre-war meeting. Just as they thought, the Demon King did not make a move even though he coerced the audience, and Kuzan and the others also sieged them in groups, and the battlefield expanded and all were separated. In such a war, what can distract all the strong? 35. As of now, I can only use the matter of Lord Yimu. The more mysterious and unknown things are, the more attractive they are. Then, when the battlefield opens, when the war is in crisis, curly-haired five elders is out of control and crazy, 4 parts real, 6 parts acting, and can be called a movie king that surpasses Kizaru. Get the audience's attention. While attention is attracted, predicting the future will fail because predicting the future requires absolute calm and full concentration, without any distraction. When the crowd is divided, the attention is diverted, and the future cannot be predicted, that's when the plan begins. The shot must be a lure, otherwise it will be meaningless. Before the World Summit, the five elders all chose to eat 4 special devil fruits that had been sealed in the Holy Land treasure for many years. It's just a pity that the fruit that could perfectly control time, true time fruit, disappeared unexpectedly. If there is real time fruit, they think the plan will at least increase the odds of winning, but unfortunately it disappears. Bai Yu. It's a little regretful, I should have kept the real time fruit for a few more days, and the scenes were a little less exciting. Previously, after Bai Yu collapsed the Holy Land, he directly transferred the fruit of true time away. Now, the fruit of true time is still eating ashes in Bai Yu's Na ring, ready to be strengthened with strengthening stones later. At this moment, the grief of the bones is as deep as the ocean, and this blood-red crime will end in death. The blonde five elders shouted. With my blood, burn my soul, awaken to the limit, and kill the devil. What? Everyone was surprised and distracted again. The curly hair was crazy, and the blonde hair was crazy. Interesting ability. Bai Yu looked at the blonde five elders calmly. Space shift. The long-bearded five elders suddenly bloomed with the power of the terrifying top fruit, and the powerful power of space washed away the entire Holy Land. Quote question mark exclamation mark. The pupils of Sengoku, Whitebeard, Dorag and others froze, because the five elders who were besieged by the scattered forces all disappeared. Kaido also looked condensed, because the total length of CP0 also disappeared in front of his eyes, and disappeared out of thin air without any warning. Advertisement. To attract the attention of Kaido and others with a curly beard crazy, the moment of distraction is the moment when predicting the future fails. Only calm and undistracted can predict the future, this is the law, even the devil can't make exceptions. Space blockade. In the next instant, the bearded five elders, along with the other 2 five elders and the chief CPO, appeared in the sky where the throne of heaven was, right behind Bai Yu. Space freezes. As soon as it appeared out of thin air, the bearded five elders blocked the surrounding space and completely solidified the space range where Bai Yu was, freezing everything. Paramesha space fruit. The legend of the legend, the top of the top, the door fruit that appears from the outside world plus the upper fruit of the were fruit. Master the power of space. Seal the sky and seal the earth. At the moment when the space solidified, the curly-haired five elders made a bold move, and a shimmer of light suddenly flourished, completely covering the solidified space where Bai Yu was. Controlled by the long beard, the frozen space does not affect the actions of other people. Paramesha sealed fruit. The attack power is not strong, but it can seal the sky and the earth. The biggest effect is to seal the enemy's devil fruit ability, and seal the special ability except Haki. For example, the power of static electricity that comes with the Fur clan, the power of fire that comes with the Lunaria clan of Jin, and now there are only the special abilities that are not top-level knowledge that have been shown by Straw Hat, Momonosuke, Roger, and Odin. Listen to the voice of all things, etc. Seal. Except for Haki, all supernatural abilities that ordinary people do not have. The abilities Bai Yu showed were too many to describe with devil fruit, but they were all supernatural powers, so the curly-haired five elders chose sealed fruit. 100 times katakana middle dot ghost slash. Wrath of the Titans. At the same moment, the knife-wielding bald five elders and CP0 Chief Kronos attacked their strongest force. The total length of CPO is Eudemon's Titan. And the fruit ability of the bald five elders, Paramesha big and small fruit. The name is the size, but it is a conceptual fruit, the description of the specific ability, the upper position of the Momo fruit. Because Momo fruit can only increase its own speed, as well as the volume and weight of objects it touches, it cannot directly increase its other powers. As for the size of the fruit, it can increase its own strength in all directions, it can also weaken the strength of the enemy, and the most amazing thing is that it can also increase the strength of its companions. Therefore, it is a special causal conceptual ability similar to the fruit of childishness. At this moment, the attacks of the bald-headed five elders and the chief CP0 increased by 100 times, and the attacks were extremely terrifying and terrifying. Not good. From the curly-haired five elders going crazy, to the blonde five elders babbling a bunch of nonsense. The long-bearded five elders used the power of space to move the crowd, and then the attack broke out, in just an instant. Golden Lion and others are mad, being tricked by the five elders. Any madness is fake, the target is always the captain. The momentary siege of such a distraction is too far away to continue. The expressions of Hancock, Nami, and Robin were also frozen, because there were still attacks that erupted at the same time. Time stands still. At the same moment, Yimu looked up at where Bai Yu was, and burst out the power of time, blessing and solidifying in the space where Bai Yu was. The solidification of time plus space. Chucky. Immediately afterwards, countless terrifying lasers burst out from the high-altitude shadow, pouring down, making the void squeak wherever it passed. It was Yimu's previous blow that destroyed the Hive Island, which instantly destroyed the country and destroyed the island. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen. It was as if Bai Yu was the only place left in the whole world, and all around were powerful attacks of destruction attacks. If it was replaced by any one person, when distracted, stuck in time and space, unable to move, and his ability was sealed, he was attacked by 100 times stronger slash, Titan Fist, and laser siege of destroying the island. The next moment must be death. The battle situation is changing rapidly. Needle drops can be heard all over the world. Nice show. Just as all over the world held their breaths, all the strong and all women were frightened and angry, the five elders and CP0 and Yimu looked expectantly. Bai Yu's voice suddenly exploded in the Holy Land. What? The five elders were stunned, and their movements were frozen at this moment. Everything is still, everything is still. The island-destroying laser was stagnant in the sky, the slashes of the bald five elders and the attack of the chief CPO were also solidified, and the rest of the five elders were also frozen in place. Get attention with the curly-haired five elders going crazy, and start with the abilities of the blonde five elders. Bai Yu activated space solidification with a strength that surpassed everyone, directly overwhelmed all abilities, and sat calmly on the throne of the sky, reminiscing about the performance just now. Advertisement. Blonde five elders abilities. Paramesha word spirit fruit. What is the spirit of words? Not long ago, when Bai Yu customized devil fruit, he wanted to customize this fruit, but gave up. And the five elders didn't develop enough because they only ate devil fruit for a long time, so the golden-haired five elders sacrificed themselves with words and spirits, opening the ultimate awakening for the five elders. Sacrifice the spirit of words, enhance the strength of others and awaken the fruit to the limit. When I'm distracted, freeze the beard space plus IM's time still. Curly-haired five elders seal the sky and seal the earth, trying to seal all the supernatural abilities that ordinary people don't have. And then use the bald-headed five elders and Cronus's 100-fold increase attack plus the laser attack of destroying the country and destroying the island. 5. Bai Yu's voice was soothing, which made all the strong and all the women realize that this was really a one-hit plan to kill. But unfortunately, the wrong target was chosen. In other words, the five elders have no choice. After all, catch the thief first and catch the king, and as long as Bai Yu is still alive, they will die. You please me. The five elders, the chief CP0, and Yimu couldn't help but feel despair, because Bai Yu's strength was beyond recognition. Time freezes thinking, space freezes not, so Bai Yu chooses the latter and feels his desperation. The same freeze, Bai Yu was calm, and they all couldn't move, which was the source of the gap and despair. Space fruit. Bai Yu looked at the long beard. This fruit is too foul, even if all the strong are besieged together, they will not be able to get the long beard. So, die, su. With the audience holding their breath, the five elders were terrified and shocked. Bai Yu just glanced at Longbeard. The whole person turned into ashes and dissipated with the wind, leaving no trace. The Paramesha space fruit, which appeared directly in Bai Yu's hands, shocked the world. Gollum. 39. The Holy Land is on the side of the world government, and hidden careerists and evil parties all over the world are trembling with fear. Destroying a country and destroying an island is terrifying, but they are even more afraid of this silent destruction, and will deprive them of everything by the way. Incomprehensible horror. Is he a god? I don't know how many malicious people around the world are paralyzed on the ground. The most direct one is the total paralysis of the Holy Land. Kong slumped on the ground in a trance. Ryder glanced down and lost interest. Target. Holy Land celestial dragons and CPs. The former will perish, the latter will die. Kill them. Bai Yu moved the curly hair, blonde hair, and the total length of CP0 back to their original positions, and handed them over to Whitebeard and others to continue the siege. It's your turn. Bai Yu looked down at Yimu below and felt the chaos in Yimu's heart. Demon King Bai Yu. Yimu raised his head and looked up, inexplicably calm. I don't know how many years, the first time I looked up, the first time I waited, but I didn't expect that a real god would come. I don't regret giving you time to grow. Come on, take my head, you are the new king of the world. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the girls of Kaya spread out their angel wings and flew in front of Yimu, their momentum condensed and washed away. Quote. Seeing Bai Yu's posture while watching the play, and feeling the fighting spirit of the female audience, Yi Mu's emotions at this moment were uncontrollable and cold. The king cannot be humiliated. No, I am also a king. Shirahoshi took a step forward, swept away the frailty he had once been, and washed up with colorful brilliance, and suddenly rose into the sky. The next moment, enveloped the women. The atmosphere of terror overwhelmed the audience. What? It's her. The powerful momentum shocked all directions, and the faces of Rayleigh, Sengoku, Kaido, Mihawk and others could not hide their surprise. After thinking about it, the strong people have thought about a lot of possibilities, but they have never thought about the women. Unexpectedly, the captain said that he would take action to suppress Yimu's people. How did this kind of momentum do it? The girls disappeared, the colored streamers couldn't see through, and the momentum increased sharply. Chapter 275. Ultimate Athena vs Root IM. Ragnarok, System Beep. Boom, boom. As the colored streamer washed Shirahoshi's body and enveloped the girls and rose into the sky, the terrifying momentum continued to rise. Whoosh whoosh. In the color streamer, 58 women, including Hancock, Nami, Robin, Kaya, Yuta, Gion, Vivi, Perona, all turned into streamers and rushed to where Shirahoshi was, and merged into it. Boom. The terrifying momentum smashed the sky, and cracks appeared in a large area that the entire Holy Land range could not bear. What fruit is this? 35. I understood something, but had never heard of this fruit power. It's amazing. The burst of momentum in the color streamer made Whitebeard, Kaido, Sengoku and others feel heart palpitations. The remaining 3-5 elders were even more in a trance and despair. I didn't expect that apart from the irresistible Bai Yu could have such a terrifying existence. Introverted momentum, streamer into the body. A beautiful tall figure, standing high in the sky, cold and peerless, showing the power that belongs to the king. The long colored hair is like a rainbow with a lustrous shawl, and the face is carefully carved out by the creator, and every part is perfect. My name, Athena, the mighty queen, the woman with the perfect female god of war stance, holding a white gold long sword, her cold voice was soothing. Bai Yu. Girls, you really know how to play. The ship's steward is called Athena. The fantasy fruit is a special fruit made by Bai Yu with a custom devil fruit card and given to Shirahoshi to eat. The power of fantasy. Instantly turn fantasy into reality. Fantasy creates all objects and life, and endows itself with all fantasy superpowers. However, because it is also attributed to devil fruit, it also has limitations. It is impossible to fantasize to create things that exceed the upper limit of physical strength and physical endurance, and cannot use fantasy ability to restore the physical strength and injuries consumed by fantasy creation. Fantasy fusion. It is a move that Shirahoshi accidentally researched after the fruit awakened when he was doing penance in the House of Time and Spirit. Based on oneself, with the power of fantasy, the women who resonate with their will and thoughts are integrated into themselves to form new characters. To put it simply, the current Athena is a combination of 58 women, whose strength and will are completely integrated. Shirahoshi's ability to withstand the power of this fusion is attributed to Kaya's restored fruit. After all, it is a crystal from the sky and is not a devil fruit in essence, so it breaks the limitation of fantasy fruit. Brother Bai Yu said that the restoration fruit is not devil fruit, it's just called this, so don't worry, you can restore it even if you can't bear it. Do you feel it? Our strength is so strong. Bai Yu said that the new character is the one who surpasses everyone and is the closest to him in the Qinghai world. Then we have merged, what should we call it? Bai Yaki Weiban Lanati Lakunaizaneka. If it's too long to use our name combination, it's better to call it. A few days ago, all the girls looked at the housekeeper projected by the artificial intelligence on the spacecraft, Goddess Athena. 99. Athena, looking at the terrifying goddess of war in the air, murmured. Myths and legends. The goddess of wisdom and war and the goddess of art. Zeus, Prometheus, Loki, etc. These names are all circulated in the Qinghai world, and Athena is also very famous. It's perfect. Bai Yu is the third time to see Athena after all the girls are combined. She is a perfect female warrior who combines all the advantages of all the girls' appearance and body. Such a beautiful woman, I admit that your strength is very strong and cannot be speculated, but. Yimyu's voice was also extremely cold. You are the devil's subordinate or his woman after all, even if you have the identity of the so-called ancient weapon Poseidon, you still can't match my identity. In other words, Bai Yu is the master of power, and Yimu is also the master of power. No matter how strong Athena is, he is only the second person. This is unacceptable to Yimu. Yimu would rather be rubbed by Bai Yu directly on the ground. What identity backquote? Athena looked down at coldly. In my eyes, you are just an ant looking up to the gods. 35. The king cannot be humiliated. Snorted coldly. Crack. 35. When Yimu raised his hand, the void throne like an upside-down double-edged sword shattered, turning into a red golden long sword and rapidly shrinking into Yimu's hand. This ability. Athena looked sideways. Before, showed the power of time, and now he reduced the void throne into a long sword, as if he could control everything in the world. 3 legendary fruits. Bai Yu recalled the 3 major fruits he said when he first met Kukaros, and now he understands time, space, and origin. And this legend is not a legend known to everyone in Qinghai, but a legend buried deep in history. For 800 years, it has never existed. The true time fruit and true space fruit are currently in Bai Yu's hands, while the root fruit is in Yimu. All things in the world have a beginning and an end, and the source of all things is the source, and the source controls all things and controls all supernatural forces. The power of the root in my palm, you can completely end it here. Came to the sky in an instant, and a terrifying aura erupted. Time stopped with a sword, and a sword fell into space and annihilated. Boom. Advertisement. At the moment when time stopped, the space where Athena was located collapsed, and the dense dark space cracks were like an abyss. Hiss. Countless people around the world were shocked. The world government, who has lived for more than 800 years, is behind the scenes and is so terrifying. Missing. Im's pupils were slightly condensed, and he quickly calmed down to predict the future, and suddenly saw Athena appearing out of thin air in the distance a few seconds later, avoiding the ability to stop time. The Fruit of Time by Kazuki Hiyori. And because it cannot perfectly control the power of time, it was renamed Paramesha, Fruit of Time by Bai Yu. Able to travel into the future. It is also the power of time, or the power of time and space, to break free of time and travel to a few seconds later. A second before Athena appeared. Cut. Calmed down and turned around with a terrifying slash. Cracks appeared in the void, and the slashing condensed into a dazzling golden light, which instantly turned into a golden lightsaber that penetrated the sky and the ground, and fell with a monstrous pressure. Shoot! The sky was torn apart in an instant. The dazzling golden light drew a long and narrow ravine in the sky that seemed to have no end in sight, and landed directly on the Holy Land. Boom! The terrifying slash directly cut open the Holy Land, the red line trembled, and dashed towards the sea below with unabated power. Lord I am. With such power, the spirits of the remaining 5 elders were shaken, but after the Demon King, they suddenly became decadent. The Demon King's random action before had completely shattered their confidence. The Demon King is invincible, and I am Sama, is just struggling in vain. Goo close together. Shocking. Tornado. Fist bone meteor. The Buddha's light shines. Smash thunder. Whitebeard, Dorag, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr besiege Paramesha 5 elders. Because he sacrificed himself with the spirit of words before, his heart was hit by Bai Yu's attack, and his strength was greatly reduced at this moment. The blonde was hit hard in an instant. Gravity chaos. Meteor volcano. Ice age. 8 feet Joan Tomo. The strongest punch. Fujitora, Akainu, Kuzan, Kizaru are still attacking the curly 5 elders, and Bullet is also involved. Seal the sky and seal the earth. The curly-haired 5 elders released the power of the seal again, completely sealing the devil fruit ability of the 5 people in the sealing field. Ha! This is exactly what I want. Bullet was even more excited about fighting head-to-head without using fruit abilities. After all, the advantage of the fusion fruit is destruction, and fighting against the top powerhouse, the fusion becomes a drag. Die. Akainu performed a 6-style attack and picked up a knife and slashed it. When he was a teenager, Akainu played with knives. He joined Marine at the age of 23 and became a recruit monster. Until the age of 28, he still carried a long knife behind his back. Crap. 99. Fujitora attacked with a knife without saying a word, and Kuzan volleyed directly. Kizaru. 99. It's very embarrassing for you guys to do this, so you picked up a knife and chopped it up. Extremely slashed. Shadow sword. Blood shadow slash. Smashing thrust. Lion thousand slice valley. 55. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Ryder, Katakuri, and Golden Lion basically fought with knives, and Ka-er used a trident to besiege the bald-headed 5 elders together. Because Kong slumped on the ground when he saw Bai Yu's attack, Ryder also joined the siege after leaving Kong to the squad to detain. The bald-headed 5 elders are also the most powerful after Bai Yu's bearded 5 elders who obliterated the space fruit. The increase of Momo Fruit's high-ranking fruit makes his attack wide open. Yamato's attack is extremely powerful. This makes Hawkeye's blood boil, and the siege can also be upgraded. Perhaps he can enter the Supreme Swordsman today. Light Cannon. Thunder 8 trigrams. Simple Linlin came to help Kaido, besieged together, and won the CP0 commander in Titan form as soon as possible. Linlin. Use that trick. Advertisement. Okay, old black cow. Kaido's face darkened. Who taught Linlin's nickname? It's really abominable to ruin Linlin. Linlin is still a child. Buggy. Sorry, it's me. Kronos, I have to admit that your strength is very strong. If it weren't for the war, I would definitely have fought with you for 10 days and a half months. Kaido said the more indifferent he became. Now. Die. Kaido and Linlin stood together, and their momentum burst out. They raised their mace and giant sword respectively, and their combo skills exploded. Ba hi. Boom. Wars continue throughout the Holy Land. You stopped. I.M. flatly opened his mouth, and his heart trembled beneath his seemingly calm exterior. The slash just now was blocked by Athena, and it was the explosion of conquerors, a blow from the air. I.M. came back to his senses, and moved to Athena in space again, trying to freeze again and destroy the space with a sword. The tricks that have been used will not work the second time. Athena grabbed the incoming holy sword. When the weak burn the small universe, only pollution and smog are created, stupid humans. Athena, absolute faith. Stop. Sinner. 66. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. Didn't it just play a few games of kings in the earth world created by the spiritual space, and you were all affected? I don't understand what you're talking about. I.M. grabbed the holy sword and found that his own strength could not be pulled out. Are fruit abilities useless? I.M. suddenly discovered this, because Athena can forcibly break the blockade of time and space, and the other root powers are even more useless. Boom. Quote. I.M. let go, and the conquerors burst out, bombarding Athena. Boom. Athena also punched, and the two attacks collided in the air and exploded directly, causing I.M. to retreat hundreds of meters. It's about time. Athena whispered, the only limitation of the fusion is time. Kr. Prayers are useless. I.M. was about to say something when Athena interrupted. Dedicated to time, punished by death, your years. So far. Boom. Conqueror's armed color and colorful streamers of various abilities erupted from the body again, and Athena's momentum increased again. I'm calling for victory. Athena threw Haki and the colored streamer into her fist. The Ragnarok, Li Ma Jiao. The colored streamer turned into an overwhelming tsunami-shaped shock wave, and the void twisted and rushed towards I.M. World Scepter. 9. With such a range of attacks, I.M. exuded the power of the root of nothingness, and mobilized the behemoth in the sky that was enough to destroy the island and destroy the country. The power of the root and the island-destroying laser burst out from the shadows in the dark clouds in the sky together rushed towards the fist of the Ragnarok. Boom. 35. Ragnarok destroys Im's attack and the island-destroying laser, drowns Im, and goes straight into the sky. Boom. The behemoth hidden in the high-altitude dark clouds exploded directly before people could see what it was. Lord Im. The 5 elders were heartbroken when they saw Im being overwhelmed by the attack and the behemoth of the sky collapsed. After the huge kingdom was disintegrated by the coalition forces, it has been glorious for 800 years. The 5 elders recalled the past in an instant, looked up at Bai Yu on the throne of the sky, and let out a final roar. Demon King, this supreme right will end. It will decay. Someone will end you eventually. Not good. Rewind. The bodies of the 5 elders swelled rapidly, condensed with terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the 5 elders collectively blew themselves up, turning into 3 mushroom clouds and bursting above the Holy Land, blood staining the sky. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Supreme Right. Bai Yu looked at Athena and saw a delicate and small toy on the long sword in her hand. The toy struggled on the long sword and seemed very dissatisfied. Toy, I am deity. With the strength of Athena, display Wawa plus childlike interest, and end the ripping. The aftermath dissipated, and the Holy Land was dead silent. Ding. Detected. Bai Yu was slightly surprised, and at this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Bai Yu seemed to hear a joke. A small world, where does the supreme power come from? It's just a game. Chapter 276. Pretty chick. Erase the world government system and unify the empire. Ding. It is detected that the strongest forces in this world are suppressed by the host subordinates. Ding. It was detected that the lord of the strongest force was suppressed by the host subordinates. Ding. It is detected that the overall strength of the host is enough to push this world horizontally. Ding. It is detected that the strength of host subordinates is enough to push this world horizontally. 35. Ding. It is detected that the prestige and influence of the host ranks first in this field. Ding. Please name this world and issue special rewards for the host. Quote. A series of system prompts sounded. Bai Yu listened carefully to each sentence, and in general, one sentence. Congratulations, this world is yours. Special reward. How special? Bai Yu exuded thought. Judging from this series of test descriptions, Bai Yu found the key. The prompt sound was a prompt that sounded suddenly after most of the Holy Land forces were suppressed, the 5 elders blew themselves up, and Im was suppressed by Athena. So the conditions should be satisfied. First, Bai Yu is the strongest. Second, Bai Yu is the most powerful. Third, the prestige world first. Fourth, Bai Yu or his subordinates suppress the world's strongest power and the Lord of Power. You guys don't deceive me. Bai Yu praised the younger brothers. Not to mention the rest, just say that the prestige and influence are number 1 in the world. Bai Yu did not take the initiative to do anything about it. Basically, it was created by the younger brothers who have worked hard recently and spread it all over the world. Forcing allied countries to withdraw from the world government, promoting the evil of celestial dragons, various metaphors that Bai Yu is the master of the world, and proposing live broadcast of the final battle, etc. All in all, get ready for Bai Yu to ascend to the top of the world. Name it. Bai Yu recalled the day he first arrived in this world. Just after graduation, when I woke up, I found myself in Kaya's house in West Blue Village, East Blue. When I opened my eyes, I looked at Kaya with big, curious eyes. Bai Yu said that the girl was very beautiful, but she couldn't understand what she was saying. Fortunately, the system woke up in time, and the novice gift package also contained language and words. Wearing one piece. East Blue Shirobu Village. Crazy. This is Bai Yu's first reaction. The theme of the anime is the bloody adventure of the protagonist group, but if it becomes a reality, it will be the cruel world of the strong. This is the age of the great pirates. Pirates are thieves, even good thieves are useless, because the word thief, in plain terms, is a derogatory term in countless worlds, and people dislike dogs. Anime beautifies too seriously, the darkness is sloppy, and the rest is full of joy and banquets, while reality is full of cruelty. So Bai Yu's first reaction was, how to get out of this terrible and morbid world. 547. The world of the strong. You can do whatever you want with your strength. Really fragrant. With the plug-in, Bai Yu suddenly felt that the world became more beautiful. 1 year in the village of Shi Luobu, more than 2 years in the sea, and in the past 4 years, Bai Yu's strength and will have grown explosively. The only constant is his mentality. The most fundamental thing is that the emperor is on the top, and I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. Dai Tien. First of all, the word thief is inappropriate, and it is useless to beautify it, so the world title must not use thief. Bai Yu removed the words, pirate world, from his mind and named it Qinghai world. Ding. Please confirm the host. 35. I'm sure. Ding. This world has been named Qinghai Realm, and special rewards are being distributed. It is expected to be half an hour. It is good. Half an hour is only half an hour. The more this is the case, the more Bai Yu feels that the reward this time is not easy, and he is looking forward to it. Just in time to end it. See Lord Bai Yu. Athena half-kneeled, like a peerless and independent snow-capped ice lotus. IM has been suppressed by me, please instruct Lord Bai Yu. Boom bang bang. Delicate and small toys, also slapping on Athena's long sword. The power of the root really controls all abilities, and Kayadena surpasses IM in hard power, so IM, who has become a toy, cannot resist with his abilities. Be honest, girl. Bai Yu looked at Athena with admiration, then looked at the toy, and the voice slowly washed away. I am 39. Unreasonable, the king cannot be humiliated. Advertisement. The word, chicken, was blasphemous in Yi Mu's eyes, and she wanted to blow herself up in anger. Even if it didn't hurt Bai Yu, she would throw a little dust in his eyes. But a toy is a toy, and a small toy can explode a hammer. Sir Bai Yu, she is not small. Athena had a very cold temperament, but reminded Bai Yu seriously. What's not small? She is not young, and she is also a big cow, so she is not young. 55. Bai Yu secretly sighed that he was right, but this doesn't match up with the cold Yu. Was it really influenced by Perona? The sluggish little head has influenced dozens of girls, it's really powerful. I remember you. 35. Can accept defeat and death, but the pride in her heart is that she can't accept anyone's comments. Do you need to tell her how good she is? As a woman, you have been in charge of world government for 800 years, you. Boom bang bang. 35. Bai Yu was talking, and Toy slapped the long sword again, protesting. You will take it sooner or later. Bai Yu didn't care, big sister Yimu. No matter what happens in the anime, in this real Qinghai world, who likes to play with butterflies among flowers is a woman parallel picture in the upper right corner. If the anime is not, Bai Yu will always treat it as a parallel world. It would be too bad if I am not a woman, wearing a cloak-like tail dress and playing with butterflies among the flowers. Lord Bai Yu, the time is up, I'm leaving. Athena said. At this moment, a stream of light burst out from Athena, scattered around, and appeared as 58 girls. Go to the undead prison and play. The moment Athena disappeared, causing her ability to disappear, and about to change from a toy to a human being, Bai Yu directly transferred who was unable to resist in a toy state, into the undead prison. As the master of the world government and the woman who stands at the top of the power, can't solve it with just a few words, but Bai Yu has time. Like teasing butterflies among flowers. Then I'll give you a few different styles. Bai Yu can set any style you want for the undead prison. There is always one for Bai Yu diverted the live broadcast because the girls rushed up. Bai Yu, we won, the world is yours. Nami turned into a white cloud and flew over happily. Husband, congratulations, you have become the new king of the world. Hancock took the lead to snuggle up like a teleport. Brother Bai Yu, how are you feeling now? Are you excited? Vivi smiled sweetly. Robin smiled. The great king of the world, please give your testimonials. Cough cough. 35 Perona flew over and coughed lightly, and said very casually, is there still a testimonial? It's just to win the world government, it's not worth mentioning. Quote. Sister Perona's expression and tone, I feel so familiar. Kuina pondered. Perona imitates Bai Yu. Yuta smiled and said, it looks like 3 points, the remaining 7 points. Hey, Yuta motioned the girls to look at the corners of Bai Yu's mouth. It's nice to talk to other people, but when you talk to us, you always have a bad smile and are not serious. Seeing the black line on Bai Yu's forehead, the girls laughed lightly. As you wish. With a wicked smile on the corner of Bai Yu's mouth, he looked at the girls. It's hard for you, I decided to reward you, yes, it's not serious. 5. Pudding whispered, vaguely expecting, but it's still live. Don't worry, the live footage is not on our side now. 99. The battle is still going on. Shirahoshi was no longer a novice, and blushed. I promise no one can see it. Bai Yu said and started to act. In the legend, a certain Ding Ji is the best famous scene, kiss one by one. Boom boom boom. 35. The Holy Land War is coming to an end. CP elites and the strongest shields are besieged by many powerful people, especially CP0 people, they must not stay. The entire Holy Land is full of cracks, and it is no longer as prosperous as before. Every time a capable person dies, there will be an extra devil fruit beside Bai Yu, and Boj girls also come to compare them one by one to see if there is a top devil fruit that is more suitable for them. Jia ha ha ha, it's over. Golden Lion cut off the head of the last strongest shield, and looked around the battlefield, there were no more powerful people in the Holy Land. Chong. Suddenly, an extremely strong sword force burst out, and all the strong immediately alerted, thinking that another strong enemy appeared. Eagle Eye, Shiryu and the others were amazed when they saw that the sword force burst out from Hawkeye. Although it didn't show the captain's scene, when the sword's power came out, the 10,000 weapons trembled and surrendered, but it was amazing enough. Because, at this moment, Eagle Eye has entered the stage of Supreme Swordsman. Zhanao comprehends the breathing of all things, Dezhenhao feels the law of breathing of all things, and the Supreme Swordsman affects the breathing of all things. It feels good. 39. Hawkeye let out a sigh of relief, there was no pride in his cold face, and he still needed to keep working hard. Advertisement. I'm not afraid that others are more talented than you, but I'm afraid that people who are more talented than you will work harder than you. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Rayleigh only wants to surpass Roger, and all kinds of benefits are a small goal, while Hawkeye is chasing Bai Yu's pace, no matter how many benefits, he has to work hard. Wrong. Kaido's expression was extremely serious at the moment. I have found a serious problem, and it is very serious. Gu la la la, it's amazing that you can still find the problem. Whitebeard looked at the old black bull with admiration. Kaido didn't quarrel, but said solemnly, Take Hawkeye as an example. As long as he improves his swordsmanship step by step, he can continue to break the limit and become stronger. Then what about us? Train your physique in hockey. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Everyone was startled. Yes. First of all, Fruit Awakening vs Top Great Swordsman, this is a draw for the time being. If one day, everyone's hockey reaches the extraordinary level as hockey's true solution said, and the physique exceeds the top of the phantom beast species, and the Fruit Awakening can't bring benefits, then Hawkeye will have one more supreme swordsman than everyone. Harm. Years later, the supreme swordsman plus exceptional hockey plus eagle eye with a 6-star physique will definitely be stronger than an exceptional hockey plus 6-star physique plus Fruit Awakening. Am I going to pursue the supreme Banghao? Kaido felt a little melancholy. Worried about becoming stronger. Bai Yu saw what everyone was thinking, and it was a normal idea of not wanting to be weaker than others. In the Qinghai world, this kind of strength is enough, and even exceeds the standard. If one day encounters new world, there are ways to continue to become stronger, but it is not enough. Boyle, run, why didn't you run? Doflamingo came to a certain place in the Holy Land, chasing the remnants of celestial dragons above the Holy Land. The celestial dragons' elites were wiped out by the girls, and the rest were trash. Golden binding. Tezzolo directly restrained the remnants of celestial dragons, and said coldly, before we came, we discussed two methods, the first, public execution, and the second, captivity and sent to the arena, and paid onlookers. It turns out, how does it feel to have both approaches going together? Tezzolo is worthy of being the richest man in the world. At this time, he does not forget to charge, and he will make a lot of money when he catches the opportunity. Shut up. Before waiting for the remnants of celestial dragons to beg for mercy, the large piece of gold was all sealed, and Tezzolo wanted to kick one to death. Stop. Buggy flew over with a split body, and solemnly reminded, you can't treat celestial dragons like this, at least you have to dig out all the treasures they know, and then chop them directly to feed the fish, it would be too wasteful to kick them to death. It was my fault. Tezzolo deeply reviewed himself, and it was really too cheap to kick him to death. And Buggy is right, each celestial dragons is a top rich man, maybe there are various hidden bases in the outside world, and a lot of treasures are placed. Boiled, celestial dragons does have a lot of industries in various places, and there are some islands dedicated to celestial dragons. I need to trouble senior writer to dig out all their memories. Doflamingo looked at the Don Quixote family and laughed unbridled. TTT, in this new era of smiles, I'm back. Yeah, haha, is this the descendant of the gods? Enel looked down at him disdainfully. The high platform is built, half of it will be taken away, and it will be publicly executed. 5. In the center of the ruins of the Holy Land, a high platform was quickly established by various abilities at this moment, and the live broadcast screen was also here. Too fast, the Holy Land was destroyed by the Demon King's forces in a blink of an eye. Too strong. No one can stop the godlike devil, he is the new king of the world. Are you going to form a new world government? Our country must join, or it will be destroyed. Long live the Demon King. Shish, that I am has lived for 800 years, and the godlike demon lord may live more than 10,000 years. 5. That's celestial dragons. 66. Amid the talk all over the world, the remnants of the celestial dragons were pinned to a high platform, where they knelt in terror. Needless to say, the Holy Land celestial dragons is history, kill. With Bai Yu's words washed away, the remnants of the celestial dragons died on the high platform. Before people from all over the world could return to their senses, Bai Yu's voice sounded again. This world, I want it. Erase the world government system and establish a unified empire. The land of the four seas, the great root, the red line, wherever the sun and the moon shine, wherever the mountains and seas come, all return to the empire. The world was in an uproar. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The commoners were in a trance and a little excited. This is what the godlike demon king said to purge all the aristocratic villains, and they naturally believed it. Enemies, kill without mercy. And those princes and nobles were terrified at Bai Yu's great unification, and the pirates of the evil party were terrified of its mighty power. Ding. Reward distribution begins. Wow. From now on, cleanse the world's princes and nobles, the pirate gang. Chapter 277. Ding, Lord of the Qinghai realm. Genesis. Starburst. 4 provinces continent, out. Ding, congratulations to host for becoming the king of the world, rewarding a special title. The Lord of the Qinghai realm. Ding, congratulations to host for becoming the master of the world, rewarding special powers. 39. Genesis. Ding, it is detected that the host has world-class power, reward items. Vientiane star map. Ding, it is detected that host has a cosmic star map, reward, item. Universe star gate. Ding, it is detected that the host has a cosmic star gate minus, reward items. Quantum battleships. So many. Infinite nesting dolls. After waiting for half an hour and waiting for a series of rewards, Bai Yu couldn't help but immerse himself in his mind and was about to check the information, but the system prompt sounded again. Ding, it is detected that the host and the forces have the conditions to conquer the universe where the Qinghai world is located, and random rewards will be given. Two-way foil. Ding, check that the host has a cosmic dimension weapon and reward items. Crystal Palace. 9. Any more. Quote. The system keeps nesting dolls for rewards, and Bai Yu said that he can keep nesting them to see what else can be nested. After waiting for a while, until the Crystal Palace, the system prompt sound no longer sounded. Bai Yu immersed himself in looking at it. Master of the Qinghai Realm. A world-class conceptual title, wearing it will bind the origin of the Qinghai Realm, and the host can be released at any time. Introduction overview. The world will not be destroyed, and I will not be destroyed. If the world is destroyed, I will not be destroyed. If I destroy, the world will be destroyed. Genesis. The power of a concept that can grow, devours the origin of the world, grows and feeds back on itself, and completely controls the world. Introduction overview. Concept God. Vientiane star map. Coordinates of all galaxies and planets in the universe of Qinghai, three-dimensional images, and overview of planets. Universal Star Gate. According to the coordinates, open the star gate to enter the planet. Quantum Battleship Group. Galaxy-class space battleship, including the general outline of science and technology. Two-way foil. From the advanced Singer civilization, the universe law dimension weapon, the civilization cleaning tool, can reduce the dimension of the three-dimensional galaxy into a two-dimensional plan. Crystal Palace. A conceptual artifact, containing eternal attributes, which can hold true spirits. The Crystal Palace is immortal, and the body is immortal. Features. Youth forever. Let me stroke it. 99. Bai Yu skips over star maps, star gates, battleships and two-way foils, which are all things used to conquer the universe. After all, the Qinghai world is a small world and a small planet. Bai Yu can't live here forever. The universe is so big, he always has to go out for a walk. But the Qinghai world was not stable yet, so Bai Yu was not in a hurry to think about these things. The Crystal Palace is an incomparably luxurious palace, a conceptual artifact, a top treasure that can last forever. Bai Yu can let the girls settle in, so that their true spirit can be entrusted to them. In this way, as long as the Crystal Palace is not destroyed, even if the girls die unexpectedly in the outside world, because the true spirit is not destroyed, they will be resurrected perfectly in the Crystal Palace directly. The concept of another meaning is immortal, and in this way, Op Fruit's immortality surgery is not needed. Bai Yu feels good about it. After all, the surgery of immortality is only immortality brought by devil fruit, and it is only immortality in name. With Crystal Palace, the girls will live beautifully forever. Most importantly, the Crystal Palace is a conceptual artifact item that Bai Yu can carry around, a removable Crystal Palace. The title of Lord of the Qinghai Realm, this title is really cruel. 35. Bai Yu has only 4 words to describe this title: domineering hooligan. No matter whether the Qinghai Realm is destroyed or not, Bai Yu will be fine, but if Bai Yu is in trouble, the Qinghai Realm will be gone. In a word, if I die, the world will be destroyed with me. Genesis. Bai Yu accepts the power of this concept and feels its power. In terms of strength, the increase is not large, but it has a conceptual characteristic. That is to be able to conceptualize the origin of the world and devour it, so as to increase one's strength and become the creator of this world. Creator. Omnipotent. The premise is that Bai Yu has the power to suppress this world. What is the power to suppress this world? To blow up this world, or to push everyone in the world? Bai Yu raised his hand in thought. If it is the former, the current Bai Yu can't do it, the latter is fine. Just try to know. Buzz. When Bai Yu raised his hand to use power. Genesis, the whole world became dark, extremely dark. At this moment, the world shakes. Kaido, Sengoku and others were also stunned, how suddenly the world was dark, and seeing, hearing, and coloring also lost their effect. Don't be nervous, I'm doing the experiment. Bai Yu's words were soothing the emotions of the girls and younger brothers. Everyone calmed down and waited. Bai Yu's eyes are very bright at this moment. As the source conceptualized, I feel it, the source of this world. Advertisement. Crack. Crack. At this moment, a gap suddenly opened in the dark sky, lightning and thunder added a bit of brilliance, and an incomparably huge colored sphere appeared, covering the sky and the sun. Hi, Gollum. At this moment, everyone around the world felt a shudder in their souls, as if life and soul had to leave themselves and return to the embrace of the world's roots. At the same time, there is also a kind of grief, as if his mother is going to go abroad. There is also an expectation, as if the next moment will be reborn. All kinds of complex emotions are washed in the hearts of countless creatures around the world, and no one can speak. Come. Bai Yu spat out a word. The colorful sphere that covered the sky turned into a streamer and rushed towards Bai Yu, shrinking by 1 point every meter. In the blink of an eye, when he was a few meters away from Bai Yu, he had become the size of a ping-pong ball. When it fell into Bai Yu's hands, it turned into peanut-sized crystals. It's like a dream. Bai Yu looked at the colored crystals and commented. Bai Yu threw it into his mouth, and the mouth melted, and the vast and extremely gentle energy instantly washed Bai Yu's body. I see. After swallowing the conceptualized source of the world, Bai Yu realized Genesis. When Bai Yu can suppress all beings in this world and everything in this world, the basic conditions of Genesis are satisfied, and the origin of this world can be conceptualized. After devouring the source. 1. The power of all spirits in this world can be integrated into oneself, and the ultimate sublimation can be achieved. 2. In this realm, there will be a creator-like power of creation. Boom boom boom. The outside world was calm, while Bai Yu's body was undergoing an earth-shaking sublimation, getting stronger every moment. Same as Bai Yu's fusion of crew, subordinate powers, but this time it's a fusion of all the powers of life in a whole world. No matter how many people there are countless sea kings in the sea. Time enchantment. Bai Yu immediately constructed a time barrier to create different flow rates. Because there were too many, it would take a long time. 1 second outside, 1 year inside. 1 year, 2 years. 10 years, 20 years. 30 years, 60 years. When the outside world passed for more than a minute, Bai Yu had spent 66 years in the time barrier. 66 years. Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, very bright and without vicissitudes. Returning as still a teenager. 60 years ago in the barrier, Bai Yu had completed the fusion. In the next 6 years, he entered the gravity and spiritual space to sharpen himself, so as to control his skyrocketing strength. Brush. Bai Yu took one step and came to the space beyond the Qinghai world, and took another step to come to a planet. A Jupiter-like planet. Bai Yu overlooks this planet, similar to the solar system Jupiter, a gaseous planet mainly composed of non-solid matter. Whoosh. Bai Yu flicked his fingers, and the energy flashed away like a space jump. Boom. The burst of energy carried by the beam that penetrated the planet directly blasted the planet, and the gaseous state spread into space. In an instant, the fingers exploded. Reality rewritten. In the next moment, Bai Yu repaired the exploding planet in an instant to avoid any chain of accidental disasters. Host. Bai Yu. Physique. The concept limiter has been broken, heaven rewards diligence, and it can be strengthened infinitely. Sword intent. Da sword intent. Conqueror's Haki. Boundaries. Power. Genesis. Special title. Really the strongest in the world. Lord of the Qinghai world. Innate abilities. Teleportation, immortality, transfer, size, reality, magic eye of death, make fakes come true. Special ability. Omniscient and omnipotent. The unified name of the ability after the fusion of all abilities can be continuously integrated with other abilities and continuously optimized and enhanced. Special skill. 100% must be hand to hand. Special categories. Na Ring. Angel Wing, Holy Water, Zanpakuto, Time Machine, Fairy Bean Maker, Resurrection Coin, Siren, Wisdom Wheel, Fox Demon World Technology, Chat Group Invitation, Destruction Notes, Liuku Immortal Thief, Heaven Asking Sword, Emperor Sword Technique, Custom Devil Fruit Card, Any Door, God's Tongue, Pet Ball, Gourmet Tablecloth, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Cow Charm, Horse Charm, Burning Jew, Hogyoku, If Phone Booth, Golden Hoop, Fortified Stone, Chakra Fruit. Special Spaces. Undead Prison, Gravity Space, Spiritual Space, House of Time and Spirit. Special Partner. Optimized Female Elf, Kyogura Seeds. Special Information. One piece of information from the heavens, the host has not used. Special Mechanisms. 2 concept level optimizations, not used by host. Host Archives. Sacred Body, concept level Shinigami title, Zantian Gong, Super Husky. Katakana middle dot for flowers. Basic combat power. Planetary level. Comprehensive combat power. Stellar level. Advertisement. In this way, my strength has just gotten rid of the infant state and entered the infancy, and I have a long way to go. Bai Yu's eyes could not help but look at the vast cosmic starry sky, and his ambitions were purged. Exploring planets with a finger is the starting point. After all, there is a big gap between planets and stars. For example, if we use the volume to compare and calculate, the Sun is 1.3 million times the volume of the Earth, which is a million times. But again, the combat power cannot be calculated only by the destructive power is only an indicator. Quote. Bai Yu put away his thoughts and took a step to the sky above Qinghai, overlooking the world. From the outside, the most obvious thing in Qinghai is the red line that surrounds the planet, and the land of the 4 seas divided by the Grand Line, and the ocean is all over. The 4 seas are separated and not connected to each other. Ordinary people in East Blue want to go to West Blue, basically can only dream. To be more precise, ordinary people in each sea area have basically never even walked out of the island they are on. Because the sea is too dangerous and the islands are too far away, it is easy to capsize. Hundreds, thousands, countless islands are dotted with stars. If we don't solve it, the pirates in this world will never be eliminated. Bai Yu looked at all parts of the Qinghai world like a planetarium. There were too many small islands. 1 village and 1 island, 1 forest and 1 island, 1 city and 1 island, and 1 country and 1 island. If you kill 1 person and go to sea directly with Yongfan, even if Marine is 10 times stronger, don't even think about taking care of every island. So, there are too many islands to eliminate evil. If countless islands become a continent and the coastline is blocked, the evil parties from all over the world will not be able to go to sea. My name is Bai Yu. 35. When Bai Yu approached the Qinghai realm. As Bai Yu's voice washed away, a shimmer of light appeared in the dark sky, followed by a bright light, and the whole world became brighter but shook the world. Because, Bai Yu's face is as vast as the sky, overlooking the world. Countless people all over the world can look up to see the magnificent Bai Yu. Gollum. Is he a god? 5. Too terrifying. How can there be such a existence as a demon king in this world? Our world is not worthy. 35. Quote exclamation mark quote. Countless people all over the world looked up at the sky, and countless people couldn't help crawling on the ground, in awe and worship. Ship, Captain, Rayleigh and others were also shocked. Bai Yu looks so huge, as if moving his fingers at will, the whole world will explode. Wow, Bai Yu. The Nami girls cheered in shock. Bai Yu in their eyes was omnipotent, but now they just show Kamui. Island of the Four Seas, together. Bai Yu's voice cleansed the world, and the power of Genesis burst out. Boom. The next moment, countless islands in the east, west, north, south and four seas trembled, and the roaring sound resounded throughout the world. What happened? Kaido and the others were surprised, and since they were at the top of the red line at the moment, they all came to the edge to look at the world. Hi, 99. Whitebeard and others saw an amazing scene that shattered the world view again. All the islands of the four seas took off from the sea one after another, approaching the center of each sea area. The dense islands are always touching the hearts of Kuzan and others. The land of four continents, come out. Boom. When Bai Yu's words fell, the islands of the four seas approached one after another, and slowly condensed into a continent. In the center of each sea area, there is an incomparably magnificent continent. In the sea below the continent, the crust appears, which is convenient for the continent to fall and merge. Eastern state, western state, southern state, northern state. All the islands of the four seas disappeared and turned into four continents. The Grand Line is retained as a world feature, and several islands are left along the coast of the four states, and supplies enter the Grand Line. This is Genesis. I don't know whose trembling voice murmured, and fell to the ground. At this moment, the whole world is crazy. Countless people were shouting something, not to mention ordinary people. Golden Lion and others wanted to kneel down and shout a few words, and Enel was even more frantically shouting the King of Gods and the like. This is the Creator. Shang held the book in his hand tightly and glanced down. Bible. The Bible. Tier 35. After Shang regained his senses, without hesitation, he resolutely tore up the Bible and threw it into the sea. His eyes were very firm. FK your God. Ix. Chapter 278. Bai Yu defines the main language. Maiden form, Dr. Vegapunk. What a mighty force. 99. The original pirates such as Rayleigh and Bullet were amazed at Bai Yu's mighty power. Condensed one island on the mainland. This is the power that truly influences and rewrites the map of the world. The crust that supports the magnificent continent on the four seas is the power of the mythical creator. In this way, the problem of pirates is solved from the root. And Fujitora, Sengoku and others saw the real end of the pirate era. Too many islands are not a good thing, and there are not too many troops to guard them at all. Out of the four continents, the coastline is blocked, so evil people can't even go out to sea, let alone be a pirate. The wicked party was trapped and arrested in the mainland. After all, 90% of the pirates go out to sea from the four seas, and then enter the Grand Line to wreak havoc. As long as the problem of the pirates in the four seas is solved, the problem of the Grand Line pirates will also become a small problem. True peace. And Dorag, Shang and others saw the peace after the unification of the world. As long as the dignitaries and wicked parties of all countries on the four continents are cleaned up, then the four seas will enter a period of peace. After the four seas are at peace, the remaining Grand Line will be cleaned up soon. Under the Grand Unification system, as long as Bai Yu is fine, the world will be at peace forever. It can be said, as soon as the four continents come out, there will be great changes in the development of the world, and they are all developing in a good direction at present. Big boss. Countless people in the land of the four seas shouted and looked up at the sacred, sublime and inviolable existence in the sky. The civilians on the four seas and four continents are the most excited. The sea is too dangerous, and they have never left their hometowns in their entire lives. Now, the islands are condensed, and various trades can be launched to go to all parts of the sea. Ha ha ha, I'm the mayor of Windmill Village, how are you? I'm Mei Li, the housekeeper of Miss Kaya in Shirobu Village, hello. The old village head of Windmill Village has warmly brought the villagers to Zailuobu Village not far away to say hello. May 47 inches, the condensation of thousands of islands in the sea, this is the divine power of creation, Kuina's teacher, really, benefits all beings. Not far away, Koshiro from Shimotsuki Village looked at everyone with emotion. Hello, we are from Koko West Village, we are so excited today, we invite you to eat oranges. A Jien in Kokoyashi Village took the villagers and distributed oranges to Koshiro and others, and the islands communicated with each other. If you want to be rich, build roads first. The country on the bridge, the country started to build 700 years ago, is to connect the islands of East Blue, carry out trade, and facilitate the world government to rule East Blue. But now, with the appearance of four continents, there is no longer any distance between the islands in the sea area. How cruel. All over the four continents, the world powers and nobles are full of indignation and fear. After the appearance of East, West, North, South and four continents, the powerful people were full of unwillingness. In the past, everyone occupied an island to be the king and hegemony, but now they have all become lambs to be slaughtered. What happened? At this moment, the people on the islands of the Grand Line were in shock, not knowing what happened to the four seas. But the majestic figure of Bai Yu in the sky makes people unable to help worship. Grand Line. Bai Yu listened to the sound of the world and once again overlooked where the Grand Line is located. The islands of the four seas are condensed into the mainland, but there are generally only two ways to go to the Grand Line. 1. Overturned mountain. 2. Crossing the calm belt. Moreover, even if the four continents appear, the four seas still cannot communicate, separated by the Red Line and the Grand Line. The Grand Line must be retained as a world feature, but the most important thing is to exchange and trade in the world. How to develop without communication? East Blue and North Blue, separated by Red Line, run through. East Blue and South Blue, separated by the first half of the Grand Line, plus 2 calm belts, are connected. East Blue and North Blue are too far apart, and rely on technology in the future. Through the Red Line, a land that connects the 4 seas. As Bai Yu's words sounded, the map of the whole world was rewritten again. Boom. People on the coastlines of the 4 continents in the east, west, north, south and south are stunned to see the red line that is extremely far away and extremely high like a moat. Along with the roar, the red line was hollowed out, running through a channel thousands of miles in diameter, linking various sea areas. People from East Blue can go directly to North Blue, and people from West Blue can go directly to South Blue. Through the Grand Line, Bai Yu's voice cleared up again. And Golden Lion, Kizaru and others held their breath again and flew away from the place. The front and back sections are open. Kuzan, Doflamingo and others stared at the front passage in a trance. Everyone is in the Holy Land, the red line is below, and the red line from the first half of the park is New World, and the Holy Land is in the middle. Because there is a red line barrier, the Grand Line is divided into front and rear sections. At this moment, there is also a wide passage on the red line near Sabayati Archipelago, which can directly enter the second half of New World from the first half of the park. Ah, is this the trouble of happiness? Nami scratched his hair. The map of the land of the 4 seas will be much easier to draw in the future, but the East Blue map I drew before will be invalid. Advertisement. And now, the Grand Line map has to be edited. No, I have to ask Bai Yu to help me draw it together. The girls couldn't help laughing. But this is a good thing. In the future, Nami only needs to make a circle on the map, then outline the edge, and draw a map of a sea area. Otherwise, it would take God to know how many years it would take to paint the islands one by one. Let's rewrite the map for now. Next, it's the language problem. 99. Bai Yu temporarily stopped rewriting the world map and handed it over to the world for development in the future. Thinking of the spaceships, cosmic star maps, etc. obtained before, a question was placed in front of Bai Yu. That is, the language problem. For example, Bai Yu took the girls to the moon 2 years ago and met the cosmic pirates. You say yours, I say mine. What if, after Bai Yu's forces go to war and conquer a certain planet, they can't understand the language? Therefore, it is necessary to establish the main language. After the main language is determined, all planets one in the future speak the main language. Otherwise, one family and one language will end up being a hodgepodge of confusion. Main language. Simple. As the Lord of the world, Bai Yu is in charge of the power of creation, so he naturally has to do whatever he wants and set the language he is most familiar with. Japanese. Bai Yu has only spoken for less than 4 years, so why should he be the main language? And Japanese is also mixed with a lot of Huxia characters, which is deeply influenced by Huxia culture. In Japanese, Bai Yu only likes yabai disc and other loveless. Language text rewriting. Main language. Huxia. 95. With the blessing of Genesis, Bai Yu easily rewrites the languages of all beings. Under the same knowledge reserve, Japanese is replaced by Huxia, and all Japanese records are changed to Huxia characters. Newborns in the future will naturally be influenced by Huxia characters. Starting from Qinghai, Huxia characters were used as the main language, and the planets won in battles later also spoke Huxia characters. FK. Cow Batch. I don't know which hero shouted a curse because he was too shocked. From this moment on, there were repeated curses all over the world. Bai Yu. Sorry, my fault. Being careless, Bai Yu accidentally added the quintessence of the country into it. But he hasn't heard the national quintessence for nearly 4 years. Bai Yu feels very cordial, as if he returned to his hometown in an instant. If I can't lead and rewrite the world, why should I come here? Bai Yu murmured and slowly disappeared into the sky, leaving the world in a trance. Now, the holy place, the ruins. The live broadcast is also closed at this moment. When Bai Yu appeared, the girls looked over and did not come, but waved their hands with beautiful smiles. Zephyr, Enel, Crocodile and others gathered together to worship with excitement. Congratulations to the king of the world. Okay. Congratulations on winning the Holy Land, the war is over. Facing everyone's unconcealed admiration, Bai Yu also chuckled. The old century has passed, and the new era has begun. Let's share with you. A glass of wine appeared in Bai Yu's hand, and a glass of wine appeared in everyone's hands. At this moment, Lu Qi, Cavendish, Moria and others fell into memories, as if returning to more than 2 years ago. Yoshiko's wine. The moment they drank that glass of wine and swore that they would never betray, they thought that one day they might open a new era under the leadership of Bai Yu, but they didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Mahawk, stop being an otaku at home, go out and kill people. Hawkeye also recalled a few points. It was also the day of Yizijirju. Hawkeye, who was weeding and farming at home and bartending, took a knife and went out of the mountain. Thinking of meeting Bai Yu for the first time, Hawkeye decided to bet on Bai Yu, because he saw the power outside the world, and now he is full of emotion in retrospect. I didn't expect that I would also witness and participate in the construction of the Holy Land on this day. It's really worth my life, ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed proudly. Rayleigh couldn't help feeling grateful. It was Bai Yu who ignited the blood of this bad old man and set sail again. It turns out, the blood of the elderly, the younger generation really can't bear it. Gu Lala, a new era is opened. Every time I hear this sentence, my blood boils. This cup, to you. Whitebeard laughed and toasted. Gia ha ha ha, it's my honor to be able to follow the captain, respect you. The golden lion is also toasting. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other, and this life has never been in vain. To the captain, to the king of the world, to the master of the world, to the new era. The crowd raised their glasses and toasted respectfully. Ah, so excited. Kaya, Vivi, Shirahoshi, Bonnie, Rebecca and other women watched this heroic scene and felt inexplicably excited. They are happy for Bai Yu. This big boy who smirked at them has finally become the master of the world, and the girls are proud and proud. Advertisement. Since it's a unified empire, it's time for the captain to change his title. Kaido sighed and made a sudden suggestion. All kings, emperors, and emperors must disappear. Only Bai Yu can be called king and emperor in this world. Then it depends on your efficiency. Bai Yu looked forward to it. I used to be a big pirate, but now I have to experience it as the only emperor. Different heights can enjoy different scenery and mentality. Those who won the world and returned to the pastoral do not care about the world, Bai Yu just wanted to say, this is not what he wanted. Power, wealth, fame, strength, beauty, Bai Yu's pursuit. Being a layman, Bai Yu didn't think there was anything wrong, layman was the happiest. Suppress the world powers and become the only power. No one can stop the unified empire, and I am willing to clear the obstacles for you. Ryder, Bullet and the others bowed again, their eyes were extremely firm, and no one would be allowed to block the pace of the great unity. And this time, everyone is not only for Bai Yu, but also for themselves. Why don't the man take Wu Hook and charge Guanshan 50 prefectures? Make meritorious achievements and gain merits. Only by following Bai Yu closely and following Bai Yu's will, can they see a more distant and bright future. Sengoku, Sakazuki, you go to collect marines from all over the world, and divide your army to clear the land of the 4 continents. Bai Yu looked at everyone again. You go to clean up the world powers and evil parties in the Grand Line, and set off immediately. Buzz. One after another magnificent space portals appeared, linking the 4 continents, as well as the islands of the Grand Line, and returned to repair and clean up the places that were not cleaned up. Bai Yu restored all parts of the Holy Land back to prosperity and looked at a corner. Tezzolo, Buggy, you two lead a team to stay and search the Holy Land, understand? 35. Hearing his own name suddenly, Buggy froze for a moment, then became extremely excited. Ship. World. No, Your Majesty, the great unification of the world. I understand, I'll go right now, guarantee any corner. Berry is not spared. 5. Berry is the least valuable thing. Sooner or later, the new empire will be replaced by a new currency system. Tezzolo bowed and reminded Buggy. Bai Yu heard the words and cast an appreciative look. Tezzolo, the Minister of Finance of the future empire, was right. New empire, new currency. There are other aspects that must be changed, and this is the new era. Go back there. 99. Bai Yu perceives where Vegapunk is, and converts technological information such as quantum battleships into text and transfers it to the past. Now, New World, Egg Tip Island. The island under the former world government is also the island where Vegapunk has worked for many years in scientific research. But because of Bai Yu's power, Vegapunk was transferred to the deep-sea laboratory under the waters of the desert island near the new naval headquarters more than a year ago. Still captured by Rayleigh and others. Su. A wisp of wind blows. The mysterious island shrouded in mist slowly opened its veil in the wind. The island was lush with lush greenery. The dome-shaped rock was the most obvious feature, and it was surrounded by technological and dreamy star rings. Egg Tip Island, known as the future 500 years later, is also the former residence of Vegapunk. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there are huge steel giants hundreds of meters walking on the island, which is the pinnacle of science and technology in Qinghai. 0.9 inches. This guy left such amazing technology on the island. Caesar looked envious. Judge sighed on the side. The current technological power is far from enough. The captain's kamui is indescribable in words, you just saw it all. Of course. Hearing Bai Yu, Caesar was very excited. The captain is the creator, and if you give Vegapunk 10,000 years, the captain is still scum. In the early stage of the decisive battle, Vegapunk first returned to Egg Tip Island to sort out the documents here, and the two had just arrived. Crack. At this moment, the steel giant opened a door and walked out of a figure. Hey, Caesar, this old man is a genius scientist recognized by the captain, Dr. Vegapunk. What? Caesar and Judge were stunned. Because what came out of the steel giant was a beautiful young girl with short hair fluttering and a heroic appearance. The number on the clothes. 02. Pretty girl form. Caesar and Judge want to vomit blood. His Majesty, who is about to establish a unified empire, is so kamui, I can't lag behind in my technological capabilities. Cosmic quantum battleship. Caesar and Judge's eyelids twitched wildly. Why use this form? A lot of age and a girl's heart. All kinds of data. Vegapunk was excited at a glance, because he couldn't understand it, but the more he couldn't understand, the more proving the profoundness of this technical information. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Vegapunk, in the form of a beautiful girl, kept feeling excited. Opening the box, the huge title of the top document opened a new door for Vegapunk. Vegapunk ignored the two of them, and a box of documents appeared out of thin air in his hand. This familiar box reminded Vegapunk of the science and technology encyclopedia of the Fox Demon world that Bai Yu had given him before, and immediately became excited. Chapter 279. Fulfill the wishes of the girls and make up for their regrets. May everyone be happy forever. East, West, North and South states. Condensed by Bai Yu, the coastline of the whole state is blocked. At this moment, even the demon fruit power that can fly can't even think of flying out of the states. The princes, nobles, and evil pirates are all besieged in the states. Starting from the coastline, the marine and mechanical corps advanced in layers. In the first half of the Grand Line, Dover, Enel, Lucci and others led the team to start from 7 routes, one island after another. In the second half of the Grand Line, New World, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido and others also pushed horizontally. Pluton battleship crews. Sea Kings hunt down all kinds of villainous pirate ships fleeing at sea. World-class cleaning. The world is very big, even with the current strength, it will take a few years to roughly stabilize. Where the original holy place is located, above the sky, Bai Yu moved the city of the sky here, overlooking the original holy place below. But it's only a few years later, it's up to you now. Bai Yu looked at the 58 girls, and the world was one. As long as he had a good grasp of the general direction, the rest would be left to the younger brothers. Bai Yu said the problem, the younger brothers brainstormed a good plan to solve the problem, then there was no big problem. What happened to us? Nami didn't understand why, and suddenly realized, we have to make a move, right, at least it can speed up the time for a few months. 9. You don't need to take action, remember the process I recruited you to board the boat. Bai Yu asked. I remember. 35. Kaya smiled. Forcibly grabbing beautiful women, indifferently threatening, and being gentle. That was the routine from 2 years ago. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Cold face before joining, smile after joining, anyway, that's the routine, at least Bai Yu thinks it's efficient. The point is the result, now you are all my family. Bai Yu hugged the little ace day and chuckled. I am the master of the world and have everything, so it's your turn. 99. Come, say your wishes and dreams, I'll do it. Bai Yu has the ability to take advantage of the spare time of the younger brothers to stabilize the world to fulfill the dreams of the girls. An endless radish. From Radish Island, this island will be yours in the future. As soon as Garrett's words fell, Bai Yu raised his hand to create an island of birds and flowers, with radishes from all over the world, floating not far away. 11 inches wow, Kurukyu. Garrett jumped directly on Bai Yu and rubbed Bai Yu's face with great enthusiasm. Kurukyu. Brush. The next moment, Garrett released the full moon, entered the form of a royal sister, and dashed towards Radish Island. I want to grow taller. Sugar is eating grapes, her eyes are full of anticipation, she doesn't want to be a girl with a heart and a lowly body anymore. He grew up tall and stood with his sister Monet, greedy for a certain demon king. Quote. Monet blushed inexplicably, because Sha Tang once went to her room to rest with her and said some words that Monet couldn't stand. For example, sister, every day I have to act coquettishly and pester Bai Yu to make him make me bigger, he will be defeated sooner or later, and I will stay away from him when I grow up, our sisters will kill him. This is the worst policy, the best policy is to wait for my sisters to go to his room together when I grow up, exhausting the Devil King. Monet blushed and was speechless. If the two of us can exhaust Bai Yu, then there will not be so many beautiful women in the city in the sky. It turns out that if all the girls are exhausted, Bai Yu will be fine. This is what you said to fulfill your wish, you can't go back on it in front of your sister and sister. Seeing Bai Yu thoughtfully, Sha Tang said urgently. I don't regret it, what would it feel like to be a sister flower? 39. Bai Yu murmured inwardly. On the surface, Bai Yu said casually, okay, no problem. The next moment, under the eyes of all the girls, the sugar in the form of a little lowly grew taller and bigger in the blink of an eye, and turned into a beautiful long-haired royal sister. She is tall and has curly green hair, which is darker than Monet's, and she is a beautiful pair of sisters. Ah, badass. Sugar suddenly exclaimed in surprise, glared at Bai Yu with a blushing face, turned and trotted towards the room. The girls chuckled, because the grown-up Sugar directly burst the clothes, a certain demon king is really bad enough. Hope for a concubine. Hancock hesitated before speaking. Bai Yu's identity was different, and her request was a little special. Hancock didn't want to embarrass Bai Yu. Anything will do, Bai Yu said bluntly. Remember, we are family, if you have to be taboo when facing me, then what's the difference between me and an orphan? 55. Gods are heartless, emperors are heartless. Bai Yu doesn't like any of these words, no matter how high he goes in the future, Bai Yu doesn't want to change his mentality. The princes and nobles all over the world will be revoked, leaving only the empire that belongs to the husband. Hancock, who is arrogant and indifferent to the outside world, whispered at this moment, my concubine hopes to retain the independence and autonomy of Daughter Island, and the opposite S*X still cannot land on the island. 99. Advertisement. Only this. After listening to it, Bai Yu's face became serious. What is the empire that is left only to me? It is our empire. Come here, lie down, and serve with family law. Yeah. 35. Several little girls exclaimed and hid behind the big sisters. Husband, concubine is wrong. Hancock blushed. Isn't the family method just playing PP, it's too embarrassing. Snapped. Bai Yu shot decisively, turned Hancock over and patted it. I'm your man, and I don't need to be taboo, whoever is taboo, Hancock will end. Snapped. With a crisp sound again, Hancock couldn't help covering his red face with his hands. Husband, why do you have to take a second shot? Cough. It feels so good. Bai Yu coughed lightly, always being so rude in front of the girls. There is no need to pretend to be too serious in front of the family, that is too tired. Noticing Nami, Perona, Runti and other women rolling their eyes, Bai Yu immediately changed the subject. I have thought about the daughter island before, keep the original customs and set up an autonomous region, and the empire must not interfere, not only the daughter island. Quote. Islands with special circumstances and special ethnicities such as Mermaid Island, Zoe Island, Elbaf, Greenbit Island, etc., have established autonomous regions and managed independently. Daughters Island, Mermaid, Fur Clan, Giant Clan, Little Human Clan, etc., all have special circumstances and cannot interfere while abiding by the laws of the empire. In short, my rules are rules. Bai Yu said and turned Hancock over and sat down. You continue. I'm going to draw a map of the universe. Nami raised his hand and laughed. Here, see for yourself. Bai Yu showed the Vientiane star map to Nami. This is the coordinates of the planets, three-dimensional projections, and various information and data in the entire universe where the Qinghai world is located. Wow, the whole universe. As Nami exclaimed, the girls came over curiously to check. Since the journey to the moon and the baptism of various fantasy worlds in the spiritual space, the girls have longed for the universe, and they must have unimaginable splendor. How do we get there? Nami asked cheerfully. Step by step. When the world is stable, I and you have finished traveling around the world, and after you have finished drawing the map of Qinghai, we will set out for the universe. Okay. Next one. Bai Yu waited for the girls to tell. Bonnie. I'm a simple, inexhaustible, well-fed food. Robin. I want to go back in time, from the moment of the birth of human civilization, to tour the entire history of mankind. Vivi. Let all the state islands, as deserted as Alabasta, be full of flowers and flowers. 35. Guillaume. Those with all abilities will be managed together, and those who refuse to obey will be killed. Yuta. I believe that 10 years from now there will be no wars, the world will be peaceful, and everyone will be able to have enough to eat, so I want to sing to a certain devil for a lifetime. 99. Tashigi. Collect all the famous swords except your own. Baby 5. I want Bai Yu to always need me, want me. Yamato. Fight with you every month, and then beat with hard power. Dad. 99. Makino. I still just want to have a baby with you. It is good. 58 words, every word, Bai Yu kept in mind, no problem. As a child, you can't rely on me alone, you have to work hard. Bai Yu understands Makino's mentality. There are many children in the family, such as Kuina, Xiaoyu, etc., so that her mother's love can be satisfied, but after all, it is not her own children, just some younger sisters. I will. Makino blushed and whispered. As soon as she said hard work, Makino thought of Bai Yu's tricks, it was too much to play, and she couldn't stand it. For me, your wishes and dreams are very simple, and some things that take time to witness are no problem, because our future is extremely long, and my wish has not changed. Bai Yu looked at the 58 girls and said softly, thousands of years later, even in the morning in the infinite future, I will have breakfast with you, it's as simple as that. The girls smiled softly. Every time I hear this sentence, I have a different feeling, especially after Bai Yu became the master of the world, the feeling is even deeper. In addition, dreams and wishes I promise to fulfill for you, the next thing is. Bai Yu gently spit out 4 words. Make up for regrets. Many girls were shocked. Everyone has various regrets more or less in their hearts, and all women are no exception. Some regrets can be laughed off, while others are unforgettable. Those deep regrets often wake up in a dream, and then burst into tears. Mother, Kaya, Robin, Nami, Nuauchigao, Vivi, Shirahoshi, Rebecca, Runti and other women murmured. Advertisement. In other words, most of the girls present lost their mothers when they were very young, and most of them were orphans. Teacher, do you have any regrets? Kuina asked in a crisp voice. Me, 9. Bai Yu recalled the moment. It seems that at this moment, I have returned to that day when the sky was full of snow. Son, have you two arrived at the station, and has she taken the high-speed train? Mom, I don't know why, when I bought her a ticket and got on the bus, the moment I saw her cry, I really want to marry her. Son, don't blame your mother for being too cruel, her father is sick all the time, all relatives are far away, and 2 younger brothers have to go to school, you really can't afford it. The saddest feeling is that she can live forever in a world that I can't reach, but I can only crawl in ideal and real life with difficulty. The weak crown year is unwilling to miss it, and the 13th year can't bear her to smoke fireworks. She won't get fat and old, and she won't have the fireworks of firewood, rice, oil and salt. She will always be young and beautiful, wearing a school uniform, standing in my memory and smiling. Bai Yu murmured. But unfortunately, this is not his regret, but a friend's. On the day when the snow fell, a friend lost to reality and was full of regrets. I do not have. Bai Yu rubbed little Kuina's head. Do you know what regret is at your age? I know. My biggest regret is being a girl. Kuina looked down at a certain movie. It's only been a few days, and I've grown up a lot. It's heavy, and practicing swords is very troublesome. 35. Bai Yu. The girls. Perona burst into tears, looking up full of resentment. Why is she still ordinary? She doesn't want to be special. In order of embarkation. 35. To make amends for the girls, Bai Yu looked at Kaya. Let's go. The next moment, Shi Luobu village. When Bai Yu brought Kaya here, Kaya was surprised. That's the old village head of Windmill Village, a GN of Koko Yaxi Village, EH. That man with glasses is not weak. 550 did not expect East Blue still has this kind of powerhouse. Squint, Koshiro. Bai Yu looked at it. All the islands of East Blue are condensed into a continent, and by the way, I have merged your hometown from East Blue together, and they are all very close. Without meeting Koshiro and others, Bai Yu brought Kaya to the cemetery. It's been almost 4 years. Kaya murmured while looking at the tombstone. More than 3 years ago, specifically half a month before Bai Yu was dressed in this world, Klo, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, assassinated Kaya's parents. The overly sad Kaya is sick and unhappy all day long, making her already weak body even worse. Half a month later, in the courtyard, Bai Yu appeared in a coma out of thin air. Kaya's world ushered in a ray of light, and finally became the sun that warms the inner world. Recovery. Bai Yu did not use a time machine, nor did he use resurrection coins, nor did he use any resurrection to restore the awakened death. Power Genesis, Resurrection. Mother. When she saw her mother's resurrection, Kaya rushed over emotionally. Bai Yu didn't bother, but left silently, and brought Nami and Nuachigao to Kokoyashi village. Belmere. Nami and Noki burst into tears. Belmere joined Marine when he was young and fought pirates in the kingdom of Oiko, East Blue, and was dying. At this time, Nuachigao appeared in front of Belmere with baby Nami in his arms. Looking at Nami's innocent smile, Belmere dispelled the thought of death, dragged the two children back to their hometown, Koko West Village, for adoption. Life is hard, but happy. Until 10 years ago, he was killed by a dragon for his daughter at the age of 30. My mother died at the age of 30 because she was not married for the rest of her life. Can I take her to the Sky City after resurrection? Nami and Nuauchi looked at Bai Yu with high expectations. It was too hard before, and they just wanted Belmere to live a good life. Okay. Bai Yu nodded. The city of the sky does not allow men to enter, and it is a trivial matter to live with more women. The next moment, a woman with long crimson hair was resurrected, looking at the two big girls crying in her arms in a trance. Immediately afterwards, Robin Hancock and others, Bai Yu took the girls to make up for their regrets. Ace Day, what is your dream? After returning to Sky City, Bai Yu glanced at the liveliness of various districts, and asked about the little padded jacket in his arms. She has been carefree since the day she was born, and she has no natural enemies in the world. It can be said that Ace Dessa's inner world is very pure and simple. Externally she is like a cold queen, but internally she is sweet and well behaved. It's also Bai Yu's little padded jacket, and the elder brother's elder brother makes Bai Yu happy. Ace Day tilted his head and smiled sweetly. Brother, I don't want to grow up, so you can always hold me. What a dream, I agree. Bai Yu hugged the little padded jacket, and suddenly felt that the whole world was full of warmth. Bai Yu is happy, and he sincerely wishes, and wishes to all. May you all be happy forever. Chapter 280. The final chapter, the era of the great voyage of the universe, the chat group of beauties in all worlds, the finale, the end of the book. 2 years later, the princes and nobles, the pirate gang were cleaned up, the world became stable, Bai Yu became the only king in Qinghai, formed an empire, and unified. The first year of the empire begins. The world is one. All are citizens of the empire. In the first year of the empire, following His Majesty's order, the new policy will be announced to the world. Close black lens bracket. From now on, the calendars around the world will be unified and changed to the first year of the empire. Qinghai is divided into East Continent, West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent, and the Grand Line is reserved. 95. Each state is divided into states, provinces, cities, counties, towns, and villages. The Daughter Island, Zhou Island, Mermaid Island, Elbaf, Greenbit Island, etc. are specially designated as autonomous regions. 35. The Special Raftel, Honeycomb Island, etc. are 5A level tourist attractions. The world economy is reformed, and the original currency is used uniformly throughout the empire. From now on, a census will be carried out worldwide, information will be collected, and imperial citizen ID cards will be issued. The benefits of imperial citizens are as follows. From now on, the laws of the empire will be popularized, and citizens are requested to abide by the law. From now on, the culture will be popularized, and primary, middle and university schools will be built, and those of school age can enter, and primary and secondary schools are free. From now on, all demon fruit powers report to the Sabayati Archipelago Municipal Council without delay. From now on, the empire will levy devil fruit, ancient books, strange and special items, etc. for a fee. 99. From now on, the Imperial Navy, land and air forces will recruit 3 million soldiers. From now on, the entire empire will recruit elite talents from all walks of life to build a beautiful home for the empire. 35. 5. The world shook. Hundreds of new policies, collated and researched by the Imperial House of Representatives and signed by Bai Yu himself, caused a sensation around the world once they were released. Strong X, human traffickers, drug dealers, and pirates all have to die. The imperial law is too good, that's how it should be. Public funding to popularize culture. I feel that Your Majesty attaches great importance to reading. Wow, the benefits of citizens are so good, Your Majesty is immortal. Excuse me, I am a person with the ability to fly the fruit, does the empire also need it? What is Shang? Ah, His Majesty only conscripts 3 million soldiers, which is very little, so it should only require elite soldiers. Don't say it. In the first year of the Empire's construction era, I'm going to serve the Empire, your Majesty is immortal. Quote quote. City in the sky, Bai Yu listens to the voice of the world and listens to what citizens think. For the first time as the master of the world, Bai Yu didn't know much about this aspect, but he knew how to employ people and understand the basics. 3 million troops are naturally very few, but this is external. To maintain the entire world, 3 million is naturally far from enough, 30 million is about the same, but local conscription can be used to maintain the states and districts. The 3 million that Bai Yu recruited were 3 million for foreign wars. 2 years later, Bai Yu has taken the girls to visit all over the world. Current targets, all over the universe. Year of the Empire. The new era, the era of great construction. 3 years of the imperial calendar. Satellite lifts off. Moon builds city. Computers, mobile phones, and household appliances began to enter the cities and towns, and the internet opened up wasteland. 5 years of the imperial calendar. 35. Airplanes, cross-sea trains, connecting comm belt, linking all over the world trade economy is booming. Everywhere is thriving, and the influence of the former world government is completely eliminated. 7 years of the imperial calendar. The various weapons of the imperial military force have been continuously upgraded, and the quantum battleship has set sail for the first time in the world, remotely destroying the space pirates who invaded the Qinghai world. My god, there are cosmic pirates, it's amazing. The world is developing so fast, the power of technology is so terrifying. It is said that it will enter the universe next year, so I am looking forward to it. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty Kamui is like a prison, the whole universe is ours. 8 years of the imperial calendar. 10 years have passed since the destruction of the Holy Land. The world economy has developed vigorously. In a world without the evil party and powerful people, the citizens of the empire have ushered in happiness. Now, the original holy place, the current center of imperial power, also built a magnificent giant city, which was designated as the imperial capital by Bai Yu. All the high rises of the empire lived in the imperial capital, and the elites from all over the world gathered here. The total population of the imperial capital was 50 million, and it was the most prosperous place in the world. The city in the sky behind the imperial capital, is shrouded in clouds and mist, and it is magnificent, making countless girls and young women look forward to it. Today's imperial capital is very lively, and the city in the sky is also very lively. Bai Yu did not forget his promise to the girls and held the wedding of the century. Well, Your Majesty is married, you are still old bachelors, a bunch of single dogs, ridiculous. Pipe. Quote. Kaido was wearing a suit at the moment and looked good, but the old black face was full of smug and contemptuous smiles. He has a daughter. I, Kaido of the Beasts, Imperial General, His Majesty's chief father-in-law. The presence of Ryder, Kuzan, Sakazuki, Lucci, Enel, Shiryu, Bullet and other bachelors. Except for a very few, even if they are not bachelors, they have no children. Jia ha ha ha, today is His Majesty's happy day, you can't use force, but I remember you. Golden Lion gritted his teeth angrily. Isn't it His Majesty's cheap father-in-law, look at you Kaido. Bachelor and bachelor are the words you can say, it's so rude. Sengoku wanted to punch Kaido. It's really irritating, I think he's still an old bachelor in his 80s this year. Advertisement. In the first year of the empire, Bai Yu restored all the aged elites to their peak and bestowed pure gold. Pure gold in hand, I have it for 1,000 years. The heroes who participated in the Holy War, as long as they obeyed Bai Yu's rules, Bai Yu hoped that all the younger brothers would continue to follow. Ah, what's wrong with being single? There is only one noble in this world other than Your Majesty, and that is my single noble. Kizaru didn't care, he took off his yellow suit, and put on a suit to be quite energetic. Gu la la la, I have a lot of sons. Whitebeard didn't care, he was satisfied with the status quo. But Kaido, the cow, Kakuzu, is going to be snarling. Whitebeard also said that after the wedding banquet, Kaido was surrounded and beaten. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw the knife. Hawkeye said coolly. I'm going to be a grandfather in a few years, and you guys are old and have no one to take care of. Kaido laughed and cried. Wow. Anyway, a colleague, you are really miserable, oh, you are so pitiful. Damn it, old black cow. Shiki and other popular people are not good enough, laughing is not enough, but also crying and ridiculing with connotation, this is pulling hatred. Kaido is dying again. On the city in the sky, Bai Yu smiled, the first iron-headed baby in the empire. It feels really good to lie on the knees of a beauty drunk, wake up and take control of the world. Bai Yu looked at the girls again. For the first wedding in her life, Bai Yu chose a Huxia wedding, and the girls' jade-robed red dresses were exceptionally beautiful. Bai Yu, in a very good mood, decided to bless the people of the empire all over the world. At this moment, the whole world celebrates. Buzzing. Bai Yu's voice swept the Qinghai world, and when countless people around the world were amazed, a ray of light bloomed on the city of the sky, and then the light flourished. Bright brilliance enveloped the world. Today's prosperous marriage is happy, my people should be free from disease and disease. Wisps of brilliance washed over all the people of the empire, and everyone felt the comfort of a warm soul. It's so comfortable, it feels like a new life, and I feel relaxed. 99. Ah, is this true? My severed hand has recovered. My eyes, I can see the world, it's really beautiful. My child can talk, woohoo, that's great. This is His Majesty's mighty power. His Majesty is honored to show Kamui's blessing to all beings on the day of great joy. Surprise gratitude from all over the world. All the disabilities and diseases of all the people have been cured, and even those who are not sick or disabled can solve minor problems, and they all feel relaxed and several years younger. May the empire last forever. I wish your Majesty a happy wedding, a good flower, a full moon, and a long day. 35. Hearing the blessings from all over the world, Bai Yu chuckled lightly. When he saw the girls walking and wearing red wedding dresses, he suddenly discovered a small problem. There are a lot of girls, which one to look for tonight? Happy troubles. Bai Yu thought for a while and decided to use the old method. Each girl's room has a different time flow rate, such as 1 minute in the outside world, and a whole day in the house. It's time to put Bai Yu to the test. There will be no sleep tonight. After March, the 8th year of the imperial calendar, June. Due to the invasion of the space pirates last year, the imperial army was ignited by the long-awaited blood, and because of Bai Yu's wedding, it was postponed for a year. After the honeymoon, Bai Yu gave orders. From now on, the 3 armies of the empire will march into the universe to expand the territory of the empire. Oh. The imperial soldiers were excited. 3 million soldiers have been recruited for 8 years, and Rayleigh and others have not started for 10 years. At this moment, their blood is surging. Grand Line. Outdated. The age of space voyage. Whoosh whoosh. Over the imperial capital square, hundreds of quantum battleships turned in the sky, tens of thousands of fighter jets circled, and the world was broadcasting live at this moment. This is a historic moment. When we grow up, we will definitely serve your Majesty, serve the empire, and expand the territory for the empire. Primary school students from all over the world are excited. What is it to fight wild monsters in the virtual world? It is the truth to join the army in the present world to attack the planet. I hope people from other planets can kill Lao Su, otherwise it will be too boring. Kaido's eyes were excited with anticipation. Now he just wants to kill the powerhouses of other planets, or be killed. I hope to have a higher swordsmanship. Hawkeye's sharp eyes revealed all the light. Bai Yu has a star map of Vientiane, and the soldiers also have a general understanding of the layout of the galaxies in the universe and the basic information of each civilization. All are very different from the Qinghai world. This makes everyone look forward to it. After all, the Qinghai world has no secrets, and exploring the unknown is the future development. Yeah, haha, all races in the universe. Let's bathe in His Majesty's divine brilliance. 35. Enel's arrogance remained undiminished, and lightning flashed on his body as he spoke. Go now. Yes, Your Majesty. As the 3 armies boarded the quantum battleship, Bai Yu opened the Stargate. The appearance of the magnificent Stargate made countless people watching the live broadcast stunned. Bai Yu, let's go too. Nami cheered. Hancock, Vivi, Robin, Kaya, Shirahoshi and other women are also looking forward to it. There is really no fun in Qinghai. You go to the Crystal Palace first, I'll make arrangements at the end. Bai Yu sent all the girls into the Crystal Palace, the concept artifact. Although the city in the sky is where Bai Yu and the girls live, the Crystal Palace above the city in the sky is where they usually live. Advertisement. The Crystal Palace is boundless and belongs to the world of Bai Yu and the girls, as well as the world of Bai Yu's portable artifact. Bai Yu made arrangements for the Senate and the military left behind to ensure the stability of the Qinghai world, but it was nothing major. Because the Stargate stands, Bai Yu and the soldiers can come back at any time, and keep in touch with the Qinghai world at all times. Set off. The quantum battleship entered the Stargate, entered the universe, and began the great voyage of the universe. The 8th year of the imperial calendar, July. The empire came to the first civilized planet outside Qinghai. Bai Yu took the girls to travel, and the army conquered the big forces. The 10th year of the imperial calendar, October. The second civilization planet. In the 12th year of the imperial calendar, March. The third civilization planet. It belongs to the era of the great voyage of the universe, which is magnificent and exciting. Chat group invitation. After Bai Yu had a comprehensive understanding of all the planetary civilizations in the Wanxiang star map, he always felt that each civilization was close to something, and suddenly remembered the invitation letter for the chat group. Group owner invitation letter. Join the chat group randomly after use, and become the group owner directly, and the concept has the highest authority. Note. The types, levels, boundaries, functions, etc. of chat groups are uncertain. Note. After use, randomly enter any chat group established at the beginning. Note. If you withdraw from the group, cut off all associations with the concept and safely withdraw from the group. Note. Does not expire. Hopefully it's not a parent or fan chat group. 35. Bai Yu's expectations for the chat group invitations are still very high, because he wants to go to the heavens and the world, not the universe where the Qinghai world is located. And now, all the beauties in the Qinghai world have been robbed, and there are still no prizes that can go to other worlds. The Vientiane star map and the universe Stargate are also unable to break through the limitations of the universe. Who? Use. Bai Yu held his breath in anticipation and used the chat group invitation directly. Ding, it is detected that the host uses a chat group invitation, and you will randomly enter a chat group, which is being scanned. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bai Yu is neither sad nor happy, waiting for the result with peace of mind. Ding, the chat group invitation letter has been used, congratulations to the host for entering. Beauty chat group of all worlds. Quote question mark quote. Bai Yu was surprised for a moment, because this was a chat group of beautiful women, and he could even enter, but when he saw the word, Wanji, Bai Yu also felt a little excited in his heart. Ding, congratulations to host for becoming the owner of the beauty chat group of all worlds. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the highest authority of the beauty chat group in the world. 5. Permission 1. Host can open group member invitations, and will randomly invite beauties from all over the world to join the group chat. Note, each world can only invite one beauty to join. Permission 2. The host can open the portal of the world where the group members are located at any time, and can bring people back and forth to travel back and forth without restrictions. Note, without the host permission, other group members cannot traverse. Permission 3. Group owner sharing mode, which can directly integrate the strength of group members. Note, the group owner can share a certain ability of his own with the group members. Chat group remarks. Host can customize tasks, rewards, etc., and customize various function templates for chat groups Lees. In addition to the 3 permissions, can I define various functions at will? Bai Yu's eyes are bright, this is simply a universal chat group. A projection appeared in front of Bai Yu's eyes, only Bai Yu was visible. The group members burst out. The little princess of the ancient clan. Sisters, I'm going to the Shao clan. Hyuga little Lolita. I'm going to Jonin school next year, so I'm so nervous. Xiao Yanling Ji. One of you is only 4 years old, the other is just 5 years old, I have not traveled far since I was 10 years old, so I am so boring at home. Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. I'm 16 years old, and I haven't been to many places. 9. At the end of the Han Dynasty, your world is so wonderful. Aojiao Xiaoya. Elder sister and Rongrong don't know where they are going, so angry, they didn't even take me when they went out to play. Holy Guardian Left-Wing Angel. If you can come to Merlo Heavenly Court, sister, I will show you the whole universe. 99. First generation Kenpachi. The whole universe. How big is it convenient to say? S-class hero number 2. More than 1 trillion times bigger than your world. The most witty baby. Where is this place? Who are you? 99. Ding. Welcome Bai Yu to join the group chat, congratulations to Bai Yu for becoming the group owner. 55. All the women. Group master. Women. Male. All the girls. Quickly explode the photos. Bai Yu. Xiao Zuner in the world of fighting spirit, Hyuga Hanada in the ninja world, Yanling Ji in the 9 songs of the sky, Bibi Dong in the world of martial arts, Diao Chan in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Yaya Tushin in the world of Fox Demon Little Matchmaker, Angel Yan in the Super God world, First Generation Kenpachi Yunohana Retsu, One Punch World Tornado, Feng Bao Bao under one person. Bai Yu quickly read the information of the girls, and I have to say that they are very good. All the girls he knew. There will only be more in the future. Beauty of all worlds, YYDS. Ding, it is detected that there are a lot of beauties in the group that the host knows, and a new lottery function is opened. 99. Ding, the host can enter the world he belongs to through the portal and grab the beauties of the plot, and perform lottery draws in all worlds. In this regard, Bai Yu looked forward to a chuckle. A journey to the heavens and the world, my life has just begun. Peas. The book is over.